In the Dragon Nation, a mountainous area in the southeast. Boom, boom, boom. Several artillery shells struck the position, raising flames several meters high. A group of soldiers lying in the position, their bodies emitting white smoke, sat down angrily in the trench. Su Chun, his face covered with gunpowder smoke, crawled out of the trench. Looking at the position enveloped by artillery fire, his eyes were filled with anger. A few days ago, he had crossed over from another world and became a company commander of the 9th Brigade of the Southeast Theater. The name sounded good, but in reality, they were the Blue Force, specially designated for training various units in the Southeast. In this world, the Blue Force had not yet become the whetstone for the entire army. Instead, they were merely targets for the Red Force to train against. Not only did they have fewer light and heavy weapons, but their funding also lagged far behind. Su Chun was originally a top student at the National Defense University. His father was an army commander and his elder brother was a regiment commander. But when it came to job assignment, his father Suja forcibly transferred him from a good unit to this place, under the beautiful pretext of letting him temper himself and grow through failure. But in the 6 months since Su Chun was assigned here, he had been chased and beaten by various forces for half a year and was completely annihilated every time. They were all soldiers. Oh, why were they so miserable? Even a clay Buddha would get angry. This exercise was even more outrageous. They actually let 2 newly equipped armored divisions fight against their single brigade. Wasn't this clearly bullying? Originally, they had planned to hold out for 10 days, but judging by the current situation, they couldn't last even 3 days. Su Chun was full of anger. If they suffered a disastrous defeat in this exercise, their brigade would likely be disbanded and its personnel assigned to other units. Even though Su Chun, as a son of a military family, would have a future, leaving in such a humiliating way would bring him dishonor. In his previous life, he was at least a genius commander. How could he endure such humiliation? Su Chun clenched his fists, determined to make a change. He could not let the brigade be disbanded and its members reassigned. Ding. Detected. The host strong battle intense super blue force command system activated, now merging. Su Chen's eyes lit up. The system had come just in time. The next second, a vast amount of tactical and strategic knowledge, as well as geography and even physics and chemistry, crazily poured into his mind. 1 minute later, all the knowledge was completely integrated. Su Chun was ecstatic. With the knowledge from his previous life, plus what the system gave, if he still lost the battle, he would have no face to live. Su Chun, what are you standing there for? Su Chun turned and found Regiment Commander Gao Sheng running over with a few men. Hurry up, the brigade commander has ordered a retreat. We must retreat before the Red Force encircles us. Retreat. Su Chun looked at him in surprise. Exactly. Gao Sheng glared at him. The enemy outnumbers us 2 to 1, and they're all heavy firepower. If we fight a positional battle here, they'll be having a feast for us tonight. Quick, take your men and leave now. The first company will provide cover. Gao Sheng turned and walked away. Regiment commander, may I not retreat? Gao Sheng stopped abruptly and turned back, staring at Su Chun. What did you say? Not retreat. Wait here to be bombed to death or surrender. Stop talking nonsense and retreat now. Su Chun quickly said, Regiment commander, I have a way to turn defeat into victory. The regiment commander's eyes widened, and he reached out to touch Su Chen's forehead. You don't have a fever, so why are you talking nonsense? Have you had your brain shaken by the shells just now? Su Chen said embarrassedly, Regiment commander, I'm not talking nonsense. Gao Sheng glared at him. Their troops are twice ours, artillery 4 times ours, and they're all armored heavy forces. Would be lucky to hold out 2 more days, and you still want to turn defeat into victory. Isn't that nonsense? Su Chun said seriously, Regiment commander, I really have a plan. Please give me a chance. Boom, boom, boom. Several more shells landed, and everyone immediately crouched down. Gao Sheng stared at him seriously. Su Chun, I know you're the son of a military family. But first and foremost, you are a soldier and a company commander. You must see the bigger picture and obey orders. Don't argue anymore. Take your men and retreat quickly, or it'll be too late. With that, Gao Sheng immediately ran along the trench with his men. Su Chun looked aggrieved. If they retreated like this, they would still be surrounded by the Red Force before long. By then, there would be no chance left at all. Company commander, are we retreating now? Squad leader Wang Hai and others came over and asked. Su Chen's eyes darted around, then he chuckled at them. Do you want to turn defeat into victory? I'll take you there. Wang Hai and the others all frowned. Oh no, the company commander has really gone crazy, still thinking about turning defeat into victory. Su Chen glared at them. I've been here for half a year, used as a target by various forces for half a year. I've become a laughingstock among all my classmates. This time, not only did they send 2 divisions, but they also equipped them with brand new weapons. This is too much bullying. If I can still swallow this, I might as well eat shit. Squad leader Zhao Xiaodong gave a bitter smile. Company commander, don't speak too soon, or you might actually end up eating shit. Su Chun. Everyone looked awkward. If they didn't swallow it, what else could they do? This was a large-scale positional battle, They were outnumbered and outgunned. If they didn't endure, there was no choice. Su Chun scolded angrily. Look at yourselves, you cowards. All of you have balls. Why can't you stand up when you're being bullied like this? Wang Hai said, but the brigade commander didn't stand up either. Shut up. Su Chun swept his gaze over them. Now I have a plan that might turn defeat into victory. Do you dare to follow me? Everyone looked at him in surprise. Company commander, have you really thought of a plan? Nonsense. Su Chun glared at them. I don't have time to waste with you. He said seriously, we're outnumbered and outgunned. Heating confrontation leads only to death. But no matter if it's a black cat or a white cat, it's a good cat as long as it catches mice. Since we can't win heated, let's change our approach. Su Chun stared at them. You've all learned camouflage, haven't you? In a moment, you'll all disguise yourselves as civilians. We know this terrain well. We'll slip through while the enemy is encircling. Then find their command post, and we can take them out in one go. Even if we still lose in the end, at least we'll have some honor. So are you in or not? Su Chun looked at them. Everyone exchanged glances, speechless. Just a handful of them going to attack an enemy command post. Wasn't that like looking for death? So are we doing it or not? Su Chun growled. If you don't go, we'll go alone. Company commander, Wang Hai said, but the higher-ups have ordered a retreat. If we act on our own, will it be? I'm not afraid, so why the hell are you? Su Chun glared at him. The regiment commander didn't have time to hear my report, otherwise he would definitely agree. Let's go. If something goes wrong, he'll take the responsibility. Everyone was speechless again, thinking he sure liked making decisions for the regiment commander. But Su Chun's mind was made up, and naturally no one from the second company backed out. After the brother units had mostly withdrawn, Su Chun immediately led everyone into the nearby forest. They had been beaten passively in this area for years, relying on their familiarity with the terrain to survive a bit longer. Otherwise, if they encountered a particularly fierce unit, they might be wiped out in no time. So quickly, the entire company of 100 men found a place to hide. Half an hour later, a large number of tanks and armored vehicles rumbled past their position, chasing after the fleeing blue force. Su Chun spat. See that? So many tanks and armored vehicles. Even if we had retreated earlier, how far could we have run? Everyone nodded silently. They were the purest of infantry. Armored forces fighting them was like an adult beating a girl with a spiked club, pure bullying. Let's go. Su Chun grinned mischievously. Now their command post is a toothless tiger. They'll take you to bully them. Everyone couldn't help swallowing. How come it felt even less reliable to follow Su Chun? The Red Army's armored tank group gradually faded into the distance, and the battlefield fell silent. Su Chun poked his head out from the camouflage. Only a few Red Army transport units remained in the distance, advancing forward. Su Chun sighed. The Red Army's offense and logistics were seamlessly integrated. Even if the tank group charged far ahead, their supply lines could always keep up. On their side, not only did they have few tanks, but they also had only 2 truck companies. Their speed couldn't match the enemy's, and their logistics lagged far behind. The 2 sides were on completely different levels. This is too unfair. Su Chun's face was filled with anger. If their brigade had even decent equipment, the Red Army wouldn't dare to bulldoze them so arrogantly. As a top graduate of the National Defense University and a genius commander in his past life, Su Chun knew that if the Red Army faced Western elite forces under digital warfare, their traditional bulldozing tactics would collapse within a day. They could only bully a Blue Army lacking heavy equipment. Su Chun took a deep breath. Changes must be made or this exercise was meaningless. Nothing but a child's game. Move out. Su Chun waved his hand. Everyone immediately emerged from hiding and followed him, charging toward the enemy's rear. Su Chun was extremely familiar with the 500-mile terrain. Having been chased by various units every day, they had explored every nook and cranny. Plus, the enemy was currently excitedly advancing forward, never imagining anyone would dare attack their home base. So Su Chun's team smoothly circled around and penetrated deep into the enemy's rear. For hours later, the Blue Army command post finally halted in a mountain hollow. Lei Chung spit out mud, his face grim as he looked at his dusty subordinates. Damn it, they're playing dirty. One staff officer grumbled. They never said before the exercise that they'd bring 2 divisions with brand new equipment. This is bullying the honest. Another officer shouted furiously, this battle is too suffocating. If the brigade commander hadn't ordered a retreat in time, we would have been encircled. Lei Cheng's face darkened. Damn it, what kind of lousy battle is this? We're a light mobile unit, and they send armor against us. This is insane. Everyone was indignant. They were all soldiers, but no one had been wronged like this. Every day, they were beaten by friendly forces. This wasn't a Blue Army, they were a target force. But however angry, they were helpless. Lei Cheng sighed. Count the casualties of each unit. We can't fight this battle directly. We'll have to use our terrain knowledge to drag them around. Hold out as long as possible. Don't lose too badly. Yes, sir. All staff officers nodded and immediately contacted each regiment for current troop numbers. Lei Chung spread out a map and began studying what to do next. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't find a way to shake off the enemy, let alone counterattack. Just as he grew anxious, Gao Sheng ran over. Brigade Commander. Lei Chung didn't look up. Has your rearguard company returned? Gao Sheng nodded. They're back. About half are casualties. Lei Chung sighed. With the Red Army's firepower, it's good they made it back at all. Gao Sheng said awkwardly, they're back, but our second company is missing. Lei Cheng's head snapped up. What do you mean missing? Annihilated. Gao Sheng shook his head. Just missing. Lei Chung slammed his hand on the table. Didn't you issue the retreat order? I did. Gao Sheng smiled bitterly. But Second Company Commander Su Chun said he had a plan to turn defeat into victory. The situation was urgent, so I ordered him to retreat immediately. Later, the whole company disappeared. Su Chun. Lei Chung frowned, shouting angrily. Has that kid lost his mind? With things like this, retreating is already a feat. And he still thinks of turning defeat into victory. How did you train him as a regimental commander? Gao Sheng looked aggrieved. Brigade commander, I gave strict orders, but he's the only top graduate in our brigade, and his father is. That damn brat. All those years of study turned him into a fool. I don't care who he is. Lei Ching huffed. Even if his father came personally, this kid disobeyed orders. In a real battle, I could shoot him. He pointed at Gao Sheng. Send men immediately to find him. Once found, arrest him. After the exercise, he'll be confined. And you, write a 10th San character self-criticism after the exercise. Gao Sheng saluted with a bitter face, cursing Su Chun in his heart. You troublemaker, what the hell are you trying to do? Meanwhile, at the foot of a small hill, Su Chin's group was sprawled on the roadside resting. They had run for 4 hours and everyone's stamina was at its limit. Captain, Wang Hai gasped heavily. Where the hell is the Red Army's command post? Yeah, Captain, we can't just run around like headless flies, Zhao Xiaodong asked, wiping sweat. Su Chin gasped a few times. Should be close. We followed their vehicle tracks all the way here. By now we've lost their main force. That means their command post is nearby? He pointed at a village not far away. That's Miao Village. Let's go ask around. Let's go. They struggled to their feet and followed Su Chun into the village. They had been active in this area for years, so the locals were used to seeing them. Some villagers even greeted them as they entered. Su Chun directly found the village chief and asked if he had seen any camp nearby. Actually, yes. The chief laughed. I even took some people to pick up bottles near the camp today. They wore red armbands. Red Army, right? Su Chun smiled slightly. The locals had seen many exercises and knew a bit. The chief immediately pointed out the direction, then looked at Su Chun. Little comrade, there are lots of people there, and tanks too. You're not going to attack that place, are you? That's dangerous. Su Chun laughed. Chief, you could be a staff officer in our army. The chief chuckled. I'm not that capable, just rambling. Su Chun stared at him. Chief, I'd like to borrow some civilian clothes, preferably women's. If you could send a few aunties to help, that would be best. The chief nodded firmly. Is that a problem? The army and people are one family. It's my duty. You guys suffer enough bullying from them. I feel for you. The second company men were speechless. Being a soldier was so humiliating that even the civilians pitied them. But why do you need women's clothes? The chief asked, curiously looking at the group of men. Su Chun chuckled. Don't worry about it. Just give them to me. All right, I'll get them now. The chief didn't hesitate and immediately mobilized the villagers to find clothes. Wang Hai and the others curiously gathered around Su Chun. Captain, what's your plan? We're here now, can you tell us? Su Chun smiled mysteriously and briefly explained his plan. After hearing it, everyone's faces turned awkward. This captain was truly sneaky. More than 10 minutes later, Su Chun had most of them change into women's clothing. In bright red cotton-padded jackets and trousers with red headscarves on their heads, the group looked exceptionally festive. The remaining dozen soldiers, dressed as ordinary men, now watched their comrades' ridiculous appearance with a mix of relief and schadenfreude. Squad Leader 1, you know, dressed up like that, you almost look the part. Squad Leader 6 teased cheerfully. Wang Hai shot him a glare. Even if I were a woman, I wouldn't fancy you. Look at the state of you. Squad Leader 6 burst into laughter. Then I'd better thank my lucky stars. If I ended up married to someone like you, I'd be scared awake in my dreams. The dozen soldiers not in women's clothes joined in the laughter, enraging those who clenched their fists in frustration. Company Commander, Zhao Xiaodong said with a grimace, will this really work? I just looked in the mirror and nearly threw up. Will the red team buy it? Su Chun patted him on the shoulder. You have to believe in yourselves. Convince yourselves you're simple, honest folk. Only by letting go completely can you make the enemy believe you. Being ugly isn't your fault, but having poor mental fortitude is. Su Chun said earnestly, everyone loosen up, loosen up. There are plenty of ugly women in the world. You're not alone. The dozen male soldiers doubled over with laughter. The soldiers disguised as women twitched their mouths in annoyance. They might look ugly dressed as women, but that didn't mean they were actually ugly. Just then the village chief arrived with over a dozen middle-aged women. "Comrade company commander," the chief said with a smile, "these are the most eloquent women in our village. Having them help will surely do the trick." "Comrade," a plump woman chuckled, "my name is Li Tsuhua, I'm the women's director. Just tell us what you need done, and we'll get it done." "That's right, comrade, just give the orders. We're one big family with the army. We'll do anything." Su Chun flashed a mischievous grin. "Then I'll trouble you ladies. Let's." 10 kilometers away, the Red Command Post stood on a flat expanse of open ground. About 2 companies of troops were stationed there. Inside the command post, Yao Guangji, commander of a certain southeastern army, was studying the battle map with a pleased expression. "The blue team thinks they can run. Ha, even if they were Wang Juanxia reincarnated, they couldn't outrun our tanks and armored vehicles." A staff officer chuckled. "Commander, we estimate we can complete the encirclement of the blue team by 10 p.m. tonight. By noon tomorrow, we'll have them all eliminated." "Excellent." Yao Guangji slammed his fist on the table, beaming. "This battle against the blue team has thoroughly familiarized our troops with the new equipment. We'll need a few more drills like this to shorten the time it takes to wipe them out. We're bound to develop new tactics." Everyone in the command post nodded in agreement. In their minds, the blue team wasn't an equal adversary. They were merely target practice, small fry to be chased around and farmed for experience. "Old Yao," the chief of staff whispered, "I hear your future son-in-law is in this blue team. He's barely started his internship, and you're hitting him so hard. Don't crush his confidence." Yao Guangji laughed heartily. "That kid's a top graduate from National Defense University and arrogant as hell. His father sent him to the blue team to knock some of that sharp edge off to stop him from being so aggressive all the time. I'm giving him a good lesson this time, doing his dad a favor and making him respect his future father-in-law." "So," Yao Guangji said with a sly grin, "the harder I hit, the better. He's young. He can take it." The chief of staff gave a wry smile. "With a father like his and a father-in-law as mischievous as you, that boy's truly unlucky." Yao Guangji laughed triumphantly. "We're doing it all for his own good. Report." Just then a lieutenant ran and saluted Yao Guangji and said, "A group of villagers has arrived outside saying they want to express their gratitude." "Oh." Yao Guangji looked at the chief of staff. "We're just running an exercise and the civilians come to thank us." "That's too kind." The chief of staff smiled. "We've been giving away a lot of plastic bottles and cardboard to the locals these past few days. It's all about the bond between the army and the people. They must be touched by what we've done." Yao Guangji nodded with a smile and said to the lieutenant, "Have the guard company thank them properly, but don't let it drag on. We'll be moving forward soon." The lieutenant said awkwardly, "Commander, the villagers said they specifically want to see you. Otherwise, they refuse to leave." "What?" The chief of staff frowned. "Nonsense. The commander has a lot on his plate. He can't just go out. Send the guard company to handle it." The lieutenant gave a wry smile. "It's not that simple, sir. The ones who came are all young women. They're pushing forward, and we can't exactly shove them." "All women?" The chief of staff and others gaped in astonishment. "Yes." The lieutenant nodded. "They said they've lived here for years and seen many exercises, but never one where a unit routed the blue team so quickly in a single day. They figure we must be an elite force. So they want to meet the commander and personally offer him a drink of water." The chief of staff hesitated, looking at Yao Guangji. "Old Yao, this." "Ha ha ha." Yao Guangji beamed with delight. "The people's eyes are sharp. They recognized us as an elite force at a glance." He looked at the chief of staff with a hint of reproach. "We're human, not gods. Since so many young ladies have come out of curiosity, we should at least satisfy their little wish." He announced loudly, "Everyone follow me out. After we meet the villagers, we'll move out immediately." "Yes, sir." At the gate, Su Chun mingled in the crowd and saw Yao Guangji striding over from a distance. "Uncle Yao." Su Chin's mouth fell open in surprise, never expecting the Red Commander to be his future father-in-law. The image of that icy, beautiful face instantly flashed through his mind. But a sly grin crept across his lips. "Uncle Yao, sorry about this. Yao Na, I'm doing this for your father's own good. He can't keep going on like this. Everyone listen up. Stick to the plan." Su Chin said quietly. Everyone nodded silently, fully committed, now waving their hands frantically alongside the village women in front. The village women, all sturdy and broad-shouldered, formed a wall in front. "Commander, you're amazing. Commander, have a drink of spring water from our hometown." Li Tsuehua rushed toward Yao Guangji with a face full of admiration. Seeing the commander himself had come out, the guards simply stepped aside and let everyone through. Yao Guangji and his officers were soon surrounded by the young ladies. He cheerfully took the bowl from Li Tsuehua. "Thank you, folks. We the people soldiers must always be ready to fight and protect you at all times. That's our duty, and it always will be." With that, he raised the bowl to drink. But suddenly his gaze fell on a young man's face in the crowd. In an instant, Yao Guangji's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. "Uncle Yao." Su Chan waved at him cheerfully, long time no see. Uff. Yao Guangji spat the entire mouthful of water onto Li Qihua's face. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. The chief of staff hurriedly wiped Li Qihua's face, then turned to look at Yao Guangji. Old Yao, what's wrong with you? Yao Guangzi's eyes widened as he pointed at Su Chun and shouted, this kid. They're the Blue Army. Su Chun gave him a faint smile and yelled before the Red Army could react now. In an instant, all the big girls threw open their cotton-padded jackets and drew their weapons. With lightning speed, they subdued Yao Guangji and his men. Don't move. Nobody moved. The chief of staff was dumbfounded, staring at Li Tsuehua in disbelief. Big sister, you're also with the Blue Army. Li Tsuehua chuckled at him. Commander, the army and the people are one family, right? Unity is strength. With that, she lunged like a tiger and pinned the chief of staff to the ground, her massive body crushing him until he could barely breathe. Get in here, take them all down. Li Tsuehua called for reinforcements wildly. The other big sisters immediately charged at the surrounding soldiers. Hey, don't come any closer. The Red Army soldiers looked utterly desperate. They could aim their guns at Su Chen's men, but never at civilians. Come here, you. The big sisters showed no mercy, instantly tackling over a dozen soldiers. Bang! Su Chan fired decisively, hitting the guard company commander and sending white smoke from his head. The Red Army men fell silent at once. Nobody moved. Su Chen said coldly, your men are our prisoners now. Anyone who dares to act rashly, I'll execute them. The Red Army troops hesitated, glancing at each other. The entire command post was now under Su Chen's control. No one dared to stir. Disarm them, Su Chen ordered. Go. Zhao Xiaodong charged forward excitedly with his men, swiftly disarming everyone. Get off quick, I can't breathe. Yao Guangji was pinned to the ground by a big sister, yelling frantically. The big sister said cheerfully, Commander, you're a prisoner now, I can't let you go. Yao Guangji was on the verge of tears. Fellow countrymen, I'm also a soldier of the people. Why are you helping them instead of me? We're on the same side. No, you're not. The big sister said seriously. We live here, and the Blue Army lives here too. So you're the enemy. Yao Guangji nearly spat blood. He had no rebuttal for her logic. Su Chen walked over with a grin. Ladies, thank you for your hard work. Quick, help them up, or something might go wrong. Sure thing. Li Tsuehua was the first to rise, lifting the half-crushed chief of staff off the ground. These big sisters, accustomed to farm work, possessed astonishing strength. Yao Guangji and his men became the weaker party in their hands. Uncle Yao, sorry about this. Su Chen smiled at Yao Guangji. You're my prisoner now. Yao Guangji glared at him furiously. Su Chen, you little brat. 4 years at National Defense University, and this is what you learned. This is crooked tactics. I'm telling your father. Su Chen said with a grin. Uncle Yao, that's not fair. All's fair in war. As long as I catch you, it's a good method. You lost, so you lost. You need to learn from failure, grow through it. Yao Guangji was so angry he felt his lungs might burst. Never in his dreams did he imagine being lectured by his future son-in-law. And he couldn't even argue back. Just then, several officers with director's armbands walked over. Army Commander Yao, a lieutenant colonel said, based on the current situation, we rule your command post completely annihilated. Everyone can withdraw from the exercise. Yao Guangji felt as if struck by a hammer, his head buzzing. They were on the verge of annihilating the Blue Army and winning, but his base was raided first, and he was eliminated. Yao Guangji was so furious he wanted to slap Su Chen twice. Sir. Su Chen turned to the directorate. May I ask, do they leave immediately? The lieutenant colonel nodded. What, you want to treat the prisoners to a last meal? Yao Guangji and his men were dealt another blow, their faces turning ashen. Su Chen chuckled. Feeding the dead is a waste of food. I'm not that enlightened. Damn. Double the critical hit. The chief of staff gritted his teeth and said to Yao Guangji, Old Yao, your son-in-law really treats you well. Watch out for your assets. Su Chen walked up to the lieutenant colonel. I want to ask, after they withdraw, will the news be immediately relayed to all Red Army units? The lieutenant colonel consulted with a few companions, then shook his head. Since they were wiped out in a real battlefield scenario, it would take at least 2 hours for the lower echelons to discover it. So well, announce it in 2 hours. Excellent. Su Chen said excitedly. Then I can exploit the time gap, issue false orders, and throw the Red Army into chaos. Yao Guangji was so furious he felt a stroke coming. You little bastard, do whatever you want, but can't you wait until I'm gone? I'm still here. Su Chen gave him an apologetic smile. Sorry, Uncle Yao, I forgot you were still alive. You take care now, I'm off to forge your orders. He left a meaningful grin and dashed back to the command post. What a fine son-in-law, the chief of staff sighed. He won't waste a moment while we're still warm. Yao Guangji fumed and raged. You damned little wretch, I am not done with you. The command post was now empty, but all communication equipment was still running. Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong asked curiously, Company Commander, you said you'd issue fake orders to the Red Army units. How? Just use these internal comms to contact them. Su Chen said casually. Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong looked crestfallen. Company commander, you're asking too much. We're infantry, not signal corps. This equipment knows us, but we don't know it. How do we operate it? Su Chen smiled faintly. Don't you have me? Quick, find the Red Army's operational map. The two brightened up, remembering that Su Chen was a top graduate from National Defense University. If he couldn't do it, no one could. Got it. They nodded and went to find the map. Su Chen walked to a communication device and immediately contacted Gao Sheng. Meanwhile, in some remote mountain hollow, Gao Sheng was staring gloomily at the operational map. All their escape routes were essentially blocked by the Red Army's armored units. Only one path remained, but Gao Sheng could see it was a dead end. The Red Army had far greater mobility than they did. If the Blue Army took this route, they'd certainly be caught in a pincer. The brigade commander entrusted me with the breakthrough, but how am I supposed to open the way? Gao Sheng slammed his fist on the map in frustration. The disparity in strength was too great. This battle was unbearably stifling. Bang! The door suddenly burst open and a subordinate rushed in excitedly. Regiment Commander Su Chen has been found. He wants to talk to you. What? Gao Sheng asked angrily. Where the hell did that guy take my company? The subordinate said cheerfully. Regiment Commander Company Commander Su led his men and wiped out the Red Army's command post. What? Gao Sheng's jaw nearly hit the floor. They wiped out what? The subordinate said cheerfully. Regiment Commander Company Commander Su led his men and wiped out the Red Army's command post. What? Gao Sheng's jaw nearly hit the floor. They wiped out what? Gao Sheng urgently grabbed the phone. Hello, Su Chen, you bastard, you actually took out their command center. Even at this moment, his face was still full of disbelief. Everyone in the Blue Army, including Gao Sheng himself, was thinking about how to escape from the Red Army's attacks. But Su Chen, on the other hand, while the Blue Army fled in panic and the Red Army fought fiercely, went and took out their home base. Regiment Commander, Su Chen said with a chuckle, I'm contacting you using their communication system right now. All their personnel have been taken away by the director's department and are out of the exercise. Gao Sheng's eyes nearly popped out. You. How the hell did you do it? After all, it was their general command center, surely heavily guarded. Gao Sheng still couldn't figure out how Su Chen managed to crush them with just an ordinary company. Su Chen dropped his smile and said seriously, Regiment Commander, forget about that for now. Do you want to win? Huh. Gao Sheng's mind was slow to react. Su Chen cut straight to the chase. I have a way for us to turn the tables, or at least stop being chased like this. But the entire brigade must follow my command, and no one can act on their own, including the brigade commander. Su Chen said word by word, time is tight. In 2 hours the Red Army will know their command center is gone. So I need an answer now. If you agree, you'll start the operation. Gao Sheng's mouth twitched. Wait a minute. This is a lot of information, and my brain can't handle it. Give me 10 minutes, just 10 minutes. All right, 10 minutes. Su Chen nodded. I'll wait for your news. He ended the call, then said to Wang Hai, keep an eye out. If there's a call, call me immediately. Yes, sir. Wang Hai saluted. Su Chen hurried over to the command center, where Zhao Xiaodong and the others had already spread the operational map on the table. Company commander, there's a sand table over there too. Zhao Xiaodong said, they've marked it very clearly. Su Chen nodded, rubbed his hands, and chuckled. You've been fighting for so long, had your fun right. Now it's our turn in the Blue Army to have some fun. Brigade Commander. Lei Cheng, who was studying a map, looked up and immediately saw Gao Sheng burst through the curtain. What's on fire? Lei Cheng glared at him. I told you to lead the troops as the vanguard. Why are you back here again? Do you think we have time to waste? The Red Army is about to encircle us. Gao Sheng chuckled, leaned in, and said, Brigade Commander, I'm here to bring you good news. Lei Cheng's face was full of worry. Right now, the only good news for me is if we can shake off the Red Army and hold out one more day. Nothing else counts as good news. Gao Sheng's face wrinkled into a grin. So what about the Red Army's General Command Center being taken out and all its members eliminated? Does that count as good news? What? Lei Cheng looked at him incredulously. Are you joking? How would I dare? Gao Sheng immediately gave a brief account of Su Chen's actions. Lei Cheng's eyes lit up. I knew that kid was exceptional. Truly a son of a distinguished family. When he came to our brigade, I guessed he would make a huge difference. Haha, my judgment was spot on. Gao Sheng's mouth twitched, thinking that before Lei Cheng had spoken of Su Chen quite differently, almost ready to have him shot. Gao Sheng cleared his throat and said solemnly, Brigade Commander Xiao Su reported to me that he has a way to turn the tables. Even if we can't win outright, we can at least launch a brilliant counterattack. Oh, Lei Cheng grew interested. What way? He didn't say, Gao Sheng replied, but he needs full command, and even you must follow his orders. If you agree, contact him immediately. He's at the Red Army's command center. Are you kidding? The chief of staff exclaimed, letting the brigade commander obey a mere company commander. Wouldn't that be ridiculous? Where would old Lei's dignity go? Yeah, old Lei, the deputy brigade commander nodded. We've discussed it for ages and can't solve our predicament. How could that company commander have a better overall perspective than us? Seeing Lei Chung hesitate, Gao Sheng quickly reminded him, Brigade Commander Xiao Su is the most educated in our brigade, and he's from a military family steeped in it since childhood. He might really have a plan. Why not hear him out? He glanced at his watch. I have 2 minutes left until our agreed time. If he doesn't get a call, he'll have to retreat. Lei Cheng's expression was extremely conflicted. He was a dignified brigade commander. If word got out that he was taking orders from a company commander, after a full minute of deliberation, Lei Cheng suddenly looked up. Contact him. I want to hear what his plan is. Yes, sir. Gao Sheng saluted sharply. Company commander incoming call. Wang Hai suddenly shouted. Su Chun dropped his pen and rushed over to grab the headset. Su Chun, this is Lei Cheng. Su Chun immediately straightened up. Hello, brigade commander. Time is short, so we'll skip the pleasantries. They'll celebrate your success when you're back. Lei Cheng got straight to the point. Tell me what's your plan. Su Chun smiled slightly. Brigade commander, my plan is actually quite simple. Lei Cheng listened quietly, his eyelids twitching from time to time. Su Chun spoke rapidly. If we move fast enough, I'm 90% sure we can launch a brilliant counterattack. Brigade commander, that's my plan. Lei Cheng clenched his fists, his mind racing wildly. Su Chun was also a bit worried. His plan was based entirely on real combat and was extremely bold. He feared Lei Cheng might not accept it. Can we really turn the tables? Lei Cheng suddenly asked. Su Chun quickly nodded. I can't guarantee that, it depends on the actual situation. But I'm certain we can inflict heavy damage and still retreat in an orderly fashion. Good. Lei Cheng nodded. For that, I'm handing over command to you. From now on, the entire brigade follows your orders, including me. Comrade Su Chun, please give the order. Gao Sheng beside him puffed out his chest with pride. Even the brigade commander was taking Su Chun's orders. By extension, Su Chun was his protege, so the brigade commander taking Su Chun's orders was like taking his own. How could he not be proud? Gao Sheng almost laughed out loud. This kid really made him look good. A faint smile curled at the corner of Su Chun's mouth. Brigade commander, just do as I said. The sooner the better. All right. Lei Cheng nodded. When he ended the call, the chief of staff and others quickly gathered around. Old Lei, what happened? How did the whole brigade come under his command? What exactly is that kid's plan? Lei Cheng smiled faintly and immediately detailed Su Chun's plan. After hearing it, everyone was so shocked their jaws dropped. I disagree with this plan. Chief of Staff Chen Quan resolutely opposed. Are you kidding me? Using you as bait. Once executed, you'll be done for. If you're gone, what's the point of a counterattack? Deputy Brigade Commander Lu Gua also nodded. This is a terrible idea. An entire regiment, likely all, will be sacrificed. How will the remaining troops fight? They have armored units while we're all infantry. In the end, we'll still be annihilated. Gao Sheng hesitated as well. Brigade Commander, maybe we should forget it. Let's retreat entirely to the mountains in Sector D. They have many tanks, but they can't climb up there. At least we can hold out for 2 more days. Old Gao's suggestion is more conventional. Lu Gua agreed. Lei Cheng looked at them, then shook his head. No more retreating. I've had enough of running. Huh. Everyone stared at him in astonishment. Lei Cheng smiled bitterly. Think about it. Among all the units in the entire army, which one is as pathetic as us? We're an old unit with a glorious tradition. Our predecessors fought countless brutal battles. But by the time it's our turn, why are we always on the receiving end? Tell me, since we were designated as the Blue Force 2 years ago, how far have our brother units chased us? How many times have we been completely wiped out? The crowd fell silent, clenching their fists. They were all soldiers, none lacked pride. Though they accepted their mission, to sacrifice themselves to sharpen their brother units. To keep them ever ready for war to defend the nation. Once or twice was acceptable, 3 or 4 times could be endured, 5 or 6 times they still bore it. But over these 2+ years they had been annihilated over 70 times. They were too ashamed to even tell their old comrades about their current situation. What a disgrace. Lei Cheng took a deep breath and continued. You all know the news about the army-wide downsizing. Given our current state after this exercise, we'll likely be the first to be disbanded. When we leave this world and meet our predecessors, how will we explain it? Will we tell them our old unit was lost because we were too cowardly? Old Lei, stop. Chen Quan sighed. I must speak. Lei Cheng said sternly. Su Chen's plan is risky and it stakes me as a bet, but I believe it can work. We've been pushed to the brink. No room to retreat. Lei Cheng looked at them. Instead of lingering on, let's fight to the death. We're bound to lose anyway. Now there's a glimmer of hope. We must seize it. This is just an exercise, not real combat. If we're afraid of this, how will we face our ancestors later? I think the brigade commander is right. Gao Sheng nodded. At worst, we'll be eliminated. No big deal. Chen Quan and Lu Gua exchanged glances and finally nodded together. Since it's come to this, and you agree, Old Lei, we're in favor too. Good. Lei Cheng nodded excitedly. Come, we need to deploy quickly. Little Su doesn't have much time. Little Su is a genius. We must not waste his plan. Everyone was speechless, remembering how he had called Su a bookworm earlier. How could he flip so fast now, calling him a genius? Lei Cheng gave an awkward smile. Don't mind the details. Quick, let's get moving. At this moment outside the Red Force command post, it was bustling with activity. Li Tsuehua said cheerfully to Su Chun, "Comrade, I've gathered everyone from the 7 villages. They're delighted to help you." Su Chun looked at the surging crowd, deeply moved. The reason our predecessors won battle after battle was their popular support. With the people's backing, any tough fight could be won. This tradition had been preserved, and today, Su Chun intended to leverage it. "Sisterly thank you." Su Chun smiled. "Later will trouble everyone." Li Tsuehua laughed heartily. "Company commander, just give the word. What exactly do you need us to do?" Su Chun immediately detailed his plan to her. Li Qihua's expression flickered with unease. "Is this okay? Isn't this just an exercise? Looks like you really want to kill them." Su Chun immediately put on a serious face. "Nonsense. They're my comrades, my brothers. How could I want to kill them? What I'm doing," Su Chun chuckled, "is all for realism in combat. Think about it. In real war, the enemy is cunning and treacherous, far more ruthless than me. The Blue Force exists to play that enemy role. By exposing them to various scenarios, they'll be better equipped to handle real foes." Li Tsuehua nodded in sudden understanding. "So that's it. I feel relieved now." Su Chun laughed heartily. "Go ahead boldly, but only at the spots I've designated. Otherwise, there will be real trouble." "Don't worry," Li Tsuehua said cheerfully. "We know what we're doing." Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong stood by, their eyes twitching. "I feel our company commander has changed," Wang Hai whispered. "He used to be so meticulous, never reckless. But now I think he's a big talker." Zhao Xiaodong nodded in agreement. "The Red Force is in for it this time. Hope no one gets hurt, or the commander will end up in jail." Bath. Third squad leader Jing Wei glared at them. "What nonsense. This plan will definitely succeed. Old Wang, aren't you about to be demobilized? If the plan works, you'll earn merit and stay." Wang Hai sighed. "I hope so." As the villagers dispersed, a soldier rushed to Su Chun. "Company commander, we have a situation." Su Chun's eyes lit up, and he sprinted toward the command post. A soldier handed him an earpiece, whispering tensely, "It's one of their division commanders." Su Chun chuckled and took the earpiece. Yao Guangji was an old comrade of his father, and Su Chun had known him since childhood, easily mimicking his voice and tone. He cleared his throat and said in a pretentious manner, "This is Yao Guangji." "Speak." "Army commander," came an excited voice on the other end. "They're trapped. Recon just reported that the Blue Force main force is retreating along the route we anticipated." Su Chun beamed with joy. The Red Force had taken the bait. He feigned excitement. "Excellent. Those Blue Force guys have no idea of our true strength. That road is flat and open, perfect for our tanks to advance. This time we don't even need to encircle them. We can annihilate them in pursuit." "Army commander, give the order. We're ready for a full-speed charge." Su Chun suppressed his excitement and shouted, "Order effective, immediately advance at full speed. Ignore logistics. Don't stop until the Blue Force is wiped out. Move out now." "Yes," the other end shouted excitedly. Su Chun immediately contacted another division and the logistics transport unit, issuing different orders to each. When he put down the earpiece, he found the deputy company commander and all squad leaders gathered behind him, staring eagerly. "Company commander." Deputy company commander Bu Meng swallowed hard. "Did it work?" Su Chun grinned. "They fell for it. Come on, I'll take you to give them a good thrashing." Deputy company commander Bu Meng swallowed hard. "Did it work?" Su Chun grinned. "They fell for it. Come on, I'll take you to give them a good thrashing." On the flat road, trucks roared past, stirring up clouds of dust. Lei Cheng sat in the jeep, glancing back from time to time, fearful that the enemy troops might catch up. "I wonder how Gao Sheng is doing." Lu Gua said, his face filled with tension. Chun Quan sighed. "We have already severed contact. This way the red side won't discover any flaws. All we can do now is leave it to fate. Don't worry, Gao Sheng won't let us down." Lei Cheng adjusted himself, saying, "The soldiers have been holding back their anger, and they will definitely strike hard." "Commander." A vehicle rushed over and drove parallel to Lei Cheng's. The reconnaissance platoon leader shouted nervously, "The enemy is coming, and they're moving fast. They will catch up with us in about 5 minutes." "That's good." Lei Cheng's eyes sparkled with battle intent. "Inform everyone that once we are caught up, we will stop immediately. Well, block them here on this road." "Yes. It's finally happening." Lu Gua rubbed his hands, his face full of excitement. "This is our first counterattack against the red side, and I can't help but feel thrilled." "Me too." Chen Quan laughed heartily. "Then let's hit them hard." Lei Cheng drew his pistol, his face icy. In the forest by the roadside, Gao Sheng, camouflaged with leaves, crouched beside a tree, coldly watching as tanks rushed across the road. "How arrogant." Gao Sheng spat. "Su Chun was right. They don't take us seriously at all, not even on alert." The third platoon leader excitedly said, "Commander, when do we start attacking?" Gao Sheng fixed his gaze on him. "Have you completed your tasks?" "Done." The third platoon leader replied excitedly. "All 40mm guns, mortars, and artillery from the entire brigade have been concentrated together. As soon as you give the order, we can attack immediately." "Good." Gao Sheng nodded excitedly. "Once they are blocked on the road, we will open fire." Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a sudden rumble of cannon fire echoed from afar. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound, clearly seeing plumes of white smoke rising into the blue sky. "It started," Gao Sheng said seriously. "Inform everyone to prepare for battle. We can't let the commander and the others die in vain." "Yes." At the other end of the road, two commanders of the red side had already gathered victoriously at a location. Ma Jianhui looked at the black smoke ahead and smiled, saying, "We've caught up. They can't escape now." "Huh." Shi Dajuan laughed. "Old Ma, we might be the fastest team in history to eliminate the Blue Army." Ma Jianhui grinned. "We've got new equipment, and our numbers are more than double that of the Blue Army. If we were to perform like everyone else, we would be utterly embarrassed. Then should we speed things up?" Shi Dajuan chuckled. "Before the commander arrives, let's wipe out the Blue Army entirely, and we can report good news to him. It's absolutely necessary. The Blue Army is so weak, I reckon 1 hour will be enough." Ma Jianhui nodded vigorously. The two immediately ordered all tanks to ignore everything else and charge forward at full speed. They must annihilate the Blue Army within 1 hour. Boom, boom, boom. A fierce firefight erupted on the road. As soon as the enemy troops caught up, Lei Cheng ordered all trucks to block the road, buying them some time. Chun Quan and Lu Guo personally directed the battle, working with the soldiers to fend off the enemy's assault. However, their weapons were at a disadvantage. The red side was crushing them completely. With more and more tanks charging in within 10 minutes, half of Lei Cheng's side had already suffered casualties. Boom. A shell landed, and both Lei Cheng and Lu Guo were blown to the ground covered in smoke. "Damn it, why hasn't Gao Sheng opened fire yet?" Lei Cheng cursed angrily. "If he doesn't fire soon, well, I'll be wiped out." Just then, in the forest beside the road, Gao Sheng personally shouldered a 40mm gun, aiming at a tank below, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh. The rocket shot out of the barrel, accurately hitting the tank. In an instant, the entire tank was engulfed in thick white smoke, signifying its destruction. Fire hit them hard. Gao Sheng roared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. In almost an instant, over 40mm guns and more than 30 heavy artillery pieces opened fire together. Tanks on the road were blown one after another, billowing white smoke and coming to a halt. The once unstoppable iron torrent quickly came to a standstill, completely blocking the road. 40mm guns are the perfect weapon for close-range tank strikes. Although the red side had new tanks with strong frontal armor, Gao Sheng's side ambushed them from the side, targeting the tank's vulnerable spots. If one shot doesn't suffice, then two will surely take one down. Ma Jianhui and Shi Dajuan were momentarily shocked, their mouths agape in disbelief. "Damn it, they actually set up an ambush." Shi Dajuan fumed. Ma Jianhui anxiously said, "We've been tricked. Even the commander has been misled. They are now desperate and fighting back. This road is now blocked. Our attack is no longer effective. We must immediately withdraw all tanks. Otherwise, our losses will be even greater." Shi Dajuan was furious, but he also understood that if they didn't retreat, now even if they won, the cost would be heavy. If they took out a lightly equipped mobile unit with heavy losses, that would be utterly humiliating. "Retreat," Shi Dajuan yelled. "Once we've all withdrawn, well, regroup and wipe them out." The two immediately ordered all tanks to turn around and return the way they came, preparing to regroup. Just as the order was given, an officer suddenly shouted in shock, "Look behind us." Ma Jianhui and Shi Dajuan quickly turned their heads, their pupils widening in shock. They saw that behind them a fire had erupted at some point, and thick smoke was rapidly billowing towards them with the wind. "There is fire over there, and over there." Ma Jianhui and Shi Dajuan's heads spun as they realized that fires were blazing on 3 sides. The thick smoke surged in like a tide, immediately reducing visibility. "What is going on?" Shi Dajuan was confused. "Are we being encircled by the Blue Army?" Ma Jianhui shook his head. "Impossible. We've been fighting for over a day. The Blue Army has been severely battered. How could there be so many left?" "Commander, look!" An officer suddenly shouted in shock. The two immediately followed his pointing finger. Upon seeing it, both were startled. They saw many civilians adding firewood to the flames near the left side bonfire. Both suddenly realized that the Blue Army had called upon nearby civilians for help. "Doesn't this count as cheating?" Shi Dajuan's mouth twitched. Ma Jianhui was equally furious. This was planned by them all along. They aim to use the smoke to obscure our vision, while the civilians block our path, preventing our escape. It's one thing to lose a battle, but to resort to this trick is despicable. "What now?" Shi Dajuan asked. Should we report to Commander Yao? There's no time. Ma Jianwei shook his head, even if he knew it wouldn't resolve the current situation. He gazed at the heavily armed hill and coldly said, have our troops dismount, leave 1/3 of the tanks to bombard the hill fiercely, while the others go up to eliminate them. We'll charge out from the front. Shurdajan's jaw dropped. Old Ma, are we an armored unit? You want us to dismount and fight? Ma Jianwei glared at him. There's no other way. If we turn back, we'll definitely be blocked by civilians, and then we'll be sitting ducks. It's better to use this method. With our numbers, eliminating them won't be a problem, and we can still save our tanks. Shurdajuan thought for a moment. This was indeed the only option. All right, let's do it. The two immediately issued the order. Meanwhile, Su Chun was quickly approaching them with the second company. A battle that would shock the entire army was about to break out. In the command center, a crowd gathered around the large screen, their eyes wide as they watched the real-time footage transmitted from the battlefield. Who would have thought the Blue Force could launch a counterattack under such circumstances? A staff officer exclaimed, and they've made the Red Force suffer such a heavy loss. Truly remarkable. Another officer remarked with confusion, this doesn't fit the Blue Force's usual tactics. I've observed no fewer than 20 of their battles, and they've never fought like this before. A commander chuckled. The Blue Force has long been on the receiving end of beatings, and this time the Red Force is exceptionally strong. They must have been harboring a deep-seated frustration, so after much deliberation, they concocted this cunning scheme. Still, this makes things interesting. Watching the Blue Force perpetually chased down was getting tiresome. Even I felt stifled on their behalf. Commander, a staff officer said, did the Blue Force violate the rules? Commander-in-Chief Luo Jiaming gave an ambiguous smile. Regardless, the Red Force's command post was taken out first, and now they've been ambushed. Even if they annihilate the Blue Force, they've already lost. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Red Force's configuration should have been enough to sweep the Blue Force, yet the battle had unfolded to this point. They were effectively defeated. However, the Blue Force should be eliminated soon, a staff officer said. The Red Force has ordered their soldiers to abandon the tanks and focus on encircling the Blue Force's ambush units. I estimate the battle will be over within 3 hours at most. At least they're smart about it, Luo Jiaming smiled. If they stubbornly clung to the tanks, their casualties would be even higher. All right, the outcome is no longer in doubt. Let's just wait for them to return for the debriefing. Everyone silently nodded. The Red Force now outnumbered the Blue Force by roughly 4-1. Once they stormed the hill, the Blue Force's destruction was only a matter of time. What a pity. Luo Jiaming shook his head. The Blue Force devised such a desperate counterattack, yet they lack heavy weaponry. If they had been given a bit more, the outcome might have been uncertain. Military vehicles roared up to the raging fire. Su Chun leaped from a vehicle and a crowd of villagers immediately surrounded him. Company Commander Su, did we do all right? We've blocked the road. If they try to come through, well, stand in their way. Su Chun smiled slightly. Folks, you did brilliantly. They won't be coming over. Rest assured your task is complete. Leave the rest to us. Thank you. Su Chun saluted everyone. A young man exclaimed excitedly, Company Commander Su, we can keep setting fires and make the smoke even thicker. Su Chun's mouth twitched. They were getting carried away. He quickly waved his hand. Enough. The smoke is thick enough now. More fires could start a wildfire, and the smoke could choke people to death. Hearing this, the villagers nodded reluctantly. Company Commander, what do we do now? Wang Hai led the soldiers of the second company over. Su Chun chuckled. What else? Put on your gas masks and charge in to take them on. Huh. Everyone gaped. Company Commander, we're just one company, and they have 2 divisions. If we go over, aren't we just walking to our deaths? What's there to fear? Su Chun glared at them. Soldiers afraid of death. Survive and you earn merits. Die and you're a martyr. Your families will be proud of you. Everyone's mouths twitched. Was that supposed to be encouraging? Su Chun pulled out his gas mask and said seriously, visibility is low right now, so they'll have a hard time spotting us. Besides, many of them have already dismounted from their tanks. We're infantry. When they're in tanks, we can't handle them. But now that they're out of their tanks, we're the bosses. Don't forget our ancestors. They took on enemy tanks and artillery with just millet and rifles. That's the military spirit passed down through our generations. Su Chun's words ignited a fire in everyone's blood. The image of their forebears armed with nothing, yet charging fearlessly into enemy planes and tanks flashed before their eyes. The company commander is right. Wang Hai's eyes blazed with battle lust. When they were in their tanks, we couldn't touch them. Now that they're out, we're the bosses. Let's get them. Zhao Xiaodong roared. Charge. Su Chun smiled faintly, donned his gas mask, and said, form up and follow me. Everyone put on their gas masks and followed Su Chun into the billowing smoke. Following Su Chun's instructions, the villagers had lit over a dozen bonfires. The resulting smoke now blanketed the entire battlefield. They charged from the source of the smoke toward the battlefield, and since the Red Force never expected anyone from behind, all their attention was fixed on Gaosheng. Su Chun led the second company through like they were in an empty land, quickly closing in on the enemy's rear. Several tanks loomed before them, with a dozen soldiers gathered around. Without hesitation, Su Chun raised his gun and fired, and the Red Force soldiers erupted in puffs of white smoke one by one. "Sorry, brother." Su Chun patted a bewildered soldier on the shoulder. "Next life, stay alert. Plant the bombs." The second company's soldiers immediately placed explosives under the tank's chassis. Boom, boom, boom. Several tanks exploded simultaneously, sending thick white smoke billowing into the sky. But since the entire area was shrouded in smoke, even this dense plume went unnoticed by those ahead. Su Chun continued leading his men forward, killing as they went. The eliminated Red Force soldiers punched their tanks in frustration. Where the hell did these guys come from? So underhanded. "Hey, what happened to our tank?" A soldier emerged from a tank staring at the smoke in confusion. "We're dead," the soldier below snapped. "We're all dead men now." Su Chun pushed forward with his men, blowing up one tank after another. When they ran out of bombs, they scavenged explosives from the corpses or searched inside the tanks. The eliminated Red Force soldiers cursed in fury. They'd never seen anyone so despicable. After a dozen minutes, Su Chun suddenly spotted a line of military vehicles clustered together with a communications vehicle in the middle. That must be their division-level command post. Su Chun smiled and waved to his men. The second company soldiers grinned knowingly and dispersed under their squad leaders. Ma Jianhui and Shi Dajuan, also wearing gas masks, could barely see through the plastic visors. "How's the battle going?" Ma Jianhui turned to ask. A staff officer quickly reported, "Our troops have successfully advanced and surrounded the Blue Force's ambush units." "Good." Ma Jianhui nodded. "Have them report the exact positions of the Blue Force, then concentrate fire and bombard them. We must end this battle within half an hour." "Yes, sir." The staff officer saluted. But as he turned, a hail of bullets swept through, riddling him with smoke. Ma Jianhui and Shi Dajuan spun around in shock, only to see dozens of soldiers charging in from all directions, mowing down everyone in sight. Before they could react, they too were hit and eliminated. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, every tank and armored vehicle around the command post exploded. Ma Jianhui and Shi Dajuan stood dumbfounded, staring at each other. "Well, what happened?" Shi Dajuan asked. Ma Jianhui stammered. "We've been eliminated." "Commanders." Su Chun walked up and saluted them. "Congratulations on your glorious sacrifice for the nation. Your descendants will forever remember you. I won't disturb your rest any longer. I still have your subordinates to take care of." Su Chun waved and led the second company back into the smoke. Ma Jianhui and Shi Dajuan nearly spat blood, killing and then twisting the knife. Too cruel. Back at the command center, Luo Jiaming and the others had already settled onto sofas, leisurely awaiting the end of the exercise. "An hour has passed," a staff officer smiled. "It should be over soon." Luo Jiaming nodded. "The Blue Force's nearby units are nearly wiped out. Soon the Red Force will concentrate fire and mop up the remnants. I'll prepare dinner. We need to console the Blue Force. They fought quite admirably this time. I'll arrange it." A staff officer stood up with a smile. Just then, a non-commissioned officer suddenly reported, "Sir, we've just received word the Red Force's division-level command post has been taken out and both division commanders have been eliminated." Luo Jiaming spat out a mouthful of tea and shot to his feet. "What happened? Did they commit suicide?" Luo Jiaming and all the advisors rushed to the big screen almost at the same time. "Why can't we see anything?" Luo Jiaming shouted anxiously. An officer replied, "Report the Blue Army has deployed a lot of smoke, and it has now covered every corner of the battlefield. Not only can we not see, but even on the battlefield visibility is extremely low." "So what is the current state of the battle?" Luo Jiaming asked. This was a question on everyone's mind, and everyone looked to the reporting officer. The officer smiled wryly, saying, "Report the battlefield is in complete chaos, and the personnel sent by the directing department are unable to discern the situation accurately. However." "But what?" Luo Jiaming glared at him. "But we have assigned 1 or 2 people to each battalion. As soon as this battalion is wiped out, they will report back. So far, 7 battalions have reported complete annihilation and withdrawal from combat." Everyone gasped in shock. Just a moment ago, they were convinced that this battle had no suspense and the Red Army would crush the Blue Army. How long has it been? The Red Army has not only lost 2 division command posts, but also 2 regiments. It can't be that fast. What has the Blue Army been eating these past 2 days? Luo Jiaming said, shocked. How have they become so formidable that I can hardly recognize them? Are they really the Blue Army? How did they manage to do this? Not only was Luo Jiaming perplexed, but all the advisors present were equally baffled. It was clearly a foregone conclusion that the Blue Army would fail, yet how could there be such a dramatic turnaround? Tat tat tat. Bullets rained down on the position like raindrops, and several soldiers, unable to take cover in time, were instantly enveloped in a cloud of white smoke. Everyone retreat. Concentrate your fire and hold the position, Gao Sheng shouted at the top of his lungs. The soldiers huddled together, firing as they retreated. How many of us are left? Gao Sheng spat out a mouthful of saliva and asked. Commander, we have lost more than 4/5 of our people. The deputy commander said with a pained expression, there are too many Red Army soldiers. In less than half an hour The chief of staff smiled wryly. Half an hour? Once the Red Army's tanks open fire, we won't last even 5 minutes. Gao Sheng's mouth twitched violently as he looked at the dispirited soldiers around him. He immediately roared, everyone snap out of it. Don't look like you're about to die. We've already taken down enough enemies today that alone is a glory. Moreover, the enemy's equipment is so advanced, yet we've managed to inflict this level of damage. Even in defeat, we maintain our honor. Gao Sheng's words instantly dispelled the anxiety and unease in everyone's hearts, igniting a strong fighting spirit in their eyes. Gao Sheng laughed heartily. 1st Battalion, listen up. Today, as long as we are here, we will stand our ground. Let's show those little bunnies of the Red Army who their father is. Fight fiercely. Fight. The members of the 1st Battalion were ignited with fervor. Amidst the hail of bullets, they lay on the ground and fiercely opened fire at the approaching Red Army soldiers. They're running low on numbers. Oh, charge in and eliminate them, a Red Army captain shouted. Leave no survivors, wipe them all out. Bang. Suddenly, a bullet shot from behind, and the captain's head erupted in a cloud of white smoke. Captain Yua seemed to be dead, the communications officer exclaimed with his mouth agape. The captain froze for a moment before glaring at him. No kidding, can I see? Deputy captain, take your men and continue. Bang, bang, bang. Another volley of bullets swept through, and the deputy captain and instructor were also enveloped in white smoke. The captain's eyes nearly bulged out. Did they all just die? Were they specifically targeting the commanders? At that moment, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from the rear. The captain and the others turned their heads in unison, witnessing a shocking scene they would never forget in their lives. A group of soldiers with blue armbands rushed out of the smoke like phantoms. The charging Red Army soldiers had no time to react and were shot down from behind by this group of Blue Army soldiers. Whoosh! Shadows rushed past the captain, who sat down on the ground in frustration, violently throwing his gas mask aside. Damn it, where did these guys pop out from? Is no one in the rear paying attention? Captain. An officer smiled wryly. The people in the rear seemed to have all been wiped out, all killed by them. What? The captain's eyes widened in shock. He turned to look at the 100 or so men. Just this few of them managed to wipe out so many of us. The captain swallowed hard. At this moment, Su Chun charged ahead, raising his gun and firing at the front row of enemy troops. These Red Army soldiers were pitifully overmatched, suffering a devastating defeat. Commander, don't shoot, it's me. Su Chun feared causing a misunderstanding and shouted from a distance. Is that you, kid, oi? Gao Sheng recognized Su Chun's voice and quickly yelled, cease fire, everyone cease fire. Su Chun, is that really you? Commander, it's me. I brought the 2nd company back. Su Chun shouted. Gao Sheng's eyes filled with tears of joy as he roared, great, welcome back. No wonder he was the one I trained, truly impressive, follow me. The deputy commander and others all looked on with black lines on their foreheads. When Su Chun left on his own, you weren't saying that. You cursed his ancestors for 18 generations, and now you want him to follow you. Su Chun jumped into the trench, and Gao Sheng stepped forward to hug him tightly. Good kid, you did. Well, you have my flair from back in the day. This half year wasn't wasted, you did beautifully. Su Chun's mouth twitched. His commander was really shameless. Clearing his throat, he said seriously, Commander, this isn't the time for such talk. We need to break through quickly, otherwise staying here will only lead to death. All right, Gao Sheng shouted passionately, 1st Battalion, let's go, I will lead you out. Kill. Everyone raised their weapons and followed Su Chun, charging out through the bloody path they carved. An hour later, inside the directing department, Luo Jiaming paced back and forth, his face full of anticipation. The battle had progressed to this point far beyond his expectations, filled with uncertainties. But the more uncertain it was, the more interesting it became. The advisors gathered excitedly in front of the big screen, each with bright eyes and animated expressions. Since the establishment of the directing department, they had witnessed countless red-blue drills. But every time it was the same: the Red Army attacked, and the Blue Army defended. Then the Red Army would advance, and the Blue Army would retreat. The Red Army would encircle the Blue Army, leading to complete annihilation. They had seen enough of such drills. However, today the Blue Army's unconventional tactics completely shattered their fixed thinking, making the outcome suddenly elusive. Report. An officer suddenly stood up. Luo Jiaming and the others rushed over at nearly a sprinting speed, startling the officer. What happened? Luo Jiaming asked excitedly. The officer looked at him and said, we just received news that a remnant force of the Blue Army has broken out of the Red Army's encirclement and has retreated into the southwestern mountains. They broke through. My God, the Blue Army has so few people, and they actually managed to break out from the encirclement of 2 heavy armored divisions. It's unbelievable. What does that matter? The key is that they have also severely damaged the Red Army. Now the Red Army doesn't even have a proper command post. They definitely can't pursue. The reporting officer nodded yes. Currently the Red Army is leaderless and each regiment is counting their casualties and no one is available to pursue. The advisors exchanged glances, each face filled with deep shock. Luo Jiaming took a deep breath. The Blue Army has created a military miracle. Looking at the world now, I have yet to hear of anyone capable of breaking out from the encirclement of 2 heavy armored divisions like they did. The drill can be concluded. Hurry, immediately call them all over. Which side won, leader? One advisor curiously asked. Yes, leader, another advisor said. And we have already prepared meals. Shouldn't we eat first? What are you talking about? Luo Jiaming excitedly said. I want to know how the Blue Army did it right now. 1 meal won't kill us. Hurry and bring them here. Half an hour later, vehicles rolled into the headquarters. No sooner had Su Chun jumped out of a car than a surging crowd rushed over and encircled him. Xiao Su, well done. Lei Cheng embraced him, beaming with joy. You've brought honor to our brigade, lad. You've made a great contribution. Once the exercise is over, I will definitely recommend you for a commendation. Su Chun gave an awkward smile. Brigade commander, you'd better put me down. This is rather strange. Lei Cheng laughed heartily. Come on, let's go see the expressions on those Red Force fellows. With that, he tugged Su Chun and headed into the headquarters. Su Chun was extremely reluctant to enter. The last thing he wanted was to see Yao Guangji right now. But the more he wished to avoid him, the more inevitable the encounter became. As soon as he stepped inside, he came face to face with Yao Guangji and his men who had also arrived for the debriefing. When foes meet, their eyes blaze with fury. However, where Lei Cheng usually glared at the Red Force this time, it was the Red Force members who fixed murderous glares upon them. Yet the fiercer the opponents gazed, the greater the Blue Force's satisfaction. Commander Yao, Lei Cheng said cheerfully, my apologies this time. He deliberately glanced at Su Chun with feigned reproach. I told them to go easy on you. But this lad wouldn't listen and he just showed a tiny bit of skill, and that's how badly you got beaten. Oh, it's my fault. I'll give him a good scolding when we get back. The Red Force members were absolutely furious. You just showed a little skill and you thrashed us like this. If your whole brigade showed their skill, wouldn't we be annihilated in minutes? Who are you trying to humiliate here? Stop gloating and pretending to be modest. Yao Guangji pointed fiercely at Lei Cheng, then at Su Chun. Fine lad, you've got guts. Yao Guangzi's eyes bulged with rage. I'm going to tell your father about this. Let him know what kind of tricks his son has learned. With that, he stormed off inside fuming. Su Chun looked embarrassed. Was this how it worked? You lose and then tattle to the parents. Can't you take a loss? Xiao Su. Lei Cheng asked curiously. You two know each other. Su Chun was too awkward to speak, but Gao Sheng chuckled. Brigade commander, this is Su Chin's future father-in-law. Xiao Su and his daughter were classmates at National Defense University. Oh. Lei Cheng suddenly understood, then gave Su Chin a sympathetic thumbs up. Xiao Su, you are truly brave. For our brigade's victory, you even captured your own father-in-law. And you used a honey trap. You've completely risked your future. Lu Gua and Chun Quan also looked at him with admiration. Not even married to his daughter yet, and you dare to treat your father-in-law like this. You are a model for all men. Su Chin looked utterly aggrieved. If he had known Yao Guangji would be commanding the Red Force, he would never have used such a ruthless tactic. Now how could he ever propose to her? Everyone coming quickly. The debriefing is about to begin, an officer reminded. Lei Cheng nodded and immediately grabbed Su Chin's arm, walking in side by side with him. The rest followed behind them. Luo Jiaming and his staff from the headquarters were waiting for them. Seeing Lei Cheng enter with a young captain, while the chief of staff and deputy brigade commander trailed behind. Luo Jiaming and the others were utterly astonished. Old Lei, what is this? Luo Jiaming asked, bewildered. Lei Cheng chuckled. Old Luo, let me give you a grand introduction. This is Su Chun, commander of the 2nd Company of our 1st Regiment. He was the one who planned and executed everything, taking out the Red Force headquarters, setting up ambushes, and breaking through the encirclement. You want a debriefing? Just ask him. He was the actual commander of our Blue Forces operation. Luo Jiaming and everyone in the headquarters stared in shock, their eyes wide. They had always believed that the Blue Force's sudden change in strategy was a last-minute decision by Lei Cheng and his team. They never imagined that all the action plans came from a single young man. Luo Jiaming's jaw dropped as he looked Su Chun up and down. Young man, impressive. Come tell us all about it. Luo Jiaming led Su Chun to the podium and then solemnly announced to everyone, the exercise is over. Both Red and Blue Forces have their victories and losses. Although Blue Force suffered more losses considering the disparity in troops and equipment, Red Force has suffered a crushing defeat. Therefore, the winner of this exercise is Blue Force. Lei Cheng immediately stood up with his men laughing heartily and waving at the Red Force. Sorry, everyone. In the 2 years since Blue Force was established, we've been annihilated 73 times. This is our first victory. Thank you for traveling all this way to gift us this victory. Thank you. The Blue Force members waved smugly. Yao Guangxi and his men looked as if their faces were bleeding with shame, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into. With superior weapons in greater numbers, they had only come to deliver themselves as targets. Their hearts were filled with nothing but bitterness. Luo Jiaming cleared his throat. All right, now, let's invite Comrade Su Chun, the actual commander of the Blue Force, to explain his tactics. Let's welcome him. The Blue Force members applauded vigorously. The Red Force, though reluctant, had to clap along for formality's sake. Su Chun unceremoniously took the microphone and said clearly, "Dear leaders, dear comrades. Today what I want to talk about is not actually my tactics." Huh? Luo Jiaming looked at him in surprise. Here was a golden opportunity. Why wasn't he seizing it? Anyone else would have eagerly expounded on their combat philosophy. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him, anticipating his next words. Su Chun swept his gaze across the room and said solemnly, "Originally, I could have done nothing. Follow orders, let the Red Force continue to wipe us out, and just go through the motions. But I did all this because I wanted to use a victory to tell everyone something. Stop playing this game of make-believe. It does nothing for the future of our army. It's just a waste of time and money." At these words, everyone in the room was stunned, staring at Su Chun in disbelief. Even Lei Cheng and his men were utterly shocked. The Red-Blue exercise was a plan devised by higher-ups years ago to keep all units combat-ready. The Dragon Kingdom had not seen actual combat for many years, and the troops had been replaced generation after generation. Without constant drills to immerse all soldiers in a combat atmosphere, how could the million-strong army face the enemy when real war came? How could combat effectiveness be guaranteed? A single barrage of shells might terrify soldiers who had never experienced war. Yet now Su Chun called it a game of make-believe. This was equivalent to denying the decisions of the higher-ups. It also meant that all the units that had participated in Red-Blue exercises over the past 2 years had merely been playing games. Bang! Lei Cheng slammed his hand on the table. "Xiao Su, what nonsense are you spouting? If you can't speak properly, shut up and get down." Fearing Su Chun would be punished for his words, he immediately moved to pull him away. "Hold on." Yao Guangxi spoke coldly, his eyes twitching as he stared at Su Chun. "Brigade Commander, let him speak. I'm very curious. How did he defeat our 2 well-equipped armored divisions in this game of make-believe? I want to know if in his eyes our 2 divisions are also just a joke." "Yes, let him speak. He won't leave until he makes this clear." Lei Cheng, sweating with anxiety, looked to Luo Jiaming for help. Luo Jiaming waved him off. "Old Lei, let Xiao Su talk. Since he's made such a startling statement denying everything we've done for the past 2 years, let him explain himself. If it's a good suggestion, we can adopt it." Luo Jiaming smiled and gestured, "Go back." Lei Cheng had no choice now. Both Yao Guangxi and Luo Jiaming were his superiors. Moreover, in the Red-Blue exercises, the Blue Force had always been in a lowly position. He was at his wit's end. Lei Cheng sighed, then said sternly to Su Chun, "Xiao Su, speak carefully, don't blabber." He desperately signaled to Su Chun with his eyes. He knew Luo Jiaming's words were only half-spoken. If the suggestion was good, it could be adopted. But if Su Chun was just grandstanding, even his great contribution in this exercise wouldn't save him. Denying the decisions of higher-ups would severely impact his future. "Xiao Su, you must be careful with your words." Lei Cheng plopped down into his chair, his eyes filled with worry. "Speak." Yao Guangxi glared at his future son-in-law. "Let me hear it. How exactly are we playing house?" Luo Jiaming nodded along. "Xiao Su, don't hold back. Say whatever's on your mind. If you're wrong, we can help correct you." Su Chun smiled, faintly showing no fear. From the moment he decided to change everything, he had already steeled himself mentally. He declared, "The Red-Blue exercise is meant to simulate the Blue Force as a foreign army, giving the Red Force a taste of real combat. But have you ever seen such a weak foreign army?" Su Chun said bluntly, "A few years ago when Sam and his allies fought that desert war, didn't it wake you all up? And 2 years ago their planes bombed our embassy. In that war they had already achieved multi-service integrated information warfare. But look at our simulated Blue Force. They're even lacking tanks and artillery, let alone high-tech information equipment." Su Chun fixed his gaze on Yao Guangxi and Luo Jiaming. "Commanders, I'd like to ask, will the enemies our Red Force will face in the future be as inferior as this Blue Force? Can you still fight so effortlessly?" Luo Jiaming and Yao Guangxi were left speechless. Not just them, all the Red Force commanders present exchanged awkward glances, their faces full of embarrassment. As Su Chun had said, the original intent of the Red-Blue confrontation was to keep every unit's combat readiness at its peak. But with the Blue Force so weak compared to a real foreign army, it was light years behind. The desired effect was certainly unattainable. Yao Guangxi's lips twitched, then he suddenly barked, "But that doesn't justify you disguising yourself as a civilian to ambush my command post. What kind of lousy tactic is that?" Su Chen chuckled, "Commander Yao, that's exactly what I'm getting at. Why the red-blue exercise feels like playing house." His eyes locked onto Yao Guangxi. "Because the blue force is weak and you're strong, you've grown complacent. Deep down you believe you can just steamroll and wipe them out with ease. Based on past experience, you've habitually assumed the blue force would flee all the way only to be surrounded and annihilated. Isn't that so?" Yao Guangxi looked embarrassed. "Damn it, this kid reads me like a book, seeing right through everything." Su Chen continued, "It's precisely because of this habitual thinking that a slight change in our blue force's tactics can exploit your underestimation of us and break through." Su Chen grinned at Luo Jiaming. "Honestly, we didn't use any brilliant tactics this time. Just leftovers from our martyrs and predecessors. If the Red Force hadn't underestimated us, if they'd treated this exercise as real combat, they wouldn't have lost so badly to a blue force at such an extreme disadvantage in equipment and personnel." "Excellent." Lei Qing stood up, applauding excitedly. "Well said." Lu Guo and Chun Quan also rose, their spirits lifted. What a relief. Su Chen had voiced all the frustrations they'd been holding back for so long. It was exhilarating. Su Chen looked at Yao Guangxi, who wished he could crawl into a hole, and said with a faint smile, "In such a confrontation with this kind of combat mindset on both sides, what difference is there from playing house? If we keep this up, our forces won't improve at all. They'll even regress while others advance. When danger comes in the future, how will we defend our country and people?" He took a step back, then saluted, "Commanders, I've said my piece. If anything I said displeases you, please punish me." With that, he strode back toward the blue force. Lei Qing gave him a thumbs up. "Awesome, Xiao Su, absolutely awesome. That's our 9th Brigade. Full of grit, just like me, haha." Gao Sheng held his head high with pride. The command and Red Force personnel were all speechless. They'd seen arrogant young men, but never one so brazen. Not even afraid of punishment. Yao Guangxi shot up, glaring hard at Su Chen. Lei Qing quickly stepped forward to shield Su Chen. "Commander, it's not that serious." Lei Qing chuckled. "The hell it isn't." Yao Guangxi stared at Su Chen. "Kid, you're right. I'm convinced." Lei Qing nearly stumbled. "If you're convinced, just say it. Why so ferocious?" "But I still have to tell you, kid." Yao Guangxi turned and walked away. "You show no respect for your elders." Su Chen watched his retreating figure, his lips twitching. "He's still holding a grudge about those women sitting on his head, isn't he?" Luo Jiaming also stood up, walked over to Su Chen with a smile, and applauded. "I never expected a young man to see things so clearly. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant." Su Chen said nothing, merely nodding slightly. Lei Qing asked anxiously, "Commander, Xiao Su only offered some advice, surely?" Luo Jiaming interrupted him with a smile. "All right, take your men back. Have a good meal today, then get some rest." He waved his hand, and Lei Qing, unable to ask further, had to lead everyone back. "This kid's got some nerve," a staff officer murmured. What he said was fair, but directly challenging the higher-ups' decisions. No one's ever dared that. Another officer sighed. If his words get out today, his future might be. Luo Jiaming smiled slightly. "You're overthinking it. The reason this kid is so audacious is because his father is Su Zhe and his brother is Su Ming." "What?" The staff officer's eyes widened in shock. "So he's a tiger cub from a general's family. No wonder he's so sharp." Luo Jiaming chuckled. "The Su family seems poised to produce another fierce general." Outside the command post, Lei Qing threw an arm around Su Chen. "Xiao Su, don't worry. We're all on your side." Lu Guo nodded. "What you said just now was spot on. You spoke for all of us. If the higher-ups come after you, well, sign a joint petition to protect you." "Right." Chen Quan said coldly. "Xiao Su, don't be afraid. We've got your back." Su Chen nodded gratefully. "Thank you all for your kindness. But since I dare to speak and act, I have nothing to fear. If the higher-ups can't even stomach this kind of feedback, then our future is truly doomed. What does any punishment matter?" Everyone was stunned, then each let out a sigh. Indeed, if drills continued like this, what future was there? When facing a real formidable enemy, how could they defend the homeland? Su Chen smiled. "But I believe the higher-ups are thinking further ahead than we are. This is only temporary. Our Dragon Country soldiers have always had the passion to defend our homeland." Lei Qing and the others paused, then burst into laughter. "Well said. Let's go, we'll have a good drink today." As night fell, the ice city was battered by wind and snow, the sky and earth merging into one white expanse. In a spacious office, Su Zhe listened with a smile to the complaints on the phone. "Old squad leader, you need to rein that kid in. All these crooked tricks he's learning. If this continues, how will he ever get promoted?" Su Zhe chuckled. "Enough with the griping. I know you inside out. You're just sore about losing to your future son-in-law and can't save face." Yao Guangxi stammered. How could that be? I only want him to do better. Suja laughed. In that godforsaken post of his with nothing to work with, did you expect him to beat you in a straight-up positional battle? If he could do that, he'd be a legendary general. Yao Guangji said bitterly, but he didn't have to disguise himself as a bunch of young women to fool me. If my wife finds out I was captured by a group of women with one sitting on my head, she'll kill me. Suja roared with laughter. Serves you right for losing your head at the sight of women. Consider it a lesson. You're a corps commander now. Don't you know that all warfare is based on deception? Our martyrs with nothing but their wits and unmatched courage defeated so many powerful enemies. So in our generation have we lost our edge. Lost all awareness. Yao Guangji said ruefully, old squad leader, you're right. I was indeed careless. Suja sighed. You should focus more on why you lost this battle. Failure is the mother of success. Only through thorough review can your forces grow stronger. Otherwise all those good equipment we gave you would be wasted. Understood. Yao Guangji nodded. They'll hold a full army review meeting and sum up properly. There won't be a next time. Oh, an old squad leader. Yao Guangji gave a dry laugh. Tell that kid, when he comes to my place next time, not a word about this. Otherwise your sister-in-law will never let me hear the end of it. Suja laughed. Got it. He hung up and walked to the window. Outside, the wind and snow howled, bending the rows of trees in the camp. A smile touched Suja's lips. That kid's been proud since childhood. For years of college made him even more arrogant. Never thought I'd see the day he impressed me. Still just a captain, yet he saw the whole picture in this battle. Hints of a commander's bearing. Suja's face was full of pride. He suddenly turned, walked to the desk, and picked up the phone. Hello, connect me to headquarters. In the dead of night, Su Chun tossed and turned on his bed, unable to fall asleep. He didn't regret the words he had spoken in the director's office. On the contrary, if given another chance, he would not hesitate to say them all over again. His mind was now brimming with the vast military theoretical knowledge bestowed upon him by the system. Even though he had traversed from over a decade later, many combat concepts remained beyond his prior experience. If applied in actual combat, the Dragon Kingdom's military would undoubtedly reach an unprecedented height. However, many of these tactics required advanced weaponry as their foundation. With the Dragon Kingdom's existing equipment, those advanced strategic concepts were simply unusable. After pondering for a long while, Su Chun abruptly sat up. System. Here. What is your command, host? Su Chun furrowed his brow and roughly explained his doubts. Giving me only theoretical knowledge with no way to practice, it renders it all useless. Host, please do not be impatient, the system replied in an emotionless tone. Currently, only the first step, theoretical fundamentals, has been unlocked. Subsequent stages will continue to open, including engineering, equipment, materials, science, weapon manufacturing, and so on. Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Will it really open? Host must first forge a blue army unit that belongs exclusively to you. Complete this task, and the system will unlock the second step. The heavy stone that had been weighing on Su Chen's heart finally fell. If everything the system promised were to be fully unlocked, he had the confidence to create a super blue army that would temper the entire military. Su Chen flopped onto the bed, utterly relaxed. As long as I perform well in the upcoming exercise, it won't be long before I can submit a request to lead a blue army of my own. In his mind, Su Chun envisioned a future where the Dragon Kingdom's warships sailed to the ends of the earth, and its aircraft soared freely in any sky and gradually drifted into slumber. Bang. I don't agree. Lei Chung glared at a senior colonel from the theater command, fuming. Su Chun is my soldier. He's been under my command since he graduated from the military academy. There's no way you're taking him away. That's right, Chen Quan said coldly. Old Zhang, go back and tell the commander. Su Chun is a member of our 9th Brigade's family, and he's not going anywhere. Zhang Ju looked at them with a pained expression. Old Chen, calm down. The 9th Brigade doesn't belong to you nor to anyone else. We are soldiers. If the higher-ups decide to transfer Su Chen, so be it. Even if they were to transfer you too right now, you'd have to obey orders. And besides, Zhang Ju gave a wry smile. What are you getting so worked up about? The leadership only said to transfer Su Chen from your 9th Brigade. They didn't say anything about demoting or punishing him. Why are you arguing with me here? Lei Chung glared at him indignantly. Isn't it obvious? Young Su spoke out boldly and bluntly in the director's office. Even if what he said might have displeased some leaders, it was the truth. Taking him away now, isn't that a punishment? Exactly, Chen Quan said sternly. Old Zhang, to be honest, in all my years as a soldier, young Su is the most courageous and brilliant commander I've ever seen. He also made great contributions in this exercise. You can't punish him just for speaking his mind. That's unfair. I absolutely won't allow it. Lei Chen growled. Chen Quan also declared, I won't allow it either. If the higher-ups want to punish him, they'll have to punish us too. Zhang Ju was utterly speechless. He was merely following orders to fetch the man. He hadn't expected Lei Cheng and Chun Quan to be so vehement. It seemed as if they would fight him tooth and nail if he tried to take Su Chen away. Old Lei, old Chen, Zhang Ju called out helplessly. Have you forgotten who young Su's father is? He's an old comrade in arms of our commander. Would the commander make things difficult for him? Lei Cheng and Chun Quan were instantly stunned. That was true. Su Chen was a son of a distinguished family. His father and elder brother were both formidable figures. Even if he made a mistake, no one would go out of their way to target him. Zhang Ju smiled at them. All right, can you call him over now, so I can take him? The leaders are still waiting. Lei Cheng's mouth twitched. He had no choice now but to let Chun Quan fetch the man. In truth, even his opposition was futile. He had to obey superior orders. His earlier outburst could only amount to complaints. Old Zhang, Lei Cheng asked in a low voice. Any inside scoop? What exactly are they calling Su Chen for? Zhang Ju gave a wry smile. You overestimate me. The commander personally named him, and there are also a few people from the military headquarters. What kind of level is that? How would I know? I'm just an errand boy. Lei Cheng's mouth fell open in shock. Good heavens, the military headquarters sent people. This has blown up that big. Good heavens, the military headquarters sent people. This has blown up that big. Before long, Chun Quan arrived with Su Chen. Old Zhang, he's all yours. Lei Cheng glared at Zhang Ju. You'd better take good care of him. Zhang Ju nodded. I can only promise to keep you informed of any developments. I'm not qualified to speak on behalf of the leader's decisions. That's enough. Lei Cheng nodded, then walked over to Su Chen and looked him in the eye. Young Su, when you go this time, make sure you watch your words. No matter what, everyone in the 9th Brigade is waiting for your return. Remember, be careful with your tone. Don't upset the leaders. A wave of warmth washed over Su Chen. He raised his right hand and saluted firmly. Thank you, Brigade Commander. I will remember your words. As he watched Su Chen leave with Zhang Ju, Lei Cheng let out a long sigh. Old Chen, I have a feeling this trip bodes ill for him. Chun Quan shot him a look. Can you stop scaring yourself? Old Zhang is right. Young Su comes from a powerful family. He has strong backing. It's not our place to worry. Lei Cheng shook his head. No, this kid criticized the headquarters' decisions. Even a commander wouldn't dare say such things lightly, and certainly not as unreservedly and bluntly as he did. This kid criticized the headquarters' decisions. Even a commander wouldn't dare say such things lightly, and certainly not as unreservedly and bluntly as he did. Chun Quan looked helpless. If you put it that way, if the higher-ups really pursue this, even his father won't be able to protect him. This kid really might be in deep trouble. Spit, spit, spit. Lei Cheng glared at him. Why are you jinxing it? He'll be fine. Chun Quan's mouth twitched. Old Lei, weren't you the one who said he was in trouble? I was just agreeing. Did I say that? Do you have proof? Lei Cheng clasped his hands behind his back and walked away. Chun Quan clenched his fists in anger. Old Lei, you're getting more and more despicable with age. Old Lei, you're getting more and more despicable with age. At the Southeast Theater Command headquarters, Zhang Ju led Su Chen straight to the commander's office on the top floor. After exiting the private elevator, 2 guards immediately approached. Routine inspection, Zhang Ju said with a smile. Su Chen had been to his father's office countless times. Even his own son had to be checked. He smiled understandingly, then raised his arms and let the guards pat him down. All clear. Please go in. Su Chen straightened his uniform and followed Zhang Ju to the door. Reporting. Zhang Ju, following orders, has brought Su Chen. Enter. Zhang Ju pushed open the door and nodded at Su Chen. Su Chen took a deep breath, strode in, and the door slowly closed behind him. 4 generals were seated on the office sofa, 1 full general and 3 lieutenant generals. An ordinary person might have been terrified, but to Su Chen, whose compound was filled with generals he called uncles, this scene was routine. An ordinary person might have been terrified, but to Su Chen, whose compound was filled with generals he called uncles, this scene was routine. He saluted them sharply. Reporting. Su Chen, company commander of the 2nd Company, 1st Battalion, 9th Brigade, reporting for duty. The white-haired general at the head stared coldly at him. You are Su's son. Reporting. Yes. Su Chen barked. The general nodded approvingly at his performance. You live up to being old Su's son. I also know your elder brother Su Ming, the most famous brigade commander in the West, about to be promoted to division commander. In this red versus blue exercise, you performed exceptionally well. You didn't let your father or brother down. Su Chen declared loudly. As a soldier, as long as I am worthy of this uniform, I am satisfied. Well said. The white-haired general smiled faintly, but his expression quickly turned stern. However, your reckless comments in the director's office, casually criticizing superior decisions, on that count alone, you could be stripped of this uniform and sent home. He stared sternly at Su Chen. They'll give you one more chance. Retract your words. Otherwise. Reporting. Su Chen stared back without fear. Even if given 100 chances, I would still say those words and never retract them. The 4 generals' brows instantly furrowed. The white-haired general glared fiercely at Su Chun. So you're determined to be kicked out then? The four of them fixed their gazes intently upon him, their eyes brimming with scrutiny. Su Chun said awkwardly, Sir, I have no intention of leaving the military. I merely wish to offer a suggestion for the betterment of the troops. Bang! The white-haired general slammed his palm on the table. You call that a suggestion? In front of so many people, that was a complaint. Su Chun gave a wry smile. Uncle Wu, am just a company commander. No one would listen to my suggestions, so I seized that opportunity. Do you think this is your home? I am your commanding officer. Wu Weigua glared at him. Yes, sir. Su Chun quickly straightened his back. The other generals all burst into laughter. Su Chun, your father called the military headquarters late last night, insisting we show you no leniency. Demote him if demotion is due, confine him if confinement is warranted. Show him absolutely no mercy. Su Chun smiled bitterly. Indeed, that was his own father, never one to go easy on him. Oomph. Wu Weigua glared at him. You know, you're just a company commander. If you had ideas, you could have come to me. I've never seen you as timid before, sneaking peeks at girls bathing since you were a child, stealing food from my house. Hey. Su Chun laughed awkwardly. Uncle Wu. No, commander. That's all in the past. I am now a proud soldier of the people. Cut the nonsense. Wu Weigua glared at him. Do you think we can't see through your father's little scheme? He talks about punishing you, but that old fox is secretly overjoyed. If we actually disciplined you for this, we'd be the stubborn ones. So I won't be punished. Su Chun beamed. Does that mean you'll adopt my suggestion? Don't get cocky. Wu Weigua snorted. At your rank, we could have had just 2 men interrogate you. But considering your merits and your fresh ideas, we summoned you here instead. Speak well, boy. Wu Weigua pointed at him. If your words dissatisfy us and we deem your outburst at the command post mere grandstanding, just wait and see how I deal with you. Su Chun chuckled. As long as I'm allowed to speak. He cleared his throat. I know our military has been steadily advancing over the years. From mechanization toward informationization, Western powers have already entered the era of informationized warfare. They shone brilliantly in their last 2 conflicts. Even when their adversaries possessed vast numbers of tanks and missiles under their informationized operations, they were obliterated before even leaving their bases. Glad you understand. A general remarked coolly. That's precisely why we had the re-equipped units train against the Blue Force, to accelerate their transition to informationization. Su Chun nodded. I have no objection to the military's informationization. On the contrary, I strongly support it. But you must also be aware, sirs, that even the most precise electronic instruments can be affected by the environment and human factors. War is brutal. In the end, it boils down to a contest between men. Only with unyielding will can one achieve ultimate victory. Wu Weigua said coldly, spare us the grand principles. We know all that. But enhancing combat effectiveness is equally important. Su Chun rattled off. Electronics can fail, infrared thermal imaging, and even night vision devices are susceptible to external interference. Our current Red Force, once equipped with new weapons, becomes utterly reliant on high-tech gear while neglecting the human element. They've even forgotten our traditions. Soldiers lack fighting spirit, placing all their hopes on new equipment. What meaning does such a confrontation hold? Isn't it just like playing house? Wu Weigua and the others drew a sharp breath. Fine, right in front of them, he had scolded them again. This kid was simply insufferably arrogant. Su Chun, sensing their thoughts, smiled and said, Sirs, I'm not being arrogant. Given the current state of the Red Force units, if you gave me a regiment with the same equipment, I could wipe out any number they threw at me. Beat them so badly their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. The men nearly choked. Wu Weigua fumed. And you call that not arrogant? I say you're utterly insolent and overbearing. His liver ached with rage. I thought your father was arrogant enough, but meeting you today, I've learned what there's always someone better truly means. Compared to you, your father is a mere novice. Su Chun replied cheerfully. Thank you for the compliment, Commander. The student surpasses the master. It's only fitting for someone as excellent as me. Bang! Wu Weigua shot to his feet in fury. Do you think I'm praising you? Damn it, you're as shameless as your father. A general gently pulled him back. Old Wu, don't lose your temper. He's young, having ideas is a good thing. Don't stifle his enthusiasm. Ideas? Wu Weigua roared. That's delusion. A regiment to destroy any unit. Why doesn't he just fly to the sky? Su Chun said, if you gave me a brigade, I really could fly. He'll smack you. Wu Weigua lunged at him in fury, forcing Su Chun to retreat hastily. Commander, this isn't the compound. We're superior and subordinate. You can't hit me. Wu Weigua began tearing off his uniform in rage. Right now, I'm your Uncle Wu. Old Wu, calm down. Why bother with him? The 3 generals struggled to hold Wu Weigua back. Su Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He had known since childhood that Wu Weigua had endured much from his father. If he actually struck him, it would surely be to settle old scores. A general turned to glare at Su Chun. Can't you speak properly? Look how angry you've made your Uncle Wu. It's Commander. Wu Weigua growled. Everyone rolled their eyes. So you can switch roles at the drop of a hat, can you? Another general patted him with a smile, then said to Su Chun, Xiao Su, don't speak too boldly. It's good for young people to dare to think and act. The future of the military belongs to you. But you must also be grounded in reality. Don't get complacent just because you won one battle. I think his tail is sticking up to the sky. Wu Weigua was still fuming. Even your father wouldn't dare utter such boasts. Su Chun looked at him solemnly. Sir, to prove whether I'm boasting or not, give me a regiment with equipment comparable to the Red Force, and give me 3 months. I guarantee it'll demonstrate that the current training model is flawed. Apart from weakening combat effectiveness and fostering complacency, it's utterly useless. Even if we equip our troops with the best weapons, if we continue like this, we'll end up as a transport corps delivering supplies to the enemy. This time the 4 nearly had a collective seizure. Arrogant. Damn arrogant. In all their years they had never seen such audacity. Don't any of you stop me. Wu Weigua stood up again. Let me hit him. Old Wu, don't act rashly. 3 men desperately restrained Wu Weigua. Yet he appeared genuinely enraged, charging towards Su Chun like a wrathful demon. I'll swear a military oath. Su Chun suddenly bellowed. All 4 men fell instantly silent. Wu Weigua shoved the 3 aside and strode straight up to Su Chun, locking eyes with him unblinkingly. What did you say? Su Chun swallowed hard. I said, I'll swear a military oath. If I accepted. Wu Weigua nodded briskly. This time it was Su Chun who stood stunned, suddenly sensing he'd just stepped into a carefully laid trap. Wu Weigua glared at him fiercely. I'll let you try, but if you fail you'll obey me without question from now on. Understood. Though something felt off, Su Chun seized the chance. Each step forward brought him closer to founding his own blue force. Agreed. Su Chun nodded firmly. But I have one condition. What's with all these demands, kid? Wu Weigua snapped. Speak up. Su Chun wiped spittle from his face and spoke with solemn clarity. If I prove our current training paradigm is flawed, will you authorize me to establish a professional blue force? Isn't our current blue force already professional? Wu Weigua frowned. Su Chun nodded decisively. Not at all. A blue force must serve as the whetstone for every unit. Only when the blue force grows stronger does the red force truly sharpen. Yet ours merely stands passively as a target. Where's the professionalism in that? Wu Weigua snorted coldly. Fine. I accept that condition. Thank you, Commander. Su Chun saluted elated. Once Wu Weigua gave his word, Su Chun had absolute confidence. With a professional blue force established, he was certain he could elevate the combat effectiveness of every unit by at least 2-fold. Only overwhelming military strength could elevate Longhua to the pinnacle of world power, freeing it forever from threats of coercive force and from the necessity of silent endurance. To earn respect, one must first inspire fear. Truth belongs eternally to the strongest. Commander, does this mean I'm now a regimental commander? Su Chun asked, grinning. Wu Weigua glared back. Have you woken from your daydream yet? Promoting a company commander straight to regimental commander. You'd be setting precedent. What earth-shattering feat have you accomplished? Su Chun chuckled awkwardly. Well, perhaps it is a bit premature. You finally realize that. Wu Weigua retorted, exasperated. Nonetheless, you've earned distinction this time. I'm promoting you exceptionally to deputy battalion commander and awarding you a second-class merit. Also submit a list of all personnel deserving commendation. Your brigade will approve it. Su Chun snapped off a sharp salute. Thank you, Commander. So my regiment. A sly smile flickered across Wu Weigua's lips. When exactly did I promise you a regiment? Su Chun froze, his military oath already sworn, yet now confronted with blatant bad faith. Wu Weigua watched him amused. Aren't you the cocky one? Aren't you aiming for the heavens next? Very well, I grant you command of a single battalion. As for weapons and equipment, you source them yourself. In 3 months, I'll stage a new exercise. You'll lead that battalion into battle. Should you lose, well, you did swear that oath. Su Chun felt tears welling, not of sorrow but of bitter irony. He'd pledged too hastily. Indeed, age bore wisdom and cunning. He'd been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Wu Weigua, a regiment reduced to a battalion, arms and gear to be self-procured. And should Wu Weigua assign an entire division against him, victory would be nothing short of infernal. Commander, Uncle Wu, you can't pull tricks like this. Wu Weigua chuckled heartily. You're a prodigy, outshining even your father by several leagues. Moreover, our units possess only marginally advanced weaponry. Combat effectiveness remains low and their fighting spirit steadily erodes. 1 battalion under your command will more than suffice against them. Too many troops. I can trim the numbers further. Su Chun's jaw twitched. He stared speechless. Uncle Wu, you're brilliant. Truly brilliant. Wu Weigwa gazed at him, eyes twinkling. This is an opportunity. I expect gratitude, not complaints. And one more thing, this round of force reduction includes your 9th Brigade. Su Chen's eyes widened in shock. He'd heard rumors, but confirmation struck like lightning. Though he'd served there only half a year, the 9th Brigade was his first true home. Affection undeniably ran deep. Wu Weigwa continued, I've temporarily suppressed the order. But in 3 months, if you deliver as promised, the 9th Brigade won't just survive. It will recruit elite personnel from across all units. It will transform from a mobile brigade into a heavy-equipped, combined arms brigade. Watching Wu Weigwa's smug grin, Su Chun drew a slow, steadying breath. This was no mere challenge. It was a masterstroke aimed squarely at his deepest loyalty. Agreed, let it be sealed. In 3 months, should I prevail, I'll personally petition higher command to authorize your professional blue force, exactly as you envision it. Wu Weigwa declared without hesitation. Deal. Su Chun saluted sharply, teeth clenched. Uncle Wu, if you renege, then you'll be no better than a mangy cur. Wu Weigwa raised his palm in mock fury. I'll box your ears, you insolent brat. Su Chun bolted, vanishing in a blur before the threat could land. Wu Weigwa dashed to the doorway, confirmed Su Chen's escape, then returned roaring with laughter. Old Wu, you're something else, tricking even a child. One general shook his head ruefully. Another tossed a transfer order onto the table. Suja wants to recall this boy to his own command. You meanwhile dug him a pit right under his feet. If you didn't want him to leave, why not simply say so? Wu Weigwa held his head high, triumphant. Suja had the transfer order finalized. What good would refusal do? So you set a trap instead? That's downright underhanded. You gave him just 1 battalion, forced him to scrounge for arms and gear. Even granting him 6 months, he couldn't win against your orchestrated exercise. Demote him afterward. Wu Weigwa rolled his eyes. Not a chance. That boy is a genius. I'll promote him without delay and trust him with expansion across the southeast, and ensure he earns fresh laurels. I'll never hand him over to that old fox, Suja. Oh, I nurtured his son, watched him mature, and now he expects to harvest the fruit for his own use. Not on your life. The 3 generals exchanged wry smiles. Indeed, Su Chun had arrived straight from military academy to the southeast, growing steadily here until today. Now, having matured and delivered extraordinary service, Suja sought to reclaim him. Any commander would bristle at such a move, yet none anticipated Wu Weigwa's devious counterstroke. Old Wu, you're diabolical. All 3 raised thumbs in unison. Wu Weigwa chuckled softly. That old fox Suja has bested me my entire life. First as squad leader, then platoon, company, and regiment commander. Each time deploying underhanded tactics to keep me beneath him. Heavens, he never imagined in his twilight years that I'd turn the tide. Unless Su Chen wins, he stays under my command, no exceptions. As for Suja, he may abandon that notion entirely. Su Chun was escorted back to the 9th Brigade by Zhang Ju. At the main gate, he requested to disembark. Shall I drive you all the way to your quarters? Zhang Ju asked, smiling. Su Chun rendered a crisp salute. Thank you, General, for the ride. I'll make my own way from here. Very well. Zhang Ju smiled knowingly. Take care of yourself. Should things grow truly untenable, you may always apologize directly to the commander. After all, you two know each other well. Thank you, General, for your concern. Su Chen replied earnestly. I will see this through to the end. Zhang Ju paused, then sighed faintly. Truly, the young bull knows no fear. Wishing him well, he executed a sharp U-turn and sped away, engine roaring. Su Chun gazed upon the 9th Brigade's gates, and a sly, calculating smile spread across his face. If Wu Weigwa meant to ensnare him, then Su Chun would simply lay a trap for Lei Chung instead. Wu Weigwa, you bastard, explain to me why you're holding Su Chen back. Suja said furiously into the phone. Are you blind or senile? Can't you see the transfer order? Listening to Suja's flustered voice, Wu Weigwa wasn't angry at all, instead he beamed with delight. Old Su, look at what you're saying. Didn't you tell the higher-ups you wanted to discipline Xiao Chun? I can't bear to see him get bullied under you. Xiao Chen has grown up under my watch after all. If something happens to him while he's under me, I'm responsible too. So I've kept him here temporarily and given him a chance to prove himself. I mean well. Suja's eyes blazed with fury. Stop playing the good guy with me. I know exactly what you're up to. I'm his father. Would I really do anything to him? Send him over immediately. Wu Weigwa laughed heartily. You let it slip, didn't you? I knew you wanted to transfer him back. Suja's face flushed red. In his excitement, he had accidentally spoken his mind. But now he couldn't afford to care about that. He said coldly, Old Wu, you've seen it too. That kid speaks without thinking and says whatever he wants. He's a promising talent. I'm afraid if he keeps this up, he'll ruin himself. That's why I want to bring him to my side, to keep an eye on him personally. Have some pity for a father's heart. Wu Weigwa scoffed inwardly. Oh, sure, we all see that fatherly heart of yours. You just want to steal the fruits of my labor. Old Su Wu Weigwa said earnestly, if Xiao Chun is transferred to you like this, it'll be a huge blow to him. Keeping him here is for his own good. Don't worry. I'm his uncle, and he'll make sure to discipline him properly on your behalf. I've already given him a chance. If he seizes it well, he'll come to you in glory, and you two can be reunited as father and son. Wu Weigwa. Suja roared in rage. Wu Weigwa quickly said, all right, it's settled. I have things to do. Let's talk another time. With that, he hung up and lounged smugly on the sofa. Old man, you've finally met your match. Your precious son will thrive right here. Don't even think about it. On the other end, Suja paced furiously around the room. That bastard. He set Xiao Chun a mission of hellish difficulty. Even I couldn't complete it, let alone Xiao Chun. He just doesn't want to let him go. After pacing dozens of times, he slammed his fist on the table. Wu Weigwa, you old swindler. Just wait. They'll find a way to get him back. Brigade Commander Xiao Su is back. Xiao Su is back. Gao Sheng excitedly pulled Su Chun into the brigade commander's office. Lei Chung Chin Quan and Lu Gua all rushed over. Xiao Su, are you all right? Did the higher-ups give you a hard time? Lu Gua asked, scrutinizing him anxiously. Lei Chung snorted. Old Lu, do you think Xiao Su was captured by the enemy and tortured? Lu Gua laughed awkwardly. I was just worried. It's good that you're fine, it's good. Seeing their sincere concern, a wave of warmth washed over Su Chin's heart. This is one of the most appealing aspects of military service. The bonds here are forged through shared sweat and blood, through carrying guns and crawling through trenches together, through enduring punishments and physical training. These bonds are friendships forged in life-and-death situations where you can trust your comrade to watch your back amidst a hail of bullets. Su Chin saluted firmly. Thank you all for your concern, I'm fine. Lei Chung patted him cheerfully. Xiao Su, it's good to have you back. The 9th Brigade will always be your home. Xiao Su, Chin Quan said seriously, you rendered great service in this exercise. We've discussed it. Once you're back, you'll be transferred directly to brigade headquarters. We want to give you an important role. Right? Lu Gua nodded emphatically. Your talents are too valuable to be wasted down there. Gao Sheng immediately objected. Deputy Brigade Commander Chief of Staff, what do you mean by that? So he's being wasted in my regiment. Don't forget our regiment nurtured him. Old Gao, that's not what we meant. Seeing their beaming faces, Su Chun felt a pang of hesitation. They were so good to him, and he was about to let them down. Oh well, it's for their own good. They'll forgive me eventually. Su Chin feigned a sigh. Thank you, Brigade Commander, but I might not be able to stay in this home for long. Huh. The group fell silent instantly. Lei Ching asked urgently, what's wrong, Xiao Su? What happened? The others gathered around him with concern and curiosity. Su Chun chuckled inwardly. Hook, line, and sinker. He sighed dejectedly. When I went to headquarters, the leadership gave me a harsh reprimand. They said I spoke out of turn and publicly questioned the leadership's directives and decisions without any achievements to my name. Lei Chung and the others exchanged glances, breaking into a cold sweat for Su Chun. You said nothing wrong. That exercise was a farce. Chin Quan protested. Lu Gua grumbled. Let them give us the same equipment as the red team, then we'll see a real test. Why should they blame Xiao Su? Can't mistakes be corrected? Lei Chung raised a hand and looked deeply at Su Chun. So what did the higher-ups decide? Su Chun let out a long sigh. They didn't demote me, but they're reassigning me. It should be announced in a day or two. Lei Cheng's face darkened with fury, and he slammed his fist hard on the table. Damn it. Chun Quan punched the air, his eyes blazing with anger. They had finally found a tactical genius, and they were counting on Su Chun to contribute to the 9th Brigade's development. And now he was being transferred away. It extinguished the hope they had just rekindled. Brigade Commander. Gao Sheng fumed. Xiao Su is being treated unfairly. He just spoke the truth. We can't let him leave like this. Take us to the higher-ups to demand an explanation. Yes, I'm coming too. Lu Gua raged. If headquarters ignores us, we'll go to the military command to plead our case. That's right, let's do it. Chin Quan agreed. Su Chun was overjoyed inside. He hadn't lied to them. He had just employed a tactic of mixing truth with deception. All's fair in war. His father-in-law had already learned that lesson, so it was only fair to teach his leaders the same. Su Chin quickly stopped them. I appreciate your kindness, everyone. But this order came from Commander Wu and the military command. Even if you go, it won't help. Let's just forget it. What? Lei Chung and the others gaped in shock. Disciplining a mere captain required such high-ranking officials. They swallowed hard. Truly the son of a general. They wouldn't mind getting such a punishment either, if it meant they could be a general's son too. Sensing the moment was right, Su Chun said, I'm deeply grateful for all your care over this time. I'll be starting my new assignment soon. Before that, I'd like to treat you all to a drink. Xiao Su, say no more. Lei Chung fixed his gaze on him. You've rendered great service to the 9th Brigade and brought us honor. Since you're leaving, we must arrange this farewell drink. Su Chin tried to decline. Brigade Commander, let me do it. Just let me. Xiao Su, don't refuse. Chin Quan pulled him along. We owe you this. You must let us treat you. Yes, Xiao Su, if you refuse again, you're looking down on us. Lu Gua gave him a firm pat. Su Chen nodded helplessly. I intended to trick them, but I never meant to trick them out of a drink. In the dining hall's private room, the cooks began to bring in plates of dishes. With a loud bang, 2 bottles of wine were placed on the table by Lei Cheng. Xiao Su, today we shall not return until we are drunk, Lei Cheng said with a smile as he opened the 2 bottles of wine. Chen Quan rolled his eyes. Old Lei, you are too stingy. With so many of us, 2 bottles aren't even enough to fill the gaps in our teeth. Exactly. You, the distinguished battalion commander, are sending us off with just 2 bottles of wine. Lu Gua shouted. Hurry, go get a few more bottles, at least 1 for each person. Lei Cheng glared at them. What's the rush? Finish these first, and then he'll go get more, otherwise it will be a waste. Battalion commander, you underestimate us. Gao Sheng chuckled. We soldiers can't waste good wine. You are looking down on us. Everyone burst into laughter as there were hardly any soldiers who couldn't drink. During festivals, as long as they were not in a state of alert, they could basically drink. There were also celebratory toasts, farewell drinks, and welcome drinks, and so on. Everyone had a strong tolerance for alcohol. Everyone don't rush. Lei Cheng waved his hand. Today I said that we shall not return until we are drunk. Come on, Xiao Su, fill it up. Lei Cheng personally poured a full glass for Su Chen, then filled the others' glasses as well. Su Chen stood up with a smile. Although today is not a good day for me, it is a joyous occasion for all of you, so I raise a toast to all the leaders. Lei Cheng and the others looked at him with puzzled expressions. Joyous occasion. What joyous occasion do we have? Xiao Su, what's going on? Gao Sheng asked curiously. Su Chen chuckled, and the tactic was about to unfold. This time at the headquarters, Commander Wu's intention is that the army will soon be downsized and our 9th Brigade is among the first to be cut. Bang! Lei Cheng slammed his wine glass on the table, splattering wine everywhere. The expressions of the others changed instantly, turning grim. For a soldier, the army is his home. He has shed sweat and blood here. Every blade of grass and every tree is filled with deep emotion. Now that home is about to be lost, anyone would feel immense sorrow. Xiao Su, is this news confirmed? Lu Gua asked with a trembling voice. Are you sure? Su Chen nodded. I am sure, Commander Wu told me personally. Lei Cheng plopped down onto his chair, seemingly aged 10 years in an instant. The others also looked dejected, their eyes filled with unwillingness. Gao Sheng clenched his fists tightly, his cheeks trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Su, what the hell is this joyous occasion? This is clearly a funeral. Bang! Lu Gua slammed his fist on the table, angrily shouting, Why? Why? We of the 9th Brigade fought a great victory this time. Why are we among the first to be cut? We are an old unit with a glorious tradition. Chen Quan sighed. Stop talking about sentimentality. There are so many units nationwide. In terms of sentiment and history, many are stronger than us. Who made us fall behind? Seeing the mood of everyone drop, Su Chen hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. Everyone, don't be sad. I say it is a joyous occasion, then it is a joyous occasion. Su Chen smiled. The 9th Brigade is my home, and I will protect my home, even if it costs me everything. So at that time I told Commander Wu that as long as we can save the 9th Brigade from being downsized, we are willing to pay any price. Hearing this, Lei Cheng and the others immediately stood up. What did the commander say? Lei Cheng asked nervously. Su Chen smiled lightly. After I insisted, Commander Wu finally agreed to give the 9th Brigade another chance. As long as we perform well afterward and get another chance to shine, we won't be downsized. Lei Cheng and the others' expressions changed instantly, each of them bursting into excited laughter. If someone else had told them this news, they would probably have slapped them. But Su Chen was the son of a powerful family with countless connections at home. His words were undoubtedly credible. Xiao Su, you are our brigade's lucky star. Lei Cheng laughed heartily. Come, let me toast you with this glass of wine. Thank you for saving the 9th Brigade. After saying this, he quickly poured another glass and drank it all in one go. Su Chen was overjoyed. The 9th Brigade was indeed going to be downsized, and everyone would either retire early or be reassigned to other units. Wu Weiguo indeed said that as long as Su Chen could eliminate the Red Force within 2 months, the 9th Brigade would be retained. He wasn't lying, just not stating the whole truth. But the effect was excellent. Lei Cheng and the others had already regarded him as the benefactor of the 9th Brigade. It would be even easier for him to take advantage of them next. Old Lei, what are you doing with this wine? Chen Quan laughed. Xiao Su has done us such a great favor. Hurry up and bring out your collection. Yes, bring out those few bottles of Mao Tai. Lu Gua joined in the cheer. Alright, I'll go get it right now. Oh, just wait. Lei Cheng excitedly dashed out. Moments later, he returned with a case of Mao Tai in his arms. Today we must not return until we are drunk. Lei Cheng happily opened a bottle for Su Chen. Xiao Su, drink. 2 hours later, everyone was drunk except for Su Chen, who remained sober. After the system integration, not only did it grant him a wealth of knowledge, but it also enhanced his physique, making him twice as strong as before. After a bottle, he was still as if nothing had happened. Seeing the others intoxicated, Su Chun chuckled as the tactic was formally concluded. Leaders, Su Chun said loudly, I estimate that tomorrow someone from higher up will come to announce my appointment. When I get to the new place, I hope to still receive support from all of you. Lei Chung with bleary eyes looked at him. Xiao Su, no matter where you go. No matter what you need, just tell your brother. I will definitely satisfy you. Gao Sheng smiled broadly looking at him. Xiao Su, I will also make a statement. Whenever you need anything, I will give you my heart. If you need anything, just say it. Su Chen chuckled. The help I need might be a bit difficult. What could be difficult? Lei Chung waved his hand grandly. No matter how hard it is, we will make it happen for you. If we don't, we will be your grandsons. Right? Chun Quan nodded. I testify whoever doesn't fulfill your request will be your grandson. Right, that's your grandson. The others echoed. Su Chun nodded in satisfaction. This battle had concluded successfully with a great victory. I hope tomorrow you won't regret it. He grinned widely. A sharp whistle echoed throughout the camp, and Lei Chung, still half asleep, crawled out of bed. Bang bang. The door was suddenly knocked on. Battalion commander, hurry up and get up. The district leaders have arrived. Lei Chung was taken aback. The alcohol completely sobered him, and he jumped out of bed immediately. After putting on his military uniform, he rushed out of the room. Who is here? The communicator smiled. It's Deputy Commander Zhao here specifically to commend us. Lei Chung suddenly stopped frowning as he asked, Commend? Aren't they here to transfer people away? Transfer people? The communicator shook his head. I haven't heard of that. Didn't we achieve great merit? They came specifically to commend us. Lei Chung opened his mouth, faintly sensing a bad premonition. The training ground was a sea of heads, the rhythmic thud of footsteps as dense as drumbeats. Unit after unit quickly assembled, everyone standing tall with chests out, facing the podium ahead. Lei Chung swiftly led the brigade staff onto the platform, saluting a lieutenant general with vigor. Comrade Deputy Commander Lei Chung, commander of the 9th Mobile Brigade, reporting to you. Zhao Hongsheng returned the salute with a smile. Xiao Lei, the headquarters has already reviewed your performance in the last exercise. You did exceptionally well, showcasing the 9th Brigade's spirit and reviving the glory of this veteran unit. Indeed, well done. Lei Chung and his men were utterly baffled. Su Chen had told them the higher-ups planned to disband them, but Zhao Hongsheng's demeanor suggested otherwise. All right, the commendation ceremony is about to begin. Take your seats. Zhao Hongsheng turned away with a smile. Brigade Commander, what's going on? Lu Gua asked, bewildered. Aren't we supposed to be disbanded? Why are we being commended? Chen Quan whispered, we did achieve a feat. Probably a commendation first, then they'll give us a chance. This must be Xiao Su's doing fighting for us. Lei Cheng's eyes lit up. Right, it must be Xiao Su's effort. With the commendation, the higher-ups can legitimately postpone our disbandment. Xiao Su really went out of his way for us. They all sighed with emotion, then quickly found seats. Reporting to the chief. Gao Sheng ran up to Zhao Hongsheng and saluted. The entire brigade is assembled. Please give your orders. Stand at ease. Yes. Gao Sheng turned and roared, stand at ease. With a sharp stomp, everyone extended their left foot in perfect unison. Zhao Hongsheng approached the microphone with a grin. Comrades. A crisp snap followed. Thousands instantly snapped to attention, chests puffed out. At ease. Zhao Hongsheng said with a smile. I'm here today on behalf of the headquarters to commend you. Standing among the crowd, Su Chun watched Lei Chung and the others beaming with joy. A mischievous smile curled his lips. Just wait. I hope you can keep smiling later. Zhao Hongsheng continued. Since becoming the Blue Force 2 years ago, the 9th Brigade has participated in 74 exercises, greatly aiding the progress of our units. In this particular exercise, despite extreme disadvantages in equipment and personnel, you still managed to defeat a numerically superior Red Force. It was nothing short of a miracle in military history. Furthermore, you embodied the 9th Brigade style, fully displaying the spirit of fearless sacrifice and courageous struggle. You've set a remarkable example for all southeastern units. Pride swelled in every soldier of the 9th Brigade. After 2 years of humiliation and ridicule, they had nearly forgotten what victory felt like. This exercise had finally restored their honor. Zhao Hongsheng announced. During this exercise, Comrade Su Chun, commander of the 1st Battalion's 2nd Company, stood out exceptionally. In fact, his role was pivotal to the Blue Force's victory. As Lei Chung and the others listened, their smiles gradually froze. Old Lei, something doesn't feel right, Lu Gua said, puzzled. Yeah, Chun Quan agreed, equally confused. Wasn't Su Chen supposed to be punished? But from the sound of it, the higher-ups don't seem to have any such intention. Just then, Zhao Hongsheng declared loudly, after deliberation, the higher-ups have decided to award Comrade Su Chen a second-class merit, promote him to Major, and appoint him as Deputy Battalion Commander. Now let's invite Comrade Su Chun to the stage. Thunderous applause erupted, especially from the second company. In their eyes, Su Chun had become a hero. Su Chun jogged up, saluted Zhao Hongxing, and accepted the medal. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught the stunned expressions of Lei Cheng and his men. With a faint smile, Su Chun turned and ran back down. Individual merits must be recognized, but collective achievements deserve recognition too. Zhao Hongxing continued. The second company is awarded a collective second-class merit. Please come up, Comrade Su Chun. Applause erupted again, and Su Chun jogged up once more to receive the medal. Lei Cheng and the others were utterly dumbfounded. Old Lei, I have a feeling we've been played by this kid, Chen Quan said, eyes wide. This doesn't look like a punishment at all. Lei Cheng took a deep breath. Stay calm, everyone. He did earn the merit. Getting a few medals isn't too much, is it? Lu Gua and Chen Quan exchanged glances, unable to refute, yet something still felt off. After Su Chun returned to his seat, Zhao Hongxing declared, the 9th Brigade is a veteran unit with a glorious tradition. During the war years, it produced countless heroes who sacrificed their lives. They gave their precious lives for the country, for the people, and for everything we have today. In this exercise, your courage and spirit once again showed us the former glory of the 9th Brigade. I hope you will continue to carry forward their courage and conviction, keeping the 9th Brigade's fearless bloodline and military soul alive. Applause thundered. Everyone clapped with fervor, faces brimming with pride for the 9th Brigade. For soldiers, honor is everything. Without honor, a unit loses its fighting spirit. After the ceremony, Zhao Hongxing cheerfully called Su Chun over. Lei Cheng and the others gathered around. Chief, since Su Chun rendered such meritorious service, can't he be spared from transfer? Zhao Hongxing paused, then laughed heartily. Xiao Lei, I have another matter to inform you of. Please go ahead, Chief. Lei Cheng looked at him solemnly. Zhao Hongxing said with a smile, society is advancing and the military must evolve too. To ensure our forces can win in the new era, we must continuously improve. Thus, the overarching policy is to disband units with weaker combat capabilities. Your brigade falls under this category. Lei Cheng and his men were startled, panic flickering across their faces. Chief, Lei Cheng hurriedly said, weren't we promised a chance to prove ourselves? Zhao Hongxing patted his shoulder. Don't rush, I haven't finished yet. Lei Cheng and the others snapped to attention. Zhao Hongxing stated calmly, your combat effectiveness is low and your equipment is poor. The headquarters originally planned to disband part of the brigade and disperse the rest. However, he glanced at Su Chun. Xiao Su made a pledge to Commander Wu. If in 2 months he can defeat a Red Force unit with just 1 battalion, then the 9th Brigade will be preserved and even prioritized for development. Lei Cheng and his men's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Su Chun. He's not leaving. No, he's staying to lead a battalion here, Zhao Hongxing said with a smile. Lei Cheng's eye twitched violently as he glared at Su Chun. Su Chun shrugged awkwardly. Brigade Commander, don't look at me like that. I never said I was leaving. Just that I'd have a new assignment. Lei Cheng and his men nearly choked. They had felt sorry for Su Chun, even fought for him. Now he was getting promoted and entrusted with a major task. They were the real fools. Zhao Hongxing continued, so the fate of the 9th Brigade now rests in Xiao Su's hands. Therefore, you must fully cooperate with him. First, organize a battalion for him. Understood? Su Chun grinned. Brigade Commander, sorry for the trouble. Lei Cheng was furious. We treated you like a brother, and you made fools of us. Zhao Hongxing gave a few more instructions and left the 9th Brigade with his entourage. Stop right there. Su Chun tried to slip away, but Lei Cheng's voice rang out from behind. Su Chun turned around, awkwardly grinning at Lei Cheng and the others closing in. Brigade Commander, esteemed leader's time is of the essence. Su Chun chuckled. If there's nothing else, I'll go figure out how to form the new unit. Stay put. Lei Cheng glared at him in exasperation. He pointed a finger right at Su Chun's nose. Impressive, aren't you? I never expected you with that honest face to pull one over on us. All that fine liquor you swindled from me. Lei Cheng fumed, staring at him. That was my stash for my son's wedding. And you little scoundrel, got it all. Su Chun quickly interjected. Brigade Commander, I wasn't the only one drinking. Everyone had some. As for who the scoundrel is. Lu Gua and Chen Quan coughed hastily. They had drunk plenty the night before. Old Lei, Chen Quan said with a smile, forget it. It's good that Xiao Su didn't leave. Consider that liquor a celebration for him. Lu Gua also chimed in. Yeah, Old Lei, do it for my sake, let it go. Lei Cheng glared at them. Didn't you too just hear Deputy Commander Zhao? This kid has tied the fate of our 9th Brigade to himself alone. He's going to use 1 battalion to fight the red side single-handedly. If he loses, our 9th Brigade is finished. Do you understand? Chen Quan and Lu Gua's faces turned grim instantly. Xiao Su, this is too much. Chen Quan said coldly. You tricked us into thinking the higher-ups would give us a chance. Is this it? Su Chun chuckled. That's right, this is the chance. Chen Quan was so furious he nearly spat blood. You're a smart guy, but what were you thinking? One battalion against the red side. They could send a single brigade and wipe you out so badly you wouldn't recognize yourself. Lei Chung fumed. You took such a big matter into your own hands and agreed just like that. Is the future of the 9th Brigade a joke to you? Su Chun had anticipated their anger. Good thing he hadn't mentioned it yesterday, or they'd have torn him apart. With something this serious, you're still smiling. Lei Chung glared at him. Su Chun said awkwardly, Brigade Commander, what's done is done. You can't expect me to wail about it, can you? Besides, you don't know what happened. If I hadn't made that pledge to use one battalion against the red side in the exercise, the 9th Brigade would have been disbanded for sure. In that situation, even if I reported to you, could you have changed the higher-ups' decision? Lei Chung and the others flushed red with frustration, but had no retort. The higher-ups had decided they had to obey. Even unwillingly, they had to follow. That was the iron discipline of the military. Gao Sheng quickly stepped in to mediate. Brigade Commander Xiao Su was trying to help our 9th Brigade. I believe he did everything he could in that situation. But he's just a captain with limited power. Lei Chung waved his hand, fixing his gaze on Su Chun. What's done is done, no use talking more. Tell me now, how are you going to fight the red side with one battalion? Everyone stared intently at Su Chun. They couldn't fathom how one battalion could defeat the formidable red side. The red-blue exercises had standards. The red side always deployed at least a brigade. Even if the higher-ups cut them some slack, their forces would still be 7 or 8 times larger than Su Chen's. There was simply no chance of winning. Brigade Commander, defeating the red side is actually simple. Su Chun said with a smile. Just put the entire 9th Brigade under my command. Lei Chung and the others were dumbfounded. A major and deputy battalion commander asking for command of the whole brigade. In wartime, that would be mutiny, enough to be executed 100 times. Sensing the backlash, Su Chun quickly added, I mean, let me select the men for this battalion from across the brigade. Whoever I pick, regardless of their regiment, gets transferred to my battalion. And for the next 2 months, my battalion trains independently, following my orders alone. Lei Chung exchanged glances with Chun Quan and Lu Gua, who both nodded silently. This is the only way to save the 9th Brigade now, Chun Quan said. We have to gather the brigade's best and put them under Xiao Su's command. Maybe we can take a gamble. Lu Gua sighed. It's the only option. Xiao Su is a genius. With our full support, he might just turn the tide. Imin too. Gao Sheng quickly declared. Xiao Su, pick anyone from our 1st regiment. I've got your back. Su Chen nodded gratefully, then turned to Lei Chung. Lei Chung glared at him. You've already dug us into this pit. I've got no other choice but to go along. Thank you, Brigade Commander. Su Chen saluted excitedly. I promise in 2 months, it'll give the red side a beating that will make the whole army see the 9th Brigade anew. Hearing this, Lei Cheng's eyes twitched uncontrollably. Quit bragging. You barely have any men. If you can avoid getting crushed and maybe eke out a draw, that's good enough. Not even the bravest soul could give you that much confidence. All right, stop boasting. Lei Chung stared at him intently. Xiao Su, the fate of our 9th Brigade is in your hands. You must not be careless. Yes, Xiao Su, the future of the brigade depends on you. Lu Gua said solemnly. Just aim for a draw. Don't push yourself too hard. Su Chen nodded, then said, Brigade Commander, you'll also need some weapon support. Fine. Lei Chung agreed. Tell me what you need. I've already prepared a list. Su Chen handed over a sheet. Lei Chung glanced at it, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. What the hell are you trying to take all the artillery trucks and armored vehicles from the entire brigade? Lei Chung stared at him. Su Chen chuckled. You know how limited a single battalion's firepower is. To beat the red side, I need superior firepower. Besides, the higher-ups didn't set a limit on what I can have. Lei Cheng's mouth twitched violently. No way, absolutely not. If I give you all these weapons, what will the whole brigade do for the next 2 months? Just stop everything and watch you train. No, not a chance. Su Chun had anticipated this. He pulled out his phone with a grin. Brigade Commander, you can't go back on your word. You promised yesterday. In the next second, he played a recording. The phone clearly captured Lei Cheng's voice. If I don't follow through, I'm your grandson. Lei Cheng's face turned ashen. He never imagined this bastard had recorded him. Su Chen smiled at him. I've got video too of everyone. Lei Chung and the others clenched their fists. They had never met such a despicable scoundrel. Lei Cheng's face turned ashen. He never imagined this bastard had recorded him. Su Chen smiled at him. I've got video too of everyone. Lei Chung and the others clenched their fists. They had never met such a despicable scoundrel. Lei Cheng's face turned ashen. He never imagined this bastard had recorded him. Su Chen smiled at him. I've got video too of everyone. Lei Chung and the others clenched their fists. They had never met such a despicable scoundrel. Lei Cheng's face turned ashen. He never imagined this bastard had recorded him. Su Chen smiled at him. I've got video too of everyone. Lei Chung and the others clenched their fists. They had never met such a despicable scoundrel. Lei Cheng's face turned ashen. He never imagined this bastard had recorded him. Su Chen smiled at him. I've got video too of everyone. Lei Cheng and the others clenched their fists. They had never met such a despicable scoundrel. Lei Cheng's face turned ashen. He never imagined this bastard had recorded him. Su Chen smiled at him. I've got video too of everyone. Lei Cheng and the others clenched their fists. They had never met such a despicable scoundrel. Lei Cheng's face turned ashen. He never imagined this bastard had recorded him. Su Chen smiled at him. I've got video too of everyone. Lei Cheng and the others clenched their fists. They had never met such a despicable scoundrel. Lei Cheng's face turned ashen. He never imagined this bastard had recorded him. Su Chen smiled at him. I've got video too of everyone. Lei Cheng and the others clenched their fists. They had never met such a despicable scoundrel. Lei Cheng's face turned ashen. He never imagined this bastard had recorded him. Su Chen smiled at him. I've got video too of everyone. Lei Cheng and the others clenched their fists. They had never met such a despicable scoundrel. Lei Cheng's face turned ashen. He never imagined this bastard had recorded him. Su Chen smiled at him. I've got video too of everyone. Lei Cheng and the others clenched their fists. They had never met such a despicable scoundrel. Lei Cheng's face turned ashen. He never imagined this bastard had recorded him. Su Chen smiled at him. I've got video too of everyone. Lei Cheng and the others clenched their fists. They had never met such a despicable scoundrel. Lei Cheng's face turned ashen. He never imagined this bastard had recorded him. Su Chen smiled at him. I've got video too of everyone. Lei Cheng and the others clenched their fists. They had never met such a despicable scoundrel. Lei Cheng's face turned ashen. He never imagined this bastard had recorded him. Su Chen smiled at him. I've got video too of everyone. Lei Cheng and the others clenched their fists. They had never met such a despicable scoundrel. Lei Cheng's face turned ashen. He never imagined this bastard had recorded him. Su Chen smiled at him. I've got video too of everyone. Lei Cheng and the others clenched their fists. They had never met such a despicable scoundrel. Lei Cheng's face turned ashen. He never imagined this bastard had recorded him. Su Chen smiled at him. I've got video too of everyone. Lei Cheng and the others clenched their fists. They had never met such a despicable scoundrel. Lei Cheng's face turned ashen. He never imagined this bastard had recorded him. Su Chen smiled at him. I've got video too of everyone. Lei Cheng and the others clenched their fists. They had never met such a despicable scoundrel. Lei Cheng's face turned ashen. He never imagined this bastard had recorded him. Su Chen smiled at him. I've got video too of everyone. Lei Cheng and the others clenched their fists. They had never met such a despicable scoundrel. Su Chen waved the recording pen in his hand and said, "Comrades, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you?" Lei Cheng and the others were so furious that their eyes blazed. There was no way they could wriggle out of this debt. Whoever backs out is Su Chen's grandson. As soldiers, our word is our bond. Lei Cheng glared at him fuming. "I want renege." Su Chen immediately snapped to attention and saluted with excitement. "Thank you, Brigade Commander. Please inform all regiments to avoid any misunderstandings when I go to select personnel." Watching Su Chen's smug demeanor, Lei Cheng's mouth twitched violently. Having dealt with him for half a year, he had always thought of the young man as disciplined and reliable. Lately, though, he seemed to have grown increasingly slick. He had maneuvered them all into submission. "Xiao Su." Lei Cheng took a deep breath and pointed at him. "They'll agree to all your demands. If you need any help, just say the word. But I have one condition." Lei Cheng fixed his gaze on him. "You must ensure the 9th Brigade survives." Su Chen's eyes lit up. "Really?" Lei Cheng was taken aback. What do you mean, really?" Su Chen chuckled. "You just said I could ask for any help I needed." "Is that true?" Lei Cheng's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. This kid seemed to be operating on a different wavelength entirely. The things he focused on were oddly peculiar. But now that he had already granted everything to Su Chen, he wasn't afraid of being tricked further. Lei Cheng nodded. "Yes, as long as you can save the 9th Brigade, well, agree to any help you need." "Thank you, Brigade Commander." Su Chen saluted firmly. "Rest assured the 9th Brigade will always endure." As he turned and left, Chen Quan and Lu Guo said with concern, "Old Lei, why is your mouth so loose? How can you promise everything?" Lei Cheng replied confidently, "Relax. That kid has already squeezed everything he can out of us. From now on, even if he tries to scheme, all we can offer is verbal support." Chen Quan and Lu Guo exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. Su Chen was different now, and nothing he did would surprise them. "Su Chen, are you joking with me?" The commander of the 3rd Regiment glared at Su Chen, surrounded by over 100 soldiers. "You've taken all our tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. What's left for the 3rd Regiment?" Su Chen said with a smile. "Regiment Commander, this order came directly from Brigade Headquarters. If you're unhappy, take it up with them. Don't make things hard for me." The regiment commander wanted to explode, but the Chief of Staff whispered in his ear, "Old Jean, the brigade commander, just called." "It's just as he said. We're to fully cooperate." "What?" The regiment commander fumed. "Has the brigade commander lost his mind? How can he issue such orders?" The Chief of Staff quickly nudged him. Old Jean, watch your tone when speaking about a superior. The regiment commander was about to explode with rage. Finally, he glared at Su Chun. Kid, you're ruthless. Take the equipment, but I warn you, if anything gets damaged. Su Chun chuckled. Regiment commander, it's just a pile of scrap metal. Once I beat the red team, I'll get you the latest models. The regiment commander nearly blacked out. He called his tanks and armored vehicles scrap metal. If they're scrap, don't take them. Oh, by the way, Su Chun handed a list to the regiment commander. What's this now? The commander asked gruffly. Su Chun smiled. The personnel I'm taking. This is also on the brigade commander's orders. You can check with him. The regiment commander snatched the list angrily, but after one glance his eyes nearly popped out. Are you out of your mind? The regiment commander unleashed a torrent of fury at Su Chun. These are our regiment's top soldiers. You take the weapons and the people. What's left for the 3rd Regiment? What are you planning? Su Chun looked him straight in the eye. Regiment commander, it's the brigade commander's orders. Damn it. The regiment commander rolled up his sleeves in rage. The chief of staff grabbed him in alarm. Old Jean, calm down. This is the brigade commander's order. Are you going to disobey? The regiment commander waved his hand angrily. Get out. Take these people and get as far away as possible. I don't want to see you for a long time. Right away. Su Chun nodded with a grin, then shouted to the crowd, those I call out step forward immediately. Hurry up, or your regiment commander might have a heart attack. At dusk, tanks and armored vehicles rumbled slowly into the 2nd Company's camp. Soldiers transferred from various regiments began pitching temporary field tents with the help of the 2nd Company. Battalion Commander Wang Hai and the others crowded around Su Chun, brimming with excitement. You're incredible. You've gathered all the tanks, armored vehicles, and artillery from the entire brigade. No other battalion in the country has firepower this fierce. Zhao Xiaodong chuckled. Our battalion commander is full of cunning tricks and schemes. This time we've got the red team for sure. We'll win. Su Chun coughed and glared at him. If you don't know how to compliment someone, just shut up. Zhao Xiaodong scratched his head. What did I say wrong? Su Chun ignored him, sighing as he looked at the newly retrieved weapons. Right now the entire army is undergoing a massive equipment upgrade. What are they using? Type 86 infantry fighting vehicles and Type 96 tanks. And us. We're still using Type 59 tanks and Type 63 armored vehicles. These are 50-year-old technology. How can we compete? So in the eyes of the red team, ours are just scrap metal. Don't be too optimistic. A single mechanized infantry battalion from them can completely obliterate us. Su Chun's words doused everyone's enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Platoon leader Wang Su rubbed his head. So battalion commander, even with all the brigade's equipment and elite troops, we still can't beat the red team. Su Chun smacked him on the forehead. When did I ever say that? I'm just reminding you that we still have a huge gap with the enemy. We must stay vigilant. He said sternly. Half a century ago, our predecessors didn't even have this much. They defeated a powerful enemy with just rifles and passion, instilling fear in them for decades. High-tech weapons are important in war, but they're not the decisive factor. In brutal combat, it always comes down to man against man. As long as you have the fighting spirit of a Dragon Kingdom soldier plus these weapons, I'm 120% confident we'll win. Determination blazed in everyone's eyes, their faces full of hope. Su Chun had already worked a miracle for them once. This time they had more men and better equipment. With the same courage from the last exercise, they believed they wouldn't lose. Go get some rest. Su Chun stood up. Tomorrow, gather all the key personnel. We'll hold a training mobilization meeting. Yes. What? At the Southeast Command, Wu Weigwa stood up in disbelief. How many people did that kid's battalion gather? Zhao Hongxing gave an awkward smile and uttered a number that made Wu Weigwa jump again. 1,200 people. Wu Weigwa felt a wave of dizziness. Even a reinforced battalion doesn't have that many people. This one battalion is almost equivalent to the number of 2 regiments. Not only that, Zhao Hongxing said with a bitter smile, Su Chun is using your banner and some underhanded tactics to have Lei Chung transfer all the tanks, armored vehicles, and artillery of the entire brigade to him. Now his battalion is just a compressed version of a mobile brigade. Wu Weigwa felt a headache coming on. Originally, he just wanted to make things difficult for Su Chun, and he never thought that Su Chun could win the exercise with just one battalion. But he never expected that this kid could find a way to get out of the predicament himself. Immediately tell Lei Chung to take back everything given to him. Wu Weigwa snorted coldly. We agreed on 1 battalion, so it must be 1 battalion. This is cheating. Zhao Hongxing awkwardly said, Commander, you did guarantee Su Chun at that time. You said you wouldn't interfere with how he formed a battalion. If it's going to be like this now, wouldn't that be going back on your word? Wu Weigwa stood there with his mouth agape. Did I say that? Zhao Hongxing nodded vigorously. You did, that kid specifically asked before leaving. Wu Weigwa felt as if he had been slapped hard twice, an indescribable frustration building inside him. That bastard. Wu Weigua said angrily. He had already dug a pit waiting for me to jump in. Just like father like son, it's true that dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and rat sons know how to dig holes. That's exactly them. Zhao Hongsheng laughed. I say, old Wu, you've suffered a lot under old Su all your life. Why haven't you learned your lesson by now? The Su family is sharp-witted. Wu Weigua walked a few circles in place, suddenly stopping. Old Zhao, let's go, we need to pay a visit. Zhao Hongsheng was bewildered. Where are we going? To the 9th Brigade. Wu Weigua snorted. I want to see just how much of a wave this kid Su Chun can stir up with so many people and weapons. The next morning, 2 military vehicles arrived at Su Chen's new camp. The driver rolled down the window, showing the credentials to the sentry. We are from the command here to check on the formation of the independent battalion. The sentry saluted immediately after checking the credentials. Hello, sir. I will inform our battalion commander right away. No need. Wu Weigua, dressed in civilian clothes, opened the car door and got out. Where is your battalion commander? I can find my way myself. The sentry hesitated a bit. The military has discipline. No matter how high-ranking the leader is, the sentry must seek the consent of the battalion commander before allowing them to proceed. Otherwise, even a high leader would have to be stopped outside. Don't bring that up, we're here with you. If anything happens, let Su Chen find me. 3 guards with the rank of lieutenant colonel walked over with smiles, causing the sentry to be so scared that he didn't dare to breathe. Wu Weigua and Zhao Hongsheng exchanged glances and walked toward the camp area together. The camp was quiet, with dark cannons silently parked in the storeroom. Soldiers were leisurely sitting at the door of the barracks, basking in the sun. From them one could sense no urgency at all. This kid isn't anxious at all. Wu Weigua slightly furrowed his brow. Zhao Hongsheng also looked surprised. That shouldn't be. Little Su seems like a very cautious person. With only 2 months left, he should be more anxious than anyone else. Oomph. Wu Weigua snorted coldly. Although this battalion is from the 9th Brigade, they come from various units and have no prior coordination. This kid isn't rushing you. I don't know what he's thinking. He walked ahead with his hands behind his back. Zhao Hongsheng shook his head helplessly. He was also starting to find Su Chen difficult to understand. The two quickly arrived outside the conference room, and through the window, they saw it was filled with people. Today I will talk to everyone about how to defeat the Red Team in 2 months, which will also be the mainstream combat mode of Long Country in the future. Everyone pay attention. Wow. Wu Weigua and Zhao Hongsheng exchanged a glance. The disbelief was written all over their faces. They thought what Su Chen said before was already outrageous. They didn't expect that it was just an appetizer. The mainstream combat mode of Long Country in the future will rely on you to explain. Su Chen continued, the information-based combat mode, you haven't heard of it, right? Everyone inside shook their heads in confusion. However, Wu Weigua and Zhao Hongsheng's eyes brightened. After all, in this era, most of the lower-level soldiers were middle school graduates. Even many officers were promoted from the military, and the information-based combat mode had just been introduced from the West. Only senior officers would have some understanding. This kid knows quite a bit. Wu Weigua smiled faintly. Listen up. Su Chen spoke loudly. The so-called information-based combat means using information and information technology as the core, with tanks, artillery, aircraft, ships, and other weapons as carriers. Then with advanced perception, long-range strikes, precise hits, and increased lethality. Wu Weigua and Zhao Hongsheng nodded repeatedly. We only started learning this half a year ago. I didn't expect this kid to understand so much. Zhao Hongsheng laughed. And the summary is very on point. Wu Weigua smiled slightly, just about to praise Su Chen. However, Su Chen's voice came again. Actually saying, all this you might not understand. But you all must have played games right. At least Red Alert, you've played right. The originally bewildered crowd immediately smiled broadly and nodded vigorously. Hey. Su Chen chuckled. This information-based combat is actually just like playing games. There's no difference. Wu Weigua almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. They studied the advanced combat mode for almost half a year, and it's just like playing games. Wu Weigua's lips twitched with anger, pointing at Su Chen, unable to speak for a long time. Zhao Hongsheng hurriedly patted him. Old Wu, calm down, calm down. Why do I say it's like playing a game? Su Chen continued. Take advanced perception, for example. When you play games, you can use the god's perspective to spot the enemy first, but the enemy can't find you. At this time, you can prepare in advance. Either directly crush them with tanks or throw a bomb to send them home collectively. Wu Weigua and Zhao Hongsheng's eyes widened. This explanation was simply irrefutable. In fact, that's exactly how it is. This kid has quite a talent for this. Wu Weigua's mouth twitched. He is talented. Zhao Hongsheng sighed. But everything he said is based on the information-based combat system. But we don't have a single system nationwide. Even if he knows, what good will it do? Wu Weigua was stunned for a moment, then sighed and nodded. The West had researched this more than a decade ago and had already tested it in 2 real battles. Yet here we are not even having a single system. Oh, everything can only remain in the theoretical stage. Although what Su Chen said was simple and clear without practical experience, it can only be empty talk. But just then the words from inside almost made the two kneel down together. What I just said, just take it as a joke, don't take it seriously. Su Chen said with a smile. Because I've got nothing of what I mentioned. So we simply can't use high-tech informationized warfare. Ha ha ha. Everyone. Wu Weiguo and Zhao Hongxing. Damn it. All the soldiers rolled their eyes. You said all that, and we have nothing. Are you just messing with us? Wu Weiguo's face flushed with anger. Is this kid doing it on purpose? Tell me, is he doing it on purpose? Why does he look so punchable? Zhao Hongxing gave an awkward wry smile. Old Wu He, maybe we should just leave before you get high blood pressure from anger. No way, Wu Weiguo said huffily. I have to hear what this kid plans to do. Su Chen then said, but don't be disheartened. Even though our country isn't equipped with high-tech informationized warfare systems, if war comes, will we just not fight? In the face of a powerful enemy, do we just hand over our motherland and people behind us? He looked at everyone seriously. So even if we can't fight with advanced informationized warfare, we can adapt to local conditions, use everything we can, and fight a low-budget version of informationized warfare. If we do it right, the effect won't be too far off. Everyone's eyes lit up. Zhao Hongxing chuckled softly. Old Wu, I knew it, this kid's got some real skills. Wu Weiguo didn't speak, but his face was full of curiosity. What was this low-budget informationized warfare? Starting today, during your spare time from training, you must read books and learn the theoretical knowledge related to informationized warfare. Su Chen announced loudly. I will select relevant books for you. If there's anything you don't understand, write it down first. Every evening he'll give you extra lessons and explain the difficult parts on your own. Everyone nodded silently. Everyone knew Su Chen was a top student from National Defense University. His lectures were like having an instructor from a military academy teaching them. Such a rare learning opportunity wasn't available to just anyone. Wu Weiguo snorted. Cramming at the last minute, how can 2 months be enough? But Su Chen's next words nearly made him spit blood. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. After all, your unit is the only one in the entire Dragon Kingdom learning informationized warfare. Other units don't know a thing. Even if you learn just a little bit, you'll be able to crush them. Everyone burst into laughter. Wu Weiguo's eyes widened in fury. He wanted to call Su Chen a schemer, but the kid was legitimately teaching advanced tactics. There was nothing to criticize. Salute. A patrol squad leader spotted the two eavesdroppers and quickly ran up to salute. Commanders, why are you standing here? I'll immediately inform our battalion commander. No need. Wu Weiguo glanced at Su Chen, who was speaking eloquently, then turned and walked away. Old Wu. Zhao Hongxing immediately caught up. What, not listening anymore? Wu Weiguo shrugged. Even if we listen, we won't understand much. This kid's methods run deep. Zhao Hongxing smiled. I think he's a truly rare talent. Think about it, we studied informationized warfare for half a year, and all those theories gave us a headache. But that kid just said a few words, and it was like an epiphany. Who knows, give him 2 months, and he might actually achieve something remarkable. Zhao Hongxing patted him with a smile. Old Wu, we've struck gold. Wu Weiguo gave a faint smile. Old Su Zhi may not be much of a man, but he never disappoints when it comes to having sons. Look at his eldest son Su Ming, the youngest brigade commander in the nation. And now his youngest son. I reckon his future achievements will far surpass his brothers. Suddenly he stopped dead, his face turning grim. What's wrong, Old Wu? Zhao Hongxing asked, bewildered. No, this isn't right. Wu Weiguo's eyes widened. What's not right? Zhao Hongxing was completely confused. Wu Weiguo stared at him. This kid signed a military pledge. If he wins, not only will he avoid punishment, but Su Zhi will definitely take him away. Then wouldn't we be handing over such a talent with our own hands? Zhao Hongxing was also stunned. Right. Judging by Xiao Su's momentum, I think his chances of winning aren't small either. Wu Weiguo punched the air in frustration, his face pale with anger. How could I be so careless? That kid fooled me, and I agreed to this bet without thinking. Zhao Hongxing was speechless. You call that careless? When you tricked him into signing the military pledge, you weren't like this. You were certain you had him cornered. Oh, now that he's researching new tactics, you are having second thoughts. No, Wu Weiguo said sternly. I absolutely cannot let him win. I cannot let this man go. Zhao Hongxing smiled bitterly. Old Wu, isn't that a bit despicable? Despicable? Wu Weiguo stared at him. Old Zhao, what are you thinking? When Su Zhi competed with us for equipment and talent, he wasn't exactly noble. We're keeping this man to build our southeast region better and stronger. Even if we're despicable, shameless, and unscrupulous, so what? Fine. Zhao Hongxing nodded. You've said everything I was going to say. I'll obey. Wu Weiguo chuckled and whispered something in his ear. Have him come to my office tonight. Zhao Hongxing's jaw dropped in shock. Old Wu, you're calling him here. That's not just despicable, that's downright dirty. Wu Weiguo shot him a look. As long as it develops our southeast and makes Su Zhi miserable, He flashed a mischievous grin. I'd be a dog for a lifetime if I have to. Su Chun poured out all the concepts he had summarized to everyone. He spoke in simple terms understandable even to someone with only a middle school education. And he didn't expect everyone to master informationized warfare in such a short time. Otherwise, there would be no weak military nations in the world. Come on, everyone, follow me to get the books. Su Chun waved and led the group to the adjacent warehouse. He had already contacted Chun Quan to arrange for a batch of theoretical books on informationized warfare to be delivered. Su Chun immediately distributed them by category to everyone. Don't do anything else today. Start by reading the book A Brief Introduction to Informationized Warfare. Tomorrow we begin training. Su Chun announced loudly. Remember, this time we fight not only for our own honor, but for the honor of our 9th Brigade. No more letting the Red Forces call us the Ghost Grandson Unit. Yes, everyone roared, their eyes red with determination. After everyone dispersed, Su Chun rubbed his hands together. Theory alone isn't enough. Master Yangming said we must unite knowledge and action. A faint smile curled on his lips as a brand new mischievous idea formed in his mind. In the brigade headquarters, Lei Chung and several others sat staring blankly into space. A staff officer quietly reminded Brigade Commander Deputy Commander Chief of Staff. The meal has been reheated 3 times. Any more and it won't taste good. Eat, eat, eat. One missed meal won't kill you. Lei Chung snapped irritably. The staff officer nodded, stepped back awkwardly, but still lingered by the meal, not daring to leave. Chun Quan sighed helplessly. Old Lei man is iron and rice is steel. One missed meal leaves you weak. Without enough energy, how can we carry on? Let's just eat. Lei Chung glared at him. Carry on. The good soldiers were all transferred away by Su Chun, and all the heavy weapons from each regiment were taken by that little bastard. Now we don't even have a single motor transport company. What's there to carry on with? Chun Quan glanced at Lu Gua, who sighed. Actually, if we want to train, it's not impossible. For instance, we could practice marksmanship. We can use this time to improve the whole brigade's shooting skills. That wouldn't be a bad thing for our future. Right. Old Lu is right. Chun Quan quickly nodded. Even if Xiao Su fails and we're forced to disband later. If everyone's shooting has improved, at least fewer people would have to go. At the mention of disbandment, Lei Ching shot him a dark look. Chun Quan waved his hands awkwardly. That's not what I meant. Of course I hope Xiao Su wins. This is just in case. Old Lei. Lu Gua chuckled. Old Chen certainly didn't mean it that way, but having the whole brigade practice shooting first is definitely a good idea. What do you think? Lei Ching looked at their concerned gazes, knowing they meant well for the 9th Brigade. He could only sigh. People can't stay idle forever. You're right. We must find something to do. We can't just wait around. Notify the entire brigade shooting training starts tomorrow. Let's eat first. Coming right up. Chun Quan smiled and waved serve the food. The staff officer beside him immediately grinned and began serving everyone their meals. Just as Lei Chung picked up his chopsticks, an officer suddenly burst in frantically. Brigade Commander, something terrible has happened. Lei Chung looked up and saw it was the logistics section chief. What major disaster could possibly happen to our brigade now? Lei Chung said dismissively, starting to eat. The logistics section chief urged. Just now Su Chun came with 60 trucks and emptied our entire arsenal. Lei Chung sprayed a mouthful of food all over Lu Gua's face, leaving chewed vegetables dangling from his hair and nose. Bang! Lei Chung dropped his bowl and stood up, glaring furiously at the logistics section chief. Emptied the arsenal. What did he take? Everything, the logistics section chief said with a grimace. Not a single bullet was left. He took it all. Chun Quan and Lu Gua also stood up in shock. Lei Chung roared. How dare he? Who gave him the nerve? How could you let him move everything without orders? The logistics section chief was stunned. Brigade Commander, you can't blame me unfairly. I did receive orders. Now it was Lei Cheng's turn to be stunned. Orders? Who gave the orders? I didn't. Chun Quan shook his head. Don't look at me. I certainly wouldn't give such an order. We're on the same side. Lu Gua hastily waved his hands. Then who was it? Lei Chung glared at the logistics section chief. The logistics section chief looked at him. It was you, Brigade Commander. Didn't you order that all departments must fully cooperate with Su Chun, and for any matter there was no need to report to you? Lei Chung was left speechless, unable to utter a word. The logistics section chief continued. I thought this matter was too significant, so I came specially to report to you. Because I heard that Su Chun used our brigade's communication equipment to request this year's ammunition quota from the war zone. What? Lei Chung jumped up in fury. Why does he need so much? Our brigade's annual ammunition supply. Can one battalion of his even use it all? He said it will be used up, and it might not even be enough, the logistics section chief replied. Lei Chung slammed his fist on the table. Are they going to eat the ammunition? A whole year's supply. A whole year. Thinking about it made Lei Cheng's heart bleed. Old Lei. Chun Quan quickly comforted him. Su Chun is just a deputy battalion commander. At his rank, he can't represent our brigade. Right. Lu Gua nodded vigorously, don't worry. Without our approval, higher command won't pass his request. Chen Quan smiled exactly. You're the brigade commander. Matters like ammunition requests definitely need your nod. Lei Chung took a deep breath, his expression softening slightly. A whole year's ammunition. If he gets it all, what can our brigade do this year? He looked at the logistics section chief. Go contact the higher echelon's equipment department immediately and tell them to ignore him. Brigade commander. The logistics section chief interrupted him. There's no need. It's already been approved. What? Lei Chung gasped, grabbing him by the collar. Say that again, you bastard. What? The logistics section chief grimaced. Su Chun took our communications vehicle, didn't he? He submitted the request from there. And now the entire southeast sector knows he's formed an independent battalion to fight the Red Force. Everyone from headquarters to you has been strongly in favor. He even played recordings of your conversations to the equipment department. Hiss. Lei Chung was so angry he nearly fainted. In all my years of service, Lei Chung fumed, I've seen plenty of troublemakers, but never one so shameless and underhanded. Come on, let's go find that brat. Lei Chung roared. Chen Quan and Lu Gua quickly stopped him. Old Lei, don't be impulsive. How can I not be impulsive? Lei Chung stared at them with tears in his eyes. All the ammunition is gone. What are we going to do this year? Have the whole brigade learn to become running champions like Wang Juanxia, or all go do farm work as model workers? Chen Quan smiled bitterly. Let's go tomorrow. It's dark now. Yes, old Lei. Let's go tomorrow, all of us together. Lu Gua urged. Lei Chung sat back down dejectedly. That damned Su Chun. I can't believe I trusted his lies. Tomorrow I'll make him spit everything back out. Brigade commander, maybe eat first, the staff officer whispered. Lei Chung glared at him. Eat. All you know is eating. If I can get the ammunition back, I won't eat tomorrow or the day after or for a whole week. With that, he stormed off inside. At the headquarters, a knock suddenly sounded on Wu Weiguo's office door. Report. Come in. The door opened, and a colonel around 40 years old walked in. He turned to close the door, moving like a mobile mountain as he approached Wu Weiguo. His rugged face was sharply defined, his piercing eyes devoid of any light, showing no emotion even as he faced the esteemed commander. Yi Chengfeng, commander of the newly formed Special Mixed 3rd Brigade, reporting for duty. Wu Weiguo smiled warmly at the Iron Tower-like man. Yi Chengfeng, do you still remember your junior Su Ming? At the mention of Su Ming's name, a sharp light ignited in Yi Chengfeng's dull eyes. 2 years ago, during the full army exercise, he annihilated my entire brigade with just 2 regiments. Yi Chengfeng declared in a deep voice, this humiliation I will never forget. Wu Weiguo nodded. At the time, he arrogantly said that if given a brigade, he could sweep an entire army corps. He completely disregarded all the units in our southeast sector. Yi Chengfeng stared at him intently. Commander, are you sending me to fight Su Ming? Wu Weiguo looked at him and gave a faint smile. Leave Su Ming's matter for later. Wu Weiguo looked at Yi Chengfeng and said, this time I am sending you to deal with the Su family's second son, Su Chun, Su Ming's younger brother. Yi Chengfeng was stunned. The Su family's second son. What rank does he hold? He was just promoted to major and deputy battalion commander, Wu Weiguo said with a smile. He has formed an independent battalion. Yi Chengfeng gaped, then after a long moment said, Commander, if you truly believe I am unfit to lead troops, you can have me strip off my uniform. But do not humiliate me. After all, I am a proud brigade commander and of a newly formed special mixed brigade whose establishment is larger than most others. You want me to go pick on a mere battalion commander? Would that not make me a joke? Even if I defeat him, people will mock me for picking on children because I lack the courage to confront my seniors. I'm not doing it. Yi Chengfeng snapped and turned away. Wu Weiguo laughed. If Lei Chung had spoken so to him, Wu Weiguo would have long since slammed the table and glared, but Yi Chengfeng was different. Yi Chengfeng was one of Wu Weiguo's fierce commanders. In the military, the most valued thing is martial ability. As long as you stand with your leader and your martial prowess is exceptional, you may sulk or even kick a superior's metaphorical backside and still be tolerated. Little you do not look down on others, Wu Weiguo said with a smile. Your former superior Yao Guangji also underestimated the Zhou Brigade during the last exercise. What happened? He was exploited by this Su Chun and suffered a crushing defeat. Yi Chengfeng spun around, a sharp light returning to his eyes. Leader, the Su Chun you mean? Is he the company commander of Zhou Brigade's 2nd Company? The young man who captured my old commander alive? Yes, that's him. Wu Weiguo nodded with a smile. He could see his fierce commander was thoroughly intrigued. A rare smile appeared on Yi Chengfeng's face. Interesting. I always wondered why so much talent surfaced in our southeast, though I did not expect him to be Su Ming's brother. Interesting, very interesting, Wu Weiguo added with relish. The kid claims that with a single battalion, he could sweep aside any brigade in our southeastern command. Though he hails from our southeast, we cannot let him continue in such arrogance. I am sending you to teach him manners. Good for his future as well. Yi Chengfeng chuckled. That sounds like the Su family. The elder brother was already arrogant, and the younger is even more brazen. Leader, Yi Chengfeng's eyes shone as he fixed his gaze on him. I accept the mission. Aren't you afraid people will say you are bullying the small? Wu Weigua asked with a sly smile. Yi Chengfeng shook his head and smiled. I have known his brother for years, and he captured my old commander alive. For both public and private reasons, I must teach this junior a lesson. Who dares reproach me? Good. Wu Weigua slapped the table. Then the task is yours. 2 months from now you will play the red side. He will be the blue forces. Yes. Yi Chengfeng saluted vigorously. Wu Weigua watched him with a grin. Remember, once the fight begins, be ruthless. The kid is full of tricks. Do not give him an opening to repeat Yao Guangxi's mistake. Yes. Yi Chengfeng nodded. Rest assured, when dealing with those named Su, I will be merciless. A memory from 2 years ago flashed through his mind, and his eye twitched. He dared not show mercy. If he were soft, he would suffer the same fate as before. The next morning dawned bright and breezy, yet the valley resounded with thunderous booms that made the earth itself tremble. Lei Cheng wound down the window and watched black smoke curl up from the valley. His blood boiled. Do you hear that? He cried. His voice trembled with anger. In such a short time, how many rounds have been fired? That prodigal brat Su Chun. No wonder he requested a year's worth of ammunition. At this rate, in 3 months, 1 battalion of his could expend a whole brigade's annual ammunition. He's a damned spendthrift. Lei Cheng slammed his fist into the seat in fury. Chun Quan and Lu Gua felt the same pain. Who among them would dare waste ammunition so recklessly in normal times? As for Su Chun, not only did he fire as if ammunition were worthless, he kept changing firing positions. They had tracked him for dozens of kilometers from his camp before finding this place. The barren hills along the way were scarred by bombardment. It was easy to imagine that in a single morning Su Chun had consumed ammunition equal to a week's use by the Jiu Brigade. Drive faster, Lei Cheng shouted to the driver. If we're late, all will bring back our spent casings. Yes, the driver replied and floored the accelerator. On the mountainside, Su Chun stood atop a 4x4, barking orders into his radio. Artillery Company 1, what are you doing? Fire 3 rounds in rapid succession and change position immediately. Move. Tank Company 3, you are not to remain stationary. After firing wheel to the right at once, in real combat, you would already be targets. Move. Infantry Company 6 and 7, are you starving? Speed up. At your pace, by the time you charge, the enemy's fire will already be waiting for you. Hurry. Without advanced equipment and unable to implement modern informationized warfare, Su Chun improvised a makeshift solution. Though it fell short of true informationized operations in many respects, if used deftly, it could still greatly enhance a unit's combat effectiveness. Moreover, compared with older units still using traditional mass-push tactics, Su Chun was supremely confident that his stripped-down method would utterly overwhelm them. Battalion Commander, a soldier ran up. The brigade commander and the others have arrived. Su Chun turned and saw several military vehicles parked in the distance. Lei Cheng and his men disembarked, faces furious as they jogged toward him. Su Chun smiled slightly. Having prepared to burn through the ammunition, he had expected Lei Cheng would not let him off. He had already devised a counterplan to lead Lei Cheng into an even deeper trap. Let them follow his path until they had no way out. Su Chun shouted into the radio, all companies continue the exercise, seize the ridge. Then he jumped down and ran straight toward Lei Cheng. Brigade Commander, I am absolutely confident I can beat them no matter what units they send. Lei Cheng was about to curse, but Su Chun's words stopped him. Where do you get such confidence, boy? He asked. Su Chun found it amusing. Just as he had suspected, Lei Cheng and his men were primarily concerned with preserving the Jiu Brigade. Everything else paled beside that concern. Chun Quan pressed, little Su, tell us, quickly. Su Chun pointed behind him. This is my new tactic, modular command, modular operations, high-speed maneuver, and precision pinpoint strikes. My method has not appeared in any unit before. If they train to it, not only can they beat the red side, but a draw would be easily within reach. Lei Cheng and the others were taken aback, momentarily forgetting why they had come. Lei Cheng gripped Su Chun's hand with a grin. Little Su, I have long said you are the hope of our entire brigade. Now hurry and tell us the specifics. Lei Cheng and his men pulled Su Chun aside, stunning his subordinates. It was obvious to anyone that the brigade commander had come to settle scores. Yet before he could even speak, Su Chun had already charmed him into a beaming smile. My goodness, a soldier swallowed hard. Is this also our battalion commander's tactic? Another soldier nodded firmly. Definitely, our battalion commander's tactics are everywhere. Meanwhile, Su Chun was pulled into a corner by Lei Cheng and the others their faces brimming with excitement. The fact that the 9th Brigade might not be disbanded was a matter of utmost importance. Su Chun had struck a chord deep within them. Xiao Su, tell us quickly, what exactly is this tactic of yours? Chen Quan asked impatiently. It looks quite novel. Lu Guo also looked expectant. What was that I just heard you say? Modular. Your battalion now looks like individual modules. Su Chen laughed heartily and poured out the well-prepared explanation he had long devised. To be honest, leaders, this tactic of mine is currently unique in the country. Only advanced Western militaries have practiced it. Su Chen stated seriously. Even the theater commanders are still in the learning phase. Really? Lu Guo's eyes widened in shock. The leaders are just learning. And you already know it. Chen Quan rolled his eyes. Don't you know who Xiao Su's father is? Lu Guo shuddered with sudden realization. Su Chen's father was the commander. It was only logical that he would know. Instantly, the three men's interest soared. Xiao Su, don't stop, keep going. Lei Qing urged eagerly. Su Chen smiled faintly and briefly explained the advantages of informationized warfare. The three listened, utterly captivated, already fantasizing about their troops becoming all-powerful. Su Chen said cheerfully, informationized warfare is formidable, but hasn't any unit in our entire army practiced it yet. So by being the first to dare, I not only need immense courage, but also substantial support. He grinned slyly at the three. So about the ammunition. Lei Chung waved his hand grandly, his expression stern. Xiao Su, say no more. Another word would insult our trust in you. Huh. The guards standing nearby stared in shock. What were they hearing? Were their ears deceiving them? The brigade commander hadn't said that when he arrived. He was nearly ready to have Su Chen shot. Thank you for your trust, Commander. Su Chen said, gratefully grasping Lei Cheng's hand. Lei Cheng looked at him with a smile. Xiao Su, don't worry about anything else. Just focus on this info. Informationized warfare. Su Chen reminded with a smile. Right, informationized warfare. Lei Cheng laughed heartily. Your operational concept is so advanced. As long as you do it well, I'm certain the 9th Brigade will be retained. Chen Quan and Lu Guo nodded in agreement. Exactly. Xiao Su, the commander, is right. Your tactical thinking is far ahead of its time, even if your weapons are inferior to the Red Forces. You were right before. In the end, war is a contest between people. We believe in you. You will definitely win. Thank you for your trust, leaders. Su Chen said happily. Actually, my risky use of new tactics isn't just to defeat the Red Force, but also for the future of our brigade. The three men's gazes locked onto Su Chen. Su Chen sighed inwardly. These three were far too easy to fool. He hadn't even exerted himself, and they were already hooked. Xiao Su, tell us your thoughts. Lei Chung asked with a smile. Su Chen cleared his throat and said seriously, my plan is to use this exercise as a trial. If I can at least achieve a draw, it proves my tactics are effective. After the exercise, I will definitely promote it throughout the brigade. The smiles on Lei Chung and the others grew wider. Good, excellent. Lei Chung laughed heartily. Xiao Su, you truly are the most promising young man I've seen. With ideals, ambition, and a future, you are the future of our 9th Brigade. Chen Quan also grinned. Old Lei, our thoughts are always aligned. I've always said Xiao Su is a genius. The guards nearby couldn't bear to watch anymore, all looking up at the sky. Their faces changed faster than turning a page. Su Chen chuckled. 3 leaders, you just mentioned that if I needed help. Speak freely. Lei Chung waved magnanimously. For now, just focus on training. You'll leave the rest to us. Yes, Xiao Su, don't feel pressured. Lu Guo looked at him seriously. If you have ideas or requests, just bring them up. The commander will handle it. Su Chen suppressed a laugh, feigning hesitation. Actually, I still need some ammunition. As you can see, to quickly enhance combat effectiveness and improve precision strike capability, I need ammunition. No problem, I'll find a way. Lei Chung said readily. Within a week, I'll get you at least half a year's worth of ammunition for our brigade. Thank you, Commander. Su Chen nodded excitedly. I also need some communication equipment. As I just said, informationized warfare requires an information platform to transmit messages efficiently and quickly. But since we don't have one, I want to use some makeshift methods. Give me more satellite phones. Fine. Lei Qing nodded. He'll get you 100 units. Is that enough? Yes. Su Chen nodded excitedly. But Commander, I need military-grade ones. That would be hard to get right. Lei Chung smiled, pointing at Lu Guo. This guy's old classmate and close friend is currently in our equipment department. Let him handle it. No matter how hard, he'll get them back for you. Lu Guo nodded. Rest assured, Xiao Su. Even if I have to count out to him, he'll get them for you. Su Chen almost laughed out loud. He had thoroughly tricked these 3. Shortly after, Su Chen made an excuse about needing to focus on training and sent them off. Su Chen returned to the team with a smile, and Wang Hai, Zhao Xiaodong, and the others quickly gathered around. Battalion Commander, did the commander give you a hard time? He won't punish you, will he? Su Chen shrugged. What are you thinking? I'm such a good person, and the commander is so kind. How could he punish me? Everyone was baffled. That can't be right. You used the brigade's entire year's ammunition. Oh, wouldn't he come to demand an explanation? Suchin glanced at them and chuckled. I'm so good, how could the commander bear to punish me? Not only did he not punish me, but he also promised to get me at least another half-year's worth of ammunition for the 9th Brigade, plus a large batch of communication equipment. Everyone's jaws dropped in unison. This was too absurd. Lei Chung hadn't reclaimed anything, but instead gave away even more. What was he thinking? In the twilight hour, Wu Weiguo's phone suddenly rang. Setting aside the report in his hand, he picked up the receiver and said, "This is Wu Weiguo speaking." "Who is this?" Reporting to the commander, "This is Su Chun, battalion commander of the Independent Battalion 9th Brigade." "Su Chun." Wu Weiguo leaped to his feet. "You, how did you get through to me? And how do you have my number?" Su Chun chuckled. Reporting to the commander, "I traced the headquarters through the 9th Brigade's communication equipment, so." Wu Weiguo's eyes twitched violently. Even a colonel-level division commander, let alone a mere major and deputy battalion commander like Su Chun, wouldn't have his personal number. He was itching to curse Su Chun out, yet no regulation forbade a subordinate from calling a superior. "What the hell do you want?" Wu Weiguo growled in anger. Su Chun replied, "It's like this. I request permission to deploy to the border mountain range for an intensive field training exercise lasting a month and a half." Wu Weiguo frowned. "An intensive field exercise near the border? What's gotten into your head again? If I recall correctly, you've already scrounged up all the heavy equipment from the 9th Brigade. The border is all mountainous terrain. What use is your heavy battalion there?" "Nonsense." Su Chun laughed. "Commander, I can sign a military pledge. If I'm using one battalion to fight the Red Force, naturally, I have my own training methods. You wouldn't be afraid I might win, would you?" Wu Weiguo slammed his palm on the table in fury. "Afraid of you? Fine, if you want to train, go ahead. Don't blame me for not warning you if you waste time. That's your own problem." "Thank you, Commander," Su Chun said with a smile. Wu Weiguo stared blankly at the phone. What scheme is that kid cooking up now? He quickly strode to the map, scrutinizing the border region. Though there were no towering peaks, the entire border area was covered in mountains. This terrain was ideal for mountain troop training. A heavy battalion going to a place like this? Wu Weiguo shook his head incessantly. That kid either has a screw loose or is plotting some mischief. Forget it. Wu Weiguo grinned, hands clasped behind his back. No matter how he stirs things up, in 2 months, Yi Chengfeng will handle him. Yi Chengfeng has been biding his time for 2 years, just waiting for a chance at Su Chun. That boy is in for it this time. Rumble, rumble. The roar of engines shattered the tranquility of the forest. Tank after tank and armored vehicle after armored vehicle sped along the narrow roads, charging towards the border. Behind them, trucks towing artillery pieces followed closely. Every truck was packed with soldiers who looked around in bewilderment at the increasingly numerous mountains, curiosity shining in their eyes. Where are we going?" a soldier asked curiously. "Why are there mountains everywhere?" Another soldier glanced at the sun's position and said in awe, "Looks like we've reached the border. Only the border has this many mountains." "You're kidding." Another soldier stared at him. "We have a drill with the Red Force in 2 months, and instead of training, we're heading to the border. This place is all mountains, totally unsuitable for our training." A soldier from the original 2nd Company chuckled. "For our battalion commander, the impossible becomes possible." Before the Red Force's headquarters was taken out, they thought no one could possibly raid them. The troops tensed up. A soldier said fearfully, "Don't scare us in broad daylight. Scaring people can be deadly." Just then a screech of brakes tore through the convoy. All vehicles came to an emergency halt, throwing the soldiers on board into disarray. 1st Mechanized Company, 2nd Tank Company, immediately occupy the right slope. "Move." Hearing the voice from the radio, everyone in the independent battalion was stunned. The 2nd Company commander grabbed his radio. "Battalion commander, you must be mistaken. Our armored vehicles can only climb a maximum 30-degree slope. This one's at least 40 degrees. There's no way up. Besides, since when do tanks go up mountains?" Su Chun picked up the radio and said coldly, "If war breaks out, your enemy will think the same way. Then, following your line of thought, they'll find you easily and finally annihilate you with superior weapons and greater numbers." The 2nd Company commander was left speechless. Su Chun continued, "I've told you before, we don't have high-tech equipment or advanced weapons. So the only way to defeat the enemy is through reverse thinking. Anticipate their anticipation and take the road less traveled. That's how we win wars." The troops were dumbfounded. The road less traveled indeed. They'd never seen a tank unit climb a mountain. The 2nd Company commander grimaced. "You're right on all counts, but we really can't get up this mountain." "Who says we can't?" Su Chun roared. "All companies, every soldier dismount immediately and carve out 2 paths. Then the trucks tow the artillery up first, come back to tow the infantry fighting vehicles, the IFVs tow the tanks, and all soldiers push from behind with manpower. I'm giving you just 1 hour to secure the hilltop. Su Chen's command left everyone stunned, yet they had no grounds to argue. The trucks had the power to climb 50-degree slopes. The IFVs could manage around 42 degrees. Towing one another thus created immense traction. What was lacking was supplemented by manpower. It was exhausting but effective. Dismount. Wang Hai grumbled as he jumped down. The others followed suit. Soon the soldiers split into 2 groups and began carving paths up the mountain. Su Chen stood on the main road, arms crossed, a smile on his face. He knew well that for the drill 2 months later the higher-ups would send a formidable opponent to take him down. If he won too easily, it would negate the past few years of red-blue exercises. For Su Chen to win, the independent battalion had to become a fierce tiger on land. Only by being unpredictable could he catch his opponent off guard. Half an hour later, all soldiers were behind the tanks, pushing with all their might. Listen to my command, 1, 2, 3. Push on 3. Zhao Xiaodong bellowed, 1, 2, 3. Heave-a-ho, 1, 2, 3. Heave-a-ho, pulled from the front and pushed from behind the tanks, inched towards the summit. 10 minutes later, the entire independent battalion had miraculously moved to the hilltop 100 meters above the ground. Everyone did an outstanding job. Su Chen stood atop a tank laughing. Getting tanks up a hilltop. We're probably the only ones in the world to pull this off. The 3rd Company commander gasped. Battalion Commander, we've made a miracle, but it's a bit taxing on the men. Su Chen chuckled. No worries, our training has a death quota. Even if we drop dead, we'll be martyrs. Come holidays, relatives will have to come and offer incense for you. The troops. Everyone just wanted to train hard. Was that supposed to be inspiring? Get up. Su Chen clapped his hands forcefully. As long as you're not dead, keep going. This drill is our last chance. Let those who look down on our 9th Brigade be utterly shocked. Let's do it. Let's do it. Everyone scrambled to their feet. Su Chen pointed to the distant forest, target area 279, 40 kilometers ahead. Advance. Little did he know an unforeseen incident awaited him ahead. Speed up. Su Chen stood on the violently bouncing jeep, gripping the railing tightly, as he was jolted up and down, startling the guard beside him, who held on for dear life. Faster. Su Chen yelled into the walkie-talkie. At this speed, the enemy will lock onto us soon. In martial arts, speed is the ultimate key. Faster, faster, faster. Everyone was speechless. They were racing across a mountain. There were no roads, and the terrain was steep. They were already pushing over 30 kilometers per hour, and several times the tanks nearly tumbled down the slope. This is madness, the 2nd Company commander muttered, tense inside the tank. Others street race, we tank race. We're definitely the only ones in the entire army. Steady. Why does it feel like drunk driving? The vehicle commander grimaced. Company commander, this is a mountain path. Without my 10 years of experience, we wouldn't be this stable. Anyone else would have rolled over by now. Shut up and watch the road. The company commander shouted, nearly in tears as they approached a sharp turn. Su Chen watched the convoy successfully navigate the treacherous section, breathing a huge sigh of relief. This kind of training was unprecedented worldwide. No one dared to attempt it. Traditional methods kept infantry and armored units separate, each training in their own terrain. For information-based warfare units, such risky maneuvers were unthinkable. They relied on advanced technology for long-range precision strikes, never exposing their troops to such danger. Su Chen's training defied all conventional combat logic. No matter the opponent, they could never predict his moves or locate his position. Battalion commander, the guard suddenly said. The communications squad just intercepted a message. From higher command. Su Chen asked without turning, his eyes fixed on the terrain ahead. Marching through such terrain tested the commander's skills to the limit. A moment's distraction could lead to catastrophic accidents. No, it's a distress signal from the forest police, the guard replied. Huh. Su Chen spun around. What happened? The guard continued. During a patrol, they ran into armed drug traffickers. A firefight broke out. We have 3 wounded and 1 dead. The enemy left 6 bodies and fled southwest. They're requesting backup to encircle them. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Armed criminals. This was a gift of experience. No training matched real combat. This was a golden opportunity handed to him. How many escaped? What weapons do they have? The guard shook his head. Not sure of the exact number, but at least 50. They might have rocket launchers and AKs. Also, there's a village in their escape direction. The forest police have already requested help from our higher command. A broad grin spread across Su Chen's face. At least 50 men, ordinary forest police couldn't handle that. With their heavy firepower, only the military could resolve this. This was a meal delivered to his doorstep. To refuse would be foolish. He grabbed the walkie-talkie and roared, 2nd Tank Company, change course immediately. Head southwest. The 2nd Company commander exclaimed in shock. Battalion commander, the southwest route is even tougher. No, there's no road there. Enough chatter. Blaze a trail through mountains, bridge rivers. Roads are made by walking. Do I need to teach you that? Su Chen bellowed, "Carry out the order." "Yes, sir." The company commander shouted back aggrieved. He told the vehicle commander, "Did you hear? Southwest turn around." "Company commander," the driver said fearfully, heading southwest well. "Follow the order," the company commander yelled, gripping the handles tightly. All right, I understand." Zhao Hongxing spoke solemnly into the phone, "Rest assured I'll dispatch our best troops to assist." "Thank you, Commander Zhao. We await your good news." Gratitude came from the other end. Zhao Hongxing hung up and immediately looked at his secretary. "Notify the Sharp Sword Brigade at once. Send a squadron to support the police. Also mobilize the border troops along the perimeter. Seal off every exit. We cannot allow these traffickers to slip into our territory or escape." "Yes, sir," the secretary saluted. "Deputy Commander," he hesitated. "There's actually another unit nearby. Should we?" "Another unit?" Zhao Hongxing was taken aback. "Which one?" The secretary replied, "The newly formed independent battalion of the 9th Brigade. They just arrived there for field training." Zhao Hongxing rolled his eyes. "That Su Chun is something else. The independent battalion is a heavy armored unit now. What was he thinking taking them into the mountains?" "Deputy Commander, should we?" "No need," Zhao Hongxing said coldly. "They're probably stuck themselves. What's the point of notifying them? Just do as I said." "Yes, sir." The secretary saluted and ran out. Meanwhile, deep in the dense forest, an officer watched bitterly as a soldier was covered with a white sheet and carried away, his fists clenched involuntarily. Director Tong, a forest police lieutenant colonel, rushed over and saluted. Xiaozhang Tong Lei nodded to him. "You've worked hard." Zhang Wei shook his head bitterly. "No, I let those traffickers escape. I must bear the primary responsibility." Tong Lei patted his shoulder. "Xiaozhang, don't blame yourself. Your patrol squad was outnumbered 7 or 8 to 1, and the enemy had heavy firepower. Your men held them off for so long. That's truly remarkable. They are all heroes." Zhang Wei stared at him intently. "I've already mobilized 3 squadrons for backup. They'll be here within an hour. Sir, I swear to you, not one of those bastards will escape." Tong Lei nodded. "I understand your feelings, but their heavy firepower is beyond your capability. I've requested military assistance. Leave it to them." Zhang Wei didn't argue, knowing that handing it over to the military was the safest option. Their duty was to safeguard the forest, prevent smuggling, illegal border crossings, and drug trafficking. For ordinary criminals, they were more than capable. But this time they faced armed traffickers with heavy weapons. If they pressed on, many soldiers would inevitably fall. "I agree to hand it over," Zhang Wei said. "But they haven't arrived yet. It'll take some time. So before they come, I suggest I lead my team too." Boom. Before he could finish, a thunderous roar erupted nearby. Everyone turned in shock. What was that? Tong Lei stared toward the source. Boom, boom, boom. Then one after another, more sounds followed. Trees crashed down one by one, forcing Tong Lei and the others to retreat in alarm. With a final boom, the last tree fell, revealing a tank billowing black smoke. Holy shit! Zhang Wei's jaw dropped. He looked up then down, confirming they were on a mountain, and his eyes widened even more. A tank. On a mountain. Zhang Wei swallowed hard. What kind of madman did this? Just then the tank hatch opened. Su Chun climbed out, grinning. "Need a hand, everyone." Zhang Wei turned to Tong Lei in confusion. "Sir, is this your reinforcement?" Tong Lei was equally stunned. I just called for them. Do the troops always arrive this fast? On-demand service." Tanks rolled down the mountain like bulldozers, one after another. Every police officer and armed officer who witnessed this scene was utterly stunned. What kind of unit is this? "I don't know. I've heard of mountain infantry divisions, but never a mountain armored unit. Are the military units this formidable now? Tanks and armored vehicles charging all over the mountains." Su Chen, seeing the equally astonished Tong Lei and Zhang Wei, cleared his throat and said, "Gentlemen, could we please get moving?" They snapped back to reality, forcing awkward smiles. Su Chun. Su Chen reminded them. Right, Battalion Commander Su." Tong Lei chuckled, then looked at Su Chen's battalion, his mouth twitching involuntarily. "Battalion Commander Su, the organization of your battalion seems a bit..." "Huh?" Su Chen laughed. "Director Tong, our battalion is a newly formed pilot unit. The numbers are just slightly larger." Zhang Wei rolled his eyes. "Over 1,000 men, and you call that slightly larger?" Tong Lei took a deep breath, pointing southwest. "An hour ago, our men exchanged fire with the militants right here. They left behind 6 bodies and the cargo from over a dozen mules. The rest fled southwest." Tong Lei said gravely, 30 kilometers to the southwest is a village where over 200 people live. According to our soldiers, some of those militants have received military training, and a few are exceptionally skilled marksmen. Our men took heavy losses." Tong Lei stared at Su Chun. "Battalion Commander Su, if they enter that village, the consequences will be dire. So I'm requesting you pursue them immediately and capture them alive." "Alive?" Su Chen looked at him in surprise. Forgive me, Director Tong, but I need to confirm something. Suchin looked at him. When dealing with such militants, isn't the standard protocol usually to take no prisoners? Tong Lei nodded. Normally, yes. But we have reliable intelligence that these men aren't just trafficking drugs, they're also carrying something important. We don't need them all alive, but we need at least a few of the leaders captured. Suchin nodded. Understood. He immediately gestured. Map. Deputy Battalion Commander Chang Chuang quickly brought the map over. Company commanders and key personnel instinctively gathered around. Everyone knew Suchin was about to issue combat orders. According to the police's information, the militants fled southwest. Suchin looked at everyone. But I think that's nonsense. They definitely wouldn't go that way. Tong Lei, who was listening nearby, nearly choked. What the hell? The man standing right here. Refuting me to my face like this, where's the respect? The battalion commander is right. Chang Chuang nodded, pointing at the map. There's a village to the southwest. It seems logical they'd head there. But if we can think of that, so can the drug traffickers. They'd have to be brain dead to still go there. Exactly. Wang Hai laughed. If they went there, wouldn't they just be making themselves targets for us? Tong Lei was fuming with anger. Wasn't this enough? You might as well just say I'm the one who's brain dead. Battalion commander, where should we pursue? Zhao Xiaodong asked. Suchin glanced at the map and finally pointed northwest. Right here? They must have gone this way. 6th Company, 7th Company. Here. The two company commanders stepped forward immediately. Cast a wide net and pursue northwest. Suchin pointed at them. Both your companies consist of the brigade's best infantrymen. Keep your eyes wide open. Don't miss a single clue. Report immediately if you find anything. Yes, sir. The two company commanders saluted together. They turned and ran. 6th Company, follow me. 7th Company, move out. Let's go catch the bad guys. A roar echoed from the forest, followed by a convoy of jeeps and trucks speeding into the woods. All the police and armed officers watched dumbfounded. What kind of soldiers were these? Charging recklessly through the mountains and forests, so brutal. The rest of the companies prepared to move out. Suchin shouted. Remember, this is a real battle. Once the enemy is located, follow my previous orders, suppress them with firepower immediately. Give them no chance. Yes, sir. All the company commanders roared in unison and ran towards their units. Tong Lei and Zhang Wei exchanged glances, both drenched in cold sweat. What the hell? Firepower suppression. This is just to catch some militants. Anyone listening would think we're going to war. Battalion Commander Su. Tong Lei grabbed Suchin's arm. Suchin smiled. Director Tong, no need to thank me. Helping you is my duty. But if you insist on showing gratitude, I won't refuse. Just don't let the appreciation fund exceed 500,000. Tong Lei's eye twitched violently. Where did this weirdo come from? Who the hell wants to give you anything? Battalion Commander Su, how can you be so sure they went northwest? Tong Lei stared at him. You need to understand, if your judgment is wrong, the consequences will be severe. Zhang Wei nodded. Battalion Commander Su, my men need at least 50 more minutes to arrive. Director Tong's people need 40 minutes. We're counting on you now. If you chase the wrong direction and innocent civilians get hurt, then. Suchin smiled. Gentlemen, I'm different from you. You think from a normal perspective, but I play tactics. I have to think in the most devious ways. Don't worry, everything is under my control. Tong Lei was still unconvinced. Maybe you should consult your superiors. Hear what they think. No need. Suchin said cheerfully. My superiors trust me completely. Reporting would just be a waste of time. You two go back and wait for good news. I'm off. Suchin waved at them, specifically addressing Tong Lei. Director Tong, about that appreciation gift, don't go overboard. Just a token of appreciation will do. That's my principle. Suchin flashed a broad smile, then quickly jumped into a vehicle and sped off with the main force towards the northwest. Director Tong. Zhang Wei hesitated. I have a feeling this guy isn't reliable at all. Tong Lei clenched his fists. I was just thinking the same thing. Damn it, I have to call his superiors. Then do it quickly. Zhang Wei said with a wry smile. At least get them to send someone else. Soon after, Zhao Hongsheng's phone rang. Hello, this is Zhao Hongsheng speaking. Deputy Commander Zhao, this is Tong Lei, the on-site police commander. Oh, Xiao Tong. Zhao Hongsheng acknowledged. Don't worry, I've already ordered blockades in all directions. Those bastards won't escape. Also, our Legion Special Forces unit is on its way. Tong Lei was thrilled. Excellent. With Legion on the case, it's definitely secured. However, could you please order Battalion Commander Su not to be so reckless? I'm not doubting his ability, but his judgment seems too arbitrary. Wait, Zhao Hongsheng asked in surprise. Which Battalion Commander Su? Tong Lei replied. A battalion commander named Suchin. The one you sent. Suchin. Zhao Hongsheng stood up abruptly. I didn't send him. How did he get there? Leader, please don't be angry. Tong Lei said. Battalion Commander Su has already headed northwest, which is the opposite direction from our prediction. I reckon it's impossible for him to run into that group. Tong Lei chuckled. As long as your men arrive in time, there won't be a problem. Those drug traffickers won't escape. All right, I understand the situation. Zhao Hongsheng nodded. Director Tong, thank you for the timely update. After hanging up, Zhao Hongsheng slammed his hand on the table in anger. Isn't this Su Qin just messing around? He's driving the heavy armored battalion into the mountains, and without superior orders, he's personally going after drug traffickers. Does he have any sense of discipline? What? The secretary's eyes widened in shock. Driving the heavy armored battalion into the mountains. Leader, if a tank falls into a ravine with our current equipment, we wouldn't even be able to rescue it. Zhao Hongsheng's eyes twitched violently. That's why I say he's messing around. You go contact the 9th Brigade immediately. Zhao Hongsheng roared. They're from the 9th Brigade. Have Lei Chung order Su Qin back at once. If anything goes wrong, you'll hold him responsible. Yes, sir. A few minutes later, Lei Cheng's face turned ashen as he jumped up abruptly. Secretary Kong, you're not joking with me, are you? Lei Chung said incredulously. He took tanks and artillery up the mountain. You must be kidding me. Su Qin doesn't have that kind of ability. Secretary Kong replied. Brigade Commander Lei, do I look like I have time to joke with you? Really? Lei Cheng's eyes widened in terror. Of course. Secretary Kong nodded. Not only is he in the mountains now, but without authorization from headquarters, he's also helping the police apprehend criminal suspects. Secretary Kong lowered his voice. Brigade Commander Lei, think about it. Is the terrain near the border suitable for tanks? If one falls into a ravine, how would we rescue it? And if someone gets hurt or killed, would you take responsibility? I won't take it. Lei Chung shook his head frantically. No way. Disaster descends from the blue while he sits at home. He hadn't done anything, so why should he be held accountable? Well then. Secretary Kong said sternly, Deputy Commander Zhao is giving you a chance. Hurry up and call the troops back. Otherwise, if something really happens, you as brigade commander will be the first to be blamed. Go now. All right, thank you, Secretary Kong. Lei Chung hung up and immediately ran outside. Old Lu, Old Chun, bring your men and follow me. Chen Quan and Lu Gua curiously emerged from the office. Old Lei, what's got you in such a frenzy? Where are you going? Lei Chung glared at them anxiously. The biggest mistake of my life was trusting that little bastard Su Chun. Come with me to catch Su Chun. Otherwise, well, I'll be ruined by him. In the dense mountains, the road grew increasingly treacherous. The tanks could no longer lead the way. Infantry had to scout the terrain first, allowing the 3 armored companies to pass one by one. Due to the complex and rugged terrain, the entire column's speed was reduced by nearly half. Su Chun knew this was unavoidable. Maintaining high speed on such steep and bumpy roads could lead to catastrophic accidents with vehicles overturned and lives lost. After all, this wasn't real combat, so there was no need to race against time. He simply aimed to train the troops to operate in any terrain. There was no need to push too hard. Safety came first. Battalion Commander. A scout's voice suddenly crackled over the walkie-talkie. Su Chun quickly picked it up. This is Su Chun. What's the situation? Company Commander Luo Xian laughed. You guessed right. We found plenty of footprints to the northwest, both human and mule tracks. And from the depth of the mule tracks, we can tell they're carrying heavy loads. Battalion Commander, you're incredible. The voice of the 7th Company Commander came through as well. Su Chun chuckled. I've only shown a fraction of my brilliance. This is nothing. It's your good fortune to follow such a handsome and clever battalion commander. Learn well in the future. The 2 company commanders were left speechless. They had seen a modesty, but never such shamelessness. Could he really praise himself like that? 6th Company, 7th Company. Su Chun ordered coldly. Continue advancing and leave markers along the way. The main force will catch up soon. Yes, sir. All companies' attention. Su Chun continued. From now on, move as fast as you can. Don't think of them as drug traffickers. To us, they are the enemy. Do you let the enemy escape? No. The platoon leaders roared back. Good. Su Chun smiled. Full speed ahead. It'll lead you to kill the enemy. Kill. Everyone shouted. An hour later, in the dense forest, the fleeing drug traffickers lay scattered on the ground, exhausted. About 500 meters away, 7 or 8 more people were gathered. One of them looked back and then plopped down on the ground. Viper, you're too cautious, a subordinate gasped. You're faint to the east and attack to the west. I bet the Dragon Country's military and police won't see through it. Stop worrying. Another subordinate laughed. Viper, I really admire your move. Deliberately leaving many footprints to the southwest while our main force heads northwest. Those Dragon Country folks could rack their brains and never guess we're in the northwest. If they chase southwest, they'll never find us, even to the ends of the earth. The others burst into laughter. Viper spat on the ground. You have to be careful dealing with Dragon Country people. We've already lost some goods and we can't afford any more slip-ups. Otherwise, how will we explain to the boss when we get back? A subordinate said dismissively, this route is a bit longer, but I'm sure the Dragon Country side won't figure it out. We'll definitely get through safely. Suddenly his voice trailed off, and he shook his head in disbelief. What's wrong? Viper asked curiously. The subordinate rubbed his eyes, then pointed into the distance in shock. Look. That thing. Is it a tank? What nonsense are you spouting? Viper chuckled. How could there be a tank here? That thing can't even drive up. He turned his head and immediately collapsed to the ground in terror, trembling all over. In the distance, tanks had indeed appeared, and more than one. And they were heading straight toward them. Damn it. Viper wiped the sweat from his forehead in panic. They sent tanks after us. Is this really necessary? The Viper watched as tanks drew closer to his main force, sweat beading on his forehead. He simply couldn't fathom how so many tanks and armored vehicles had managed to get here. But there was no time to dwell on it now. If he didn't leave soon, he'd be discovered too. Damn it, I can't save them. The Viper slammed his fist into the ground. Retreat. Retreat. The others stared at him in shock. Viper, are you kidding? What about the goods? If we lose this much cargo, even if we make it back, the boss will kill us. The Viper's gaze swept coldly over each of them. In this situation, going to warn them is as good as exposing ourselves. Then we'll all die together. Everyone fell silent. Now only the blind couldn't see that their main force was doomed. No more hesitating. The Viper patted his chest. The most important cargo is still with me. As long as it's safe, we've completed our mission. Retreat. He crawled backward slowly, and the others, without further hesitation, followed him, quickly vanishing into the woods. No sooner had they left than the resting drug dealers in the distance sensed something amiss. Holy crap, tanks. One dealer leaped up in terror. The others scrambled to their feet too, but upon seeing the tanks and armored vehicles below, they collectively dropped to the ground in fear. Instantly, they all felt like terrified children. Where the hell did these tanks come from? Are these off-road tanks for mountain climbing? A leader asked in panic. Another leader looked around and shouted angrily, "Where's the Viper? That bastard, we're surrounded, and he didn't warn us. Screw the Viper, he sold us out." A dealer growled in despair. "He used us as bait and ran off. We've been abandoned. Damn his whole family." The dealer leader was on the verge of tears. Head just brought a few crappy guns to transport flour enough to handle regular police. But surrounded by tanks, he was terrified, and at that moment he missed his mother. Just then Su Chin's voice rang out from below. "You up there, I see all of you. Drop your weapons and come down with your hands on your heads. You have 1 minute or he'll open fire." Wang Hai whispered, "Battalion commander, we haven't fully encircled them yet." Su Chin shot him a glare. "Is that the main force up there? Do they have heavy weapons? With all our tanks and artillery surrounding a few dealers is an embarrassment." Wang Hai scratched his head and chuckled dryly. Seems about right." Su Chin turned and waved his hand decisively. All the tanks instantly understood, swiveling their turrets to aim directly at the dealer's position. "Have the police been notified?" Su Chin asked. Wang Hai nodded promptly. "Yes, they're on their way." Su Chin chuckled. "By the time they get here, there'll be nothing left for them." He raised the loudspeaker and shouted again, 30 seconds left. Hearing Su Chin's words, the dealers trembled in fear. "Chief Yong, what do we do now?" A subordinate stammered. "How about we surrender?" "Surrender?" The chief glared at them. "Do you know the laws of Dragon Country? With all this flour we're transporting, we'll be executed for sure. Surrender means death." Another dealer said in terror, But if we're shot, at least we'll have a whole body. If they open fire, even our mothers won't recognize us." "Exactly, I don't want to die in pieces. Then I'd lose my chance at reincarnation." Seeing his men cower, the chief gritted his teeth and slapped a few of them hard. "Calm down," he growled. "Do you think tank shells are like bullets, easy to fire off? Those shells are expensive. They won't waste them on our worthless lives. They're just bluffing." "Really?" Hope flickered in everyone's eyes. "Of course," the chief said coldly. "Besides, we ran into Dragon Country's people by chance. They couldn't have sent people this fast, let alone tanks. I bet these tanks are just on a training exercise and happened to come up the mountain for us." He sneered. "If I'm right, they don't even have live rounds. It's all a bluff." "Really? That's great." The group broke into excited smiles. The chief's mouth twitched. He wasn't sure himself, but he had to gamble. Anything was better than being caught and executed. "Spread out," the chief said grimly. "Forget the goods, make a run for the border. Whether we live or die is up to fate. Go." At his command, all the dealers leaped up from the ground. Some whipped the pack mules, sending them scattering in panic. The others took advantage of the chaos to sprint toward the border. Su Chan watched from atop an armored vehicle, then shrugged helplessly at his men. "Let's begin. What are you waiting for? Fire." The next second, over 20 tanks opened fire simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. Shells roared out of the barrels, their thunderous echoes shaking the mountains. The fleeing dealers trembled instinctively at the terrifying sound. But before they could even be afraid, the shells rained down from above. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the narrow forest erupted in flames. The explosions unleashed devastating shockwaves, obliterating everything within a 50-meter radius. Dozens of dealers felt a wave of scorching heat, only to be torn to shreds the next moment. Severed limbs and blood were scattered everywhere. The dealer chief collapsed in terror as human remains rained down on him, making him scream in horror. "You're insane, insane. It's just a drug bust. Why the bombardment? You think it's a war? I surrender, I surrender. Stop the shelling, I won't run anymore, okay?" 10 minutes later, Tong Lei and Zhang Wei arrived with a large contingent of military police. But when they saw the charred forest and the mangled corpses scattered across the ground, many bent over and vomited violently. Director Tong Suchin walked over with a grin and saluted. "Mission accomplished. All dealers intercepted. Not a single one escaped." Tong Lei stared at him pale-faced. "Battalion Commander Suyu, this is a drug bust, not a war. Who told you to bombard them? I needed live captures. You've killed them all, leaving me with corpses." Before he could finish, Xiao Xiaodong marched over with 6 nearly traumatized dealers in custody. Tong Lei and his team were stunned. Were these guys cockroaches, surviving such a bombardment? Their vitality was incredible. "Here, live ones." Suchin smiled. "When our military handles things, you can always count on us." Just then, a few dealers suddenly charged toward Tong Lei. As the military police prepared to fire, the dealers dropped to their knees in unison. "Sir, please arrest us. Don't leave us with these lunatics. They're psychos. They use cannons to catch people. Take us away." Tong Lei's mouth twitched violently. In all his years on the job, this was the first time he'd seen dealers begging to be arrested. It showed just how horrific their mental torment had been. "Chief," a subordinate ran over frowning. "The numbers don't add up." A few minutes later, a squad of about 20 men arrived in the woods. "What the hell happened here?" a burly man exclaimed, staring at the forest reduced to rubble. "Weren't we supposed to be arresting drug dealers? Looks like a battlefield." Another team member pointed in shock at the distant independent battalion. "How the hell did they get those tanks up here?" Every member of the squad stood agape in awe. They all glanced around, confirming this was a mountainous region, not flat terrain. "Are you comrades from Sharp Sword?" a police officer approached and asked. The major leading the squad nodded. "Sharp Sword of the Southeast, codename Hidden Thorn. Am ordered to lead my team here to assist in the drug bust." The officer chuckled. "You're late. Battalion Commander Su has already eliminated the drug dealers." "Battalion Commander Su." Hidden Thorn frowned, his gaze shifting to the distant independent battalion. The officer cleared his throat. "Sir, our chief and Commander Su are over there. Would you like to come?" Hidden Thorn nodded and promptly led his team over. "You're sure you don't know where they fled?" Tong Lei stared coldly at the drug lord. "This is your last chance to earn some merit. Don't be stubborn." The drug lord nodded bitterly. "Sir, those bastards abandoned us all. I wish them dead just as much. Why would I lie to you? If I knew where they were, I'd gladly lead you there." Tong Lei frowned and turned to Su Chun. "Commander Su, where do you think they might be?" Just as Su Chun was about to speak, Hidden Thorn's voice rang out. "Chief Tong, Sharp Sword of the Southeast, reporting for duty." Su Chun looked over in surprise to see a group of well-equipped soldiers standing nearby. Hidden Thorn, their leader, was remarkably robust, his face chiseled like a sculpture, exuding a sharp, three-dimensional aura. "Sharp Sword from the Special Forces Brigade." Su Chun sized them up. This was the most elite infantry unit in the Southeast Theater, renowned for their ability to strike from sky to sea with no mission they couldn't complete and no enemy they couldn't defeat. Throughout the entire Southeast, they were a force to be reckoned with. "Captain Hidden Thorn, it's great that you're here." Tong Lei shook his hand warmly. Hidden Thorn glanced at Su Chun, then said to Tong Lei, "Sorry we're late, Chief Tong." "Not late at all." Tong Lei said anxiously, "Commander Su has managed to capture most of the dealers, but the most important ones got away. Your arrival is perfect for the manhunt." Hidden Thorn's eyes lit up. If they had come for nothing, Sharp Sword's reputation would take a serious hit. "Leave the rest to us." Hidden Thorn saluted. "I swear we'll bring them all back. Not one will escape." Tong Lei nodded emphatically. "Good, good. With your help I can rest easy." Hidden Thorn immediately waved his hand. "Everyone follow me." "Hold on." Every member of Sharp Sword stopped instantly, all eyes on Su Chun. "Commander Su, is it?" Hidden Thorn said expressionlessly. "You've done well enough, but leave the professional work to the professionals. Your job here is done. Go get some rest." He turned to leave, but Su Chun chuckled. "Major, I understand your eagerness to make a name for yourself, but you need to know where to catch them first." Tong Lei was also taken aback. "Right, Captain Hidden Thorn, do you know where to find them?" Hidden Thorn spun around, his gaze locking onto Su Chun. "When we arrived, I noticed at least 7,000 or 8,000 people are searching within a 40-kilometer radius. With your artillery bombardment, those dealers, even if they're just ordinary thugs, would be scared shitless. In such a situation, they'd only flee toward the border to get out of here. Isn't that obvious?" Tong Lei's face darkened. "Captain Hidden Thorn, we can't let them cross the border. The one called Viper is carrying crucial cargo, and they've got our soldiers' blood on their hands." Hidden Thorn nodded to him. "Chief Tong, rest assured. With sharp sword on the move, they won't get away. Also, he'll need your cooperation. Order the search teams to tighten the encirclement. ITLL make it easier for me to find them. Fine. Tong Lei nodded eagerly. He'll do it right. Su Chen sighed. Chief Tong, if you listen to him, you'll waste manpower and resources, and you still won't catch them. Commander Su. Hidden Thorn glared at him coldly. I've been tolerating you long enough. You've already been reckless enough, and now you're trying to dictate to Sharp Sword. Who's the professional here? Every member of Sharp Sword fixed Su Chen with icy, murderous stares. But Su Chen was unfazed. Even a general's intimidation hadn't shaken him. These guys were nothing. He turned to Tong Lei. Chief Tong, if it weren't for me, you'd still be wandering around clueless. True, true. Tong Lei nodded. We owe it all to Commander Su. So who do you trust, me or him? Su Chen stared at him. I once captured a military commander alive. Everyone in the southeast knows that. Ask him if you don't believe me. Tong Lei's jaw dropped in shock. Really? You captured a commander? He immediately looked at Hidden Thorn. Hidden Thorn's mouth twitched. Su Chen had indeed captured Yao Guangji and led the 9th Brigade to a stunning victory. Sharp Sword had studied the relevant footage. Hidden Thorn knew it well. It was a fact, so he could only nod helplessly. Holy crap. Tong Lei laughed heartily. Commander Su, I've been blind. No wonder you're so brilliant. You're a genius. Su Chen waved his hand with a smile. So do you trust me? Yes, yes, absolutely. Tong Lei nodded fervently. Chief Tong. Hidden Thorn shouted indignantly. This mission was assigned to us. Tong Lei waved him off with a laugh. He's a genius. We should all trust him. Don't be difficult, just listen to Commander Su. Hidden Thorn was so furious he nearly spat blood, and every member of Sharp Sword clenched their fists in frustration. Commander Su, please go on. Tong Lei said excitedly. Tell us what to do next. We're all at your command. Su Chen shot a triumphant glance at Hidden Thorn. This was his mission to claim. If they wanted to compete, they'd need the skill. Su Chen cleared his throat. This group is clever. They already used a feint to divert our attention. But even so, they split into 2 teams, using the larger group to lure us while the rest stayed flexible. Truly cunning, Zhang Wei spat. Hidden Thorn rolled his eyes. Was that it? He could have figured that out too. Su Chen continued, since their main force is surrounded, they're essentially out of danger. Whether their people are wiped out or captured, no one knows their whereabouts. Our default assumption would be that they've lost their main force, are terrified, and will inevitably flee across the border. Hidden Thorn's face reddened. Wasn't that a dig at him? Su Chen looked at Tong Lei. At this point, all they have to do is find a spot to lie low. When night falls, they can slip through our encirclement by taking advantage of the chaos. Then, without anyone noticing, they can continue their mission, and Wed chase after them forever without ever catching up. Nonsense. Hidden Thorn snorted. They wouldn't have the guts or the skill for that. They're just a bunch of drug dealers, not special forces. Penetrate our encirclement. Ridiculous. Every member of Sharp Sword scoffed in disbelief. Su Chen sneered. Once its dark visibility drops, our search teams are huge, and over half are just militia. We'll be focused on the border, and everyone will let their guard down. Is it really that hard for those dealers to fish in troubled waters? That's tactical thinking. If you don't get it, keep your mouth shut. You? Hidden Thorn was fuming, but he couldn't refute Su Chen's logic. That's a real possibility. Tong Lei frowned. If they managed to slip through, the consequences would be disastrous. He looked at Su Chen. Commander Su, thank goodness for you. So what do we do now? Su Chen chuckled. Simple. He looked at Su Chen. Commander Su, thank goodness for you. So what do we do now? Su Chen chuckled. Simple. Su Chen whispered into Tong Lei's ear, if my guess is right, those guys have changed their clothes, even looking just like our militia. Dressed like that, they'll head back toward Zhao Village. If they can sneak in and hide, they'll be safe in a couple of days. Tong Lei nodded, his face dark with worry. If what Su Chen said came true, the consequences would be dire. Not only would the villagers be in danger, but the drugs the traffickers carried could also flow into Dragon Country. What do we do? Tong Lei asked anxiously. Su Chen smiled. Easy. We play along. Let them think we haven't noticed and keep searching forward. But actually surround Zhao Village and trap them before they enter. Su Chen laid out the plan, and the gloom on Tong Lei's face gradually lifted. Great, let's do it. Tong Lei nodded excitedly. Su Chen said, by my estimate, the traffickers should be near Zhao Village by now. No time to waste, Director Tong. Give the order, and we can head over right away. Tong Lei nodded firmly. All right, I'll give the order now. Hold on. Hidden Thorn frowned as he walked over. Director Tong, Tong Lei waved him off. Captain Hidden Thorn, this is urgent. I don't have time to listen. Get your men ready. He didn't even let Hidden Thorn speak, pushing him aside to give orders. Notify everyone to spread out and surround Zhao Village. Send people to Zhao Village to evacuate the civilians. Do it fast and discreetly. Ignored Hidden Thorn clenched his fists in anger. It was always others begging the Sharp Sword for help. This was the first time someone had dismissed them so utterly. Captain Hidden Thorn. Su Chun walked over with a grin. For now, just follow me, he said, patting Hidden Thorn on the shoulder. Hidden Thorn glared at him. Commander Su, do you even know what the sharp sword does? You're a regular type unit, we're a special type unit. We outrank you. You listen to me. It should be the other way around. Su Chun shrugged. No need to get worked up. Fine, don't listen. But when we find them, don't get in the way. With a cheerful laugh, Su Chun waved his hand. Full battalion move out. Yes, sir. Watching Su Chin's back, Hidden Thorn trembled with rage. This guy is as arrogant as the rumors say. Ridiculously arrogant. Captain, one of his men said coldly. Are we really following him? Are you out of your mind? Hidden Thorn snapped. Were the sharp sword the only special forces in the southeast? In the southeast were the top dogs. Follow me, Hidden Thorn said coldly. Today let's show these guys what special forces really are. As he still headed in Su Chin's direction, his men collectively rolled their eyes. After all that talk, you still trust Su Chun? Dusk fell and a vast darkness descended, shrouding the entire mountain forest. Viper quietly poked his head out from some bushes just in time to see a patrol heading off into the distance. Bro, how many patrols have we seen now? A subordinate whispered. The 9th. Viper scanned the area warily. Another man said excitedly, that should be enough, right? 9 patrols already. They can't have many people left to search. Viper nodded. They've probably all moved toward the border. This patrol showed up 20 minutes later than the others, which means they really are out of men. Bro, you're amazing. The traffickers gave him thumbs up. If it weren't for you, we'd be in the underworld with the others. Viper smiled. Brothers, if we survive this, wealth and glory await. Let's go into the village. They scrambled to their feet and followed Viper toward the village. Just as the village came into view, 2 beams of light suddenly cut through the darkness. Who goes there? Viper and his men panicked, not expecting a patrol here. Viper forced calm and said with a smile, we're a patrol too. Same side. Same side. The man holding the flashlight sneered. He was one of Su Chen's soldiers. Everyone's searching toward the border, but you're heading back. Same side, huh? Explain yourself. A dangerous glint flashed in Viper's eyes. He knew they were exposed. Fight them. Viper raised his gun, but before he could pull the trigger, Su Chun, who had been watching from a distance, coldly ordered, open fire. Instantly, the soldiers lying in ambush at the village entrance waiting for Viper threw off their camouflage. Squad machine guns, Type 81 rifles. Hundreds of guns roared to life. Bullets swept in like a storm. Viper's pupils dilated, and he instinctively dove to the ground as danger struck. But his men weren't so lucky. The torrent of bullets tore through them in seconds. What the hell? Viper looked around, madness in his eyes. Are you even human? Did you need this much firepower for just a few of us? That's brutal. Meanwhile, Tong Lei and Hidden Thorn arrived. Seeing the dead traffickers outside the village, everyone was stunned. Hidden Thorn eyed Su Chun hesitantly. I didn't expect the kid to be right. Those damn traffickers really did come this way. Tong Lei was ecstatic. He shouted to Su Chun, Commander Su, stop the shooting. Give the order to cease fire. I need a survivor, don't kill them all. Su Chun nodded. All right, ill. Boom, boom. At that moment, 2 deafening explosions erupted from the village entrance. Everyone turned to see flames leaping into the sky. A figure dashed past the firelight and charged into the village. Commander, a voice crackled over the radio. The trafficker set off bombs, we couldn't stop him. And he seems to have more explosives. Damn, Tong Lei shouted in panic. There are still elderly people in the village who haven't been evacuated. If he'll go. Hidden Thorn grabbed his gun and ran after him without a second thought. Su Chun frowned deeply. As soldiers, their primary duty was to protect the nation and its people. If Viper made it into the village and detonated the bombs, everyone present would bear an unforgivable responsibility. Wang Hai Zhao Xiaodong. Su Chun grabbed the radio and shouted, pincer formation left and right. Follow me into the village. Yes, sir. Bang. The venomous snake crashed into a handcart like a whipped cur. After rolling several times on the ground, it leaped up again like a mad dog. I can't escape anymore. I'll take you all down with me. If you won't let me live, I won't let you have it easy either. Bang. A gunshot suddenly rang out in the darkness. The venomous snake felt a sharp pain in its shoulder, and then its entire body was blasted away. In the distance, CI holding a sniper rifle said coldly, this guy has bombs on him. Catch him quickly, aim for the limbs. Yes. The Special Forces soldiers of Sharp Sword immediately charged forward. The venomous snake had already gotten up from the ground. Despite the bloody wound on its shoulder, it still refused to give up, struggling. Suddenly, it heard the sound of something falling from a nearby house. A wild joy flashed across the venomous snake's face. There are people. Ha! Let's see who can kill me today. Like a wounded beast, it charged straight into the house. The 2 elderly people in the house were startled, and the little girl hiding in their arms let out a piercing scream. Ha ha ha, 3 people. Madness filled the venomous snake's eyes. Even if I die this time, it'll still come out ahead. Bang! Another bullet shot over. Originally aimed at the venomous snake's head, the bullet was blocked by a pot hanging on the wall. Terrified, the venomous snake immediately rushed toward the 3 civilians. Seeing that the fatal shot had missed, NCI in the distance shouted urgently, "Assault! We must ensure the safety of the civilians. Hurry! Don't anyone come closer." The venomous snake rolled right to the feet of the 3 civilians, then grabbed the little girl and held her in front. "If anyone dares to come closer, I'll detonate the bomb and take them all with me." The sharp sword soldiers who had just reached the door all stopped immediately. They could vaguely see the explosives on the venomous snake. If they detonated, the 3 people in the house would surely die. "Back off. All of you back off." The venomous snake laughed arrogantly. "All of you back off. Fall back." NCI had no choice but to order, "Keep him calm first." The sharp sword soldiers retreated without any hesitation. From the house came the little girl's pitiful cries, the elderly couple's pleas for mercy, and the venomous snake's arrogant laughter. The sharp sword soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, searching for the best opportunity to take the shot. "Give me a car and let me leave this place." The venomous snake shouted arrogantly, "I'll give you 2 minutes, or I'll take them all with me." Just then Su Chun led his men charging into the yard. "Battalion Commander Su, don't do anything reckless." A sharp sword soldier blocked him. "That drug dealer has taken hostages, and he's carrying bombs." Su Chun glanced inside, then asked coldly, "Does he have a gun?" The sharp sword soldier was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "Well, it seems not." "Then what the hell are you retreating for?" Su Chun glared at him in annoyance. "Huh." The sharp sword soldier clearly didn't understand. Without wasting another word, Su Chun made tactical gestures to Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong. Before the sharp sword soldiers could figure out what was happening, Su Chun charged in first. Simultaneously, Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong led their men charging in from both sides. Holy shit! The sharp sword soldiers were all stunned. A frontal assault. What's going on? NCI watched from a distance, dumbfounded. Who told them to charge in? Report it was Battalion Commander Su's own decision. The sharp sword soldier said bitterly, "I couldn't stop him." Before NCI could ask further, chaos erupted inside the house. The venomous snake was in high spirits, hiding behind the civilians. Its sole focus was on dodging bullets, never imagining that someone would be reckless enough to charge straight in. By the time it heard the noise and looked out, Su Chun was already in front of it, reaching out to grab the child in its arms. Holy! The venomous snake recoiled in terror. "How did you get in?" I have. Have what?" Su Chun grabbed the child, while simultaneously punching the venomous snake square in the face. Bang! Blood sprayed from the snake's nose as it fell to the ground along with the 2 elderly people. Thud, thud, thud. Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong had already charged in with their men. Rage twisted the venomous snake's face. "You want me dead, huh? I'll take you all with me." It yanked the fuse, and a wisp of white smoke immediately rose. The 2 elderly people were petrified. In all their years, they had never seen anything like this. "Quick, carry it out." Su Chun roared. "Yes." Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong acted as if they hadn't even seen the bomb strapped to the venomous snake. Grabbing its limbs, they hoisted it up. The other soldiers swarmed in, lifting the smoking venomous snake above their heads and dashing outside. The sharp sword soldiers who were about to enter all stumbled back in fright. Even NCI was taken aback, nearly vaulting over the wall to take cover. As for the venomous snake, it felt nothing but humiliation. "I still have a bomb on me. You might not respect me, but at least show some fear of death. Put me down. Here, throw it in." Su Chun pointed at the cesspool and roared. Without a second thought, Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong hurled the snake and then immediately hit the deck. No. Wah! Boom! The venomous snake landed squarely in the cesspool, its mouth gurgling unintelligibly. After a full minute, Su Chun raised his head from behind a low wall. The cesspool was still there, and from within came desperate shouts, "Help! Help me, it stinks to death." Su Chun stood up with a smile. "The fuse must have gotten damp. It can't detonate now. Captain NCI, we don't know how to defuse bombs. The rest is up to you." NCI was utterly dumbfounded. He had carried out many rescue missions before, but he had never seen a rescue like Su Chun's in his entire life. And it had even succeeded. Pure brute force. NCI swallowed hard. Compared to Su Chun, all the hostage rescue plans they had learned seemed utterly pathetic. The crudest and simplest approach was all it took to succeed. Suddenly snapping out of it, he stormed up to Su Chun and bellowed, "Su, what the hell were you doing? Do you have any idea how dangerous that was?" NCI jabbed a finger at him. "If that guy had detonated the bomb, you and all your men would be dead. I don't care if you die, but can you take responsibility for your soldiers?" Su Chun looked at him, about to speak. Just then the 2 elderly people rushed out of the house. Little girl. Seeing the child safe in Su Chun's arms, they wept with joy. Taking the girl, they fell to their knees before Su Chun. Comrade, thank you for saving our child. Su Chun quickly helped them up. Elders don't stand on ceremony. We are the people's soldiers. Even if the sky falls, we will always be the first to stand in front. Please get up. This is our duty. In Si, standing nearby, was stunned. He felt that Su Chin's words were also meant for him. The people's soldiers, the people's guardians. In Si silently looked at his uniform. He recalled the oath he had once taken to dedicate his youth and life to this uniform. Even if the sky falls, soldiers will always charge to the front line, standing tall and firm, supporting heaven and earth. Su Chun was comforting the two elderly people when a large crowd suddenly rushed into the village. Su, are you all right? Lei Chung pushed through the crowd and dashed over first. Su Chun was taken aback. Brigadier, why are you here? Lei Chung glared at him. With such a major incident as your superior, how could I not come? Tell me quickly, are you fine? Anyone injured? Lei Chung said as he circled around Su Chun twice. Su Chun smiled. Reporting to the brigadier, our independent battalion has suffered no casualties. We successfully rescued the hostages and protected the people's property. Good, excellent. Lei Chung looked at him, then at Wang Hai and the others, beaming with joy. Old Chen, old Lu, what did I tell you? Lei Chung laughed triumphantly. With Su on the case, there's nothing that can't be solved. We arrived too late to witness his brilliant performance. Lu Guo and Chun Quan's mouths twitched violently. 5 minutes ago, you weren't saying that you were clearly about to tie Su Chen up and take him back. They felt Lei Chung had also changed. He used to be such a decisive man. How had he become so quick to change his tune now? Tong Lei chuckled. Brigadier Lei, the soldiers you've trained are truly remarkable. In all my years in the field, this is the first time I've seen a rescue like Battalion Commander Seuss. Not only swift, but fearless. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Tong Lei gave a thumbs up. Even the sharp sword special forces aren't as impressive as you. Lei Chung laughed smugly. Oh, Director Tong flatters us. This is just our usual performance, The members of Shadow Thorn and Sharp Sword twitched their eyes, yet they had no words to refute. All of today's arrests were led by Su Chun. A Sharp Sword felt like they were just on a day trip. Moreover, only Su Chun would dare to carry out that final move. Even if given another chance, he might not have done it himself. Director Tong, Su Chun said, the man is still in the cesspit. He has a bomb on him. It's very dangerous. It's best to disarm it first. Tong Lei slapped his forehead. Right, how could I forget about him? Captain Shadow Thorn, please trouble you to fish him out quickly and then neutralize the bomb. Shadow Thorn's mouth twitched fiercely. They had failed to rescue anyone, and now they had to fish someone out of a cesspit. But now it was a job only they could do. Shadow Thorn nodded helplessly and led his men to the cesspit to retrieve the viper. Su Chun saluted Tong Lei. Director Tong, the rest is up to you. Tong Lei was stunned. Battalion Commander Su Yur. Su Chun smiled. We were in the middle of training and happened to receive your distress call, so we came. Now that it's over, we need to get back to training. Tong Lei was dumbfounded. After pulling off something this big, you're still thinking about training. Shouldn't this be the time to go back and wait for commendation? Su Chun said no more. He saluted Lei Chung and the others again, then turned to lead his team away. He had to seize every moment now. More training time now meant a greater chance 2 months later. Uncle. Su Chun paused and turned to see the little girl running toward him. Su Chun smiled softly, crouched down, and patted her head. What's wrong? The little girl suddenly hugged him and kissed him on the cheek. Thank you, uncle. When I grow up, I want to be just like you. Su Chun was stunned, looking into the little girl's clear yet resolute eyes, a smile spreading across his face. To gain the recognition of the people, no matter what they did as soldiers, it was all worth it. Good. Su Chun patted her head, then turned and left without looking back. The elderly who hadn't evacuated the village all stood up watching until Su Chun completely disappeared into the darkness. Tong Lei let out a long sigh and then gave a solemn salute towards Su Chun's retreating figure. All the officers straightened their backs and saluted the darkness with reverence. Brigadier Lei, thank you. Tong Lei said emotionally. It is because of soldiers like you who carry heavy burdens that the people of Dragon Country can live without worries. Lei Cheng's face was full of pride. After all these years as a soldier, today was his proudest and most glorious day. In the pitch-black jungle, the soldiers of the independent battalion chattered excitedly as they marched. We were so awesome today, especially Squad Leader Wang and Squad Leader Zhao. What were you thinking back then? Weren't you afraid of death? Wang Hai smiled and rubbed his head. To be honest, I didn't really think about it at the time. When the battalion commander charged, I had to go too. Zhao Xiaodong chuckled. Thinking about it now, I'm still a bit scared. If it had exploded. But seeing the look in the people's eyes, it was all worth it. Battalion commander, you're the real beast. No one expected you to just charge straight in. Everyone looked at Su Chun with admiration. In that situation, even the sharp sword team had backed off, but Su Chun rushed forward without hesitation. This courage had won over everyone. Su Chun smiled faintly. All right, stop sucking up to me. Don't forget we are the people's soldiers. Ooh, we come from the people. When we put on this uniform, we take on a mission and a responsibility. All the hardships we endure in peacetime now have meaning. Everyone nodded silently. The soldiers of Dragon Country were powerful because of a strong conviction. This conviction passed down from decades ago to today could overcome anything. Enough chatter. Su Chun called over the radio. All battalions move out. We must reach height 479 before dawn. Yes, sir. Everyone shouted with fervor. At the Southeast Command, Zhao Hongxing and Sharp Sword Captain Kai Qian were speaking their mouths dry. Commander, Kai Qian said indignantly, it's not that I'm jealous, but that Su Chun is too reckless. The man was strapped with explosives, and there were 3 hostages. He just charged in without a care. That's too rash. If anything happened to them or the hostages, it would be a serious incident. I suggest we give him a severe reprimand. Zhao Hongxing also nodded. Commander, I think Xiao Kai is right. Su Chen acted on his own. Although he succeeded, I think it was just dumb luck. What if? Wu Weiguo smiled and interrupted him. Old Zhao, do you also think Su Chun was reckless? What else could it be? Zhao Hongxing said, puzzled. Wu Weiguo smiled. I think he showed both courage and wisdom. Zhao Hongxing and Kai Qian were instantly dumbfounded. That was pure recklessness. How could it be courage and wisdom? Wu Weiguo said calmly. Although I wasn't there from your analysis, I can imagine Su Chen seized on the drug dealer's mindset that we wouldn't dare to storm. So he did the opposite. It was a gamble, but with swift action and enough bravery, the odds of success were high. Wu Weiguo chuckled. Perhaps that was his tactic. Zhao Hongxing and Kai Qian were speechless. How could that be twisted into a tactic? Don't be unconvinced. Wu Weiguo said. In that situation, there was no time for deliberation. The fact that he could charge through showed enough courage. And to successfully rescue the hostages and subdue the drug dealer. Could an ordinary person do that? At the very least, Sharp Sword didn't have the guts. Kai Qian's face flushed red. He wanted to argue but had nothing to say. After all, his men hadn't dared to go in and had even retreated. Zhao Hongxing looked at Wu Weiguo. Old Wu, do you mean we shouldn't discipline Su Chun? Wu Weiguo smiled. Not only will we not discipline him, but we will also award him and his subordinates with honors. He said solemnly. You see this as recklessness, but to me it's the essence of a soldier. No matter the danger, they dare to step forward. Zhao Hongxing nodded helplessly. All right, well, do it your way. However, a sharp glint flashed in Wu Weiguo's eyes. This matter doesn't end here. Zhao Hongxing nodded helplessly. All right, well, do it your way. However, a sharp glint flashed in Wu Weiguo's eyes. This matter doesn't end here. After Wu Weiguo finished speaking, Zhao Hongxing's mouth dropped open in shock. Old Wu, are you serious? Wu Weiguo nodded with a smile. Since Xiao Su performed so well, we certainly can't treat him poorly. Doesn't he love real combat? Then we must raise the stakes. Zhao Hongxing's face twisted into a half smile as he gave Wu Weiguo a thumbs up. Old Wu, you truly care for this junior. He will surely thank you profusely. Wu Weiguo laughed heartily. Since you're so concerned for him, then forget it. Forget it? How can we forget? Zhao Hongxing's eyes widened. This kid is too arrogant now. He must learn that there are always greater powers beyond him, or else he'll be insufferable in the future. He'll make the arrangements immediately, no need for you to worry. With that, he waved at Kai Qian, and the two fled the office like escapees. Wu Weiguo walked to the window with a grin. Xiao Su, this time, I'll teach you one thing: never reveal your full strength too quickly, or you'll be targeted for elimination. I'm doing this for your own good. Don't hold it against me. 2 days later, Jia Peng, the temporary political instructor of the independent battalion, suddenly rushed before Su Chun. Battalion commander, there's good news and bad news. Which do you want first? Su Chun tilted his head back and gulped down some water. Old Jia, you're no spring chicken anymore. Why so wishy-washy? Spit it out. Jia Peng smiled awkwardly. Over the past few days, Su Chun had established absolute authority in the independent battalion. From Jia Peng himself down to the lowest soldier, everyone now admired Su Chun to the utmost. Su Chun had won everyone over with his tactics and courage. Jia Peng chuckled. Let me start with the bad news. Regarding this hostage rescue mission, higher-ups have issued you a severe reprimand because you acted without authorization and placed the soldiers in extreme danger. As the battalion commander, you bear primary responsibility. Just tell me the outcome. Su Chun said impatiently. Jia Peng laughed. The outcome is you've received a disciplinary warning. I thought it was something major. Now for the good news. Su Chun shrugged it off. A disciplinary warning might be a big deal for others, affecting promotions and assignments. But Su Chun couldn't care less. He had already risen fast enough, and after the next exercise he was confident. Even if he didn't want a promotion, he'd be forced into one. So a warning meant nothing to him. The good news is, Jia Peng said excitedly, because we successfully assisted the police in intercepting drug traffickers and smoothly rescued the hostages. Higher-ups have awarded our independent battalion a collective first-class merit. Additionally, they've allocated 2 individual first-class merit slots and 6 second-class merit slots. Higher-ups said you can decide who gets them. A smile curled at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. A first-class merit was a rare treasure, usually earned at the cost of one's life in peacetime. If not for the drug dealers pulling a grenade during the rescue, higher-ups wouldn't have granted a first-class merit. Su Chen pondered briefly, then said, "Don't announce the merits yet, but you can hint about them to the battalion. They'll distribute them after the exercise ends." Jiao Peng was stunned. Hold off that long. But after a moment's hesitation, he read Su Chen's intent from his gaze. Jiao Peng smiled wryly. "Battalion commander, you want to keep them hungry and motivate them to give their all in the exercise, right?" Su Chen nodded with a grin. "People always need a little incentive." Jiao Peng gave a thumbs up. "You've painted a big round pie that they can actually eat. I truly admire you." Su Chen patted his shoulder. "And don't forget the task I gave you. It's crucial. It's vital for our upcoming exercise. Whether the 9th Brigade survives depends on you playing a key role." Jiao Peng's face lit up. "I'm that important?" "Of course." Su Chen laughed. "The entire battalion is combat troops, and you are the only one handling political work. Do you think I kept you for no great purpose?" Jiao Peng nodded firmly. "Thank you for your trust, battalion commander. They'll complete this task flawlessly." "Good, good." Su Chen's face was full of mischief. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. One morning, the Southeast Command headquarters was bustling with activity. Not only had all division-level officers and above from the Southeast region come to observe the exercise, but even neighboring war zones and the military headquarters had sent representatives. "Dad, isn't this too unfair?" Yao Na angrily shoved the exercise report into Yao Guangxi's hands. "They might as well tie Su Chen's hands and feet and gun him down." Yao Guangxi glanced at the report and chuckled. "Oh, why the sudden concern for him? Before you came, weren't you saying he needed a good lesson? What changed your mind so quickly?" Yao Na's face flushed as she defended herself. "Su Chen is indeed arrogant and deserves a lesson. But this exercise is too extreme. This isn't a lesson. It's a punishment, one that pins him to the ground. Isn't it just public humiliation?" Yao Guangxi snorted. "I don't think it's all bad. That kid's quite sly. He made me lose face last time too." "Enough, stop playing the advocate." Yao Guangxi pulled her forward. "That kid's cunning as a fox. Despite the odds, his tricks are more numerous than stars in the sky. He won't lose that badly." Yao Na looked back, her face full of worry. She could bully Su Chen herself, but she wouldn't tolerate anyone else doing it. "You'd better go easy on him. If you make him look too bad, it'll ensure the Southeast region suffers a huge embarrassment in the upcoming national exercise." Yao Na huffed coldly. Meanwhile, in Wu Weiguo's office, Suja sat on the sofa with a group of people all studying the exercise report. Wu Weiguo handed Suja a cup of tea with a smile. "Old Su, give this a try. This year's fresh tea." Suja put down the report. "It's almost New Year's. Where do you get fresh tea?" Wu Weiguo laughed heartily. "Since there's nothing fresher, it must be fresh." Suja glared at his shameless old comrade. "Old Wu, do you call this an exercise? I've heard that your Southeast Blue Army used to be a target. Now are you turning my son into an even bigger moving target? You won't stop until he's crushed." Wu Weiguo quickly waved his hands. "Old Su, that's not fair. Xiao Chun is my junior too. I care for him deeply." Bang. Suja slammed his hand on the table. "Is this how you care for someone? A whole brigade against him plus 2 special forces teams and air-ground coordination. Is this a fair fight?" Wu Weiguo immediately turned serious. "Old Su, if you say that, I can't agree. I arranged this because Su Chun himself requested it. He said our ancestors defeated powerful enemies with iron will and a fearless spirit. He wants to carry that legacy, so I'm giving him a chance to test if his principles hold up against modern weapons and tactics." Wu Weiguo spread his hands with a look of grievance. "I'm just trying to teach the kid. How can you blame me?" Suja had anticipated Wu Weiguo's antics before coming. He sneered coldly and stood up. "Fine, old Wu. You couldn't beat me, so now you go after my son. Quite impressive." With that, he led his men toward the door. Wu Weiguo called out cheerfully behind him. "Old Su, head straight to the command center. We're about to start." Outside the gate, one subordinate said, "Commander, Wu has gone too far. This exercise setup is a death trap for Xiao Chun." Another nodded. "Indeed, Commander. We need to think of something. Xiao Chun will surely lose this exercise. We won't be able to take him away." Suja snorted. "I know Wu Weiguo's tricks inside out even with my eyes closed. He's doing this to prevent me from taking Xiao Chun away. But he has his schemes and I have mine." Suja chuckled. "I expected this, so if Xiao Chun loses, I can still take him away." The group's eyes lit up. "Commander, you truly plan ahead." Suja smiled. "Let's go to the command center first. I want to see how Xiao Chun performs under these circumstances." The piercing alarm echoed across the sky, and a vehicle from the command division drove into the camp at that very moment. Where is everyone? A major jumped out of the car, staring blankly at the empty camp. Another lieutenant colonel gaped in astonishment. Damn, they couldn't possibly not know today is the exercise, could they? Just then the major spotted someone in the distance and immediately sprinted over. Hey, you soldier. The major pointed at the patrolling guard and shouted, where have all the people from the independent battalion gone? The guard stopped abruptly and saluted, reporting, sir, I don't know. You don't know? The major glared at him irritably. Aren't you from here? I am, the guard nodded. Then how do you not know where the main force went? The major fumed. The guard gave a wry smile, reporting, sir, we have a rotation system. This week it's our platoon's turn for duty, so we're only responsible for patrols and nothing else. However, I saw the main force here yesterday, but they were gone this morning. The major was so furious he nearly had a hypertension attack. The exercise had already begun, yet the independent battalion had vanished. What was the point of continuing the drill now? Contact the command division immediately. The independent battalion is missing. The major turned and shouted at the lieutenant colonel. A moment later, inside the command division, Commander-in-Chief Zhao Hongxing finished the call and hurried over to Wu Weiguo. Commander. He saluted Wu Weiguo. Su Zhe and the others then whispered in Wu Weiguo's ear, the command division personnel just went to supervise the independent battalion only to find their camp empty. Not a soul except for the guards. My. Wu Weiguo looked at him in surprise. Where are the people? No idea. Zhao Hongxing shook his head. I asked the guards, but they don't know either. They said everyone was gone when they woke up this morning. Nonsense. Wu Weiguo snorted coldly. So many men vanish and the guards know nothing. I bet Su Chun did this on purpose. Zhao Hongxing glanced at Su Zhe beside him, then asked softly, so should we proceed with the exercise or not? Proceed, of course. Wu Weiguo said coldly. Just because the Blue Army is gone, does that mean we stop? Go tell Yi Chengfeng to find Su Chun in the shortest time and annihilate them all. Tell him Su Chen's father is watching from the command division. This is his best chance to avenge his disgrace. Understood. Zhao Hongxing nodded and immediately went to relay the order. Old Wu Su Zhe sipped his tea and asked what's wrong. Can't find Xiao Chen's unit. Impossible. Wu Weiguo laughed heartily. This time the Red Army is a combined brigade equipped with brand new gear. Finding Su Chen's battalion is more than enough. Haha, don't worry, we'll find and wipe them out soon. Su Zhe smiled and nodded. But don't be careless or you'll end up like old Yao and suffer a huge loss. Not far away, Yao Guangzi's face turned ashen. He hadn't said a word here, yet he still got caught in the crossfire. While the command division was frantically searching for the Blue Army, Su Chun quietly poked his head out from the jungle near the train station. His eyes were fixed intently on the station's situation. Battalion commander, Jia Peng slowly crept over. As soon as Su Chun saw him, he widened his eyes. Why haven't you left yet? Didn't I tell you to get on with the task? Jia Peng grimaced. After following you for 2 months, I finally understand why you kept me a political officer alone. But isn't this plan too unscrupulous? Su Chun pointed at him. Jia Peng, after 2 months with me, what have I said most often? All is fair in war. Jia Peng blurted out. Exactly. Su Chun smiled and patted his face. All is fair in war. If we always play by the rules, how will our allies ever improve? We must teach them the treachery of the human heart. What you're doing is helping them. It's utterly sacred. In the future, if they survive on the battlefield because of this, they'll thank you. Jia Peng gave a bitter smile. But right now, they'll curse my ancestors for generations. Let's talk, get moving. Su Chun pointed at him. I'm telling you, you must complete the mission, understand? Yes. Jia Peng saluted reluctantly. Battalion commander, a train is coming. Wang Hai suddenly said. Su Chun immediately turned his head and a freight train was slowly pulling into the station. Although it was covered with tarps obscuring the cargo, Su Chun could tell from the silhouettes that the entire train was loaded with tanks. At least 2 armored battalions. Zhao Xiaodong said. Battalion commander, should we attack? Attack what? Su Chun shot him a glare. They're all tanks. With us infantry charging over, we wouldn't even be enough for them to snack on. Zhao Xiaodong scratched his head. Battalion commander, what exactly are you thinking? We left ahead of the exercise, then sent all the armored units into the mountains. Now what can we infantry do? The others also looked at Su Chun in confusion. They had trained intensively for 2 months, and everyone had mastered the tactics. But as soon as the exercise began, Su Chun had thrown all those practice tactics out the window. Separating the infantry and heavy units left everyone bewildered. Su Chun slapped Zhao Xiaodong on the head. You don't honestly think a single battalion can take on an entire brigade, do you? Zhao Xiaodong stared at him in astonishment. Battalion commander, I really did believe it. The others chimed in. Battalion commander, we believed it too. Su Chun rolled his eyes helplessly. It seemed these guys had been thoroughly brainwashed by him over the past few months. Good. Su Chun smiled. To fool the enemy, you must first fool yourself. If you believe it yourself, the enemy is sure to be deceived. Your 2 months of training weren't wasted. You've passed. Su Chun gave them a thumbs up. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. Wang Hai asked curiously, "Wait, battalion commander. Do you mean? Our 2 months of training were completely useless, just self-deception." Su Chun glared at him. "How can you say it was completely useless? At least it made the enemy believe we'd be skirmishing in the mountains. So it was still useless." Wang Hai nearly burst into tears, and the others weren't much better. Heaven knows what they had endured over those 2 months. Every day they opened their eyes to ravines and closed them to ravines. They toiled from dawn to dusk, traversing nearly every inch of the border. Now that the exercise was on, Su Chun told them the past 2 months had been essentially pointless. "Battalion commander, you're too underhanded. You even deceive your own people," Zhao Xiaodong said with a face full of grievance. Su Chun coughed twice and laughed awkwardly. "I told you all is fair in war. Although we won't use the tactics we trained for the past 2 months, I can assure you that all our future achievements will be inseparable from those 2 months. Trust me, everyone. I never lie to you." Just as a glimmer of hope ignited in them, his last sentence made them all glare at him in unison. Su Chin's mouth twitched. "I promise this time I'm definitely not lying to you." On the silent railway tracks, a train loaded with heavy equipment sped by. Inside one of the carriages, Yi Chengfeng was meticulously studying a 300-kilometer radius operational map. "Hey, Brigade Commander, you've been studying that for an hour now. Found anything interesting?" Across from Yi Chengfeng, a lieutenant colonel in camouflage uniform sat with his legs crossed, casually cracking sunflower seeds, a look of utter leisure on his face. Without looking up, Yi Chengfeng said, "The exercise command hasn't located the blue force yet. I must determine their position before the main forces complete their assembly." "And you?" Yi Chengfeng raised his head, his gaze sharp. "Commander Xia, shouldn't your sharp sword unit be out hunting the blue force instead of wasting time here with me?" The commander explicitly stated, "We must annihilate the blue force swiftly and decisively. Time is our most precious asset now." Xia Jia looked at him with a smile. "Brigade Commander Yi, you overestimate them. Over a month ago, Commander Wu already informed us to thoroughly study this blue force. My men even encountered them during a mission. So locating them is hardly a challenge. My men are already on their way." Yi Chengfeng stared at him in surprise. "You already know where the blue force is hiding?" "No," Xia Jia chuckled. Yi Chengfeng nearly choked. "If you don't know, where are you sending your men?" Xia Jia sat up straight, then traced a circle along the border on the map. For the past 2 months, Blue Force Commander Su Chun has been leading his troops through the mountain valleys. He's trying to transform a heavy armored battalion into a mountain unit, aiming to stall us by fighting a protracted war in these border mountains. They trained hard for 2 months, then vanished. Where else could they be? Xia Jia pounded the map emphatically. "There's no other place but this area." Yi Chengfeng's gaze fell upon the mountainous region, frowning slightly. "I've also studied the Blue Force's training over the past 2 months, but I feel something is off." "Old, you don't overthink it." Xia Jia laughed. "My men have already gone ahead to reconnoiter the mountains and have also launched drones for two-way surveillance. Once we find them, my men will use harassment tactics to delay them. Then you can rush your main force over and wipe them out in one fell swoop." Xia Jia slammed his fist heavily on the map. "So overthinking is useless now. Just focus on assembling your units." Yi Chengfeng thought it made sense. The sharp sword unit specialized in infiltration operations. Having their help was far better than sending out his own aerial reconnaissance. "All right," Yi Chengfeng nodded. "He'll wait for your good news." Xia Jia resumed cracking sunflower seeds with his legs crossed. "That battalion commander Su Chun stole the spotlight during the last mission, making our sharp sword unit lose face. So rest assured, even without your orders, we'll give him a proper lesson in humility." At the train station, the place was buzzing with activity. The Red Force was busily unloading armored vehicles from the train. Su Chun counted from a distance. 32, 33. 41, 42. "Damn, it really is 2 mechanized infantry battalions." Wang Hai scratched his head. "Battalion commander, will the political instructor's plan work? We've used this trick before." "Yeah," Zhao Xiaodong added. "A fall into the pit again in your wit. The Red Force will surely study their last failure this time. They might not fall for it." Su Chun smiled faintly. "That depends on the villagers' acting skills. Rest assured, during these 2 months, besides training, we've built great rapport with the locals. They will definitely help us out." Just then, Jia Peng's voice suddenly came over the radio. "Battalion commander, we've set off." "Good." Su Chun laughed. "Signal us immediately once you succeed." "Roger that." Su Chun smiled at everyone. "Get ready for a good show." Everyone exchanged glances, their faces showing a hint of worry, feeling that this plan was problematic. Soon a fleet of tractors arrived at the station entrance. Jia Peng, dressed in casual clothes and mingling in the crowd, nodded to an old man. "Uncle Ma, you're up." Ma Biao smiled and nodded, then waved his hand vigorously. "Folks, follow me." The station guard suddenly saw a large crowd of civilians approaching, and were momentarily at a loss. Quick report to the deputy regimental commander, a squad leader shouted. Yes, sir. A guard immediately dashed into the station. Fellow villagers, this area is now a military exclusion zone, the squad leader on duty called out. Civilians are not allowed near. Please understand. Mabiao walked over cheerfully. Comrade, we're just villagers from nearby. We heard the troops had arrived, so we specially came to express our gratitude and support. All the guards exchanged glances, smirking. The squad leader looked at Mabiao with a grin. Say, you're from the Blue Force, aren't you? Mabiao pretended to be stunned. Blue Force? What do you mean? Cut the act, the squad leader snorted. In the last exercise you disguised yourselves as a support group and took out the Red Force headquarters. You think you can pull that old trick again? Do you take us for fools? As he finished, all the guards raised their weapons. Mabiao frowned. Comrade, I think you've misunderstood. We really are here to show our support. Still pretending, the squad leader scoffed. Before this exercise started, we studied the lessons from our last defeat. You walking right into our trap is suicidal, though this disguise is quite convincing this time. As he spoke, he reached out and tugged at Mabiao's beard. Mabiao was bent over in pain, yelling, What are you doing? Let go. The squad leader was startled, looking at the few strands of hair in his hand, utterly dumbfounded. It's real. Mabiao shouted angrily. We came with genuine goodwill, and you treat us like this, young comrade. Yeah, what are you doing? How can you bully people like this? Are you really our troops? That's too much. Old Ma is how old, and you pull his beard. Instantly the crowd was in an uproar, forcing the squad leader to retreat in panic. What's going on here? Just then a lieutenant colonel rushed over with a large group of soldiers. Before the squad leader could speak, Mabiao angrily addressed the officer. Commander, you've come just in time. Please be the judge. He pulled the lieutenant colonel aside, speaking with grievance. A while back, drug traffickers came to our village and took our families hostage. It was our beloved People's Army who risked their lives to save us. He hugged the little girl beside him. Otherwise, my granddaughter, my wife, and I would have been blown up back then. Our whole family and the entire village are eternally grateful to the army. So when we heard the troops were here, we wanted to come and show our appreciation. Mabiao pointed angrily at the squad leader. But this man here claims we're the Blue Force in disguise and even pulled my beard. Look at what he did. I've grown this beard for 30 years, and he yanked out a handful. The squad leader said dejectedly, Deputy Regimental Commander, aye. Shut up. The lieutenant colonel glared at him. Is this how you treat civilians? Have you forgotten that you are a soldier of the people? The squad leader said pitifully, but we had a meeting before we came warning us about the Blue Force disguising themselves as civilians. I was just. Enough. Shut your mouth. The lieutenant colonel wished he could slap him. Jia Peng, seeing the situation was ripe, nudged Mabiao. Mabiao understood immediately and said indignantly, So we come to show our support, and we end up being treated like criminals. No one trusts us anymore, huh? Fine. He turned and shouted, Folks, take off your clothes. Let them see if we are real civilians or imposters. Yeah, let them see. This is infuriating. Everyone began to disrobe, Mabiao being the first to throw his padded jacket on the ground. The lieutenant colonel was startled and quickly picked it up, forcing a smile. Fellow villagers, it's all a misunderstanding. Please don't take off your clothes. It's cold, you'll catch a chill. Mabiao was relentless. I have to clear my name. Otherwise, well, I'll be branded as villains. Commander, let me take it off. The lieutenant colonel smiled bitterly, gripping Mabiao's hand tightly. Fellow villager, you really can't take it off anymore. I believe you, I truly do. This was all a misunderstanding. He turned and yelled, What are you waiting for? Help the villagers pick up their clothes now. Yes, sir. A group of soldiers immediately rushed out and gathered all the clothes from the ground. The bond between the army and the people is as deep as water. They are one family. The lieutenant colonel knew that if this continued, he would certainly face disciplinary action upon his return. In the distance, the men of the independent battalion watched the scene in disbelief. Damn, it actually worked, Su Chun said with a grin. Never underestimate the power of the common people, for they are always the bedrock of strength. Stop gawking, Su Chun ordered coldly. Prepare for battle. Please, sir, have mercy. I didn't mean it. The squad leader clenched Mabiao's hand tightly, tears streaming down his face. If you keep taking off your clothes, you'll have to leave the army and go home. The lieutenant colonel quickly said to Mabiao, Sir, this kid really didn't mean it. I can assure you. Jia Peng, hiding in the crowd, gauged the moment was right and nudged Mabiao again. Mabiao, who had been causing a ruckus just a second ago, instantly let go. All right, young man, I believe you. Mabiao looked at the squad leader and said earnestly, Anyone who wears this uniform probably didn't do it on purpose. The squad leader wept with joy and quickly saluted Mabiao. Thank you for understanding, sir, thank you. The lieutenant colonel laughed heartily and personally helped Mabiao put his clothes back on. Sir, it was all a misunderstanding. You see, during our last exercise, our opponents disguised themselves as civilians and attacked us. So we learned our lesson to prevent something like that from happening again. And that's how this misunderstanding came about. Ma Biao rolled his eyes at him. All of us here have worked the land our whole lives. Do we look like we're faking it? The lieutenant colonel quickly waved his hand. No, certainly not. The young soldier has poor eyesight, hence the mistake. If I had come earlier, this misunderstanding would never have happened. Seeing Ma Biao was getting off track, Jia Peng immediately coughed into his hand. He knew that by now Su Chun must have surrounded the area with 5 companies of troops. Every second counted, they couldn't afford to waste time. Ma Biao coughed. Commander, since it's a misunderstanding, let's just clear it up. Now can we go ahead and express our gratitude to the soldiers? Well, the lieutenant colonel smiled wryly and shook his head. Sorry, sir, but we have orders. Time doesn't permit it. Ma Biao said disdainfully. How much time could it take? Look, when we heard the troops had arrived, we menfolk gathered all sorts of goodies from our homes. We walked over half an hour to get here. The lieutenant colonel said helplessly, Sir, I understand everything you're saying. But we truly are on a mission and cannot delay. We appreciate your kindness. Besides, military regulations forbid us from accepting anything from civilians. If I took it, I'd be making a mistake. Sir, please understand. The lieutenant colonel patted Ma Biao's hand with a chuckle. Ma Biao was at a loss for words. After all, he was just a mountain man. All his eloquence was taught by Jia Peng. But Jia Peng hadn't taught him how to handle this situation. Just as Ma Biao was about to look his way, Jia Peng gritted his teeth and shouted, Commander, your unit saved Uncle Ma's whole family and also the elderly in our village. We've come to thank you from the bottom of our hearts. If you refuse, you'll break all our hearts. Isn't that right, everyone? Ma Biao perked up immediately. Right, Commander. If you refuse, our villagers' hearts will freeze solid. Yeah, Commander, you can't let our hearts freeze. Jia Peng was covered in exasperation. What the hell did hearts freeze mean? Local dialect. The lieutenant colonel was full of helplessness, his eyes constantly glancing at his watch. Yi Qingfeng had given him a strict order: the entire unit must assemble within 1 hour. Otherwise, it would delay the subsequent troops from boarding the train. Yi Qingfeng's combined brigade was almost entirely heavy armored units, and long-distance transport relied on railways. Therefore, the railway absolutely could not be occupied. Deputy Regimental Commander, the villagers are too enthusiastic, a captain said quietly. If you refuse, and higher-ups investigate later. Yet, Deputy Commander, they came to repay a debt of gratitude. Even if it wasn't us who saved them, we still wear the uniform. We can't let the people down at a time like this. Maybe you should report to the brigade commander and see what he says. Hearing his subordinates' suggestions, the lieutenant colonel took a deep breath. No need to bother the brigade commander. If we report every little thing, what are we here for? He smiled gently at Ma Biao. Sir, we do have a mission. Let's skip the formalities. And I can't accept your gifts. If I did, we'd be breaking the rules. How about this? They'll have the soldiers salute you. That can count as your gesture of goodwill. It's the thought that counts. Ma Biao hesitated again, unsure how to respond. Have some water. Jia Peng's voice suddenly rang out. Ma Biao's eyes lit up. Right, how could he forget that? Before coming, Jia Peng had reminded him several times if they wouldn't eat, then offer water. Commander, Ma Biao said solemnly, we're not unreasonable troublemakers. Everything you said makes sense, and I agree. The lieutenant colonel breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could speak, Ma Biao continued, no need to trouble the soldiers with saluting, but feels like a funeral procession. How about this? You've traveled a long way, so you must be thirsty. We brought water. Let the soldiers have a drink, and we'll be content. The little girl then whispered, Uncle, please have some water. We brought spring water. It's sweet. The lieutenant colonel patted the little girl's head and smiled at Ma Biao. Sir, if I refuse now, I'd just be looking for trouble. Good. Ma Biao laughed. Folks, bring the water. The crowd stirred into action. Jia Peng sidled up to the water cart and dumped all the pre-prepared medicine into it. The lieutenant colonel began assembling the troops, having them come by company to drink. The bond between the army and the people was a long-standing tradition of the Dragon Country's forces. Strict regulations forbade taking even a needle or thread from the masses, but drinking water was permissible. It was the bottom line. They drank. In the distant woods, Wang Hai said excitedly, Battalion Commander, they drank it. Su Chen chuckled and glanced at his watch. 10 minutes at most. This time I prepared some powerful laxatives for them. Battalion Commander, your mind is full of dirty tricks. Zhao Xiaodong laughed. Su Chen smacked him on the head. What do you mean dirty tricks? This is strategy. Right, strategy. A very nasty strategy. Zhao Xiaodong grinned from ear to ear. At the train station entrance, soldiers lined up to get a drink. After drinking, they immediately ran back to continue unloading supplies from the train. Within 10 minutes, everyone had drunk a bowl of Jia Peng's special spring water. The lieutenant colonel cheerfully saluted Ma Biao. Sir, thank you for your kindness. Please head back. We have to continue our mission. It's not convenient for you to be here. Ma Biao chuckled. Commander, we can't go back just yet. The lieutenant colonel was taken aback. Sir, is there something else? Yes. Ma Biao said with a grin. In a little while you're all going to collapse. If no one takes you to the hospital, you'll shit yourselves to death. Huh. The lieutenant colonel's eyes widened in shock. Sir, what? What do you mean? Ma Biao patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Young man, your soldiers guessed right earlier. We were invited here by the Blue Army. What? The lieutenant colonel stared at him in astonishment. But you're not. That's right, we are also civilians. Ma Biao's face crinkled into a smile. Didn't you say it yourself? The army and the people are as close as fish and water. We're locals, so of course we have to help the Blue Army. Young man, all is fair in war. How can you be so principled? You even scolded your own men. The lieutenant colonel's eyes blazed with fury. Damn, they'd been tricked. He was about to order full alert when at that very moment a tumultuous roar erupted from his stomach. Gurgle, gurgle. A sudden churning in his stomach twisted the colonel's face into an expression of exquisite agony. Oh, my stomach. Why does it hurt so suddenly? I can't take it anymore. I need to find a restroom or I'm going to burst. The soldiers around him clamped their legs together, their faces a symphony of distress. Yet without orders, none dared to move. But the air was punctuated by a series of loud farts. The colonel, legs pressed together, looked at Ma Biao with a plaintive expression. Sir, I treat you like an elder, yet you treat us like enemies. We're all on the same side. Who's on your side? Ma Biao retorted smugly. We live here, you're the outsiders. Battalion Commander Su says you're the enemy. The colonel was so furious he couldn't find words. Just then a series of thunderous farts nearly made him cry out. Jia Peng stepped out from the crowd with a grin. I say, Commander, there's no point in holding it in. The laxative we gave you is a special potent formula our battalion commander carefully selected, usually used for constipated cattle. You'd better go now or you'll end up soiling your trousers. Damn it. The colonel glared at him. Scoundrels. You're utterly despicable. Feeling something warm seep out, the colonel could no longer endure. He turned and sprinted toward the restroom. The other soldiers, having reached their limits, followed in a frantic stampede. Move aside, don't block the way. I can't hold it anymore. Me neither. Please let me go first. Oh, it's coming. Get out of the way. Suddenly the entire station was filled with strange popping sounds. Waves of pungent odor permeated the air. Jia Peng chuckled, pulled a flare from his pocket, and fired it into the sky. Charge. Leave no one behind. Su Chun led the way, bursting from the underbrush. A flood of soldiers surged from all directions, swiftly entering the station. The red team, preoccupied with finding restrooms, had no thought for combat. Those who had just crouched down were forced to squat again as their stomachs churned violently. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire echoed through the station. The independent battalion, targeting restrooms and corners, effortlessly eliminated the red team soldiers one by one, marking them with smoke. Soon the station was shrouded in a white haze punctuated by the crackling sound of flatulence. Su Chun approached the restroom, where a circle of red team soldiers squatted, their sounds rising in a cacophony. Holding his nose, Su Chun aimed his rifle at them. I want fire, but you're all eliminated. A lieutenant, face flushed with shame, glared at him. You. I've never seen such shameless tactics. Is this war? You. A crisp, relieving sound brought him a moment of ease. Su Chun waved dismissively. Where's your commander? No one answered. All the red team soldiers glared at him with fury. Had they been able to stand, they would have mobbed him. What a despicable trick. Su Chun, still holding his nose, walked into the restroom and saw a colonel squatting in the center, leaning against the wall with a grim expression. Comrade Colonel, Su Chun said with a smile. My apologies. The colonel turned his head with difficulty, glaring venomously at Su Chun. Fine. You're something else. You've cured my 20-year constipation. What a talent. Wang Hai and the others couldn't hold back their laughter. Commander, that laxative you took is for clearing cattle's bowels. It's potent. No sooner had he spoken than the colonel erupted in a series of explosions, splattering his boots. Ha ha ha. Wang Hai and his men doubled over with laughter. Su Chun suppressed his mirth. Comrade Colonel, don't worry. The villagers will give you an antidote. You'll be fine in about 3 hours. I just want to tell you, all's fair in war. Never trust anyone so easily. Be grateful this is just an exercise. Get lost. The colonel roared in fury. You bastard. Don't let me see you again. Su Chun saluted and led his men away swiftly. Boom, boom, boom. Behind them, all the armored vehicles in the station were detonated by exercise bombs. Clouds of white smoke converged into a massive mushroom cloud above the station. Battalion Commander Su. Ma Biao greeted him cheerfully. How did we do? Su Chun gave him a thumbs up. Uncle Ma, excellent work. In wartime, you'd have earned a great merit. Ma Biao laughed with pride. Really? Am I that impressive? Ha ha ha. Su Chun smiled. Uncle Ma, a word of advice, give them the antidote quickly or they'll be in agony. Oh, right. Ma Biao slapped his forehead. That dose could make a cow collapse. Hurry, give the comrades the antidote. Don't let them suffer. On it. The villagers rushed forward. Battalion Commander Su, what else can I do? Ma Biao asked eagerly. Su Chun patted his shoulder. If they ask, tell them we fled toward the border. Ma Biao was taken aback. Battalion Commander Su, am no traitor. Don't worry, I'd rather die than say a word. Su Chun laughed. Uncle Ma, just say it boldly. It's also helping us. Really? Ma Biao nodded happily. All right, I'll do as you say. Su Chun nodded to him, then waved to his men. Let's go. They followed him, dashing swiftly into the jungle. Minutes later, inside the exercise command center, an officer hurried to Zhao Hongxing. Report. Just received word the red team's advance force, about 2 armored battalions, was ambushed by the blue team. Annihilated. What? Zhao Hongxing stood in shock. 2 armored battalions completely wiped out. The officer nodded yes. Wu Weiguo rushed over. What's happening? Zhao Hongxing explained. Wu Weiguo's eyes bulged. He quickly scanned the map, his face full of confusion. That Su Chun, after disappearing for so long, was lying in ambush at the station all along. What a cunning bastard. Zhao Hongxing continued questioning the officer. What were the blue team's losses? None whatsoever, the officer said. What? Zhao Hongxing and Wu Weiguo stared at him in disbelief. How is that possible? Wu Weiguo asked excitedly. Eliminating 2 armored battalions, even with a surprise attack, the blue team couldn't have escaped unscathed. The officer said awkwardly. The blue team used a tactic. They mobilized the villagers to pretend to offer comfort and got the red team to drink water laced with laxatives. So the red team all got diarrhea. The blue team wiped them out while they were indisposed, meeting no resistance. Wu Weiguo and Zhao Hongxing nearly choked. In all their years, they'd never heard of defeating a unit with laxatives. Imagining the red team's soldiers desperately squatting only to be shot at that moment, they said in unison, Su Chun, you are one devious bastard. Where have the blue forces gone now? Wu Weiguo asked anxiously. Just as the officer was about to speak, Su Zhi's voice suddenly rang out. Old Wu, what's this? Have you taken over as the exercise director? Wu Weiguo was taken aback. The exercise director was Zhao Hongxing. Both he and Su Zhi were merely observers, unqualified to inquire about either side's affairs, and could only watch from the sidelines. He gave an awkward laugh. I was just showing concern. Su Zhi walked over with a smile. Old Wu, we must still abide by the rules. No matter how fiercely the red and blue forces fight, that's their business. We must observe without interfering and not break the rules. Wu Weiguo cursed inwardly, thinking that Su Zhi was the most rule-breaking of them all, yet he had the nerve to lecture him. But surrounded by people, he couldn't push back, so he simply nodded. Where are the blue forces? Zhao Hongxing suddenly asked. The officer immediately replied. They've entered the woods and have vanished again. Zhao Hongxing frowned. A whole group of living people, how can you keep losing them? What are you good for? The officer gave a wry smile. Sir, in previous exercises, neither the red nor blue forces ever fought like this. Now that they've gone into the woods, our aerial equipment can't monitor them at all. We don't have that technology. Zhao Hongxing was left speechless. At that time, Dragon Country had no early warning aircraft, nor was it widely equipped with advanced drones. In past exercises, both sides had always fought in areas with high visibility. Now that Su Chun had led his men into the woods, they truly had no way to monitor them in real time. Then go tell the red forces about the blue forces' movements and let them. Su Zhi interrupted Zhao Hongxing once again. Old Zhao, that's where you're wrong. As the directing staff, you should be fair and impartial. Besides, shouldn't you be siding with the blue forces to sharpen the red forces? Why are you trying to help the reds? He said with a chuckle. You're breaking the rules. I'm watching. Zhao Hongxing's mouth twitched, and he looked helplessly at Wu Weiguo. Wu Weiguo was furious inside, knowing that Su Zhi was just finding excuses to help Su Chun, but since his words were reasonable, he couldn't refute them. In a red-blue exercise, it was indeed the rule for the blue forces to join the directing staff in tempering the red forces. Why are you looking at me? You're the director, figure it out yourself. Wu Weiguo said grumpily, don't break the rules. Yes, sir. Zhao Hongxing nodded and said helplessly to the officer, report to Yi Qingfeng, just tell him the battle damage situation. Yes, sir. The officer saluted. That's more like it. Su Zhi said cheerfully, no cheating allowed. Him watching. Personnel from other war zones also nodded in agreement. Exactly, no cheating. They're already having a hard enough time with just 1 battalion, we can't go easy on them. Wu Weiguo and Zhao Hongxing were furious, but helpless. Su Zhi looked at the large screen, which was showing the situation at the train station. Good lad, you've got some tricks up your sleeve coming up with such a devious plan. Su Zhi felt a surge of relief. Su Chun truly had his style from back in the day. Though you're destined to lose, as long as I'm here, I'll make sure you get a fair fight. We of the Su family, even in defeat, must lose with dignity. Fight well, boy. In the dense jungle, the soldiers of the independent battalion lay sprawled on the ground. They had only stopped after a frantic 12-kilometer run, and everyone was now panting heavily from exhaustion. Leaning against a tree, Su Chen spoke into the radio. First company. Where are you now? Reporting, battalion commander. We are currently in area 419, preparing to move to area 420. Good. Su Chen swallowed. Not exposed. No, the first company commander said. As per the plan, we're traveling entirely through the mountain forests. Our speed is controlled at 20 kilometers per hour. The forest here is so dense, even if they send planes, it'll be hard to spot us. Excellent. Su Chen smiled. Once you reach 420, immediately turn back towards area 407. Remember, be vigilant along the way. The Red Forces have the sharp sword unit cooperating. Those special forces are cunning. If spotted, lay down a blanket of fire. Understood. The first company commander asked curiously. Battalion commander, how are things on your end? Su Chen chuckled. Everything's going smoothly here. Just follow the plan. Don't contact me. Maintain radio silence, otherwise they'll detect us. Yes, sir. Su Chen tossed the radio aside, leaned against the tree, and gasped for air. Jia Peng crawled over slowly. Battalion commander, we've eliminated 2 of their armored battalions. They're definitely not going to let this slide. What's your next move? Wang Hai also added. Yeah, commander, aren't we going to rendezvous with the main force? If the Red Forces catch up to us, we'll be completely annihilated. Su Chen took a few deep breaths, then smiled slightly. If they knew we wiped out 2 of their battalions right at the start of the exercise, they'd probably be furious. So next, they'll definitely focus on finding our heavy armored company. We've already stirred up the hornet's nest. Now we just need to lure the snake out of its hole, and then cut off its retreat to deal them another heavy blow. Everyone listened in bewilderment. Battalion commander, what are you talking about? Su Chen laughed. It's tactics. You don't need to understand now. You'll get it when the action starts. Jia Peng and the others were speechless. They wished they could pry open Su Chen's mind to see what he was thinking. They understood the terms, but had no idea how Su Chen planned to execute them. Rest for 5 minutes, then we move out immediately. Su Chen said sternly. We need to revive the fine traditions of our predecessors, using our 2 legs to outrun their 4 wheels. Bang! Yi Chengfeng slammed his hand on the table, trembling with rage. A disgrace, an absolute disgrace. 2 battalions, not a single shot fired, and they were completely annihilated by the Blue Forces with their pants down. This is a monumental humiliation. Xia Jie, standing by, was also full of shock. I've long heard that Su Chen is full of tricks, but seeing it today is an eye-opener. That kid is truly a bottomless pit of devious schemes. Yi Chengfeng stared at him intently. Captain Xia, where are your men? Weren't they deployed in advance? Did they go for a leisurely stroll? Why hasn't a single report come back? Hey. Xia Jie immediately stood up. Brigadier, you don't try to shift the blame. Your men being wiped out was entirely due to their own carelessness. It has nothing to do with me. My men have been scouring the woods for the Blue Forces. They haven't been idle. Yi Chengfeng's mouth twitched violently, but he couldn't really blame this failure on the sharp sword unit. Bang! He slammed the table again. Well, have your men found them yet? Just as Xia Jie was about to speak, a voice suddenly came through his earpiece. After a few seconds, a slight smile appeared on his face. They've found them. My men have discovered that their heavy armored unit is currently in area 420. Yi Chengfeng immediately looked at the map. I see. That Su Chen deliberately launched a surprise attack at the train station to create a diversion, hoping to draw our main forces into a pursuit. He sneered, but they're infantry. Once they slip into the woods, our heavy forces won't be able to eliminate them easily anytime soon. Meanwhile, their heavy armored unit can circle from area 420 to area 407, launching a surprise attack on our rear. Xia Jie nodded, looking at the map. They've been training in those woods for 2 months. Their grasp of the terrain is far superior to ours. Plus, they're adept at rapid movement in mountainous areas, something we can't match. Once we're drawn in by their infantry, they can strike our rear and then disappear back into the woods. Then, using the mountainous terrain to their advantage, we'll be forced to take a beating without being able to retaliate. That kid is ruthless. Yi Chengfeng sneered, but this is as far as he goes. He turned to his subordinate and ordered coldly, command all units to assemble within 2 hours. All forces are to advance towards area 410 and intercept the Blue Forces' heavy armored unit on their inevitable path. Yes, sir. Yi Chengfeng slammed his fist on the map. Clever people get caught in their own schemes. Once we destroy their heavy armor, it'll be like pulling Su Chen's teeth. After that, mopping up a bunch of infantry will be a piece of cake. Xia Jie nodded. They'll have my men keep a close watch and report any movements. Good. Yi Chengfeng nodded. We'll cripple the Blue Forces in one fell swoop. A cruel smile curled on both their lips. Little did they know all their tactics were merely being led by the nose by Su Chen. The faster they moved, the quicker their demise would come. Within the dense thicket, streaks of shadow darted swiftly through the underbrush. Their footsteps were light, their pace so rapid that the birds perched among the branches had no time to take flight before the dark figures had already swept past. This is the place. The leading captain suddenly halted, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. This spot is excellent. It lies at the junction of two routes. The captain gave a faint smirk. As long as we can pin the Blue Army down here, they're as good as annihilated. A soldier from the sharp sword unit asked, squad leader, so we're staying put right here? Exactly. The captain nodded. Before the Blue Army arrives, spread out and survey the terrain. When our main force gets here, we'll guide their firepower precisely. Roger. All the sharp sword special forces operatives dispersed, instantly vanishing into the woods within moments. The captain crouched down and spoke coldly into his radio. Hidden Thorn, this is Mountain Eagle. What's your status? Over 50 kilometers away in the mountain forest, Hidden Thorn lay prone amidst a clump of bushes, his eyes fixed intently on the tanks moving along the ridge. Relax, everything's under control. Hidden Thorn whispered. Have you reached the designated spot? We're here. Mountain Eagle chuckled. I've picked them a prime piece of land. Just the right spot for their grave. Good. We'll keep an eye on them and loop you in if anything changes. Notify Captain Xiao first. Will do. Hidden Thorn set down his radio and continued to watch the armored convoy's movements with a cold stare. Last time, Su Chun stole the credit, earning him a harsh scolding upon his return. For this exercise, he had volunteered for reconnaissance, determined to wipe out Su Chun and his independent battalion in one fell swoop. Kid, you were brave last time. But bravery doesn't count for much in real combat. Hidden Thorn snorted coldly. This time he'll show you just how vast the gap is between conventional forces and us special ops. Yi Qingfeng, why has your direction changed? Why is everyone heading northwest now? Inside the command center, Zhao Hongsheng personally grabbed the phone and shouted, this doesn't match the battle plan you submitted earlier. Aboard a command vehicle, Yi Qingfeng replied gravely, Commander, the battlefield changes in an instant. The situation is no longer the same as before. I must adopt new measures. Zhao Hongsheng paused, then nodded. Very well, you're the commander. Analyze the battlefield situation on your own. But be careful, he lowered his voice. The Blue Army commander, that Su Chun kid, is cunning. You've already tasted his tricks. Don't fall for his schemes. He's full of mischief. Yi Qingfeng said confidently, rest assured, Commander. I have absolute certainty this time. Within 8 hours, I will annihilate the Blue Army. Zhao Hongsheng's eyes lit up. Xiao, you don't boast just yet. Better to. Commander, I am absolutely not boasting. Yi Qingfeng said coldly. I've thoroughly studied Su Chen's tactics. They're nothing more than childish games, utterly unworthy of the grand stage. Today you'll show him how terrifying modern warfare truly is. His methods are obsolete. Good, I'll await your good news. Zhao Hongsheng chuckled in a low voice. After hanging up, he winked at Wu Weigua. Wu Weigua cleared his throat, clasped his hands behind his back, and pretended to stroll over to him. Suja sipped his tea impassively, but the corner of his eye kept watch on the two of them. What's up? Wu Weigua craned his neck, feigning interest in the large screen. Zhao Hongsheng immediately repeated Yi Qingfeng's words. It seems Xiao Yi is brimming with confidence. Su Chen has probably been located. Wu Weigua gave a slight smile. That's only natural. Yi Qingfeng has the most formidable armored forces on the ground, aerial reconnaissance and support, and even a squadron from Sharp Sword to assist him. Finding Su Chen's movements and delivering a precise strike. That's hardly a major challenge. Zhao Hongsheng said cheerfully, so it looks like Su Chen is doomed to stay. Wu Weigua almost burst out laughing. Glancing sidelong at Su Zhe, he said smugly, I'd be thrilled if Su Chen gets stuck here. But seeing that old fossil Su Zhe downcast, that makes me even happier. All right, let's wait 8 hours and watch Yi Qingfeng shatter the Blue Army. Old Yi. Xia Jia pointed at the map with a grin. My men report that the Blue Army's 3 armored companies and 2 artillery companies have all moved into Area 417. According to the timeline, we can reach Area 407 before them and wipe them out at our leisure. Excellent. Yi Qingfeng slammed his fist onto the map. Their tanks and armored vehicles are slow, especially moving through the mountains. We'll arrive at least half an hour early, more than enough time to set up an ambush. Once they appear, they'll be met with devastating bombardment. Xia Jie chuckled as he stared at him. Brigade Commander Yi, isn't that a bit too ruthless? That Su Chen kid is still young. Hit him this hard, and you might shatter his confidence. Yi Qingfeng snorted coldly. If war truly comes, the enemy won't show mercy just because he's young. War is brutal. In truth, I'm helping him now. Let him better understand his own limits, so he doesn't get too carried away. He should thank me, Xia Jie said with a sly grin. I heard his brother Su Ming did the same to you back in the day. Old Yi, be honest. Are you settling a personal score? Yi Qingfeng's face reddened. Nonsense. I'm helping him, teaching him how to conduct himself. Do I look like that kind of person? Ha ha ha. Xia Jie doubled over with laughter. Don't get worked up, I'm just asking. Yi Chengfeng shot him a glare. That kid's tactics are all crooked paths completely at odds with our upright and honorable methods. After this battle, hell definitely grow a lot, and hell surely thank me. Time ticked by, and all forces raced toward Area 407 at full speed. 3 hours later, Su Chun led 5 companies of infantry into Area 406. Halt. Everyone halt. Su Chun raised his hand, panting heavily. Everyone had long since surpassed their limits. At the command, they virtually collapsed in free fall, gasping for breath on the ground. B Battalion Commander, you finally called a stop. Wang Hai was so exhausted that tears streamed down his face. Keep running, and it'll be a pile of ashes. Su Chun collapsed to the ground, every part of his body refusing to obey him. After a full minute of desperate panting, he finally felt a little better. Save the chatter. I'm not much better off than you. Su Chun swallowed hard. But we should be well ahead of the Red Army now. At least an hour's lead they can't close. Jia Peng looked at him weakly. Battalion Commander, are you sure they'll head this way? Su Chun chuckled. The Red Army's strength is 10 times ours, and they've got sharp sword working with them. They're brimming with confidence. So I deliberately let our armored units wander through the mountains to be spotted. Once they take the bait, they'll bite. Zhao Xiaodong wiped the sweat from his brow. Then do we keep running forward? No more running. We'll ambush them right here. Su Chun glanced around and smiled. This terrain is open, perfect for an ambush. Everyone stared at him in shock. Battalion Commander, have you lost your mind from all that running? They're an entire combined arms brigade, and we're just infantry. Ambush them here. We'll get crushed before we can even make a move. This situation was completely different from the last exercise. Last time they used the civilians to generate massive smoke screens blocking the Red Army's line of sight, then struck from behind. The key was that the Red Army was pinned down by the 9th Brigade's main force, giving them their chance. But this time it was just them against an entire brigade unknown. Who could possibly have confidence in that? Infantry facing armored forces was like throwing an egg at a rock. Su Chun lay on the ground and chuckled. Do you think my tactics are just for show? Rest for 5 more minutes, then get ready to work. Everyone swallowed hard. The same thought rose unbidden in every mind. The battalion commander is about to pull another dirty trick. Su Chun grabbed the walkie-talkie. Company commander, what's your situation? Battalion commander, the company commander replied. As you instructed, we dare not move fast. But we haven't spotted any red force around us. Su Chun chuckled. You underestimate the Legion. They are a special forces unit specializing in infiltration and sabotage. I can assure you they're right on your tail, watching your every move. A chill ran down the company commander's spine, and he instinctively glanced around. Yet all he saw was dense forest, not a single soul in sight. Battalion commander, don't scare me like that, the company commander said nervously. How about I halt and draw them out for annihilation? I hate feeling watched. It felt like being stared at while relieving oneself. Look at you, scared stiff. They're just infantry and you're sitting in a tank. What's there to fear? Su Chun snapped. They only dare to watch. If they show themselves, they'd be begging to be enshrined in an ancestral hall. Jiao Peng and the others overheard this and rolled their eyes. Aren't they infantry themselves? Wasn't he about to send them against an entire armored brigade later? Su Chun continued, proceed as planned. Pick up the pace and make them think you're in a hurry. Understood, the company commander said. Battalion commander, does this operation include us? You won't leave us out of the fight, will you? Of course not. Su Chun said sternly. You are the most vital part of my independent battalion, our iron fist. How could we fight without you? With your word, we're at ease, the company commander chuckled. They'll notify the other companies to speed up immediately. Su Chun tossed aside the walkie-talkie and struggled to his feet. Had enough rest. Time to work. Everyone scrambled up, and Jia Peng asked curiously, Battalion commander, is your plan for us to ambush and hold off the Red Force? Then when the heavy troops arrive, we concentrate fire and blast them. Su Chun looked at him in surprise. Did I say that? Jia Peng was stunned. Didn't you just tell the company commander? Su Chun let out an O and grinned. I told them to speed up to fool the Red Force into moving faster too. When they rush, they'll let their guard down, making our job easier. Jia Peng's jaw nearly hit the ground. So you never intended to let the heavy troops fight? Exactly, Su Chun said seriously. They're my treasures only for luring the enemy. The rest is up to you. You've got numbers, so a few sacrifices won't matter. Everyone had just stood up and nearly stumbled. So they were the expendable ones. Stop gawking, Su Chun shouted. Move it or the Red Force will come chop off your heads. Quick, dig in. What? They've picked up speed. Xia Jie looked at Yi Chengfeng, then spoke into the walkie-talkie. Keep watching, report any changes. Roger. Xia Jie turned to Yi Chengfeng. Have they figured out our plan? Yi Chengfeng sneered. Too late even if they did. We're fast, and they can't regroup in time now. He chuckled. Besides, I hope they do regroup. Their plan has failed, and even together they won't come up with a new one. On the contrary, it'll be easier to wipe them out in one go. The initiative is in our hands. Xia Jie nodded. If Su Chun is regrouping with his heavy troops, now you handle the firepower coverage, and my men will eliminate their infantry's effective strength. With a two-pronged attack, we can end this in 6 hours, not 8. Yi Chingfeng nodded, then ordered his men, notify the Air Force to have the planes on standby. I want them to taste the terror of coordinated air-ground operations. Yes, sir. Battalion commander, will this work? Zhao Peng placed an anti-tank mine, frowning. These mines will at most stop them, but they'll also expose us. Then they'll blanket the area with fire, and we'll suffer heavy casualties. Su Chen clasped his hands behind his back. Just do as I say. Stop babbling. Zhao Peng shrugged and directed the others to continue burying the mines. 10 minutes later, Su Chen checked his watch and called out, "Enough, everyone gather." Everyone rushed over, encircling Su Chen. How many RPGs do we have? The 5th company commander quickly replied, 10 per company, so about 50 in total. Good. Su Chen nodded. Gather them all. Ambush on the left flank. When they stop, open fire and blast their armored vehicles to pieces. The 6th company commander interjected, Battalion commander, these are new model tanks with heavy armor. Our RPGs will barely tickle them. Yeah, useless, the 7th company commander said dejectedly. Su Chen glared at them. Who told you to fire just one shot? He shouted, listen up. 3-man teams, each team picks a target and fires together. If one round can't breach them, 3 will do the trick right. Remember, concentrate fire on one spot, and even their thick armor will crack. Everyone's eyes lit up. Even the fiercest tiger falls to a pack of wolves. This was a brilliant plan. Snipers hide in the woods on both sides. Su Chen continued. Once the RPGs open fire, target the tanks. Zhao Peng exclaimed, Battalion commander, we don't have anti-material rifles. How can snipers take out tanks? Aim for their periscopes. Su Chen snapped. Knock out their periscopes, and they'll be blind. Once blind, they can't lay down suppressive fire on us. Zhao Peng's lips twitched. Only a devil could dream up such a sneaky trick. Yet it was the only way infantry could counter armor. Su Chen addressed the rest. All of you hide along the road. When chaos erupts, charge in close and concentrate grenades on their underbellies. Battalion commander, wait. Zhao Xiaodong shouted. Charge in close. There's no smoke, and they have clear vision. Their heavy machine guns will mow us down. Yeah, we'll lose plenty of men. Wang Hai agreed. Nonsense. Su Chen said coldly. War always has casualties. If we achieve victory, your sacrifice is worthwhile. When you die, I'll commend you, erect grand stone tablets, and honor you every holiday. Everyone swallowed hard. You're a real piece of work. Harsh on the enemy, and no mercy for your own. Still, they accepted Su Chen's reasoning. War demands sacrifice. Victory justifies the cost. Remember, we only fight for 5 minutes. Su Chen boomed. After that, regardless of their losses, we retreat to Sector 409. Understood? Yes, sir, the group roared. Zhao Peng grinned bitterly. Hit and run. Just being utterly ruthless. Report. Inside the command center, an officer approached Zhao Hongxing. The Red Force seems to have detected the Blue Force and is now accelerating toward them. At these words, everyone in the command center rose to their feet. Finally, they had found it. Since the exercise began, the Blue Force had vanished from sight, as if invisible. Now at last they had been located. What's their position? Zhao Hongxing asked urgently. The officer pointed at the electronic screen. The Blue Force is currently in Sector 412, with the Red Force in Sector 399. Both sides are closing in rapidly. However, the Blue Force seems unaware of the Red Force's presence, and the Red Force's target is precisely the Blue Force. Display them immediately. Zhao Hongxing commanded. Yes, sir. Soon 2 colored zones appeared on the electronic screen, one red, one blue. A vast expanse of red was advancing forward at a visible pace. The blue zone was noticeably smaller, yet its movement speed was not slow. Any discerning observer could see that both colors were converging toward the same direction. Haha, after all this time, the Blue Force finally shows up. I thought they'd keep playing turtle and drag things out. That would have been boring. But now it seems the Red Force used technical reconnaissance to pinpoint the Blue Force accurately, while the Blue Force remains clueless. Haha, the real show is about to begin. What show can this be? A brigade against a battalion. Once they clash, it's like a father beating his son, a total mismatch. When that happens, it'll be brutal. That kid Su Chun is clearly trying to pull tricks, but Yi Chingfeng isn't someone to be trifled with. He won't let him keep bouncing around. This time, Su Chen's road has reached its end. His underhanded tactics won't work against real elites. Listening to the chatter, Wu Weigua grinned as he glanced at Su Jia, whose face had turned somewhat ashen. Old Su, I didn't expect it to end so soon. What a shame you came all this way only to leave already. Wu Weigua said cheerfully. But don't worry, you'll teach Su Chun well from now on like he's my own son. They'll make sure he doesn't stay so arrogant. Suja glared at him irritably. My son needs you to teach him. You're my defeated opponent. I don't want you turning my son into one too. Ordinarily, Suja's jab at old wounds would have made Wu Weigua jump up. But now Wu Weigua was beaming with joy. He was certain Suja couldn't take Su Chun away, so victory was his either way. Suja glanced at the big screen a few times, then turned and sat back down. The secretary followed and sighed. Commander, please don't blame Xiao Chun. He's only been out of school for less than a year, still too young. To hold his own for so long against them, I think he's already done remarkably well. Suja snorted, though a hint of pride flickered in his eyes. Get ready. Once Xiao Chun loses, well, go find him immediately. We must take him away today. Yes, sir, the secretary nodded. Suja gazed at the screen from afar where the red and blue zones had drawn even closer. Xiao Chun, you're still too green. But you've had enough training. When we get back, I'll teach you myself. We're expected to reach Sector 407 in half an hour. Yi Qingfeng's face finally showed a rare smile as he casually tossed his pen onto the map. What's the Blue Force's current movement? Report. An officer turned around. They'll need at least an hour to reach Sector 407. An hour? Yi Qingfeng sneered. By then we'll have set up an inescapable net. They'll be walking right into their doom. Xia Jia crossed his legs with a grin. Brigade Commander, you're practically bullying a child here. Sure, the Blue Force is also a heavy armored unit, but their tanks and armored vehicles are several generations behind yours. And you're even calling in airstrikes. Xia Jia shook his head with a laugh. Too brutal. I'm worried Su Chen's mental defenses will collapse. You might just break him completely. Yi Chengfeng sneered inwardly. Back then Su Ming had beaten him so badly, he questioned his own existence, taking 3 months to recover from the shadow of defeat. Now teaching his younger brother a lesson was only fair. War shows no mercy to the weak. Yi Chengfeng declared with righteous indignation. The harsher it is, the more it'll wake the kid up. Who told him to use crooked tricks? If he hadn't been so clever and had followed standard tactics, he might have lasted a bit longer. Xia Jia spread his hands. I really feel sorry for the kid. After such a crushing defeat today, I bet he won't eat or sleep well for at least a month. On a hillside in Sector 406, Su Chun stood atop a tree. Through his binoculars, he carefully scanned the distant main road. They're coming. Su Chun suddenly grew excited, sliding swiftly down from the tree. Everyone get ready. They're here. Yes, sir. Everyone roared with fierce determination. Company commanders immediately sprinted to their concealed positions, conducting final checks on all their troops. They all knew they were launching an attack right under the tiger's nose. One misstep, and they'd end up like a would-be rapist who gets violated instead. Fortunately, over the past 2 months, they hadn't just trained in mountain marching. They had also focused heavily on marksmanship, camouflage, and other basic military skills. Now, as Su Chun looked around, the surroundings were utterly silent, with no trace of their camouflage visible. Just then, the silhouettes of speeding tanks appeared on the main road. Su Chun smiled faintly and quickly concealed himself in the bushes. The tanks drew closer. 1, 2, 3. Towering dust clouds blotted out the sky as the steel beasts roared forward, charging straight into Su Chen's trap. Boom. The lead tank suddenly ran over an anti-tank mine. Thick white smoke billowed from the tank's undercarriage. But since these were training rounds, the tank continued sliding forward for several dozen meters before stopping. The tanks behind frantically tried to halt, but even with emergency braking, they kept skidding forward. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, 3 more tanks were hit, spewing dense smoke. The once spacious road was immediately blocked by their wreckage. Open fire, the 4th Company commander shouted without hesitation. All soldiers carrying rocket launchers instantly threw off their camouflage and stood up. Aiming at the tanks and armored vehicles on the road, they pulled the triggers without a second thought. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rocket after rocket shot from their launchers, roaring toward the unsuspecting tanks. In moments, the road erupted with rumbling explosions. One tank after another was engulfed in white smoke. What's going on? Yi Chengfeng yanked open the vehicle door and saw from afar the convoy ahead being pounded by relentless fire. In the blink of an eye, at least 20 tanks were destroyed, and the road was shrouded in thick white smoke. Yi Chengfeng stood dumbfounded, his mind buzzing. A moment ago, he had been dreaming of annihilating the Blue Force. Little did he know he was the fool. He had traveled 1,000 li just to deliver himself into their hands. With a series of thunderous explosions, dozens of rockets rained down on the main road. Yi Chengfeng watched helplessly as over a dozen armored vehicles were engulfed in white smoke. An entire armored battalion was nearly wiped out, and Yi Chengfeng's heart seethed with fury. Immediately lay down suppressive fire on the left hillside. Blow them all to hell. Yi Chengfeng roared in rage. Yes, sir. The officer in the command vehicle immediately grabbed the radio and ordered, First Regiment, the brigade commander orders an immediate shift of fire to the left hillside. Second Regiment, disperse quickly. Provide covering fire and don't let them escape. Yes, sir. The tanks on the main road swiftly maneuvered into position. Despite the sudden ambush, Yi Changfeng's troops were the elite of the southeast. After only a brief moment of shock, everyone snapped into action, each soldier burning with indignation. For an armored unit to be ambushed by infantry was a slap in the face. But the moment they moved, Su Chen, not far away, immediately issued orders to the sniper team. They're coming out. Can you hit them? Reporting. The platoon leader in charge of the snipers replied with a grin. Visibility is good, no problem. Good. Su Chen smiled. Blind them, deafen them. The platoon leader put down the radio and waved vigorously at the concealed snipers. All the snipers immediately locked onto their targets, aimed at the exposed tanks, and pulled the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled gunshots rang out. Bullets streaked across the battlefield with deadly precision, striking the periscopes of the tanks one by one. In an instant, the periscopes of over a dozen tanks spewed blue smoke. Damn it, they blew out our periscope. Sergeant, the periscope is useless now. We can't see anything. A tank commander cursed furiously. Those sneaky bastards, how can they be so dirty? He shouted to the gunner, lock on, immediately, fire at will. The gunner looked at him helplessly. Sergeant, my scope is blown too. I can't use it. The sergeant was so furious he nearly spat blood. Those damn scoundrels. They're trying to make us blind and deaf. After a moment's hesitation, he immediately opened the hatch cover. I'll direct you. Fire on my command. Yes, sir. The gunner swiftly rotated the turret. Though they couldn't move or aim precisely with someone directing, they could still hit close-range targets. Sergeant, what's the bearing? The gunner bellowed. But when he turned, he was stunned. Damn, Sergeant, you're smoking. The sergeant scrambled back inside, his head covered in white smoke. Those little bastards. The moment I poked my head out, they shot me right in the head. So, what do we do now? Everyone looked at him. The sergeant was livid. What do we do? What can you do? Can't you see him dead? I'm a corpse now. You figure it out yourselves. Everyone looked miserable. The new tanks only had a crew of 3. Each person had their own role, and all were indispensable. They couldn't exactly climb out to observe and then come back into fire. Besides, the sergeant had already set the example. Going out meant death. The other tanks weren't faring much better. Most were stuck in place, not destroyed, but rendered ineffective. From his command vehicle in the distance, Yi Changfeng watched the scene unfold. His liver ached with fury. Before this, he could never have imagined infantry fighting an armored unit this way. This was even more frustrating than fighting Su Ming. They had every advantage, yet were utterly helpless. Deploy. All rear units deploy. Yi Changfeng yelled frantically. Crammed together like this, we can't use any of our advantages. We're all just targets. Brigade commander, an officer shouted from below the vehicle. The mountain road is too narrow. We can't deploy. Yi Changfeng was speechless. He had been so furious, had forgotten they were in the mountains. Though they were on a main road, it could only accommodate 2 tanks side by side. They had been moving too fast, and all the tanks were bunched up. It was hard to even retreat, let alone deploy. Damn it. Then tell the 2nd Regiment to hold position and just bombard. Yi Changfeng roared. Now? Bombard them now. Yes, sir. Just as his subordinate was about to relay the order, Xia Jia suddenly shouted, Old Yi, look. Yi Changfeng immediately followed his pointing finger. What he saw nearly made him vomit blood. On both sides of the road, what had seemed like ordinary clumps of grass suddenly moved. They were all Blue Army soldiers. Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong led the charge, carrying explosives and rushing toward the nearest tanks. But at that moment, everyone's attention was fixed on the Blue Army on the left hillside. No one noticed them. Yi Changfeng jumped up and down in panic. Stop them. Stop them now. But it was too late. The Blue Army soldiers had already reached the tanks. They pulled the pins and threw the bombs under the tank chassis. These were cluster bombs, an average of 12 grenades tied together plus an explosive charge. Their power was no less than that of a regular bomb. The moment they dropped them, the Blue Army soldiers turned and ran. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, rumbling explosions erupted from beneath over a dozen tanks, sending massive clouds of white smoke billowing up from the ground. Damn it. A tank commander slammed his fist on the hull in fury. What the hell is this? Run, run. Su Chan dashed out from behind a large tree, shouting at the top of his lungs. Everyone retreat. Now. The Blue Army soldiers beamed with joy like children who had just blown up a cowpat. They dropped the bombs and sprinted into the woods. On the left hillside, the 4th Company commander smiled slightly. Retreat. Without hesitation, every soldier shouldered their rocket launchers and turned to run at a 100-meter sprint. Time for us to go too. The platoon leader in charge of the snipers waved his hand. The snipers leaped up from the ground and vanished into the woods with him in the blink of an eye. By the time Yi Changfeng's tanks had aimed at the left hillside, the Blue Army had disappeared without a trace. Boom, boom, boom. A dense barrage of shells pounded the position the Blue Army had just occupied, turning the hillside into a sea of fire. Brigade Commander. The 2nd Regiment has laid down covering fire, a subordinate shouted to Yi Chengfeng. Yi Chengfeng slumped onto the roof of the vehicle, slamming his fist down in frustration. Tell them to stop. The enemy's gone. What's the point of shelling? Don't waste ammunition. Yes, sir. Yi Chengfeng gazed at the empty surroundings. The Blue Army was long gone. His liver ached and his eye twitched uncontrollably. Hit and run. Yi Chengfeng clenched his fists. Su Chun, I've never seen such a shameless bastard as you. What kind of war are you fighting? You have no martial honor. In the dense jungle, the Blue Army soldiers gathered from all directions. Su Chun shouted as he ran, "Is everyone here? Count each other off." Battalion Commander, my company is all here, yelled the 4th Company Commander. Battalion Commander, the sniper team is all here. Battalion Commander, we're all here, too, not a single one missing. Su Chun nodded with a smile. Good, you all did brilliantly this time. The enemy must be crying their eyes out by now. Zhao Xiaodong laughed heartily. It's all thanks to you, Battalion Commander. Anyone else wouldn't have come up with such a cunning plan. Tactics, it's tactics. Su Chun emphasized seriously. Zhao Peng asked breathlessly, Battalion Commander, where are we heading now? Su Chun smirked slyly. Well, lead them on a chase through the mountains. We've trained here for 2 months and know every nook and cranny. They came from afar as guests. How could we not show them around properly? A mischievous grin spread across everyone's faces. The surrounding mountains were crisscrossed with ravines and paths as tangled as a spider web, and most importantly, the dense jungle was perfect for concealment. Even after 2 months of training, they couldn't navigate these mountains with ease, let alone the newly arrived Red Army. They're in for a rough time. Wang Hai laughed heartily. Zhao Peng hesitated and asked Battalion Commander, are you planning to stall for time and settle for a draw? Su Chun shot him a glare. Is that all the faith you have in your commander? War is war. The goal is to annihilate the enemy. There's no such thing as a draw in my tactics. Everyone was speechless, even though they had just dealt a heavy blow to the Red Army. But it wasn't enough to cripple them. Their main force remained intact. And after suffering such a loss, they would surely be more cautious. They couldn't fathom how Su Chun could still eliminate the enemy. Notify the 1st Company Commander to turn back. Su Chun shouted, while rendezvous at Sector 429. Roger. Billowing white smoke rose as tanks lay disabled on the main road. The fallen soldiers sat slumped against the tanks, listless. Yi Chengfeng's face darkened with every wrecked tank he passed. His mouth twitched involuntarily. Report. An officer saluted him. Brigade Commander, the tally is complete. We lost 42 tanks and 9 infantry fighting vehicles. The 1st Regiment has lost half its combat effectiveness. The directing department officer beside Yi Chengfeng immediately jotted it down. Yi Chengfeng glanced at them, then glared furiously at the reporting subordinate. And the Blue Army? How many did we kill? The officer stammered. Our artillery covered their position, bombarding every inch of that area. I asked you how many casualties they suffered. Yi Chengfeng cut him off impatiently. Report. The officer straightened up. 1. Only 1 killed. Yi Chengfeng's eyes blazed with fury. The officer grimaced. It's none. They all escaped. Yi Chengfeng nearly choked and passed out. The directing department officer promptly noted it down. Didn't the reconnaissance companies of the 1st and 2nd Regiments go after them? Not a single one caught. The Deputy Brigade Commander asked angrily. The officer shook his head. They've returned. They said the Blue Army vanished into the woods like rabbits. Fearing an ambush, they all came back. Yi Chengfeng clutched his chest, feeling as if his heart might burst. Furthermore, the officer continued, their heavy forces have also turned and fled. What a bunch of bastards. The Deputy Brigade Commander slammed his fist on a tank. They set a trap on purpose, waiting for us to walk right into it. Xia Jie, seeing Yi Chengfeng's grim expression, patted him sympathetically. Old, you don't fret. Victory and defeat are common in war. Your main force is still intact. You'll have another chance to hit them. The initiative is still yours. The moment Yi Chengfeng heard his voice, he grew even angrier. Xia Jie, what good is your sharp sword unit? Xia Jie was baffled. How did comforting him become a mistake? Yi Chengfeng glared at him furiously. Aren't you supposed to be the best in the southeast? Then where are your men? The Blue Army set an ambush here, and your men were blind. You bear the primary responsibility for this failure. Hey, Xia Jie fumed. Brigade Commander Yi, you're being unreasonable. My men infiltrated near them and relayed accurate intelligence. You made the battle plan yourself, and now you're blaming me. Yi Chengfeng roared. My plan was sound, but your men failed to keep tabs on the Blue Army. That's your fault. Xia Jie was almost amused by the anger. Shifting blame, are we? Fine, then let's split up. They'll take command now and find their infantry. You go after their heavy forces. We'll operate separately. If something goes wrong, don't blame anyone. Then why are you still here, waiting for a free meal? Yi Chengfeng bellowed. Xia Jie nodded in anger and left with his men. The Deputy Brigade Commander watched the directing department report the battle situation and said bitterly, Brigade Commander, we can't really blame Captain Xia. They did their best. I know. Yi Qingfeng took a deep breath. I did it on purpose. On purpose. The deputy brigade commander looked astonished. Yi Qingfeng sighed. The Blue Army ambushed us because they know this terrain. I sent Xia Jie away to maximize their effectiveness. The deputy brigade commander suddenly understood. Sharp Sword was an independent unit. If they were tied down with them, they'd only serve for reconnaissance and surveillance. But if unleashed, they'd be like wolves. Even if they couldn't kill the Blue Army, they'd keep them on the run. That would make the main forces' operations easier. I think we should have them take out Su Chun first, the deputy brigade commander said. All the Blue Army's dirty tricks come from Su Chun. Isn't decapitation Sharp Sword's specialty? The deputy brigade commander looked at Yi Qingfeng. Why don't I contact Captain Xiao and have him? Yi Qingfeng nodded, grinding his teeth. I just had a falling out with him. You talk to him. Remember, tell him to eliminate Su Chun at all costs. Once Su Chun is gone, the Blue Army will fall apart. Men can be sacrificed, battles can be lost. But Su Chun must die? Yes, sir. The deputy brigade commander saluted and turned to leave. Yi Qingfeng looked at the battered troops and slammed his fist on the tank again in fury. Why are all the Sus so despicable? What did I do in my past life to deserve running into you brothers? Inside the command center, aside from Suja, who wore a faint smile, everyone else remained utterly silent. Wu Weiguo's face was so flushed it seemed ready to bleed. He pondered for a long time, unable to comprehend how Su Chun had once again annihilated 2 battalions of Yi Qingfeng's forces. The most terrifying part was that he had accomplished this without a single casualty, withdrawing all his troops smoothly. Old Wu, Suja said with a grin, what do you think of my son? Not bad. Wu Weiguo glared at him fiercely, thinking to himself, isn't that a rhetorical question? I'd love to have a son like that. Old Su, you truly have a knack for teaching. Wu Weiguo's tone was laced with sarcasm. Yet deep down he had to admit his admiration. After all, with the enemy being stronger and his own side weaker, to achieve 2 consecutive victories under such circumstances and eliminate nearly a regiment's worth of the Red forces. Such command skill required not only courage, but also formidable strategic acumen and the ability to analyze the opponent's psychology. All these elements were indispensable. To claim it was unimpressive would be a lie that would make even him blush. Suja chuckled, of course. Back in the day I could teach you how to wage war, so teaching my son was certainly no challenge. I've been instructing him for 20 years, longer than I taught you. Wu Weiguo nearly choked on his anger. Are you implying I'm your son? It's just a small victory, don't get too cocky. Wu Weiguo snorted coldly. The Red forces still have plenty of strength, and they'll surely adjust their deployment now. They won't fall for the same tricks so easily. Su Chun can't change the fact that he'll be completely wiped out. At best he can buy himself a little more time. Suja eyed him cheerfully. Getting anxious are we? It's rare to see a commander who wants his own subordinates to lose. Old Wu, that's not right. Wu Weiguo's face reddened with embarrassment, and he couldn't be bothered to argue further. He strode quickly to Zhao Hongsheng's side. What the hell is going on? Is Yi Qingfeng just dead weight? Didn't he promise to annihilate Su Chun within 8 hours? Zhao Hongsheng sighed. Commander, you saw it too. It's not that Yi Qingfeng's command is flawed, it's that Su Chun is just too cunning. Who would have thought the kid would dare to ambush an armored unit with a bunch of infantry? Wu Weiguo huffed angrily. Those Su family members are all full of tricks, not a single one of them is decent. Remind Yi Qingfeng, he said in a low voice. If he doesn't go all out, and ends up being forced into a draw by Su Chun, it'll have him removed from his post. Zhao Hongsheng smiled. All right, Yi Qingfeng is even more anxious than you are right now. Don't worry, he'll definitely make proper arrangements next time. Wu Weiguo stared at the large screen and let out a long sigh. A combined armored brigade plus a squadron from Legion, and they've been reduced to this by a single battalion. What a disgrace. Meanwhile, deep in the jungle, Su Chun was leading his men across mountains and valleys, racing non-stop to rendezvous with the heavy armored forces. He was well aware that after suffering such a heavy loss, Yi Qingfeng would likely abandon concentrated assaults and instead adopt a net-like encirclement, advancing with dispersed forces. His previous tactics would be utterly useless now. If he tried the same approach again, he'd probably be surrounded. That would turn a failed ambush into a complete disaster. So he had to link up with the heavy armored units as quickly as possible. By concentrating their superior firepower and leveraging their familiarity with the terrain, they could then pick off the enemy piece by piece. Battalion commander. The 7th Company commander rushed up swiftly. We've got a tail. Su Chun looked at him in surprise. How many? Not many. The 7th Company commander said grimly, about 3 or 4. But my men have noticed others lurking nearby, tailing us as well. They're keeping their distance, so my guys didn't dare to fall back and investigate. Su Chun frowned. How long have they been following us? They picked us up when we passed through Area 407. Su Chen's eyes flickered and he snorted. It's probably Legion. Special Forces? Jia Peng's eyes widened in shock. Battalion Commander Legion is known as the best in the Southeast, specializing in infiltration and decapitation strikes. Without our tanks and armored vehicles, if they've got us in their sights, we're in serious danger. Just as Su Chun was about to speak, a sudden burst of intense gunfire erupted from behind. Take cover, Su Chun barked. Instantly, everyone dropped to the ground, aiming their weapons rearward. But the gunfire ceased after just a minute, and a series of white smoke plumes rose from the woods behind. Company commander, go check it out, Su Chun ordered coldly. Yes, sir. The 7th Company commander waved his hand and led a platoon rushing over. Before long, the commander returned. It was Legion. They opened fire and took out 8 of our men, he reported. By the time I got there, they had already withdrawn. Jia Peng said urgently. Just our luck. They've locked onto us. Battalion commander, what do we do now? Everyone's eyes turned to Su Chun. They were regular troops, even after 2 months of intensive training. But in terms of individual combat or small unit coordination, they were nowhere near Legion's level. Wang Hai said anxiously, Battalion commander, we should make a run for it. Let's lay some mines first to buy us some time. Yeah. Zhao Xiaodong nodded. As long as we link up with the 1st Company and the others, even if the Divine Blade themselves show up, they won't be able to touch us. The others nodded in agreement. No matter how formidable Legion was, they were still just infantry. They could handle infantry, but when faced with tanks and armored vehicles, they'd have to back off too. No, Su Chun shook his head. You're underestimating Legion. A few lousy mines won't hold them back for long. Besides, they're fast. They can outrun us, even carrying 40 kilos of gear. Once they've got their sights on you, they stick like a plaster. Impossible to shake off. So what do? Jia Peng said with a grimace. We can't outrun them, and if we fight, they'll just retreat. Are we doomed? Wang Hai sighed. If only we had air support. We could call in a strike and blow them all to hell. Su Chun chuckled. We don't need planes. We can take them out ourselves. Everyone stared at him in astonishment. Battalion commander, didn't you say they're formidable? If we stay, aren't we walking right into a trap? Jia Peng said anxiously. Su Chun smiled, precisely because they're so confident. Once we stop and engage them in a pitched battle, given their mindset, they'll definitely call in their main force to crush us. Even if they don't wipe us out completely, they'll cripple us. Then why stay? Jia Peng was baffled. Su Chun said smugly, our ancestors had a few tricks, burning one's boats, advancing by a hidden path, and luring the snake out of its hole. All right. Jia Peng's head was spinning from all the tactical talk. Battalion commander, just tell me what you're planning. Su Chun said with a grin, I'm going to use myself as bait. Lure all of Legion here, then wipe them out, or cripple them in one go. Get rid of this pesky thorn. What? Use yourself as bait? Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. Battalion commander, with our combat strength, you're not bait. You're just handing them a free kill. Battalion commander, we can't lose you. Jia Peng stared solemnly at Su Chun. Our entire battalion relies on you, and our 9th Brigade depends on you too. Yes, Battalion commander. Wang Hai nodded in agreement. You're the backbone of our battalion and the hope of the entire 9th Brigade. If you're gone, we're all finished. Battalion commander, think twice. Zhao Xiaodong urged. Don't throw your life away. Let's rendezvous with the heavy armored units instead. Su Chun looked at them with emotion. It's rare to see you all care so much about me. Fine, then you can die in my place. All right. Huh. The smiles on everyone's faces froze instantly. Su Chun grinned at them. He'll stay behind, and you'll handle the fighting. This way I'm safe, and you'll draw their main force. 2 birds with 1 stone. Everyone's mouths twitched violently. We wanted to save your life, but you're pushing us straight into the fire. Battalion commander, Jia Peng said bitterly. We don't want you to die, but we sure as hell don't want to die either. Everyone nodded vigorously. Let's talk. Su Chun glared at them. This is the best tactic I've devised. Just execute it. Look at yourselves. Do you even resemble Dragon Kingdom soldiers anymore? As Dragon Kingdom soldiers, we fear neither mountains of blades nor seas of fire. Even if you die, it'll be a glorious death. The brigade commander will have to bow to you then. How honorable would that be? Everyone rolled their eyes. Sure, if they were truly sacrificed, the brigade commander would bow. But this was an exercise. Who would dare make the brigade commander bow? Lei Cheng would make them truly sacrifice with a single kick. Bang, bang, bang. Just then another burst of gunfire erupted from behind, followed by white smoke rising in the jungle. Su Chun immediately said coldly, see, they're like stubborn plasters. No matter how hard you shake them, they stick. Even if you drive them off, they'll be back in no time. Everyone prepare. We must take them down today. Sniper team ambush on both flanks. Wait until they're close before firing. Su Chun said in a low voice, remember the sharp sword troops are excellent marksmen. Don't try to outshoot them. Once you're exposed, relocate immediately. Never fire twice from the same spot. Yes. The sniper team roared in unison. Su Chun waved his hand, and the platoon leader in charge led the men away. 4th Company Commander, 5th Company Commander. Here. Both company commanders stepped forward sharply. Su-chun fixed his gaze on them. To draw the main force of those bastards, you two are the key. Immediately set up defensive positions on the front line. Then assign men to taunt them. Remember, the harsher the insults, the better. The two commanders exchanged glances. The 5th Company commander said with a wry smile, "Battalion commander, they're fellow soldiers, and we're civilized men. Is that really necessary?" "Fellow soldiers?" Su-chun glared at him. "This is a battlefield now. They're your mortal enemies. Against enemies you can curse their ancestors for 18 generations if you want. Or would you rather share a bottle of liquor and some peanuts chatting about who'll shoot whom first?" "All right." The 5th Company commander nodded. "Those guys call themselves the proud sons of heaven." Su-chun snorted. "If you taunt them right, their arrogance will lead them straight into my trap." Everyone rolled their eyes. After all this talk, no one could figure out what trap he was setting. It just looked like they were sticking their necks out for the enemy to chop. "What are you staring at? Sure, I'm handsome, but I've no interest in you stinky men. Get lost." Su-chun waved dismissively. The two company commanders were speechless. They might be dark-skinned, but they didn't fancy bayonet fighting either. 6th Company, 8th Company. Su-chun called out. "Here." Su-chun looked at them. "Your task is simple: ambush on both sides of the front line, but make sure those bastards spot you." Both commanders looked baffled. "Battalion commander, we don't get it. Conceal ourselves, but also be discovered. Isn't that contradictory?" Su-chun rapped them hard on the heads. "Ever heard of overconfidence? You need to make those bastards think you're being cocky. Put up some camouflage that they see through. Got it?" They were still confused, their eyes full of question marks. Su-chun looked up at the sky in exasperation. "Brilliant, so why are you all so dense?" The 8th Company commander chuckled. "Why don't you explain it to us? He's the slow one. They'll pass it on to him later." The 6th Company commander nearly cursed. "If we weighed our IQs, mine would be heavier by 2 gene. No more explaining. You wouldn't understand anyway. Just do it." Both commanders. "Are you really treating us like imbeciles?" 7th Company commander. "Here." Su-chun pointed at him. "I want those bastards to believe we're dead set on grinding them down here. You are the reconnaissance company. Without your harassment, it won't look convincing." Su-chun patted him, a cunning glint in his eyes. "You get what I mean, right?" The 7th Company commander nodded smartly. "Got it. You want me, once the fight starts, to lead men in harassing them from all sides. Make the sharp sword troops think we're determined to crush them heathen." "Exactly." Su-chun beamed and patted him again. "Your noggin works decently, smarter than the rest. Now go." The 7th Company commander's eye twitched. "So I'm just a bit smarter than them." In Su-chun's eyes had barely escaped being a moron. Watching everyone spring into action, Su-chun grinned and waved over his orderly. Taking the field radio, Su-chun immediately contacted the 1st Company commander. "Anyone tailing you?" "Reporting." "The waves still roll on." The 1st Company commander replied. Su-chun coughed. "Get serious. In 15 minutes, have the 9th Company transfer half their artillery and advance towards Sector 424. The 1st Company commander asked in surprise, "What about us?" "Keep leading them in circles," Su-chun said. "After that, veer northwest." The 1st Company commander complained bitterly. "Battalion commander, you broke your word. You promised to take us in a battle, but not only did you leave us out, now you're sending us away. You're so biased." Su-chun rolled his eyes. "Anyone would think this guy was a scorned lover had abandoned. You have your mission, we have ours. Both are equally important on the battlefield." Su-chun reassured him. "Don't worry. When the medals come, there'll be one for you too. Just follow orders." "Yes." The 1st Company commander nodded reluctantly. "Remember, split off half the artillery. Stay hidden. Don't let them spot you." Su-chun emphasized. "Advance at full speed. Contact me immediately once you reach Sector 424. "Yes." Su-chun handed the radio back to his orderly. Jia-peng leaned in curiously. "Battalion commander, I think I get it now. You're planning to provoke sharp sword, draw their main force, and then hit them with artillery." Su-chun laughed heartily. "That's my old Jia. Political officers always have sharp minds, smarter than the rest." Jia-peng's face fell. "Battalion commander, this tactic of yours is too dirty. Aren't you afraid they'll get so mad they'll come after you?" Jia-peng's face fell. "Battalion commander, this tactic of yours is too dirty. Aren't you afraid they'll get so mad they'll come after you?" In the dense jungle, a camouflaged head slowly emerged from the bushes. After a careful glance, it gradually retreated back. "Got it." The camouflaged head nodded to its companion. "They are constructing a position. Clearly they don't intend to leave. Is it our Li Jian chasing them? Do they really think they can face us unknown? Are they overconfident or just foolish? I suspect their camp commander might be a bit slow, thinking that the ones pursuing them are just the regular forces of the red side." "You mean he doesn't even realize it's us chasing them?" The companion smiled broadly. "This big fool, no wonder he dares to stop and set up a position. I told you if they knew it was us, they would have run away long ago." The camouflaged head patted him. "Withdraw and report to the squad leader. Let him decide." The two nodded in tacit agreement and slowly slithered back like snakes. A few minutes later, a team running swiftly through the dense forest suddenly stopped. Wolf Fong, this is Lone Wolf. A soldier handed the radio to Xiajie. Xiajie took it and said, this is Lone Wolf. What's the situation? Report, Lone Wolf. The Blue Army suddenly stopped and began constructing a position. It seems they want to clash with us. What? Xiajie widened his eyes in disbelief. Did you see clearly? The Blue Army commander Su Chun is a shrewd person. How could he make such a basic mistake? Lone Wolf, it's absolutely true. We have already scouted. They are using 2 companies for the frontal defense, one on each side with another company as mobile backup. We have been tracking them, confirming this is their main force. Xiajie was stunned, momentarily speechless. According to his plan, he intended to use 20 small teams to continuously pursue Su Chen's main force and harass them along the way. By the time Su Chen reunited with the heavy troops, they would certainly have suffered significant casualties, and Su Chen might even be eliminated. But he never dreamed that Su Chen would actually not retreat and dare to set up a position waiting for him. What is this? This is a blatant underestimation of Li Jian, a provocation against them. Lone Wolf, what do we do now? Wolf Fong urged. We are too few in number to launch an attack. Xiajie paused for a moment and then said, all units hold your positions and wait for my orders. Yes. Lone Wolf, could this be a trap? A soldier asked doubtfully. Su Chen doesn't seem like such a foolish person. Xiajie nodded silently. From the beginning of the exercise, this kid has shown remarkable cunning. He probably wants to wear us down through a war of attrition. To go all out at once, bringing everyone to clash with us directly, wouldn't that be akin to striking a rock with an egg? Xiajie shook his head. No, this kid likely doesn't know our true identity and thinks we are Yi Chengfeng's people, which is why he dares to be so arrogant. One of his subordinates immediately asked, should we notify Brigade Commander Yi? Request fire support. Just as Xiajie was about to agree, the radio suddenly rang. Lone Wolf, Lone Wolf, Lone Wolf. Xiajie immediately grabbed the radio. This is Lone Wolf, what is it now? Wolf Fong angrily said, you listen for yourself. Xiajie paused, and at that moment shouts came through the radio. Li Jian's pup's grandpa is right here, come chase me. What's wrong, too scared to come? Aren't you the best in the southeast? I see you guys are just the southeast turtles. You dare to play some petty ambush, and now that grandpa has stopped you, don't dare to come up. To join Li Jian, do you need to be a hereditary turtle? From now on, don't call yourselves Li Jian, or just call yourselves the Turtle Squad. As Su Chen walked behind the position, he reminded, everyone shout louder, send your regards to their ancestors. Don't be afraid to sound harsh, they are the enemy, so curse them hard. With Su Chen's encouragement, the soldiers completely let loose. They shouted every insulting word they could think of. Wolf Fang's eyes turned red with anger. Lone Wolf, did you hear that? On the other end, Xiajie's expression was as dark as it could get. The people around him were almost the same, each of their eyes radiating a dangerous glint. Su Chen, you bastard. Xiajie clenched his fists in anger. He had thought Su Chen didn't know their identity, which was why he dared to stop and set up a position. But now it seemed that Su Chen was fully aware that it was Li Jian pursuing them. Setting up a position and cursing at them was a clear sign of contempt for Li Jian. Bang! One of the subordinates punched a tree in rage, shouting, Lone Wolf, I can't take it anymore. When has Li Jian ever been humiliated like this by a regular force? Yes, Lone Wolf, this kid must be feeling good about himself because he snatched the mission from Ci last time, thinking we are nothing but this. Lone Wolf, we have to teach him a lesson. If we can endure this, what will we eat in the future? If this gets back to the brigade, will our squad still be able to hold our heads high? Lone Wolf, let's take action. Let them see the true strength of Li Jian. Lone Wolf, give the order. The crowd was stirred up, each pair of eyes blazing with fire. As soldiers, the military is their honor and pride. Li Jian has long been known as the best in the southeast, and they will not allow others to insult them at will. Now Su Chen was essentially cursing them to their faces. Who could endure that? Xiajie did not hesitate, picking up the radio and coldly saying, calling all teams, calling all teams. Gather immediately towards Wolf Fang's position. Gather immediately towards Wolf Fang's position. Yes. All teams responded instantly. Xiajie threw the radio to his subordinate, his expression cold as he growled, didn't Su Chen ask us to come? We can't let him down. We're going to make Su Chen cry. Let him cry. Everyone shouted in unison, charging forward with Xiajie. Inside the director's office, Zhao Hongsheng crossed his arms, smiling as he watched the red dots converge towards Su Chen's position. Commander Su, your son is truly valiant. He is indeed the son of a general. Zhao Hongsheng said with a hint of meaning, a few companies dare to challenge a special forces company. Such behavior, seeking death, can certainly be called courageous. The people in the director's office laughed in unison, with Wu Weiguo's mouth stretching almost to his ears. However, Su Zhe remained composed. To be honest, Su Chen's ability to hold out with a single battalion has already exceeded his expectations. Even if he loses, it is still a glorious defeat, not diminishing the Su family's reputation in the slightest. Knowing there are tigers in the mountains, yet still heading toward the Tiger's Mountain. Su Je said proudly, "This is not only the military spirit of our Longwa soldiers, but also the spirit that every man in the Su family must possess. No matter what strong enemy we encounter, we must dare to draw our swords." Su Je looked at Wu Weigua. "Old Wu, you all need to learn more. You're almost not as good as a young lad." Wu Weigua was so angry he nearly stood up, but thinking that Su Chun would soon be annihilated by Li Jian, he felt inexplicably pleased. "Old Su, you're right. So when he fails this time, I'll train him well, while letting my soldiers learn from him. You can rest assured and go back." Wu Weigua smiled deviously. Su Je snorted coldly. He was already prepared, just waiting for Su Chen to lose so he could take him away. He looked at the big screen, a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. This kid is still a bit naive. Can he fight special forces like this? He needs heavy fire support. He looked at the big screen, a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. This kid is still a bit naive. Can he fight special forces like this? He needs heavy fire support. The defensive position was quickly constructed. Su Chen's soldiers all lay low behind the makeshift fortifications, continuing their taunts. Su Chen crouched behind a rock, scanning the forest with his binoculars. But at this moment the forest was eerily silent. If he hadn't been certain that the members of Sharp Sword were hidden somewhere, he would have thought himself insane for shouting into an empty grove. "Battalion Commander." Jia Peng crawled up beside him. "Why are you so far forward? If you get taken out by a single shot, we won't even have time to hold a memorial service for you." "Su Chen, don't I need to observe the situation?" Su Chen said irritably. "Sharp Sword is no ordinary opponent. If they don't make a move, fine. But once they do, it will surely be a storm. If we slack off even a little, we'll end up being the ones getting screwed over." "Are they here?" Jia Peng immediately tensed up. Su Chen nodded seriously. "Based on my observations, they might be here, or they might not be." Jia Peng, "That's a load of nonsense. I knew that without you telling me." Su Chen patted him. "Old Jia, you stay back a bit. You're a political officer and amateur when it comes to fighting. Don't let yourself be the first one they take out to demoralize us. We can't afford that shame." Jia Peng nearly spat blood. He had thought Su Chen was concerned about him, but it turned out he was just afraid he'd embarrass them. Still, he didn't insist. When it came to combat, he was indeed useless. At least he had the self-awareness for that. Jia Peng decisively crawled backward. "Battalion Commander." The voice of the 9th Company commander suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. "Well, reach the designated location in 10 minutes. Any further orders?" "Good." Su Chen chuckled. "Once you're there, prepare immediately. Wait for my command to open fire." "Roger." "Battalion Commander." The 5th Company commander slowly crawled to his side. "Everyone's throats are dry from shouting, but we haven't even seen a ghost of the enemy. Maybe they're scared of us and don't dare to come." Su Chen rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly froze. He jerked his head up and immediately saw 2 drones appear overhead. Su Chen's pupils contracted. "Take cover. They're attacking. Take cover now." Instantly, the Blue Army soldiers stopped their cursing and all rushed towards the foxholes in the position. While they were building the fortifications, Su Chen had specifically emphasized the trenches don't need to be deep, but foxholes are mandatory. Because foxholes had played a crucial role in the Great War decades ago, they not only helped the Dragon Country's army win one arduous battle after another, but also saved countless soldiers' lives. Against enemy bombardment, foxholes were incredibly effective, proven by the tests of war. Su Chen had long guessed that Sharp Sword's attack wouldn't be a simple charge, they would surely use bombing. But Sharp Sword had its pride. Facing a bunch of infantry, they wouldn't call for air support. And indeed, he was right. They utilized the then emerging drone technology. Across the entire southeast region, Sharp Sword was the only unit equipped with hunter-killer drones. Boom, boom. Just as Su Chen ducked into a foxhole, 2 rockets precisely hit their trench. The next second, the forest erupted with gunfire. A hail of bullets poured down on the Blue Army position like rain. "They're charging. Hit them." Su Chen roared at the top of his lungs. Soldiers from the 4th and 5th Companies immediately scrambled out of the foxholes. Light and heavy machine guns opened up with full fury, sweeping the forest indiscriminately. At the same time, the 6th and 8th Companies stopped holding back. Everyone threw off their camouflage and opened intense fire on the forest ahead. Rat-a-tat-tat. The firepower from 4 companies, including numerous squad light machine guns, created a terrifying storm of bullets that immediately suppressed Sharp Sword's fire. Several charging Sharp Sword Special Forces soldiers were hit on the spot, their gear emitting white smoke. Xia Jie threw himself to the ground as bullets whizzed over his head. Damn it, how are they reacting so fast? Are these regular troops? Xia Jie spat, his eyes filled with shock. In his memory, all regular units were far inferior to Sharp Sword in every aspect. Logically, their 2 rocket-propelled grenades should have stunned the Blue Army. Then he would launch a surprise charge reaching them before they could react. Relying on their superior marksmanship, they could then wipe out the Blue Army's frontline defense in an instant. But now the Blue Army seemed unfazed while they themselves were pinned down and unable to move. Lone Wolf, their firepower is too heavy. The voice of Hidden Thorn came through Xia Jie's earpiece. We can't advance and we can't retreat either. What do we do? Lone Wolf, another subordinate shouted. Their reconnaissance company is starting to harass us from the flanks. Xia Jie punched the ground in frustration. Shit, I underestimated him. I never thought Su Chen would train his troops this well. He immediately called into his earpiece, snipers take out their firing positions. Roger. Xia Jie, listen up everyone. When 2 warriors meet on a narrow path, the brave one wins. We have over 100 men here. If we retreat like this, we'll disgrace Sharp Sword. Once their firepower weakens, everyone focus on their central position. Break through there, and we can withdraw. Understood. Roger. Everyone shouted back, full of confidence. How could a Sharp Sword mission end without results? They needed to at least wipe out a Blue Army company to retreat with honor. Bang! 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 The Sharp Sword snipers hidden in the forest suddenly opened fire. Several Blue Army machine gunners were hit on the spot, their gear emitting white smoke. But the nearby reserve soldiers immediately pushed them aside, and the machine guns resumed firing after only a 2-second pause. Snipers, what the hell are you doing? Xia Jie yelled in frustration. Take out their firing positions. Roger. The Sharp Sword snipers simultaneously adjusted their aim, locking onto new targets. But just then Su Chen also shouted into his walkie-talkie. Use the coordinates I gave you. Fire a full base load of ammunition for saturation bombardment. Roger. The 9th Company commander bellowed. Su Chen put down the walkie-talkie, watching the struggling Sharp Sword special forces with amusement. Bang! 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 The Sharp Sword snipers fired continuously. One by one, the firing positions of the 4th and 5th companies were eliminated, leaving no time for replacements. Seeing the enemy's firepower halved, Xia Jie shouted excitedly, charge. Hit them. Sharp Sword soldiers leaped up from various spots, rifles blazing as they hunched over and charged forward. Su Chen had to admire their marksmanship. In just a dozen meters of advance, at least 30 soldiers on the 4th and 5th company positions were taken out. However, a smile spread across Su Chen's face because it was almost over. Just then Xia Jie was personally directing Sharp Sword's charge. His heavy firepower had successfully suppressed the Blue Army's flank positions. The Blue Army's central front was also completely pinned down with no room to fight back. 2 minutes. Well, break their position in 2 minutes. Xia Jie roared excitedly. Charge. Boom. Suddenly an artillery shell exploded right in front of him. Xia Jie's helmet rang with a buzzing sound as a large plume of white smoke erupted from it. Boom. 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 Shells rained down on the forest like a storm. One after another, the charging Sharp Sword Special Forces soldiers were hit, their gear emitting white smoke. Xia Jie was completely stunned. Damn it. Where did the artillery come from? He suddenly realized he had been tricked by that treacherous Su Chen again. With a thunderous roar, concentrated artillery fire instantly blanketed half the forest. No matter where the soldiers of the sword were hiding, they were now all within the range of the bombardment. The Blue Army soldiers ceased fire, sitting on the trench edges to watch the sword's men dance under the shells. A soldier named Jia Peng hurried over to Su Chen. Jia Peng gave a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. You're the best battalion commander. If it were us, we'd still be running around the mountains being chased by them. The sword hailed as the best in the southeast. Jia Peng grew more excited. Now they don't seem so impressive, ha ha ha. Su Chen smiled. The best way to deal with snipers or special forces abroad is with artillery coverage. They're too cunning and highly mobile. We have to eliminate them in one go, or we'll be the ones in trouble. He added, You've got foresight, battalion commander. Jia Peng then shouted to the fallen soldiers, You guys did well, your sacrifice was worth it. The eliminated soldiers rolled their eyes in unison. Jia Peng wasn't like this before. How had Su Chen influenced him so quickly? A few minutes later, Su Chen spoke into the radio with a grin. Lao Jiu, you can cease fire now. If we keep bombing, we won't even find the bodies. Understood. The 9th Company commander chuckled. Battalion commander, does this mean we've earned merit? Su Chen nodded. You'll be credited with a major achievement this time. Thank you, battalion commander. The artillery soon stopped, but thick white smoke lingered over the jungle, half from the bombardment, half rising from the heads of the sword soldiers. Su Chen walked over with his hands clasped behind his back, stopping before Xia Jie to salute. Sorry, comrade Lieutenant Colonel, for making you come all this way to die. I had no choice. You were just too formidable. Xia Jie's eyes twitched with rage. Dead, and then mocked. Kid, you're good, he said reluctantly. Using an entire infantry battalion as bait to trick me. You're impressive. But if we do this again, I won't fall for it. Su Chen nodded with a smile. Yes, yes, that's what the ones I killed before thought too. Xia Jie nearly choked on his anger, but faced with Su Chen's smug expression, he couldn't retort. Fine, he snorted. A loss is a loss. I won't make excuses. But I'm warning you, this trick only works once. It won't work next time. Thanks for the compliment, sir. Su Chen replied humbly. A man only dies once. By the time he realizes it, his battle is over, and it's too late for epiphanies. Xia Jie pointed at him, speechless for a long moment. Don't be mad, comrade Lieutenant Colonel. Su Chen said with an innocent smile. I'm doing this for your own good. Look, you're called the best in the southeast, yet you were wiped out so easily. Take this chance to learn from the experience after the exercise. I don't usually teach. The swordsmen were nearly bursting with fury. Enrolls clenched his fists as he approached. Lone Wolf, give the order. I can't take it anymore. I want to beat this kid. Shut up. Haven't you embarrassed us enough? Xia Jie glared at his men. Prove yourselves on the battlefield, not by blustering now. The sword soldiers fell silent, but every one of them glared at Su Chen with gritted teeth. They were unconvinced and unwilling to accept defeat. They were the elite of the southeast, annihilated in such an ambiguous manner. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Su Chen clapped his hands. The lieutenant colonel has the right attitude. Exactly, an exercise is like real combat. A loss is a loss. Now all of you lie down. Don't just stand there. Xia Jie frowned. Lie down. Of course. Su Chen said seriously. Have you ever seen a dead person standing? That would be a corpse rising from the grave. Xia Jie barely resisted the urge to slap Su Chen. This guy was infuriating. Lie down, he ordered, lying on the ground himself. Lone Wolf, Enrolls, and the others protested angrily. Lie down, Xia Jie roared. Don't you know you're dead? Don't you know the exercise rules? Everyone lie down and wait for the collection team. The sword soldiers shot Su Chen a final glare before reluctantly lying down. Su Chen clapped his hands with a grin. Don't just stand there, strip their uniforms. Yes, sir. The Blue Army soldiers swarmed forward. Xia Jie was startled. Hey, what are you doing? Our army doesn't have a habit of desecrating the dead. This is against regulations. Don't worry, comrade Lieutenant Colonel. Su Chen said with a smile. We're just borrowing your clothes. Since you're dead, you won't need them. They'll leave you your undergarments. You won't be walking around naked. Xia Jie's eyes blazed with fury. He had never met anyone as infuriating as Su Chen. Move quickly, Su Chen shouted, then personally began removing Xia Jie's clothes. I'll do it myself. Xia Jie angrily tore off his top. And your pants. Su Chen pointed downward. Not the underwear. I have to give you those too. Xia Jie grumbled as he pulled off his trousers and tossed them to Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head. You're so hot-tempered, even in death. You'll turn into a vengeful spirit and never be reincarnated. Xia Jie roared, get lost. Get out of here now. Su Chen squatted and saluted him. Yes, sir. He stood up while changing clothes. Hurry up, change, and follow me. Move. The soldiers of the 6th and 7th companies quickly changed into the captured uniforms and followed Su Chen back along the original path, charging toward the main Red Army force. Soon they vanished into the woods. Enrolls sat up angrily. Damn it, we've disgraced the sword. Lone Wolf, we can't go back. The others sat up with dejected faces. They were all elites from various regular units who had endured grueling selection and training to join the sword. They thought they were invincible. Yet at Su Chen's hands they were knocked down hard and couldn't get back up. They'll soon be meeting us at the collection point. Xia Jie sat up with a cold expression. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Enrolls asked curiously, Lone Wolf, do you have a backup plan? Xia Jie sneered. Su Chen wants our uniforms to exploit the time gap before our deaths are reported to the command center, so he can ambush our main force. Enrolls was startled. Damn, if he succeeds, our guilt will be even greater. Xia Jie smiled contemptuously. But you forgot. Our uniforms have trackers. He doesn't know that. By the time he finds our main force brigade commander, you should already know we're dead. Then as long as the trackers show their location, they'll be walking into a trap. At this, everyone's eyes lit up. Right. Enrolls laughed. Su Chen outsmarted himself. His old-school methods have finally been defeated by our high-tech. Stop celebrating. We're still dead. Xia Jie said angrily. When we get back, everyone writes a 10000 character review. Lone Wolf. Enrolls whined. But this was your command. Then why didn't you warn me? Xia Jie retorted, his face red. You're all responsible. Yes, sir. They all replied in exasperation. Don't just stand there. Find some leaves to cover ourselves. Xia Jie grumbled. Does that bastard Su Chen know it's winter? If we catch colds on the way back, we'll be an even bigger joke. Everyone find leaves for warmth. After sprinting 10 kilometers, Su Chen abruptly halted. Battalion commander, we're almost there, right? The 7th company commander asked, gasping for breath. Su Chen pulled out the combat map of the sharp sword unit, compared it to the terrain, and nodded. Once we're out of these woods, we should be able to meet them. Then we need to hurry. Company Commander Liu said excitedly. The red team definitely won't expect us to come back for a counterattack. Su Chen waved his hand with a smile. I reckon the red team already knows that sharp sword has been wiped out, and they're waiting for us to take the bait. Everyone was stunned. Jiao Peng looked confused. We've been running for an hour. By now the directing department should have informed the red team that sharp sword is completely annihilated. But how do they know we're coming? Exactly. Wang Hai chimed in curiously. Can the red team tell fortunes? Su Chen pulled a black signal device from his pocket. There's a tracker like this under your collars. Everyone immediately reached for their collars and indeed found the same thing. Damn, this thing can pinpoint our location. Su Chen nodded. When we stripped their clothes, many of the sharp sword members went silent. Especially that lieutenant colonel. He almost seemed eager for me to take his clothes. Su Chen sneered. Obviously he wanted us to walk right into a trap. That's damn cunning. Zhao Xiaodong spat. Almost as cunning as our battalion commander. Su Chen. Was his reputation really that bad? A soldier angrily threw the signal device to the ground. Piece of junk, you'll crush it. Stop. Su Chen yelled in alarm. You wasteful fool, that's military property. It could cost tens of thousands each. Damn, that expensive. The soldier leaped back in shock. What did you think? Su Chen said sternly. Sharp sword is the pride of the Southeast. Every special forces soldier is forged with immense resources. The equipment they use, much of which we've never even heard of, is why they're so strong. Jiao Peng scratched his head. Battalion commander, since we've been discovered, should we retreat? Yes, battalion commander. Wang Hai urged. We need to move fast or the red team will surround us, and we won't escape. Su Chen nodded. All right, then let's halt and stand by here. Roger. Huh. Jiao Peng gaped in astonishment. Battalion commander, did you give the wrong order? Su Chen didn't bother to explain and walked straight to the 4th Company commander. Put down the fallen comrades. The soldiers of the 4th and 5th Companies immediately set down the bodies they were carrying. Political instructor. Su Chen shouted. Bring all the trackers and put them on the fallen. Roger. Jiao Peng nodded and immediately collected all the trackers. The men from the 4th and 5th Companies took the trackers and fastened them onto the bodies. Battalion commander, what are you up to? Jiao Peng asked like a curious child. I really can't figure out your plan. The others also looked at Su Chen, completely baffled by what was on his mind. Su Chen smiled slightly. We've come all this way. How can we return empty-handed? That would be an insult to the sharp sword we annihilated and to the red team soldiers waiting eagerly for us. He pointed at the group of bodies. Since they're already dead, we might as well make good use of them. All the bodies rolled their eyes. Weren't they supposed to be honored martyrs? In no time at all, they had become recycled materials. The 7th Company commander suddenly had a flash of insight. I get it. The battalion commander wants them to create a diversion here, making it look like we're about to ambush the red team. Then while the red team's main force is focused here, we seize the chance to attack their camp. Su Chen pointed at him cheerfully. Smart, no wonder you're the reconnaissance company commander. Jiao Peng immediately spoke up. But the red team already knows sharp sword is wiped out. Even if we wear their uniforms, won't we be easily spotted? It'll be dark soon, Su Chen said. Everyone's uniforms look the same, and they're convinced we're here. When we move and they won't suspect a thing. This is called luring the tiger out of the mountain. See, I told you our battalion commander was cunning. Was I right, or what? Zhao Xiaodong laughed heartily. But catching Su Chen's murderous glare, he quickly clamped his hand over his mouth. All right. Su Chen clapped his hands. Everyone to your posts. Roger. Everyone immediately dispersed and took cover nearby. Su Chen grinned at the group of bodies. Friends, the next part is on you. Burn the enemy to ashes even if it means your own destruction. The bodies looked speechless. Su Chen wasn't letting even them, the dead, off the hook. He was determined to squeeze every last drop of value out of them. 3 kilometers away was Yi Qingfeng's command post. At that moment, Yi Qingfeng was in the command vehicle staring coldly at a screen before him. Found the signal yet? Reporting still searching, an officer said. Sharp sword's positioning signal is on a separate system, so it's a bit tricky. Yi Qingfeng clenched his fists, fury flickering in his eyes. These fools always calling themselves the best in the Southeast, he grumbled. Looks to me like they're the best at getting themselves killed. A special forces company taken down by a bunch of regular troops. All the money spent on them every year is completely wasted. The deputy brigade commander smiled wryly. Old, you don't be too hard on them. It's not that sharp sword isn't formidable. It's that Su Chen is too cunning. You've seen sharp sword strength. Su Chen must have used some dirty trick to catch them off guard. Then at least they should have contacted me. Yi Qingfeng said indignantly. A bunch of arrogant fools thinking they're invincible. This is war. It requires coordinated operations. Now they're wiped out. In war, only the victors have a voice. there's no sympathy for the weak. The deputy brigade commander nodded, helplessly unable to refute Yi Chingfeng's words. A loss was a loss. No matter how skilled a martial artist you were, a single chop of the kitchen knife, and you'd have no chance to turn the tables. People would only praise the victor, they wouldn't even mourn the fallen hero. Brigade Commander Weave found the signal. Yi Chingfeng immediately leaned in. Where? The officer pointed at the screen. Looks like it's about 3 kilometers from us in the jungle to the southwest. Yi Chingfeng's eyes lit up and a smile crept onto his lips. Good, trying to pull the same old trick again. Yi Chingfeng was beaming. That Su Chun is truly devious. He must have stripped their uniforms and had his men put them on. Then he planned to slip into our camp and launch a surprise attack. But the kid never expected that Sharp Sword's gear is all high-tech. His old tricks have met their match against modern technology. The deputy brigade commander pointed at the cluster of blue dots. Old Yi, it seems they haven't moved. Yi Chingfeng sneered. They're waiting for nightfall. Once it's dark and visibility is poor, they can easily blend in. But now I've seen through their plan. Yi Chingfeng said triumphantly. I won't give them a chance. This time I'm going to take Su Chun down for good, so he can never get back up again. Old Ming, how many people are in the camp now? Yi Chingfeng asked excitedly. The deputy brigade commander looked at him in surprise. Currently, there's 1 guard company, 3 tank companies, and the reconnaissance battalion. Good. Yi Chingfeng said sternly. Have the reconnaissance battalion get ready. As soon as it gets dark, surround them immediately. The deputy brigade commander quickly replied. Old Yi, why not just use artillery saturation? Why send men? Yi Chingfeng shook his head. We're all tanks, direct fire can't cover them effectively. If we call in artillery, there won't be enough time. The deputy brigade commander nodded silently. Their tanks were all direct fire weapons, and the Blue Force's hiding spot was in the mountains. Though it was closed, they couldn't achieve the same coverage as artillery, and there was a good chance some would escape. Moreover, night was falling fast. Mobilizing artillery from other regiments would take at least 20 minutes. Time was indeed tight. Besides, I really want to capture Su Chun alive. Yi Chingfeng snorted coldly. Killing him would be too boring. That guy? Only by capturing him alive can we really take him down. Understood, I'll give the order right away. The deputy brigade commander immediately got out of the vehicle. Yi Chingfeng crossed his legs with a smug grin, staring leisurely at the screen. Su Chun, don't go down so easily. I still want to meet you and maybe interrogate you a bit. Outside the command HQ, Lei Chung Chen Quan and Lu Gua paced back and forth anxiously. Every now and then they glanced into the command HQ. Though they were Su Chen's superiors, only officers at the division level or above could enter, so they could only wait outside for news. This is killing me. I have no idea how things are going. Lu Gua plopped down on the ground. Waiting for news like this is pure torture. Chen Quan sighed. Didn't they just say that Xiao Su ambushed and wiped out all of Sharp Blade's men? That's good news. It means we still have hope. Lei Chung grimaced. Sharp Blade is the best in the southeast. After wiping them out, Xiao Su must be badly battered too. And the Red Force still has its strength. Exactly. Lu Gua groaned. If they launch a full assault, Xiao Su might. Our 9th Brigade isn't really out of hope, is it? Hearing this, Lei Chung grew so anxious he wanted to barge into the command HQ again. But he was stopped by the guard at the door. This life or death waiting is damn torture. Lei Chung sat down angrily. At least let me know how Xiao Su is doing. Chen Quan patted him. Old Lei, we've given Xiao Su our full support, and he'll do his best. From here on, we just have to let fate take its course. The 3 of them were dejected, their future with the 9th Brigade, shrouded in uncertainty. Inside the command HQ, however, it was a different scene entirely. Zhao Hongxing stared at the blue dots on the screen, representing Sharp Blade, rubbing his hands excitedly. Once Su Chun is eliminated, this exercise is basically over. Too bad that kid Su Chun is still dreaming big, completely unaware he's fallen into a trap. Wu Weigua chuckled. This is what they mean by the pot calling the kettle black. He raised his voice deliberately. Being too confident isn't always a good thing. Suja snorted dismissively. Without some confidence, he couldn't have wiped out the Southeast's ace. Speaking of which, old Wu, is your Sharp Blade just wasting money? Getting wiped out so easily by Su Chun. Do you even know what a special forces unit is? Wu Weiguo's sore spot was hit instantly, and his face flushed red. No matter what, as long as the Blue Force is eliminated, their sacrifice is worth it. Wu Weiguo retorted stubbornly. Suja laughed heartily, but the cost is a bit high. Fighting like that, you lose 3,000 for every enemy you take down. Impressive. Wu Weiguo trembled with rage, but then thought Su Chun would be eliminated soon and would stay in the southeast. Having such a fierce warrior under his command made the current humiliation worth it. He shot a smug glance at Suja. Old Su, this kid. You can't take him. I want him. The winter days were short, and the last ray of sunlight was soon swallowed by darkness. Charge. Red Force Reconnaissance Battalion Commander Sun, she waved his hand, and all the soldiers of the Reconnaissance Battalion rushed out of camp, like a pack of wolves. They spread out like a net charging straight for the signal source 3 kilometers away. The moment they stormed into the jungle, Su Chun stood up from behind a bush. "Let's move." Su Chun waved, and the men of the 6th and 7th companies quickly followed him, racing toward the Red Force camp. A rustling sound echoed through the jungle as Sun Shi led his men slowly toward the coordinates. Suddenly, he spotted several figures crouching behind a tree. Sun Shi smirked and opened fire in their direction. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the entire reconnaissance battalion unleashed their full firepower, bullets raining down like a storm. "Freeze. Drop your weapons." The Red Force soldiers quickly surrounded a group of corpses. But Sun Shi was dumbfounded. All the Blue Force soldiers were lying flat on the ground, showing no intention of resisting. "Where's Su Chun?" Sun Shi roared. No one answered. The Blue Force men just blinked at him. Sun Shi fumed. "Can't you understand plain language? Where's Su Chun? Come out." Still no answer. Sun Shi grabbed a Blue Force soldier. "I'm asking you. Answer." The Blue Force soldier replied bluntly, "Sir, have you ever seen a dead man talk?" "Dead?" Sun Shi was stunned. Only then did he notice that the smoke canisters on these Blue Force soldiers' helmets were already deployed. That meant they were all already dead. Sun's eyes had buzzed. Was he tracking a signal coming from a bunch of dead men? "Sun Shi, how's it going? Did you catch Su Chun?" Yi Chingfeng's voice crackled through the earpiece. Sun Shi jumped to his feet. "Brigade Commander, we've been tricked. The signal devices are all on dead men. Su Chun and his men aren't here." "What?" Yi Chingfeng's eyes widened, his mind struggling to comprehend. But just then a series of muffled explosions erupted outside. Yi Chingfeng pushed open the command vehicle door in shock, only to see over a dozen tanks engulfed in smoke. Gunfire erupted across the camp and soldiers' helmets were smoking everywhere. As he stood there stunned, the guard company commander rushed over with his men. "Brigade Commander, run. The Blue Force has broken in." "What?" Yi Chingfeng was utterly flabbergasted. Wasn't the Blue Force in the woods? How did they get here? Rat-a-tat-tat. Several guards were hit, their helmets smoking. From behind a nearby tank, a group of men in Red Force uniforms, but wearing Blue Force armbands, charged over ferociously. Damn, they really came. Yi Chingfeng scrambled down from the command vehicle in panic. "Brigade Commander, run." The guard company commander grabbed Yi Chingfeng without a word and bolted out of the camp. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Gunfire and explosions roared across the entire camp, thick, white, smoke billowing everywhere. Yi Chingfeng glanced back and saw soldiers wearing blue armbands slaughtering his men. Rage seethed within him, nearly causing his lungs to burst. He had been preparing to interrogate Su Chun. Yet Su Chun had stormed his camp with his men and nearly captured him alive. The sheer contrast was so immense that Yi Chingfeng trembled with fury. "Brigade Commander, get in the car." The guard company commander shoved Yi Chingfeng into the vehicle and then urgently patted the driver. "Go to the 2nd Regiment now." "Yes, sir." The driver floored the accelerator and the off-road vehicle roared out of the camp. "Old Yi, what the hell is going on?" The deputy brigade commander looked at Yi Chingfeng in utter bewilderment. Even now he had no clue what had happened. How had their camp suddenly vanished? Yi Chingfeng clenched his fists in fury. That bastard Su Chun placed all the locators for the Legion unit on his fallen soldiers. "We were tracking a bunch of dead men, and he was hiding somewhere in the woods, smugly watching my men go in. Then while we were off guard, he struck directly at our camp." By this point, Yi Chingfeng's eyes were bloodshot with rage. "That damn bastard. That kid is slicker than a loach. One slip, and you fall right into his trap." The deputy brigade commander slumped back in his seat, his face twisted in misery. "We made such a grand show of chasing a bunch of corpses. Old Yi Su Chun played us for fools. From now on, we'll be the laughingstock of the entire southeast." Yi Chingfeng's liver ached with fury. An entire reconnaissance battalion went out and only found a pile of dead men, and he had lost his entire command post because of it. How could he ever face his colleagues again? "Step on it to the 2nd Regiment." Yi Chingfeng roared in anger. "We haven't lost yet. Before that bastard Su Chun gets far, I'm going to wipe him out. Go." Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rocked the red camp. The last dozen or so tanks were also belching thick black smoke. Relying on their superior numbers and combat skills, the blue soldiers began to spread out across the camp in squad-sized units to hunt down the remaining enemies. "Battalion Commander." The 7th Company commander rushed up to Su Chun. "My men just reported seeing the Red Commander escape by car." He said apologetically, "Sorry, Battalion Commander, we couldn't capture the old fox alive." Su Chun waved his hand with a smile. "Don't blame yourself. If his guards didn't have that much reaction speed, they wouldn't be called elites." He scanned the area. Did their command vehicle get away? The 7th Company commander immediately pointed in a direction. "Over there." All the officers who couldn't escape in time were taken out. Su Chun quickly strode over. Several red officers, their heads smoking white, were sitting dejectedly in the doorway blocking the path. "Move these dead men out of the way." Can't you see the battalion commander is here? The 7th Company commander barked irritably. The red officers, seeing someone actually trying to move them, glared with fiery rage. All right, we're not dead yet. We can move ourselves. The men grumpily shuffled aside. Su Chen entered the command vehicle. Seeing the array of instruments, a sudden inspiration struck him. A bold idea flashed into his mind. He immediately walked up to the instruments, tried operating them, and smoothly accessed the command system. Beautiful. Su Chen was overjoyed. These advanced instruments might be difficult for others, but the knowledge the system had given Su Chen included extensive know-how on operating modern equipment. He had never had a chance to test it before. Now with a small trial, he found it incredibly simple. Hey, don't break our instruments. A red officer shouted in panic, stop, right now. Su Chen ignored him, his fingers flying across the keyboard. The red officer yelled anxiously, are you listening to me? If you lock up the system, none of us can unlock it. Suddenly he froze. On the screen, 3 hierarchical command interfaces appeared simultaneously. This meant the communication interfaces for all 3 regiments under the red command were displayed together. The red officer's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Even after a year of training, he still couldn't command 3 regiments at once, having to issue orders to each one separately. Su Chen's operation was an eye-opener. Commander of the 7th Company. Sir. Su Chen stared at him. What year is it? Can the dead talk now? Aren't you going to do something about it? The 7th Company commander was stunned for a moment, then barked, yes, sir. He grinned at the red officers. You're dead, so why can't you just accept it? Come on, open wide. I'll give you a physical vocal removal. The officers tried to resist, but their mouths were brutally pried open and a rock was shoved in. With the noise gone, Su Chen focused on operating the system. His fingers danced across the keyboard for a while before he gently pressed the enter key. All right, mission accomplished. Su Chen stood up with a grin. Evacuate now. Evacuate, move it. The 7th Company commander roared in tandem. The blue soldiers surged like a tide, arriving swiftly and vanishing just as fast, disappearing without a trace behind Su Chen. A few minutes later, Sun Shi and his reconnaissance battalion rushed into the camp in a panic. But the blue army was long gone, leaving only a field of corpses emitting white smoke. Sun Shi sprinted to the command vehicle and immediately saw several officers tied up like dumplings, writhing frantically. Holy shit. Sun Shi hurried over to untie them. Are these blue army guys even human? You're dead, and they're still desecrating the bodies. Holy shit, what the hell did they stuff in your mouths? These blue guys are too creative. An officer spat out a few mouthfuls of saliva and shouted urgently, quick, contact the other 3 regiments. Tell them the orders just issued are invalid, and they must not execute them. Another officer bellowed, that's false intelligence deliberately sent by the blue army. Stop them. All right. Sun Shi nodded, but as soon as he stood up, he crouched back down. How do I contact the 3 regiments? Use the command vehicle. An officer roared in frustration. We're already dead. If we could move, we wouldn't need you. Sun Shi grimaced, but I don't know how to use it. The officers were all stunned. They had forgotten that they were the only ones in the entire camp who could operate the system. Boom. At that moment, the command vehicle suddenly erupted in a thick plume of white smoke. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected that Su Chen, that despicable bastard, would leave a bomb behind even as he fled. It's over. It's completely over. The officers slumped to the ground. We've completely lost contact with the other regiments. Now we can only hope the brigade commander can get in touch with them soon. An officer said dejectedly, otherwise we've truly lost. Report. An officer abruptly stood up inside the command center, shouting at Zhao Hongxing. We've just received word the red command post has been taken out by the blue forces. Okay. Zhao Hongxing spat out his tea in disbelief, staring at him. You? What did you say? Wu Weiguo also leaped from his chair and rushed over. Are you kidding me? Weren't the blue forces supposed to be annihilated? How did they manage to take out the red command post? People crowded around, astonishment etched on every face. Even Su Zhe, who had been calmly waiting for Su Chen's defeat, dashed over. He never imagined that Su Chen, seemingly trapped, could pull off such a stunning reversal. What exactly happened? Zhao Hongxing demanded urgently. The officer quickly summarized, Yi Qingfeng has fled, most of the equipment at the camp is destroyed, and all personnel have been eliminated. Our on-site assessment confirms the red command post is out of the exercise and its command systems are inoperative. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. Both those who had hoped for Su Chen's defeat and those who wished for a brilliant performance were now stunned by his tactics. A clever diversion, then striking when the enemy is off guard. A general exclaimed in admiration. Su Chen has truly mastered the art of war. After all my years in the military, I feel humbled. Another general nodded. Thank goodness I never faced him in an exercise. YD probably fare worse than Yi Qingfeng without even a chance to escape. Yao Guangzi, standing nearby, wore a grim expression. Why did he have to be so unlucky as to face this rascal? What What a calamity. Yao Na, however, beamed with pride. He was her boyfriend. It seemed her judgment had been spot on. Wu Weigua stared blankly at the big screen, his outward calm belied by a turbulent inner storm. This kid grows stronger with every battle. Not only Yi Qingfeng, but even our command center is being led by the nose. We can't fathom his next move. He's simply a prodigy. Suja's heart churned with equal turmoil. Was this still his son? He no longer recognized the boy he had watched grow up. This command prowess, this calm and collected thinking, this fearless audacity. Even his father had to admire it. Could this kid actually win? Suja's eyelids twitched. He had already told the military that he would take Su Chen away if he lost. If he won, what then? Ahem. Zhao Hongsheng cleared his throat loudly. Although the Red Forces lost their command post, Yi Chengfeng is still alive with 2.5 regiments. They still hold an absolute advantage over the Blue Forces. Let's not overthink this, just continue watching. The reporting officer interrupted him. Sir, before retreating, the Blue Forces used the Red Command Vehicle to issue orders to their 3 regiments. The specific orders are unknown, but the regiments are already mobilizing. What? Everyone was stunned once more. Su Chen can operate the Red systems. Zhao Hongsheng looked at Su Zhu in shock. Commander Su. Su Zhu's mouth twitched. Don't look at me, I don't know how to use that thing either. That kid. He must have taught himself. Everyone drew another sharp breath. Everyone present was at least a division commander, so they knew that the Red system was a newly developed military technology, only a year old. Only a select few technicians had been trained across the entire military. Moreover, each system had its own encryption, making it unusable even by those trained in system operations. Yet Su Chen had not only used it, but had also issued commands to the 3 Red regiments. This feat left everyone utterly astounded. This kid has command skills, courage, and a devious mind. Wu Weigua marveled inwardly. Now he can even operate the most advanced technology. What can't he do? No, we must keep this kid in the southeast at all costs. He can't be taken away. Wu Weigua glanced at Su Zhu, his resolve strengthened once more. Even if it meant throwing a tantrum or using underhanded methods, he had to keep Su Chen. He was a prodigious treasure. Su Zhu had already turned to his secretary and whispered, quickly contact old Can. Tell him that no matter what I must take Su Chen away. Have him make it happen. The secretary opened his mouth in shock. Sir, I just spoke with him and he agreed only if Su Chen lost. Enough. Su Zhu glared at him. Tell him we'll forego the top graduates from the military academies this year in exchange for Su Chen. If that's not enough, we'll cut our budget. I must take him away. Understood. The secretary nodded and left. Zhao Hongsheng suddenly asked, can we find out what orders Su Chen gave? The reporting officer shook his head. Those are internal commands. We only know them if reported by their command post. But now, Zhao Hongsheng was utterly dumbfounded. A perfectly planned exercise, and now even the command center had no idea how it would unfold. Su Chen had become the director instead. This terrifying capability deeply shook Zhao Hongsheng. After directing so many exercises, this is the first time I've been reduced to an outsider. Zhao Hongsheng slumped helplessly into his chair. Now he had no choice but to watch Su Chen's performance just like the other observers. Who would emerge victorious? He could no longer guess. On a mountain path, several military vehicles roared past. Yi Chengfeng stared at the map, his brow furrowed into a knot. He knew that even if he won this time, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Having his command post destroyed by a single battalion had made him a laughingstock. Now the only way to salvage some dignity was to eliminate Su Chen swiftly. He could not allow this kid to cause any more havoc. Commander, we're almost at the 2nd Regiment's position, the driver announced. Yi Chengfeng looked up excitedly. Drive straight to their headquarters. I need to issue combat orders immediately. Yes, sir. The driver floored the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle began to jolt violently. Yi Chengfeng gripped the handle tightly, his body bouncing up and down. Yet he was exhilarated. Though Su Chen had destroyed his command post, he had also fully exposed himself. Once his 3 regiments encircled him, Su Chen would have no escape. Commander, the driver suddenly shouted. The 2nd Regiment seems to have vanished. What? Yi Chengfeng's eyes widened. What do you mean vanished? The driver replied bitterly. According to the coordinates, we're at the 2nd Regiment's position. But look around. There's no one. Stop! Yi Chengfeng roared. The vehicle screeched to a halt, and Yi Chengfeng leaped out. In the next second, he was dumbfounded. All around were signs of a regiment's encampment, some campfires still smoldering. Yet as far as the eye could see, there was not a single person. Where are my men? Yi Chengfeng looked around, then glared at his own soldiers, screaming hysterically, where have all my men gone? Yi Chengfeng dashed wildly around the camp, his eyes bloodshot. Old Yi, the deputy brigade commander, rushed over and shouted, they must have left just a short while ago. There are plenty of fresh tire tracks. Where did they go? Yi Chengfeng roared in fury. Who authorized their departure? Without my command, how dare the 2nd Regiment act on their own? Are they out of their minds? He had rushed back in haste, planning to launch a counterattack with the 2nd Regiment, only to find the place utterly deserted. Yi Qingfeng was on the verge of breaking down. The other officers at the brigade headquarters were also seething with frustration. What kind of battle was this where they couldn't even locate their own troops? Old Yi, have you ever considered a possibility? The deputy brigade commander looked at him. Maybe the 2nd Regiment did receive your order, which is why they moved out. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yi Qingfeng shook his head. I was fleeing for my life myself, whose order could they have received? I didn't even bring any communication equipment with me. The deputy brigade commander gave a bitter smile. Exactly, that's the problem. We brought nothing. That sly fox Su Chun, could he have exploited this very point? And then Yi Qingfeng's eyes flew wide open, struck as if by a thunderbolt, his mind buzzing with shock. If his own troops had truly been maneuvered by Su Chun, Yi Qingfeng could only imagine they were heading straight into a trap. Into the vehicles, all of you get in the vehicles. Yi Qingfeng yelled frantically. Hurry and catch up to the 2nd Regiment. Make them halt immediately. We still have time. If we delay any longer, it'll be too late. Yi Qingfeng dashed towards a vehicle in a flash. The others snapped out of it and scrambled after him. At that very moment, in a mountainous area near the border, Su Chun led the main force of the Blue Army, all resting on the hillside. Battalion commander, you finally ordered a break. Wang Hai gasped for breath. During these days of the exercise, we've practically become long-distance running champions. Look, my calves have gotten a lot stronger. Jia Peng lay sprawled on the ground, drenched in sweat. Me, I'm just a clerical officer, and you've dragged me along for days of running. My God, when this exercise ends, I feel like I could compete in the Olympics. Su Chin took off his shoes and a pungent aroma hit Jia Peng straight in the face, choking off his words. Damn it, old Su, are you curing fish in your shoes? Jia Peng retched on the ground. Su Chin chuckled. We haven't rested properly for days. You guys can't be much better off. Enough talk. Take off your shoes and pop all the blisters. We've got a big job ahead, and we absolutely can't afford to be unable to walk. The resting men struggled to their feet. They knew Su Chun was right. In a state of extreme fatigue, they had sprinted over 20 kilometers. By now, their feet were surely covered in blisters. If they didn't tend to them immediately, the blisters would burst and stick to their shoes, making walking impossible. Instantly, the entire forest was filled with a pungent stench. The men helped each other pop blisters while gagging. Bang! A bird suddenly fell to the ground, twitched twice, and lay still. Damn, even the birds are being killed by our stench. Wang Hai lamented. The 7th Company commander laughed heartily. This is our biological weapon. We don't even need guns, or just point our feet at the Red Army downwind, and we'll take out a whole swath of them. Everyone burst into laughter, instantly lightening the atmosphere. Su Chin smiled with satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Though they had won consecutive victories, they had been racing against the enemy's mechanized units on foot for days. Everyone was like a taut string nearing the breaking point. A moment of relaxation now would enable them to fight better later. Speed it up, everyone. Su Chin shouted. We've got 10 more minutes to rest, then it's time to work. Yes, sir. Everyone responded loudly. Jia Peng curiously sidled up. Battalion commander, what devilish scheme have you cooked up now? Su Chin rolled his eyes in exasperation. Was this way of talking contagious? How had his glorious image become so distorted in Jia Peng's eyes? He cleared his throat. Devilish scheme. It's a tactic. A tactic. Right, a tactic. Jia Peng chuckled. So what tactic is it this time? Several company commanders also gathered around, staring at him with blinking eyes. They had been running for so long, without Su Chin revealing anything. But everyone could see that this terrain was perfect for an ambush. Given Su Chin's nature, he wouldn't just do nothing. Su Chun put on his shoes as he spoke. Back at the Red Army camp, I used their command system to issue orders to all 3 of their regiments simultaneously. I ordered them to reach this area within 5 hours to encircle the Blue Army's main force. He checked his watch. In at most an hour they should be arriving. So we need to hurry. The men were speechless. Battalion commander, do you mean we're going to ambush their main force again? The 6th Company commander grimaced. Are you determined to see us completely annihilated before you're satisfied? The 5th Company commander chimed in. Battalion commander, we're almost out of ammunition, and they'll be on guard. This time it's not even a sneak attack, it's like throwing an egg at a rock. Su Chin smiled. That's why I've called in our heavy armored units. What? Everyone's eyes lit up. If Su Chun hadn't reminded them, they would have forgotten they had tanks and artillery of their own. Damn, battalion commander, why didn't you say so earlier? You scared us to death. The 5th Company commander laughed heartily. I thought we were going to charge in with explosive packs and blow ourselves up together. Su Chin smiled faintly. I want to win, not blow us all up. What's the point of being a commander with no troops? He glanced at his watch. Our heavy units will be here in half an hour at most. They'll set up an ambush on the left hillside. And you all. Su Chin looked at the men. Your job will be to set up a series of linked landmines along the main road. Set the detonators to manual. Remember, connect all available bombs, grenades, and anti-tank mines together. Su Chun said cheerfully. When they arrive, wait for my command, and we'll give them a real show. Yes. All the company commanders grinned wickedly. The thought of the Red Army walking right into their trap again sent a thrill through them. Move out. Su Chun waved his hand, and everyone dispersed immediately. As he turned, he caught Jia Peng staring at him with a strange expression. What's up, old Jia? Got something in your eye? Jia Peng shook his head. Battalion commander, you are truly ruthless. What do you mean? Su Chun feigned ignorance. Jia Peng chuckled. Using their communication system to trick them here, then gathering our main force to wait for them in ambush. Battalion commander, don't you think we're being a bit too underhanded? When this exercise is over, we're going to get our butts kicked. Hurry, move faster. The enemy will reach the battlefield in half an hour. Su Chun shouted while running along the road. Keep the shell craters a bit farther apart. Don't let the explosions be too concentrated. I want to take out at least 2 of their battalions. Captain, the communications soldier ran over and handed him the walkie-talkie. It's the company commander. Su Chun immediately took it. Hello, company commander, where are you now? Captain looked back towards the hillside. Su Chun quickly turned his head and vaguely saw someone waving at him from the hillside. He smiled and said, you're quite punctual. Of course, the company commander said with a hint of grievance. We've just been wandering in the mountains for days. You guys have fought so many glorious battles, but we haven't had anything to do. How everyone is going crazy. It's hard to finally get a chance to use us, and everyone's fighting spirit is high now. That's good. Su Chun replied with a smile. After holding back for so long, you'll definitely shoot with enthusiasm later. Captain, give the order. Tell us how you need us to proceed. The company commander was already excited. Su Chun said coldly, I've already surveyed the terrain in your area. Once the battle starts, you can fight while moving to avoid enemy artillery fire. Fight while moving. The company commander was puzzled. Captain, have you forgotten that we are driving old tanks? They are unstable and can only fire while stationary. It's impossible to aim while moving. That's obvious, I know. Su Chun said sternly. When I signal with the explosions. When my side opens fire, you need to aim at the enemy's rear and fire fiercely. After firing 4 rounds, immediately shift along the mountaintop to the sides. After evading their fire, continue with a concentrated volley. The company commander suddenly understood and grinned. Captain, you're really something. You want to use this method to force them to expose their firepower. Their route is narrow, making it inconvenient for them to move. Meanwhile, we know the mountain paths well and can change places to continue fighting. As long as you understand. Su Chun said. Now, while there's still time, organize people to quickly clear the mountain path. We can't afford to be caught off guard later. Let me tell you, this battle relies entirely on you. If anything goes wrong, you'll have all of you downgraded when we return. Yes, we guarantee to complete the mission. The company commander shouted excitedly. Meanwhile, on the main road leading to Su Chun's area, the 3 regiments of the Red Side converged almost simultaneously. Old Lu, did you also receive orders from the brigade commander? The 1st Regiment commander asked over the walkie-talkie. The 2nd Regiment commander nodded. Of course, I wouldn't dare leave the defense area without the brigade commander's orders. The 3rd Regiment commander interjected, what's going on? The brigade commander only ordered us to encircle the Blue Army in area 441, but didn't specify the details. Where is the brigade commander? I don't know. The 1st Regiment commander replied. After we set off, I tried to contact the brigade headquarters, but I couldn't get through. The 2nd Regiment commander sighed. What kind of mysterious tactic is the brigade commander playing? Is he lost? Could it be that he fell into an ambush? The 3rd Regiment commander said anxiously. The Blue Army is quite cunning. Could they be launching a surprise attack on our brigade headquarters? Impossible. The 2nd Regiment commander said firmly. The Blue Army's heavy armored units are in the mountains. Oh, I've been monitoring them. The brigade headquarters has a reconnaissance battalion, 2 guard companies, and dozens of tanks. The Blue Army has only a handful of infantry. If they dare to attack, it would be equivalent to seeking death. The 1st Regiment commander nodded. I believe the brigade commander certainly has his own plans. Let's not overthink it. The time he gave us is almost up. We need to hurry to area 441. Otherwise, we'll miss the opportunity for battle. Then my regiment will lead the way. The 3rd Regiment commander said. Our regiment has suffered minimal losses, so I'll take the lead this time. Good, we'll follow you. The other 2 regiment commanders nodded in agreement. The 3 teams immediately merged with the 3rd Regiment in front, and the other 2 regiments following closely, heading towards Su Chun's trap. At this point, they were completely unaware that they had fallen into a trap, believing that everything was part of Yi Chengfeng's brilliant arrangement. Meanwhile, about 10 kilometers behind them, Yi Chengfeng was rushing after them. Faster, hurry up. Yi Chengfeng shouted anxiously at the driver. The driver bitterly replied, Brigade Commander, this is a mountain road. We can't go any faster. Just now we almost flipped into the ditch. But we didn't flip, did we? Yi Chengfeng shouted in frustration. This is a matter of life and death, do you understand? As long as the vehicle doesn't flip, go faster. Yes. The driver nodded reluctantly, slightly increasing the speed. The entire vehicle immediately jolted violently, like a ship facing the waves. Old Yi, calm down. The deputy brigade commander comforted. Our men won't be that foolish, they will definitely notice something amiss. They might just be waiting for us ahead. Yi Chengfeng closed his eyes and thought, I hope so, if that's the case it would be great. Time passed little by little as Su Chun stood on the hillside observing the distant situation with binoculars. They're coming, they're coming. Suddenly Su Chun put down the binoculars and shouted excitedly, everyone hide, prepare for battle. With a whoosh, the Blue Army soldiers on the main road immediately dashed to the sides, camouflaging themselves. The 7th Company commander along with a few scouts slowly crept into the ditch by the roadside, dragging the detonation line. Everyone held their guns tightly, fully aware. This battle would be a decisive one. Life or death depended on who was braver. The rumbling sound echoed as the leading tanks of the red side approached. 1 tank, 2 tanks, 3 tanks. Su Chun hid behind a tree, closely watching them. As soon as 20 tanks entered the trap, Su Chun immediately grabbed a signal flare and pulled the trigger toward the sky. Bang bang. 2 signal flares ascended into the sky, instantly exploding into a blood-red display. The Red Army soldiers looked up in confusion, still trying to grasp the situation. By the roadside, the 7th Company commander had already pressed the detonator with force. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted in the middle of the main road, with 20 tanks being blown up one after another, emitting white smoke. Smoke billowed from the vehicles and the soldiers inside, choking them as they scrambled out of the tanks. What's going on? The 3rd Regiment commander exclaimed, shocked, as he climbed out of the command vehicle. Commander, we've been ambushed. A soldier ran over quickly. The 1st Company has been completely wiped out, and the 2nd Company has also suffered heavy losses. What? The 3rd Regiment commander was filled with shock. Old Jean, what happened up front? Why is there an explosion? The voice of the 1st Regiment commander came through the walkie-talkie. The 3rd Regiment commander picked up the walkie-talkie and said, astonished, we've been ambushed. How is that possible? The brigade commander sent us here to encircle the Blue Army. How could we be ambushed? The 3rd Regiment commander's eyes twitched fiercely. I suspect we have been sold out. Sold out by our own people. Old Jean, what nonsense are you spouting? The 1st Regiment commander said irritably. The brigade commander sent us here. Are you suggesting he betrayed us? The 3rd Regiment commander's face contorted with fury. Then what is this? It's clearly a trap. A thunderous boom echoed. At that moment, all the tanks and artillery of the Blue Army on the opposite slope opened fire with full force. Shells rained down like a torrential downpour, slamming viciously into the Red Army's 1st Regiment. The vehicles of the 1st Regiment were all trapped on the main road, immobilized, instantly becoming sitting ducks. Damn it, I'm dead, the 1st Regiment commander roared in exasperation. This trap was set specifically for us. Both the 2nd and 3rd Regiment commanders were startled. You're dead, the 1st Regiment commander shouted angrily. Do you want to come see the smoke rising from my head, oi? Fine, watch yourselves. I'm a dead man, I can't talk to you anymore. Bang. He slammed down the radio, then punched the smoking vehicle in frustration. What in the hell is going on? What was the brigade commander thinking? Isn't he just sending us all to our deaths? Another series of explosions thundered. Shells continued to fall relentlessly. The 1st Regiment, already battered from earlier, was now completely engulfed in artillery fire. Tanks and armored vehicles one after another began emitting plumes of white smoke. Damn it, we have to get out of here, the 3rd Regiment commander yelled urgently. Old Lu, ill provide covering fire. You clear the roadblock behind us. All right. The 2nd Regiment commander didn't hesitate. He immediately ordered the rear units to ram aside the 1st Regiment's disabled tanks. The 3rd Regiment commander grabbed his radio and commanded his entire unit. All guns turned to face the hilltop directly ahead. Fire for effect now. Yes, sir. The men of the 3rd Regiment, already seething with rage, quickly adjusted their remaining tanks and artillery. They aimed in unison at the hill occupied by the Blue Army. Fire! Let them have it. In an instant, dozens of guns roared simultaneously, turning the opposing hilltop into a blazing inferno. But the Blue Army's heavy units had already slipped away over the crest of the hill, not a single vehicle destroyed. Good heavens! The 1st Company commander looked back, a lingering fear in his voice. Good thing the battalion commander had foresight. Their firepower is overwhelming. If we had delayed our departure by even a moment, we'd all be goners. Suddenly, the 2nd Company commander's voice crackled over the radio. 1st Company commander, should we keep moving? The 1st Company commander chuckled. Move? Hell no. Hunker down, take aim, and blast the bastards. Target their active firing units. No, hit the ones behind them. The 1st Company commander let out a sly, wicked laugh. The battalion commander said, we can't let a single one escape. Prepare in 3 minutes. You got it. All tanks and artillery ground to a halt. The Red Army's shells were landing merely a dozen meters from their position. Each company swiftly adjusted their aim. Loading shells taking aim. A thunderous barrage erupted. In an instant, several companies unleashed their full firepower once more. The 2nd Regiment, struggling desperately to clear the road, was immediately caught in the onslaught. Over a dozen tanks were engulfed in artillery fire. Massive clouds of white smoke billowed up, forcing the tanks behind to reverse at full speed to escape the bombardment. Damn it, we were so close to breaking out. A squad leader, his head emitting white smoke, crawled out of his tank with a look of utter despair. Old Lou, what the hell are you doing? The 2nd Regiment commander, seeing his forces being pounded again, yelled into the radio. Didn't you take out a single enemy, eh? The 3rd Regiment commander's eyes blazed with fury. Those bastards are too damn sneaky. They finished their barrage and then fled from the hilltop. All my shells hit nothing but dirt. Damn it, how did they get away on that terrain? Never mind how they got away. The 2nd Regiment commander shouted frantically. I'm being shelled right now. If you can't take them out, then push forward and let me join the fight so we can take them on together. The 3rd Regiment commander's face was etched with bitterness. I can't move. Over 20 tanks are wrecked and blocking the road. I'm completely stuck. Just then he heard the sound of a charging battle cry. He turned his head and was stunned to see Blue Army soldiers pouring in from both his flanks. Holy crap, they've been hiding right here. The 3rd Regiment commander frantically grabbed his radio. Attention all units, attention all units. The Blue Army is charging us from both sides. Heavy machine guns, mow them down. Yes, sir, came the immediate replies. Though they were in a desperate situation, dealing with infantry was still well within their capability. Every tank and armored vehicle was equipped with large-caliber machine guns. Against infantry, it was absolute overmatch. A series of whistling sounds cut through the air. A barrage of explosions followed. Suddenly, a hail of rocket-propelled grenades streaked in from both sides of the road. Just as the 3rd Regiment's gunners were manning their weapons, the rockets struck their vehicles' vulnerable sides with precision. In an instant, several more tanks were hit, spewing thick smoke. Molotov cocktails. Throw them on the tanks. Suchin shouted as he charged forward. Hundreds of Blue Army soldiers immediately lit their makeshift Molotov cocktails and hurled them at the tanks. A series of explosions followed, and over 30 armored vehicles quickly caught fire, nearly making the 3rd Regiment commander jump out of his skin. What are the Blues trying to do? This is an exercise. Are they trying to damage military property? While the Molotov cocktails couldn't actually destroy their tanks. If a fire damaged any vital components, even he as the regiment commander would be held responsible. Quick, put out the fire. Extinguish it, the 3rd Regiment commander yelled frantically. The hatches of the tanks flew open and soldiers scrambled out with fire extinguishers. But Su Chun didn't care. He led his men in gunning down the emerging soldiers. In moments, at least 100 Red Army soldiers were hit and emitting smoke. Bastards, the 3rd Regiment commander cursed furiously. We're trying to save our equipment, and you're taking advantage of the situation. You're... Bang! Bang! Several bullets suddenly struck him, and he too began to emit white smoke. Damn it! The 3rd Regiment commander slumped to the ground in despair, tears welling up in his eyes. This is a travesty, it's cheating. The Blue Army is utterly shameless. At the same time, several military vehicles sped onto the battlefield. The driver slammed on the brakes, and the off-road vehicles screeched to a halt. Old Yi, the deputy brigade commander, clenched his fists in frustration. It seems we're too late. Yi Chengfeng stared blankly as his main force was bombarded, mercilessly trapped on the road, without any means to fight back. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, and his heart felt as if it were hemorrhaging blood. These were his proud elite troops. His eyes unconsciously welled up with tears. Just a few hours ago, he held an absolute advantage, fantasizing about capturing Su Chun for interrogation. Now, in a single careless moment, he had been reduced to a commander with no army. Yi Chengfeng, utterly defeated and questioning his very existence, collapsed to the ground in despair. Why? Why are all the Sus so damned infuriating? Why did I have to run into someone from their family? Inside the command center, everyone's eyes were fixed on the large screen. On the battlefield, the two sides were locked in a fierce engagement. The immobilized tanks, under the relentless waves of attacks from the Blue Army, were dwindling in number. With the Blue Army's long-range mobile firepower continuously bombarding the area, the Red Army was clearly on the verge of collapse. Zhao Hongsheng sighed and looked at Wu Weiguo, asking, "Commander, is there any point in continuing this?" Wu Weiguo's eyes twitched violently. Though his heart was filled with reluctance to let Su Chun win so easily, the facts were undeniable. The Blue Army held the upper hand, and it was only a matter of time before the Red Army was eliminated. If the Red Army were completely annihilated, his position would become even more awkward. You're the chief director. Handle it yourself. Don't ask me. Wu Weiguo shifted the burden back to Zhao Hongsheng. As longtime partners, Zhao understood immediately. He turned around, grabbed the microphone, and shouted, "Order both sides to cease fire immediately. This exercise is over. Red Army defeated Blue Army victorious. Both commanders report to the command center for debriefing." As he put down the microphone, Zhao Hongxing felt an overwhelming lightness. Not just him. Everyone who had witnessed the exercise felt as if they had stepped into another world. It was too brilliant, too unexpected. Su Qin's tactics were unorthodox and imaginative, a blend of old and innovative strategies that emerged one after another. Everyone's soul was profoundly shaken. Su Qin seemed to have opened a door for them, a door that led to the past while connecting to the future. The piercing alarm blared across the battlefield. Personnel from the command center aboard helicopters announced the exercise results through loudspeakers. The engaged forces immediately halted. But the difference was stark. The Blue Army soldiers jumped and cheered with excitement, while the Red Army hung their heads in defeat like roosters beaten in a fight. Battalion commander, lift him up. Jia Peng led the charge towards Su Chun with exhilaration. Seeing the oncoming crowd, Su Chun was startled and tried to flee. But people surrounded him from all sides. He hadn't run far before they lifted him high and tossed him into the air. "Long live the battalion commander! Long live the battalion commander!" The crowd shouted and cheered. Su Qin cried out as well, "Don't touch my butt. I don't like being poked. Move aside, everyone." At that moment, Yi Chengfeng, along with 3 regiment commanders and a large group of soldiers, rushed over. The Blue Army tried to block them, but the onslaught was too overwhelming, pushing them aside. "Su Chun!" Yi Chengfeng charged forward, grabbing Su Chun by the collar, glaring fiercely. "You son of a... You. Do you know this is an exercise? Using gasoline bottles to burn tanks. If equipment is damaged or someone gets hurt, do you realize how serious the consequences would be?" Su Qin knocked his hand away, grinning. "Brigadier, you know that an exercise is as good as actual combat. I was being polite with gasoline bottles. In real combat, I'd strap a dozen together and target your fuel tanks and tracks." Yi Chengfeng's eyes burned red with fury. He switched from one hand to both, hoisting Su Qin up. "You damned bastard. You're just like your brother. No, you're worse. I tell you, I don't accept this defeat, and neither do my men." "Yeah, we don't accept it." All the Red Army soldiers roared in unison. Flames of anger blazed in every pair of eyes. From Yi Chengfeng to the lowest private, the Red Army was filled with frustration and grievance. It was like meeting a beautiful girl, hitting it off, and going to a room together, only for the girl to turn into a burly man and open the door when you're at your happiest. That's exactly how the Red Army felt. They had every advantage, yet ended up in such a miserable state. Everyone was utterly shattered. Su Qin freed himself from Yi's grip, smirking. "Oh, Brigadier Yi, are you about to cry?" "Cry my ass." Yi quickly tilted his head up. Su Qin laughed heartily. "Brigadier Yi, it's fine if you don't accept it. You're not really dead. You can still study my tactics. If we get another chance, I'll teach you a lesson again and help you improve. You son of a..." Yi Chengfeng could no longer contain himself. Clenching his fists, he roared, "Listen up, all soldiers of the Combined Arms Brigade. Every last one of the Blue Army. Beat them until they're down." "Yes, sir." Yes men rolled up their sleeves aggressively, and the Blue Army didn't back down either. Everyone braced for combat. "Leave Su Qin to me." Yi Chengfeng raised his fist in fury, but just then a shout came from above. "Everyone below, stop. Stop immediately." Yes fist, halfway through its swing, froze in midair. "The chief director orders both commanders to report to the command center for debriefing immediately. All others return to your units. Repeat, the chief director orders." The order was given, and Yi Chengfeng could only point angrily at Su Chun. "You got lucky this time. Don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you every time." Su Chun smiled. "Brigadier Yi, is this like a vengeful spirit seeking revenge?" "You son of a..." Yi nearly charged again in rage. Su Chun quickly stepped back. "The command center has given orders. Don't do anything rash." He added with a grin, "Brigadier, Yi, don't cry so easily in the future. You should only get wet for our Su family." Yi was momentarily stunned, sensing something risque in Su's words, but unable to pinpoint it. As Su Chun walked away, the deputy brigade commander sighed and patted Yi's shoulder. "Brigadier, let's go too." Yi Chengfeng looked up and sighed deeply. Before the exercise, he had confidently assured Wu Weiguo of victory, even boasting it would end in 8 hours. Now his entire force was annihilated. How could he face them? "Let's go." Yi braced himself and got into the vehicle. At the entrance of the command center, officers at the division level and above had already gathered. The moment Su Qin stepped out of his vehicle led by Zhao Hongxing, everyone burst into thunderous applause. Su Qin quickly jogged over, stood tall, and saluted with force. Reporting in. Blue Army Commander Su Chun, exercise completed, present for duty. After speaking, he glanced casually at Su Jia. To his surprise, he noticed a faint smile on his father's perpetually stern face. Su Chun felt a huge wave of relief. Since childhood, his father had been known for strictness with his children. He still remembered having to run 5 kilometers every day, even in kindergarten. Rain or shine. In his memory, his father rarely smiled. But today Suja smiled, and so radiantly. An inexplicable sense of pride surged within Su Chun. After all, what child doesn't want their parents to be proud of them? Xiao Su. Zhao Hongsheng came over cheerfully, pulling him along. That was a brilliant battle. Another classic case for the textbooks. Come inside and rest. You've really been through it these days. Zhao took his hand and led him straight into the command center. As everyone followed inside, Yi Qingfeng's vehicle arrived. He stepped out dejectedly, watching the crowd surround the victor as they entered, feeling a bitter pang in his heart. Originally, this honor should have been his. The commander is over there, the deputy brigade commander whispered. Yi looked up and saw Wu Wei was standing alone at the gate, glaring at him fiercely. Yes, scalp tingled, but he quickly ran over and saluted. Reporting in, Commander. Yi Qingfeng returns for duty. Wu Weigua glared at him angrily. After a long pause, he said, Yi Qingfeng, you boasted so grandly before the exercise and blew it even bigger after. Why don't you form a bragging unit to fool the enemy? Yes, face flushed with shame, wishing he could crawl into a hole. You're something else. Wu snorted. Others get decapitated by the enemy, but you ended up as a commander with no troops. You're definitely a first in our southeast region. With that, Wu turned and stormed inside, leaving Yi standing alone in the wind, utterly bewildered. Yi muttered in grievance, if I'd known, I wouldn't have fled the camp. Now everyone's gone, and I'm the only one left alive. Lei Cheng watched Yi Qingfeng follow Wu Weiguo inside, and immediately tried to sneak in as well. Sorry, the guard stopped him directly. No unrelated personnel allowed. Lei Cheng grew anxious. That Blue Army commander just now was my subordinate. I'm his brigade commander. The guard stared at him impassively. Sorry, no unrelated personnel allowed. Lei Cheng was about to lose his temper, but Lu Gua and Chun Quan quickly pulled him back. Old Lei, don't act rashly. This is the command center. All the leaders are here. How can I stay calm? I'm all tensed up. Lei Cheng stared anxiously inside. Xiao Su has already won. Is our 9th Brigade still going to be disbanded or not? Lu Gua patted his shoulder. Don't worry. Since the commander promised him then. There's an 80% chance we won't be disbanded, right? But did you see the commander's expression just now, eh? Lei Cheng said urgently. Did that look like someone hoping the Blue Army would win? I'm afraid he might go back on his word. There was no written agreement. Chen Quan sighed. Xiao Su has done his utmost for us. As for the outcome, we can only accept fate. Lei Cheng slammed his fist into the ground in frustration. Waiting for news is pure torture. Inside the command center, Zhao Hongsheng smiled and gestured for everyone to sit down. Everyone, the exercise is over. The Red Army has been completely annihilated, and the Blue Army has achieved a decisive victory. Yi Qingfeng sat on pins and needles as Zhao Hongsheng's words felt like a public flogging. Zhao Hongsheng continued. Normally both commanders should rest now. However, this battle was a classic victory against overwhelming odds, and won so brilliantly. Right now both commanders' minds are sharpest. So let's seize this moment for a thorough debriefing. We mustn't miss any key points. Everyone nodded in agreement. This exercise was a masterpiece by any standard. From the command center's perspective, they hadn't seen the full picture. They were all eager to learn the details. Good. Zhao Hongsheng pointed at Su Chun. Now Battalion Commander Su will explain his tactical thinking and process in detail. Sir. Suddenly Yi Qingfeng stood up, glaring at Su Chun. I object. Everyone stared at him in surprise. Zhao Hongsheng frowned. Yi Qingfeng, sit down first. State your objections later. Yi Qingfeng turned to him. Chief Director Su Chun merely exploited the exercise rules with petty tricks. I was confined by the rules and couldn't unleash my true strength. This is unfair to us. Whether he explains or not, I still object. Wu Weiguo nodded beside him. I think he makes a point. Let him and Su Chun exchange tactics themselves. ITLL give us a more direct understanding. Zhao Hongsheng understood Wu Weiguo's intent. He couldn't bear to let Su Chun walk away victorious. He nodded. All right, Su Chun, you may speak with Yi Qingfeng. Su Chun stood fearlessly. Brigadier, you state your objections freely. Yi Qingfeng fumed. You cheated from the start of the exercise. Your men waited at the train station in advance and drugged my soldiers using civilians. In a real war, none of this would be possible. Everyone turned to Su Chun. He chuckled. In a real war, reconnaissance begins a month or even half a year before hostilities. I'd ambush you not just at the station, but even before you left your barracks. What's wrong with that? That. Yi Qingfeng was left speechless. The others nodded. Real war was far more brutal. Before conflict erupts, both sides infiltrate and sabotage each other. Su Chun continued. As for civilians drugging you, that's a failure of your precautions. In real war, even children might shoot at you wherever you go. Don't you have that basic awareness? Yi Qingfeng's face flushed red. But it was true. Regional wars still raged worldwide with such scenes unfolding daily. After a long pause, Yi Chengfeng said, "In the final battle, you sent all infantry to charge. You used Molotov cocktails to burn our tanks and force our men out. In real war, those Molotov cocktails would pose no threat to us, and your men couldn't have inflicted so many casualties. Moreover, your infantry would all have died. You'd never have one." Yi Chengfeng pointed accusingly. "You don't value soldiers' lives. As a commander, you're utterly unqualified." Everyone turned back to Su Chun. Su Zhe frowned slightly. This was indeed a scorched earth tactic that would sacrifice all his own men. Su Chen's expression grew serious. "Brigadier Yi, you know war is cruel. When war comes, well, use every means to stop and destroy you. Even if I die in the process, I won't hesitate, because behind us are countless innocent civilians and the beautiful landscape of our motherland. If you were in my shoes with such a disparity in strength, would you preserve your troops and abandon the millions of people behind you?" Yi Chengfeng was again rendered speechless. "If you did that, you'd be unworthy of being a soldier. Even if your men survived, they'd suffer lifelong mental torment." Su Chen said coldly, "As ordinary people, we can have such concerns. But as commanders, we are the sword-bearers. Sacrificing a few for the greatest victory, that's our duty. Think of our forebears decades ago lying in snow, choosing to freeze rather than retreat. Wasn't it to protect the lights of 10,000 homes? How did our generation become so afraid of death?" Everyone drew a sharp breath. Even Wu Weiguo silently nodded in agreement. Soldiers were born to defend the land and people. For that ultimate mission, they would sacrifice everything, even being ground to dust. Everyone put themselves in Su Chen's shoes. If victory were the goal, they would make the same choice. Su Chen continued, "I told you before, in real war, I wouldn't attack with just Molotov cocktails. I'd use far more brutal methods. Perhaps I'd personally charge with a bundle of Molotov cocktails and bombs to die together with your tanks." And Su Chen stared at him intently. "You lost not because of the rules, but because of blind overconfidence in your own strength." Yi Chengfeng trembled all over, unable to utter a single word in rebuttal. Su Chen spoke vehemently. "You could have countered my ambushes several times. With multi-wave reconnaissance, slow advances, and a rolling tactic, wiping out one of my battalions would have been easy. But you trusted your equipment too much and craved a decisive battle. Moreover, there was discord within your ranks. That's how I found my opportunity." Su Chen pointed at him. "This is your contempt for war and utter disdain for your opponent. That's what led to this outcome. What right do you have to object here?" Yi Chengfeng completely broke down, tears streaming uncontrollably. He never imagined he'd cry in public twice in his life, both times because of a Su. Even Xia Jie lowered his head in shame. Su Chen's words struck him to the core. If he hadn't been so arrogant and had cooperated closely with Yi Chengfeng, they wouldn't have been so thoroughly crushed. Zhao Hongsheng let out a long sigh. He could see it now. It wasn't that Yi Chengfeng's side lacked strength. It was that Su Chen was simply too formidable. "This kid is the future hope of the empire." Zhao Hongsheng mused inwardly. "This kid is the future hope of the empire." Zhao Hongsheng mused inwardly. Zhao Hongsheng stood up and clapped his hands. Xiao Su's speech was excellent. It has truly taught all of us a lesson. He gestured for Su Chen and Yi Chengfeng to sit down. Then he declared in a clear voice, "Times are changing for the better. Technology is growing more powerful and weaponry is becoming increasingly advanced. But our original aspiration must never change. Why do we conduct military exercises?" Zhao Hongsheng swept his gaze across everyone. "It's precisely because we have been away from the flames of war for too long. The new generation of soldiers simply does not understand how brutal the battlefield truly is. We cannot, like the Americans, engage in small-scale real combat every year in various places to sharpen our forces. Military exercises have become our sole criterion for evaluating our troops. Military exercises bring us closer to actual combat. When war arrives, we will not be routed by the enemy, nor will we abandon our magnificent rivers and mountains or the countless ordinary people." Zhao Hongsheng's gaze fell on Su Chen. "Please remember what Su Chen just said. An army maintained for 1,000 days is used for a single hour. When war comes, I hope everyone can survive the brutal flames of battle and, using every resource at our disposal, protect our motherland and our people. This is the true meaning of our existence as soldiers and our sole purpose." Wu Weiguo and Su Zhe led the applause, and the other officers joined in enthusiastically. To forget war is to invite peril. This was a concept known to every senior officer. Yet today, a mere battalion commander, through a single military exercise, had made them profoundly grasp the true meaning of these words. Zhao Hongsheng did not ask Su Chen or Yi Chengfeng to elaborate further on the exercise process. Su Chen's words had already been sufficient. He had several operations staff officers provide a rough analysis of the exercise, only asking Su Chen to clarify any inaccuracies. Yi Qingfeng's face remained dark throughout. Every mention of an ambush felt like a heavy slap to his pride. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into. After the debriefing, Su Chun and Yi Qingfeng were kept behind by Wu Weiguo. What are you glaring at me for? Wu Weiguo shot a glance at Suja, who was nearby. I'm the commander of the Southeastern Theater. Having a word with my subordinate isn't too much, is it? Not at all, Suja replied with a smile. But you'd better not bring up anything beyond the exercise. Because his biological father is also waiting. That's not too much to ask, is it? Not at all. Wu Weiguo snorted and gestured for Su Chen to come closer. Suja showed no intention of leaving, he just paced nearby. Wu Weiguo was so irritated he wanted to punch him. With you here, how can I have a private word? He glared at Suja, then fixed his eyes on Su Chen. Sir, Su Chen said with an awkward smile. Please don't look at me like that. I'm scared. Wu Weiguo's lips twitched. You've turned my best combined brigade into a beaten dog, and you're scared. You fought this battle quite well. Wu Weiguo grumbled. We'll follow through on what I promised you as soon as I get back. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Really? Nonsense. Wu Weiguo said gruffly. Do you think a commander like me would lie to a mere major? When I return, I'll submit a report to the higher-ups. We'll reduce the personnel of the 9th Brigade, keeping all its structure. Those nearing retirement or with poor performance will be discharged early. Then from other units, we'll transfer a batch of capable soldiers to your 9th Brigade. Su Chen saluted excitedly. Thank you, Commander. Though he had only been with the 9th Brigade for half a year, to say he felt no attachment would be a lie. Who can endure losing for 6 months straight? Su Chen's bond with the 9th Brigade was forged through life-and-death experiences. After all, for half a year they had been chased, hunted, and had died together. It might sound strange, but the bond was indeed one of life and death. Moreover, during this exercise the entire brigade had supported him and placed their hopes in him. Being able to save the 9th Brigade was also what kept Su Chen going. In the military, you eat, live, and train together. You sweat and face hardships together. Over time, this bond becomes as strong as family. A rare smile appeared on Wu Weiguo's face. He punched Su Chen in the chest. I've kept my promise. From now on, you must do your best in the 9th Brigade. Hey. Suja rushed over. Old Wu, that's not fair. Didn't you say we wouldn't talk about anything beyond the exercise? How can a commander go back on his word? Wu Weiguo's face flushed. He stubbornly retorted, did I say anything wrong? I told him to do well in his old unit. Is that a mistake? He saved the 9th Brigade with his strength. I'm just telling him to cherish it. What's wrong with that? I didn't say anything else. Suja was so angry he wanted to punch him. You've said more than enough. More than 1,000 words. If there's nothing else, let him go. I know my son. He doesn't like nagging old folks. Wu Weiguo pointed at him angrily. Suja, that's a personal attack. Who's old? I'm younger than you. You know you're younger than me. Suja spat. You look almost as old as my elder brother. Use fewer tricks, or you'll age even faster. Get out. Wu Weiguo pointed at the door, fuming. I'm not keeping you for dinner. Suja lifted his head coldly. I wouldn't want your food anyway. All soft dishes for old teeth. Enjoy your meal. With that, he pulled Su Chen and walked out. Wu Weiguo's eyes blazed with fury. In all his years dealing with Suja, he had never won in any aspect. Suddenly, he noticed Yi Qingfeng standing there like a timid quail. His anger flared anew. Look at you. This is all you're doing. Yi Qingfeng was jolted with fear. His face twisted in misery. Commander, I know I was wrong. Knowing you're wrong is useless. Wu Weiguo vented all his rage on him. If you had lived up to even a fraction of your boasts, I wouldn't be in such an embarrassing position. If you just managed to draw, I wouldn't have been mocked by that old Suja. And that Xia Jie from Legion. What kind of battle did he fight? How dare they call themselves the best in the southeast? Outside the door, Xia Jie had come to report. But hearing Wu Weiguo's voice, he immediately turned tail and fled. If he got caught now, he'd be drenched in abuse. Wu Weiguo pointed at Yi Qingfeng's nose. When you get back, review the exercise 100 times and write a 100,000-word summary report. And throw away all your vanity and arrogance. Ponder Su Chen's words carefully. A major understands what you, a brigade commander, do not. Tell me, aren't you a fool? Yi Qingfeng couldn't lift his head, his face drenched with spit. Where could he go to argue? Facing a prodigy like Su Chen, anyone would be unlucky. Su Chen was pulled by Suja outside the command post. Suja looked at him seriously, about to speak, when suddenly a loud voice rang out nearby, Hey Su Chen. Suja was startled. Before he knew it, 3 officers rushed past him and surrounded Su Chen. The security staff officer had already drawn his gun, nearly shooting these reckless men who dared to approach Suja. Su Chen, how did it go? Tell us. Lei Chun grabbed Su Chen's hand, both excited and nervous. Lu Guo and Chun Quan were equally stirred, their bodies trembling inexplicably. Su Chen took a deep breath and smiled at them. Report to the brigade commander, deputy commander, and chief of staff. I have lived up to your expectations. The 9th Brigade is saved. Silence. Dead silence. After a full half-minute, Lei Cheng suddenly burst into tears, squatting on the ground and sobbing loudly. Lu Guo and Chun Quan were also in tears, tremblingly, giving Su Chen a thumbs up. Su Chen's eyes grew moist. Only these soldiers knew that the 9th Brigade was like a home to them. Now that home was saved. Watching the 3 grown men weeping in a tangled embrace, passers-by did not mock them. Instead, their eyes glistened with unshed tears. Suja let out a long, heavy sigh, his own nose stinging with emotion. Though aged, he remained a true soldier at heart. He understood better than anyone the deep devotion and sentiment Lei Cheng and his comrades held for their old unit. For every time he left a unit he had served for years, it felt like leaving home. The old unit was where they had poured their youth, sweat, and blood. Suja nodded to his secretary, who immediately caught his intent. Walking over, he patted Lei Cheng on the shoulder. "Comrade, don't cry. The old unit is saved. This is a cause for joy. There are many people here, but don't let them laugh at us." Lei Cheng wiped away his tears, forcing a smile. Right. We should be happy indeed, we should. Old Chen, old Lu, stop crying. Look at you, acting like a couple of sissies. Lu Guo burst into laughter. "You're one to talk. Look at that snot bubble you've got. You don't look like a brigade commander at all." Chun Quan roared with laughter. "Old Lei, luckily none of your subordinates saw this. Otherwise you'd never have any dignity left." Lei Cheng wiped his tears and snot dry, grinning cheerfully. "All right, let's not hang around here. Let's take Xiao Su back and have a celebration." "Right, Xiao Su, let's go." Lu Guo and Chun Quan tugged at Su Chen. "You're our great hero. The whole brigade is throwing a celebration for you." Seeing Su Chen about to be dragged away, the secretary was utterly embarrassed. "Can't you see the high-ranking chief is standing right here?" He nudged Lei Cheng. "Comrade, why don't you all head back first? The chief is still here." Lei Cheng jolted awake, suddenly noticing Suju adorned with a general's star, standing like an ancient pine beside him. Startled, he snapped to attention and saluted. "Forgive me, chief. I was too emotional and didn't notice you." Suja nodded with a faint smile. "No matter. Faced with such a momentous event, I feel the same as you." Lei Cheng quickly said, "Then we won't disturb you. Please continue your conversation." He winked at Su Chen. "We'll wait for you outside. When you're done, we must head back together." "All right," Su Chen nodded. Lei Cheng and the others left with cheerful grins, glancing back every few steps, as joyful as 3 overgrown children. Su Chen approached Suja awkwardly. "Dad, don't mind them. They're just immature at heart, like old rascals." Suja smiled faintly, his eyes fixed on him. "You have changed a lot." Su Chen chuckled. "I know. Lately I've become much more manly, even more handsome than you were in your youth. They say the disciple surpasses the master." Suja's eye twitched. When had this kid become so flamboyant in character? He cleared his throat. "Stop your nonsense. I'm talking about your tactical abilities. You're becoming more and more like me." Su Chen looked at him in surprise. "Dad, were you this formidable in your youth? 1 battalion taking on a brigade. I've never heard that." Suja felt like slapping him twice. Did he have to dig into every detail? Enough. Suja's smile vanished. "The point is you've grown tougher and more resolute." "I have indeed grown, and I'm enduring too," Su Chen joked. "Otherwise, how could I have outrun their combined brigade on foot?" Suja frowned, sensing something off about those words. This kid had left him speechless. Suja stammered for a moment before saying, "You rascal, always mischievous. In your first 3 years at the military academy, I received dozens of complaints about you. If not for my reputation, you'd have been expelled long ago." Su Chen grinned, scratching his head. "That's because the school was too conservative. They didn't realize I was a genius. Turns out I was the best of my graduating class." "Don't blow your own horn." Suja glared at him. "I sent you here to temper your character. In the 9th Brigade you were hunted for half a year. It seems to have worked. Your edges have been smoothed. It's time for you to go somewhere better." Suja stared at him. "Are you willing to come with me?" Su Chen felt a bit awkward. He had long guessed his father had something private to discuss. In the past, he would have chosen to leave. But now he didn't want to abandon the home he had fought so hard to save. "Dad, to be honest, don't be mad." "I won't be mad. Speak." Suja nodded, though his eyes were sharp as daggers. Su Chen swallowed hard. "I haven't even said anything yet, and you look like you could devour me." He grinned slyly. "Actually, I have a dream." "A dream?" Suja chuckled. "To become a general? With your current talents, as long as I polish you properly, you'll surely become one. The Su family, 4 generals in 1 lineage, haha." Su Chen looked embarrassed. He could become a general on his own now. "Ever since I was a child, I've always seen you as my idol," Su Chen said earnestly. "Even though you were strict with me, I admired you deeply." Those words pleased Suja immensely. Being idolized by one's son was a father's greatest glory. "So now I especially want to defeat you." Suja nearly spat blood, glaring at him fiercely. "You brat. You admire me just to defeat me. What kind of twisted logic was that?" Su Chen said with a cheeky grin. "Aren't idols meant to be surpassed? If I defeat you, I'll become your idol." Don't all fathers want their children to be better than them? Don't you? Suja's liver ached with rage. The secretary, sensing the tension, tactfully stepped back. This kid Su Chun was born with a rebellious streak. Was he about to climb over his father's head? So, Suja asked coldly. Su Chun laughed. So I don't want to go with you. Only by being in another unit will I have the chance to face you in battle and show you my tactics. If I followed you, you'd never get to witness how impressive your son really is. I'm doing this for you. Suja's eye twitched uncontrollably. An unfilial son. This was definitely an unfilial son. Was he trying to teach his own father a lesson? Was he planning to repay all the grievances from childhood? How dare he? You want to surpass me? Practice for another 20 years. Suja snapped. I've eaten more salt than you've crossed bridges. Give up that idea first. How will I know if I don't try? Su Chin said impishly. I must surpass you before you retire, or else you'll miss out on a great regret. I don't regret a damn thing. Suja pointed at him. Are you dead set on staying here? To train troops for that old man Wu Weigua? Su Chun immediately puffed out his chest. That how can you say that? I'm training troops for the nation and the people, not for any individual. Suja was left speechless. What if an order comes for you to leave? Would you dare to disobey? Su Chun was stunned. Military orders were as unyielding as mountains. That was the destiny of every soldier. Su Chun gritted his teeth. Then I will obey the order. If at least you have some common sense. Suja glared at him. Wait for the order. With that he turned and strode away. He had already decided that once this rebellious brat returned, he would give him a proper lesson, making sure he understood who was the father and who was the son. Su Chun watched his father's retreating figure and let out a relieved sigh. Dad, if you want to move me, you'll have to ask Commander Wu first. Su Chun chuckled to himself. The current me. Commander Wu probably won't let you have your way so easily. Just as he turned to leave, a voice suddenly called out, Su Chun, stop right there. Su Chun chuckled to himself. The current me. Commander Wu probably won't let you have your way so easily. Just as he turned to leave, a voice suddenly called out, Su Chun, stop right there. Su Chun chuckled to himself. The current me. Commander Wu probably won't let you have your way so easily. Just as he turned to leave, a voice suddenly called out, Su Chun, stop right there. Su Chun chuckled to himself. The current me. Commander Wu probably won't let you have your way so easily. Just as he turned to leave, a voice suddenly called out, Su Chun, stop right there. Su Chun chuckled to himself. The current me. Commander Wu probably won't let you have your way so easily. Just as he turned to leave, a voice suddenly called out, Su Chun, stop right there. Su Chun turned around in surprise, only to see Yi Chengfeng striding toward him with a menacing glare. Brigade Commander Yi. Su Chun saluted him. What did you get a scolding? Yi Chengfeng's face darkened, thinking it was a ridiculous question. How could he have escaped unscathed after having his entire brigade wiped out by a single battalion falling into the commander's hands? You are quite impressive. Yi Chengfeng forced out these words after a long pause. Su Chun was bewildered. This wasn't like Yi Chengfeng at all. Had the man's mind been addled by defeat, he should have been cursing him out. You flatter me, brigade commander. It's nothing special. I wasn't even going all out. Su Chun said with feigned humility. Yi Chengfeng rolled his eyes. You've already crushed me like this, and you weren't even trying. You're really not modest at all. Regardless, you've taught me a vivid lesson. Yi Chengfeng stared intently at Su Chun. When I get back, he'll thoroughly study your words and your tactics. And he'll study psychology too. Su Chun gave a thumbs up. Eager to learn and improve. Brigade Commander Yi, you'll definitely have great room for growth in the future. But let me remind you, tactics change with the battlefield and circumstances. What I used this time, I might not use next time. Don't fixate on studying just one, you need to adapt. If there's something you don't understand, feel free to ask me. I'm always happy to teach. Yi Chengfeng didn't want to waste another word with Su Chun. If he kept going, he'd be tempted to beat the scoundrel to death. Don't get too cocky. Yi Chengfeng glared coldly at Su Chun. The mistakes I made in this exercise I won't repeat next time. If we ever cross paths again, I won't give you any opening to exploit. Su Chun nodded cheerfully. All right. Failure is the mother of success. I'm sure you'll sum up your experience and learn from this lesson, Brigade Commander Yi. They'll be waiting for you to come find me next time, and they'll teach you more tactics then. That's enough. Get out of here. Yi Chengfeng felt his blood pressure rising. Better if we don't meet unless it's for an exercise. Brigade Commander Yi. Su Chun asked with concern. You don't look well. Should I call a medic? Get lost. Yi Chengfeng roared. He was barely restraining the urge to punch someone. Su Chun shrugged. Such a temper. He shook his head and quickly ran outside. Yi Chengfeng, furious, leaned against a nearby vehicle. Why did I have to come looking for him? Those Su brothers both love to lecture people. Next time he'll teach you how to behave with a victory. Su Chun reached the gate and saw Lei Cheng and the other two wildly waving at him from a distance. He jogged over with a smile. Brigade Commander, you didn't have to wait for me. I was planning to head back to the independent battalion. Lei Cheng grabbed him. Enough. All units are returning. Your independent battalion is coming back to our 9th Brigade. Come on, let's head back. Chen Quan and Lu Guo pushed him into the vehicle. You haven't slept well these past few days, have you? We heard you marched hundreds of kilometers from east to west with your men. You must be exhausted. Go back and rest. Su Chen was pushed into the car, and Lei Chung personally closed the door for him. Then smiling, he sat in the front seat. Drive? Yes, sir. As the vehicle started, Lei Chung turned around with a grin. Xiao Su, you've done a great service for our brigade this time. Let me start by saying you'll receive a personal second-class merit. Then pick 10 men for second-class merits and another 30 for third-class merits. The battalion will also get a collective second-class merit. Lei Chung laughed. And the independent battalion structure will be retained. From now on, you're the benchmark and the ace of our 9th Brigade. Thank you, Brigade Commander. Su Chen saluted with a smile. This honor was earned through their blood and sweat, so he accepted it without hesitation. Xiao Su, Lei Chung continued, we three discussed it earlier. I wanted to hold a celebration right away, but old Chun and old Lu said you all must be exhausted. So I told the mess hall to prepare some noodles for you in advance. When you get back, eat first, then sleep. Sleep until you're fully rested. We'll hold the celebration tomorrow. Su Chen quickly said, Brigade Commander, that's not necessary. Regulations don't allow deviating from the schedule. I've given special approval. Lei Chung patted his chest grandly. You're a hero, and your independent battalion are all heroes. If there's any problem, I, as Brigade Commander, will take responsibility. That's right, Chen Quan said cheerfully. You've done something big. Let us handle the small stuff. If there's trouble, the Brigade Commander will deal with it. If it really comes down to it, count us in two. Lu will put an arm around Su Chen. Don't overthink it. Just get some good rest. Yes. Su Chen nodded firmly. Honestly, after days of intense exercises, Su Chen had been on edge. Now that he could relax, the 9th Brigade was saved and his future looked brighter. His eyelids were already drooping uncontrollably. He really wanted a good long sleep. The night was deep and a cold wind swayed the bare branches. In the profound silence, a single light still burned in the headquarters building. All right, I understand. Luo Bing, who had come from the military headquarters, nodded into the phone. Rest assured, sir. I will convey the message and handle it properly. After hanging up, Wu Weigua immediately leaned in. Old Luo, what did the leadership say? Luo Bing smiled slightly and reached out. Bring me Su Chen's report. Sure. Wu Weigua handed it over with a grin. He had kept the 9th Brigade intact just to ensure Su Chen would stay. Now he had recommended promoting Su Chen from Deputy Battalion Commander to Full Battalion Commander. With these two moves, he believed Su Chen wouldn't leave. As for Suja, he was confident he could handle him. Luo Bing took the report, read it through, then picked up a pen and began writing swiftly. Wu Weigua leaned in with a smile, but the next moment his expression changed. Promote to Lieutenant Colonel and Deputy Regimental Commander. He stared at Luo Bing in shock. Old Luo, are you sure about this? In the military, promotions had time restrictions. Jumping from deputy battalion to deputy regiment meant skipping 2 ranks. Under normal procedures, it would take at least 4 or 5 years. Su Chen's promotion speed was like a rocket. This is the leadership's decision, Luo Bing said with a smile, handing the report back to Wu Weigua. Our forces need young officers who dare to think, act, and fight. I watched your exercise and reported everything to the higher-ups. Luo Bing continued. The leadership highly approves of Su Chen. His tactics preserve our traditions while incorporating modern methods. Most importantly, the kid can study human psychology. That's truly rare. So not only will he be promoted, but he'll also receive a second-class merit which you will personally award. Wu Weigua nodded happily. Right. I always said this kid was a talent. With such a big promotion, he was even more certain Su Chen wouldn't leave. He had found a real treasure. Luo Bing smiled. Now is a time of need. Since a young man like him can shoulder responsibility, we must give him heavy burdens. Wu Weigua laughed heartily. Then on behalf of Su Chen, thank you, sir. I promise I'll train him well and help him achieve even greater glory. Luo Bing waved his hand with a smile. Old Wu, don't get too excited. I never said Su Chen would stay. What? Wu Weigua's jaw nearly hit the floor. So all his efforts had been for nothing. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open and Wu Weigua stared in astonishment as Suja swaggered in. Old Su. Flames of fury erupted in Wu Weigua's eyes. Who let you in? Get out. This is my command post, not yours. Suja chuckled heartily. What's yours or mine? Old Wu, why is your ideological awareness still so low? It all belongs to the nation and the people. Where do you and I come into it? He turned to Luo Bing with a sigh. Old Luo, look at him. It's my fault for not guiding him better in the past. With his level of awareness, he's not fit to nurture promising talents. Wu Weigua fumed with rage. Fine, Suja. You're truly underhanded. I secured so many benefits for Su Chen, and you want to swoop in and reap the rewards. I tell you, no way. Wu Weigua glared at Luo Bing. Old Luo, I'll lay it on the line today. Su Chen can go anywhere, but not to him. Luo Bing gave an awkward smile. Before he could speak, Suja interjected, "Old Wu, you're out of luck this time." He draped an arm around Luo Bing triumphantly. "Before the exercise ended, I reported to the leadership. As long as Su Chen had come with me, and they agreed." Wu Weiguo was so agitated he nearly jumped. "Old Luo, is this true?" Luo Bing nodded bitterly. "Yes, it's true." Wu Weiguo felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped on him, his spirits utterly deflated. Suja, brimming with smug satisfaction, walked over and patted him. "Old Wu, after all these years as comrades, your judgment is still the same as ever." "He's my son," Suja declared proudly. "He inherits everything from me. How could he fail? Give him a company instead of a battalion, and he'd still work miracles. Because he's my son, ha ha." Watching Suja's gloating, Wu Weiguo tightly shut his eyes, restraining the urge to punch him. After knowing him for so many years, he felt Suja grew more shameless with age. As if no one knew you when you were young. At Su Chen's age, you were just a company commander getting chewed out by the regimental commander. What are you bragging to me about? Suja let out a satisfied breath. "Old Wu, thanks for raising my son for so long. He'll send you some northeastern specialties to nourish you. As for the boy, I'm taking him away." Wu Weiguo sighed helplessly. Since the leadership had already issued the order, it was too late for him to do anything now. His heart was utterly chilled. If he had known Su Chen was this formidable, why would he have held that exercise? Wasn't he just sabotaging himself? He truly wanted to slap himself twice. Such a brilliant young officer, and he had personally sent him away. And to Suja, that bastard. Just thinking about it infuriated him. "Old Luo, thanks for your help." Suja walked over and shook Luo Bing's hand. "They'll treat you to a meal sometime." Luo Bing laughed heartily. "Old Su, don't stand on ceremony. I didn't really do much." Suja waved his hand dismissively. "How can you say you didn't help? You. Huh?" He looked at Luo Bing in surprise. "You didn't help?" Luo Bing nodded. "I agreed to apply on your behalf, and I did submit the application. But the higher-ups didn't approve it, so technically I didn't help, did I? Suja's mouth fell open, and he stood frozen in place. So all that elation, and he was just a fool. Ha ha ha. Wu Weiguo suddenly burst into laughter, poking Suja gleefully. "Old Su, it seems the higher leadership's eyes are still sharp. They know Su Chen must bloom where he's planted. Even his own father can't just pluck him away. Looks like you'll have to go back alone." Ha ha ha. Watching Wu Weiguo's insufferable face, Suja's mouth twitched with rage. Wu Weiguo quickly saluted Luo Bing. "Thank you for your consideration, sir. Rest assured, with Su Chen here, he'll develop well. We'll give him our full support." Luo Bing shook his head with a smile. "Old Wu, don't misunderstand. Su Chen won't stay with you either." Wu Weiguo's smile instantly froze, and he asked in bewilderment, "Then where is he going?" Suja also leaned in curiously. Luo Bing sighed. "Hey, race the thing. I reported the entire exercise to the higher-ups. The leadership praised the results." Luo Bing's tone turned stern. "However, Su Chen willfully damaged military property and involved civilians. These are serious violations." "So," Luo Bing said coldly, "the leadership has decided he must receive severe criticism and be sent to a remote area for tempering." He patted the two dumbfounded men. "So stop your arguing. The higher-ups have already made their decision." Wu Weiguo and Suja exchanged glances, then spoke almost in unison. "Old Luo, isn't the punishment too harsh?" Wu Weiguo thumped his chest. "I can vouch for Su Chen. He would never act recklessly. He's an outstanding officer. It would be a terrible waste to bury him like this. I'll guarantee for him. Even if he can't stay here, he shouldn't be exiled." Suja said solemnly, "Old Luo, I'm speaking for him now, not because he's my son, but because I can see he's an exceptional officer with immense potential. Even if you punish me, don't send him to a remote area. We need to progress. Oh, we need him." Luo Bing waved his hand. "Enough. The leadership has decided. Say no more. If you have any issues, you can go to headquarters and discuss it with them face to face." The two fell silent. They were dignified commanders. It would be utterly improper to go to headquarters over a mere lieutenant colonel. "It's unfair." Wu Weiguo slammed his palm on the table in fury. "I'd rather Suja take him away." Suja sighed helplessly. "Old Luo, tell me then, where is he being exiled to?" Luo Bing chuckled. "The Northern Grasslands. A new unit has been established there, and he's being transferred as deputy regimental commander." Suja and Wu Weiguo's eyes instantly lit up. Wu Weiguo leaped to his feet. "A new unit?" They both stared at Luo Bing. "Are you talking about the 1st Brigade directly under headquarters?" Luo Bing nodded. "Yes, that's the one." Bang. The two slammed the table together. "Old Luo, you guys are something else. We've all heard of the 1st Brigade, known as the best in the world, codenamed Dragon Fang. So after all that talk, you wanted to snatch the prize for yourselves?" Luo Bing gave an embarrassed broad smile. "You two are so busy, letting headquarters take over the discipline. Isn't that easing your burden?" Suja and Wu Weiguo's eyes blazed with fury. "Thanks, but we don't want that kindness." "Enough." Luo Bing looked at them sternly. "Do you think this is a game?" Su Chin's transfer has a reason. It's both an honor and a test for him. Dragon Fong isn't a place just anyone can join. Su Jia and Wu Weiguo exchanged glances, then turned to Luo Bing. A test? What kind of test? Battalion Commander, Battalion Commander. Su Chan was in the midst of a pleasant dream when a gruff voice suddenly rang in his ears. Enemy attack. Su Chan jolted upright with a start. Wang Hai chuckled. What enemy attack? The exercise is over. Su Chan glanced around his dormitory, then at Wang Hai in his service uniform, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Disturbing my sleep without any conscience. Why are you so wicked? Su Chan lay back down. Wang Hai's mouth twitched. Your words are even more wicked, aren't they? Battalion Commander, someone's here to see you. Wang Hai said with a grin. Who? Su Chan turned over, closed his eyes, and said weakly, I'm not seeing anyone. I need to sleep. A female captain, Wang Hai said with a sly smile. She says she's your lover. Whoosh. Su Chan leaped straight out of bed. Why didn't you say so sooner, you bastard? Where is she? At the brigade headquarters gate. Without your approval, I didn't let her in, Wang Hai said. Without a word, Su Chan grabbed his clothes and dashed outside. So impatient. Wang Hai chuckled and quickly followed. Su Chan sprinted all the way, spotting a slender figure standing outside the cordon at the main gate from a distance. He slowed down, straightened his uniform as he passed the military police, then strode over. Nana, why are you here? Su Chan asked, a hint of guilt in his voice. You're not here to settle scores for your father, are you? Tell him I really didn't do it on purpose. It was all improvised by everyone. Oh, I didn't give any specific orders. Yao Na smiled slightly. Enough. Do you think I'm that petty? My father is my father, and I am me. If he was defeated by you, it's because he lacked skill. I came this time just to see you and congratulate you. Su Chan let out a huge sigh of relief, scratched his head, and laughed heartily. I knew you were magnanimous. Yao Na looked him up and down appreciatively. Su Chan felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze. There are so many people here. Don't be so unrestrained. If you really can't help it, there's a small hotel across the street. Yao Na's face flushed. What are you thinking? You're getting more and more improper. Su Chan scratched his head. Although they were childhood sweethearts and had confirmed their relationship, Yao Na's family was strict, and so far they had only held hands. The last time Su Chan tried to kiss her, not only did Yao Na instinctively slap him, but Yao Guangji also chased him all over the training ground. Luckily, he was fit and ran Yao Guangji into the ground, otherwise that time would have been disastrous. You're really amazing this time. Huh? Su Chan's mouth fell open. Yao Na looked up at him. My father took me to watch this exercise. It truly was remarkable. Su Chan laughed proudly. Nothing special, nothing special. Together with UID, be even more remarkable. Yao Na's face reddened again. Stop being so silly. I also want to tell you that although your tactics are quite good, if the opponent studies them thoroughly and uses high technology, you won't have much room to maneuver. So you need to keep learning and not stagnate. Su Chan grinned at her. Thank you for the reminder, my dear lover. What lover? Yao Na looked displeased. It sounds like I'm a mistress. Su Chan scratched his head. Didn't you tell my soldier that? I said girlfriend. Yao Na glared at him. What nonsense is this? Su Chan's mouth twitched. What rubbish had Wang Hai been spreading? All right, remember what I said. Yao Na looked at him. I'm being transferred to the newly established Electronic Information Center. Maybe soon we'll meet in an exercise. I hope you won't lose too badly by then. Su Chan was stunned. Electronic Information Center. Yao Na nodded, her face full of pride. This is our country's first self-developed battlefield electronic information system, currently in the experimental stage. Once it's applied in actual combat, it can greatly enhance our operational efficiency and strike capability. She patted Su Chan with a smile. That's why I came to see you before I leave. Playing clever tricks won't work forever. You have to keep improving. When faced with real high technology, your little tricks are useless. Su Chan's eyes lit up with surprise. If the country possessed an information warfare system, that would be a huge step forward. This was absolutely good news for the military and the entire nation. It meant the army's combat effectiveness would increase, and in the event of modern warfare, we would not only have a chance to win, but also to counterattack. Nana, you must do a good job. Su Chan smiled and patted her head. If we meet in the next exercise, I'll be sure to thoroughly test your capabilities. Yao Na nodded. All right, work hard then. I have to go now. Oh, I need to hurry to report. Suddenly, Yao Na rushed up, kissed Su Chan on the lips, and then trotted away. Su Chan stood there stunned, a faint fragrance lingering on his lips. Watching Yao Na's cheerful figure, he sighed helplessly. You had to copy my surprise attack. Why not just go to the small hotel for a proper spar? Battalion Commander, the brigade commander wants you. Wang Hai jogged over. Su Chan glared at him angrily. Lover, how did you hear that? She clearly said girlfriend. Wang Hai gave a dry chuckle. It's pretty much the same thing. Bullshit. Su Chan snorted. Is a big African girl the same as a fair-skinned, beautiful young lady? Be more accurate next time. He turned and immediately ran toward the brigade headquarters. Wang Hai scratched his head. Aren't they all women? When the lights are off, it's all the same 2 points and a line. Report. Come in. Su Chun pushed open the door and immediately saluted Lei Chung and the other two. Brigade Commander, Deputy Brigade Commander, Chief of Staff, you wanted to see me. Lei Chung walked over with a smile. So you've slept for nearly a whole day and night. Have you recovered? Of course. Su Chun puffed out his chest. I'm a young man. After a good sleep, I can still fight 100 more rounds. Youth is wonderful. Lei Chung smiled at Lu Gua and the others, then said to Su Chun, at tonight's celebration banquet you have to drink until you're under the table. Su Chun nodded with a smile. I'm not afraid of a whole brigade, let alone some drinks. Mission guaranteed. Lei Chung laughed heartily. Then don't just stand there. Let's go. Just as they were about to leave, an officer suddenly ran in. Reporting, Brigade Commander. Someone from the headquarters is here. Huh. Lei Chung immediately said, please come in quickly. After a moment, Zhao Hongsheng entered with a Major General. Salute. Lei Chung and the others raised their right arms in unison. Zhao Hongsheng smiled. Xiao Lei, let me introduce you. This is Deputy Director Xie Kuei from the General Staff's Training Department. Lei Chung and the others were all taken aback. Someone from the headquarters had come. Were they here to commend them? Hello, Chief. They saluted Xie Kuei in unison again. Xie Kuei waved his hand with a smile. No need to be formal. I'm here to announce an order from the headquarters. With that, he looked at Su Chun. Comrade Su Chun. Here. Xie Kuei stared at him. Order: Comrade Su Chun is promoted to Lieutenant Colonel and Deputy Regiment Commander and is to report to the 1st Grassland Brigade tomorrow. What? Su Chun was completely dumbfounded. Lei Chung and the other two were also stunned. Commander, is there a mistake? Lei Chung said hastily. Our 9th Brigade has just been preserved, not disbanded. Xie Kuei waved him off. Brigadier Lei, I understand your feelings. It's truly not easy to have nurtured a young officer like Su Chun. Now is the very time for your 9th Brigade to undergo bold reforms, and he is sorely needed. Yet you still want to transfer him away. Lei Chung glared at Xie Kuei. Isn't that undermining our 9th Brigade? Lei Chung. Zhao Hongsheng barked sternly. Watch your tone. Lei Cheng's mouth twitched, his expression turning exceedingly grim. Xie Kuei smiled and waved at Zhao Hongsheng. Old Zhao, it's fine. I came from the grassroots myself. Ooh, I can understand Brigadier Lei's feelings. He then looked back at Lei Chung and the others. But the military is like a game of chess. Higher command considers the overall situation. There is a purpose behind their decision to transfer Comrade Su Chun. You feel distressed, and so does your commander. But an order is an order. As senior officers, you must understand and comply. Lei Chung clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his neck. But Xie Kuei was right. He was a soldier, and he had to obey orders. Even if he were ordered to leave the 9th Brigade right now, he would have to pack his bags and go immediately. It was because of the iron discipline that the Dragon Country's military maintained its formidable combat strength. A soldier without discipline was like a grasshopper after autumn, unable to hop for long. Report, Commander. Suddenly, Su Chun stepped forward, chest puffed out. I request to stay with the 9th Brigade. This is my home. Everyone was stunned. No one expected that even Brigadier Lei's appeal had been rejected, yet Su Chun dared to step forward himself. For a moment, the eyes of Lei Chung, Lu Gua, and Chun Quan grew moist. Yes, this was their home. It was what Su Chun and everyone had fought tooth and nail to preserve. But now that the home was saved, they were asking Su Chun to leave. Su Chun, Zhao Hongsheng said coldly. Are you still a soldier? Don't you know that military orders are as immovable as mountains? I know, Su Chun declared proudly, his chest swelling. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. That is the foremost principle for every one of us. But I still wish to appeal to higher command to stay. I will accept any challenge. If I fail, I will unconditionally submit to their arrangement. If I win, please let me stay. I will turn the 9th Brigade into the best in the southeast. Nonsense. Zhao Hongsheng roared. Do you think this is a marketplace for you to haggle? An order is an order, you only need to obey. Xie Kuei waved a hand and smiled at Su Chun. Xiao Su, I fully understand how you feel. No one wants to leave home. He patted Su Chen's shoulder. But we are soldiers. From the moment we don this uniform, we cease to be our own masters. Without the courage to burn our boats and die on foreign soil, without the conviction to sacrifice our small families for the greater good, we are unworthy of this uniform, unworthy of guarding the myriad lights of 1,000 homes. He smiled bitterly. Speaking of home, I haven't returned to my hometown in 8 years. I don't even know how many more wrinkles my mother has now. Su Chen's heart clenched. He stared intently at the veteran and noticed a glistening moisture in his eyes. Hailing from a military family, Su Chun understood the realities of army life all too well. Many soldiers serving on the front lines or in critical posts rarely use their leave, even when entitled to it. Each and every one of them had abandoned their own small families, dedicating their youth to the greater family. For a moment, Su Chun felt a pang of shame. Zhao Hongxing sighed. Xiao Su, we hate to see you go too. Commander Wu didn't sleep a wink last night. But once the order comes, we must all carry it out. Please believe that transferring you is a sign of higher command's trust, and they are entrusting you with a heavy burden. You are a responsible soldier. Don't let that burden down. Chen Quan, standing nearby, took a deep breath and tugged at Lei Cheng's and Lu Guo's sleeves. The three exchanged glances. Lei Cheng choked out, Su Chen, the leaders are right. Higher command must be sending you where you are needed more. Go on. With your abilities you can fly farther and see better sights. 2 streams of hot tears rolled down his cheeks. They say men do not easily shed tears. But at this moment Su Chun wanted to weep freely. He had left home once before, this was the second time. His heart was truly aching. Yes, sir. Su Chun raised his right hand with force and roared at the top of his lungs. Su Chun obeying orders. Lei Cheng and the other 2 tilted their heads back desperately, trying to hold back their tears. Xie nodded approvingly, then patted Zhao Hongxing's shoulder. Zhao Hongxing cleared his throat. Lei Cheng, here. Zhao Hongxing handed him a document. Although your 9th Brigade has been saved, streamlining is imperative. This is a list compiled overnight by headquarters based on the training performance of your entire brigade. All these individuals are to be discharged early. Lei Cheng took the list, his hands trembling slightly. First Su Chun was leaving, and now a group of others. The elation of victory suddenly evaporated, leaving a hollow emptiness in his heart. In the military, what they feared most was people coming and then leaving. Those who were once brothers, once separated, would be scattered to the ends of the earth, perhaps never to meet again. Zhao Hongxing patted his shoulder. Don't let it get to you. Everything is for the betterment of the military. As soldiers, we have a duty to cooperate. Yes, sir. Lei Cheng saluted with a trembling hand. I guarantee the task will be completed. Good. Zhao Hongxing nodded. I know you find my presence disheartening, so I won't intrude. Go hold a victory celebration and let it double as a farewell party. The group saluted and then turned to leave. Commander. Su Chen suddenly chased after them. Something else. Zhao Hongxing fixed his eyes on him. Su Chen said seriously, I want to take a few people with me. No. Zhao Hongxing refused categorically. But Su Chen persisted. Since I'm being sent to an important post, bringing along people I'm familiar with will certainly facilitate the work. Zhao Hongxing was about to refuse again, but Xie interjected with a smile. Old Zhao, I think it's acceptable. Do me this favor. Zhao Hongxing glared at Su Chun, but for the sake of face he nodded. No more than 4. All right, 4 it is. Su Chun saluted with a grin. Get lost. Zhao Hongxing waved him away dismissively. By the time Su Chun returned, Lei Cheng and the other 2 had already wiped their tears. Brigadier I. Su Chun looked at them. He had 1,000 words to say, but in the end none came out. Lei Cheng, on the contrary, let out a hearty laugh. Aren't you usually as sly as a fox? Now that you've been promoted, why are you playing the poor sod with me? Come on. Lei Cheng put an arm around him. Let's go drink to your promotion and your send-off. Then you can get the hell out of here. You must make something of yourself before you come back. No more dawdling. Let's go. Su Chen tried to say something, but the 3 of them dragged him away, giving him no chance to argue. But Su Chen knew that this farewell drink would probably be the most bitter one they would ever have. And with so many others leaving, how on earth were they supposed to break the news to them at this moment of victory? The parade ground of the 9th Brigade was festively decorated with lanterns and colorful banners. The cooking squad had moved all the tables to the open space, filling the entire parade ground to capacity. It was as lively as the new year. Cases of liquid grenades, beer, were brought to each table, and the soldiers' laughter echoed throughout the camp. Combat units were normally on second-level alert and were generally not allowed to drink. Except on special holidays when enough duty personnel had to be left behind, the rest could only drink a little. Most were hot-blooded young men, and once they got their hands on alcohol, none of them could resist drinking. Soon plates of dishes were brought to the tables. Each unit organized by company had the soldiers raise their glasses. After the company commander shouted 1, 2, 3, everyone erupted in a roar. Cheers. 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 The heroic voices shook the heavens and the earth. At the brigade headquarters table, the atmosphere was also exceptionally lively. Lei Cheng and the others seemed to forget what was about to happen and were directly chugging from the bottles. They accepted every toast from the battalion and regiment commanders without refusal. In the blink of an eye, several cases of beer were already empty. Xiao Su, come, let's drink the hard stuff. With a thud, Lei Cheng placed 2 bottles of baijiu on the table. Chen Quan quickly called out, Old Lei, you've had a lot already. Don't mix your drinks. Lei Cheng waved his hand with a smile. It's fine. I'm happy today. The 9th Brigade is saved. We've honored our predecessors. I must toast our great hero Xiao Su. Without waiting for him to open the bottle, Su Chen opened one first. He raised the bottle directly toasting Lei Cheng and everyone else. Leaders, Su Chun said earnestly, I've learned a lot during my time with the 9th Brigade. Today's achievements are also due to your guidance. I'm not good with words, so I won't say anything more. Su Chun raised the bottle. No matter where I go, I will always be a man of the 9th Brigade. He'll finish this. To you all. With that, he tilted his head back and gulped down the entire bottle. Hey, Xiao Su, take it easy. Lu Guo rushed over to take the bottle, afraid he'd drink too much. But Lei Cheng grabbed him. Let him drink. If he drinks enough, it won't hurt so much. Everyone watched Su Chun, even people from the surrounding tables gathered around. The originally lively atmosphere gradually quieted down. Brigade Commander, what's wrong with Battalion Commander Su? The commander of the 3rd Regiment asked curiously. Gao Sheng frowned. Brigade Commander, is something going on? Lei Cheng didn't speak. He just watched Su Chun finish his drink. When the bottle was placed on the table, he also stood up. Everyone had enough to eat and drink. A group of officers looked at each other, then nodded together. Yes. Then assemble. Lei Cheng roared. I have something to announce. Chen Quan quickly stopped him. Old Lei, everyone's happy right now. Let's do this later. Lei Cheng pushed him away. The men of our 9th Brigade are all real men. Even if the sky falls, we can hold it up. Let's do it now. No hiding anything. Chen Quan sighed and could only nod to the officers. Assemble. All units assemble. With a rustle, everyone put down their glasses and stood up, forming neat squares by regiment. Lei Cheng staggered to the front of the formation. An adjutant thoughtfully handed him a microphone. Holding the microphone, Lei Cheng said with a smile, Today is a great day for our 9th Brigade. Because we not only won the exercise with pride, but also saved our brigade. Our ancestors will rest in peace and future generations will remember this important day. All of you are heroes. The entire brigade fell silent. Everyone could feel that the brigade commander seemed off. But, Lei Cheng shouted, Today is also a day I'll remember with sorrow for the rest of my life. Absolutely not. Lei Cheng dodged around the room as if swatting flies, with Su Chun closely tailing him. Brigade Commander, we've shared some bond over all this time, haven't we? Su Chun pretended to be aggrieved. Can't you spare a little sympathy for me? Going to a new place, I want no a soul. If I don't have a few familiar faces, aren't you worried I'll get bullied? Bully you? Lei Cheng's expression turned vivid. My goodness, the one who could bully you hasn't been born yet. But right now you're bullying me. Su Chun chuckled. Brigade Commander, rest assured I have no interest in middle-aged men. Lei Cheng's mouth twitched. This guy's cheeky remarks were growing more frequent. I said no, and that's final. Annoyed by the chase, Lei Cheng plopped down on a chair. He fixed his gaze on Su Chun. With so many people leaving this time, I'm short-handed now. Wang Hai and the others are core elites. I need them to keep producing results. Su Chun smiled. But I trained them, and I've brought up several good ones too. Let them come with me, and others can still deliver for you. No. Lei Cheng glared at him. I won't give you a single one. Pack your own stuff and get lost. Come back when you're free and help me train the troops. Su Chun's mouth twitched. Good grief, not only was he denied personnel, but even his leave was being exploited. He straightened up and laughed. If that's how you put it, then I won't hold back. Oh ho. Lei Cheng perked up, standing to face him. You've been promoted and your temper's grown too. Come on, show me how you won't hold back. If I let you take anyone today, it'll be your son. Su Chun gave an awkward grin. Brigade Commander, don't be so absolute. Otherwise it'll be hard to save face. With that, he placed a transfer order before Lei Cheng. Lei Cheng glanced down. It clearly stated that Su Chun could select 4 people below the deputy regiment level to take along. The red stamp above stung his eyes. You planned this, didn't you? Lei Cheng pointed at him indignantly. Why didn't you bring this out sooner? Trying to be my dad? Su Chun smiled wryly. Brigade Commander, I tried to appeal to our bond, but you wouldn't have it. So I had to pull this out. Lei Cheng's face flushed red with anger. He wasn't ready to acquire a new father. Suddenly, he shoved the order back at Su Chun and strode to the bed. Su Chun was baffled. Brigade Commander, you climbed back in through the window again. Lei Cheng pointed at the window. Huh. Brigade Commander, this is the 6th floor. It could kill someone. Do you want the men or not? Lei Cheng glared. Quick. If you get crippled, you won't have to go, and he'll take care of you. Su Chun's mouth twitched as he cursed the madman under his breath, crawling out the window. Before long, he jumped back in. Is this good enough? Lei Cheng eyed him warily. Are you all right? Su Chun rolled his eyes, walked up to him, and said, Brigade Commander, I'd like to take a few people with me. Deal. Lei Cheng laughed heartily, slapping his hand. Su Chun nearly spat blood. Lei Cheng grabbed him with a grin. I never said anything to you before. This is just the beginning. Su Chun was speechless. To avoid being his son, you really went all out. He stepped back and saluted firmly. Then I'll take them away. Take care, Brigade Commander. Lei Cheng's eyes reddened instantly. With a sharp snap, he returned the salute. Su Chun, take care too. I hope one day soon he'll hear your name echo back to the southeast. For good reasons, of course. Definitely. Suchin nodded. Owen. Lei Cheng looked at him with deep emotion. If you get leave, come back and visit. This will always be your home. Suchin's nose stung, but just as he was about to reply, Lei Cheng added, when you're back, help me train the troops properly. Can't waste time. Okay, so you're still after my vacation. Suchin dared not linger, afraid of being roped into more promises. He quickly saluted and turned to flee. Brat. Lei Cheng chuckled, then buried his face in the blanket, faint sobs escaping. Half an hour later, outside the camp gate, a minibus slowly pulled up. Wang Hai, Jia Peng, Zhao Xiaodong, and 7th Company Commander Ma Xian were brimming with excitement. Though they wanted to stay with the 9th Brigade, following Suchin made them even happier. After all this time together, Suchin had become their idol. All four knew that leaving with Suchin meant embarking on something monumental, far more thrilling than staying in the 9th Brigade. The door opened, and a major jumped out. Are you Suchin? Suchin nodded. Yes, that's me. The major immediately saluted. Deputy Regiment Commander Su, am ordered to escort you to the airport. Board the bus. Suchin nodded, then turned and shouted, about face. The four turned in unison, facing the 9th Brigade's gate. Not far off, the military flag fluttered in the breeze. Salute. The 5 of them saluted in unison toward the camp, where they had labored for so long, reluctance written on every face. At ease. Suchin bellowed. Move out. Yes, sir. The 4 grabbed their bags and dashed cheerfully onto the bus. This departure meant boundless horizons. They were certain that their future lives would be extraordinary. Suchin, just as he was about to board, a familiar voice called out. He turned and saw his father standing nearby. Suja's secretary ran over and said to the major, Comrade, the chief wants to speak with Suchin. You go ahead to the airport. The chief will escort Suchin there. The major glanced at the general star on Suja's shoulder and saluted without hesitation. Yes, sir. Well, wait for Suchin at the airport. The minibus drove off slowly, and the secretary pulled Suchin along. Come on, your father's waiting for you. Suchin shuffled reluctantly over to Suja. Dad, get in the car. Suja climbed into the vehicle without looking back. The secretary smiled and nudged Suchin inside. As the door closed, Suja said coldly, drive. The driver nodded and started the car, heading toward the airport. The ride was silent. Suja gazed out the window without a word. After a long while, Suchin couldn't hold back. You didn't come just to see me off, did you? I don't have that kind of free time. Suja snorted, clearly annoyed. He had already protested to headquarters about failing to keep his precious son here, but it was useless. The orders had been issued. He had to comply. Suchin rolled his eyes. Then why aren't you leaving? Are commanders this idle these days? Suja spun around and smacked him on the head. Suchin's face immediately soured. Still the same familiar father, and it hurt. I wanted to give you some instructions so you don't embarrass me, Suja said coldly. Suchin's face immediately soured. Still the same familiar father, and it hurt. I wanted to give you some instructions so you don't embarrass me, Suja said coldly. Suchin was taken aback. It seemed his father knew quite a bit about the unit he was about to join. As for this new post, Suchin knew nothing. No one had ever given him any details about this force. Knowing oneself and the enemy leads to 100 victories. A smile immediately spread across his face. Dad, you must know a lot about the 1st Brigade, right? Come on, tell me all about it. Suja let out a proud snort. The 1st Brigade? I know nothing at all. Suchin nearly choked. If you know nothing, why act so smug? Suja glared at him. It's only natural not to know. The 1st Brigade was just formed. Not just you, but everyone from the brigade commander down to the soldiers has been transferred from various units across the country. Not even the leaders and headquarters responsible for its formation know the true combat capability of this force. Suchin looked stunned. A newly formed unit. When Siekue had relayed the order, Suchin had been intimidated by the name 1st Brigade. He had assumed it was a battle-hardened, time-honored veteran force. But he never expected it was also a fledgling. Dad, what's the purpose of forming this brigade? Suchin's expression turned earnest. He desperately wanted to know why he was being transferred across such a distance to this unit. Suja snorted. I've asked around. It's nothing but a rogue force. Suchin was startled. Rogue? That's serious. Suja continued, headquarters has only one goal in creating them, to build a simulated real combat base. This 1st Brigade is the champion station specifically at that base. From now on, all military red-blue exercises won't be limited to theater commands. They'll be moved to this real combat base. And that 1st Brigade is responsible for taking on all the other units. Tell me, aren't they rogues for being enemies with the entire military? Suchin suddenly understood, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. This was exactly the place he wanted to be. This 1st Brigade was like a whetstone for the whole army. With it as the foundation, every unit would be honed. The harder they fought, the faster the other units would develop. This was what a true soldier should do. The so-called enemy of the entire army was merely the awe of the defeated. Suja, seeing Su Chen lost in thought, assumed the boy was intimidated. A smile crept across his face. You little brat think you can escape my grasp. I know your every move. Just come back with me obediently. Suja cleared his throat and continued, this unit not only has harsh living conditions, but also offers very little chance for advancement. What do you mean? Su Chen looked at him. Suja said gravely, think about it. This unit is the enemy of the whole army, offending everyone. Do you think anyone in it can get promoted? Who would approve it? Su Chen rolled his eyes. He couldn't agree with that. If they beat, the entire army promotion would be inevitable. Suja folded his arms. That's why I stopped you before you left. I wanted to tell you. If you go there and cause conflicts with other units, you'll lose face big time. Su Chen was speechless. He finally understood. His father had gone on, but in the end he still wanted him to avoid this new unit. Su Chen smiled at him. Dad, you know orders come from above. As a soldier I have to obey. That's what you taught me. You always say that to Mom. Suja quickly cut him off. Talk about yourself, don't drag others into it. He forced a smile. Actually, it's simple. We can't disobey orders, but they can send you back on their own. Su Chen was puzzled. Send me back? How? Suja said slyly. Even simpler. I've already arranged for someone to spread rumors about you in that unit. Su Chen's eyes widened. Spread rumors about me? Exactly. Suja nodded. Say you got in through the back door using my connections. Say you're ignorant and unskilled, that you only graduated from military academy by cheating. Say you're a schemer who doesn't cooperate and loves to seize power. Su Chen nearly spat blood on the spot. Dad, he stared fixedly at him. You're really my own father. Suja laughed heartily. Don't mention it. I'm doing this for your own good. He patted Su Chen. These rumors might make them dislike you, but they won't kick you out. But if you do what I say, they'll definitely send you away. When you get there, skip training, act lazy. Speak out of turn in meetings, and when you do train, overstep your authority. Suja couldn't help but laugh loudly as he spoke, patting the pale-faced Su Chen. Within 6 months, they'll surely kick you out. And it'll be a joint demand. Who wouldn't hate someone like that? But don't worry, at worst you'll be demoted, still a major at battalion level. Suja rubbed his hands together. Then I'll bring you back. He'll personally train you well. We'll work together as father and son grow strong and revive the Su family's glory. Su Chen's eyes twitched. A father scheming against his son, truly ruthless. Dad, if we put ourselves in each other's shoes, would you do what you just suggested? Su Chen asked seriously. Suja looked back, just as seriously. Of course not. I have my dignity. Su Chen's liver ached with anger. You have dignity, but what about mine? No more nonsense. Suja said sternly. Just do as I say. I won't lead you astray, trust me. Su Chen took a deep breath and suddenly asked, Dad, if I go there, will I have to fight against Big Brother or many people you know well? Of course. Suja said matter-of-factly. You've won 2 exercises, but you're still green. Your big brother and those uncles of yours, all battle-hardened. That's why I gave you that advice, to stop you from embarrassing me when you face them. Su Chen's eyes twitched wildly. After all that, it turned out you're not afraid. I'll embarrass myself in the unit. You're sure I'll lose to them and bring shame on you. A surge of pride filled Su Chen's whole being. That was his nature. If you say I can't win, I'll insist on fighting you. The outcome isn't decided by mere talk. Got what I said? Suja asked. Just do as I say. Dad, Su Chen suddenly said. Thanks for the lousy advice, but I'll choose my own path. I'm not a kid anymore. Suja was stunned. The driver and secretary in the front seat instinctively shrank back. What do you mean? Suja glared angrily at Su Chen. Do you insist on facing your brother and losing just to shame me? Are you doing this on purpose? To get back at me for being strict all these years? Su Chen shook his head sincerely. That I might not have understood when I was young. But I'm old enough now. I've long realized that we Su family have pride in our bones. If you say I can, I'll prove I can. I'm going to this unit whether I get promoted or not. But whoever I face, Big Brother, those uncles, even you, I will defeat you all. Suja stared in shock. You ungrateful brat, you think you can lord it over your own father. Suja's car soon arrived at the airport, but until this moment neither father nor son had managed to convince the other. Su Chen picked up his bag. Dad, I'm leaving. Hold on. Su Chen turned around. I told you I will absolutely not execute your plan. Suja glared at him angrily. Fine, you've grown up and your wings are stiff. You don't even listen to your father now, do you? All right. He pointed at Su Chen's nose. Go ahead, I'll wait for your good news to arrive to see how you defeat those famous generals, how you defeat your elder brother. I'm also waiting for you to come and beat me. Su Chen said proudly. Dad, rest assured, our Su family never admits defeat. I will definitely succeed, and I will definitely defeat you. Suja's eyes blazed with fury. Get the hell out of here. Don't get angry. Su Chen smiled slightly. Otherwise you'll get constipated and your hemorrhoids might burst. Suja angrily grabbed a cushion and hurled it But Su Chun had already nimbly shut the door. You bastard, you're driving me crazy. I should have just left you on the wall. Su Zhi yelled furiously. The secretary who had just entered heard this and awkwardly retreated. Damn, that was the leader's privacy. How could he dare overhear the details? Su Chin strode toward the plane. When the major saw him approaching, he immediately helped carry his bag. Battalion commander, you're here. Wang Hai stood up with a smile. Jia Peng rolled his eyes at him. Watch your words, it's deputy regiment commander now. Right. Wang Hai and the others laughed heartily. You've been promoted now. Su Chin plopped down into his seat looking at their beaming faces and sighed inwardly. Originally going to a new place would have been trouble-free. But with Su Zhi's maneuvers, once they arrived at the new post, they would first face doubts from others. The days ahead would not be easy. Su Chin closed his eyes. Dear father, you've created such a huge mess for me. In the future, if I don't knock you down, how can I face you? More than 3 hours later, the plane slowly descended onto the runway. After it taxied to a stop, the cabin door opened. As soon as Su Chin stepped out, a biting, fierce wind nearly swept him off his feet. Damn it, is this some kind of demonic wind? It's freezing. Zhao Xiaodong instinctively clutched his clothes. The accompanying major smiled. Everyone, this is the border area between the northeast and the grasslands. In winter, temperatures can drop to over 30 degrees below zero, and the temperature difference between morning and evening is enormous. Coming from the south, you'll definitely find it hard to adjust at first, but you'll get used to it in time. They all looked at each other. Over 30 degrees below zero. That would be the death of them. All their beautiful fantasies about the new unit were instantly shattered by the cold wind. The major said, let's go, we'll take you to the 1st Brigade now. No need for the trouble. Su Chin smiled. The major was taken aback. It's no trouble, it's my duty. Su Chun waved his hand. We'll go to the new unit ourselves. But first I want to check out the surrounding environment. Since we'll be stationed here for a long time, getting familiar with the area is very important. I see. The major thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, I'll give you the address. You must report in by this time tomorrow at the latest. Okay. Su Chun nodded with a smile. After parting with the major, Su Chun led the 4 out of the airport. A vast open grassland immediately unfolded before their eyes. But there was no sign of lush green pastures. Everywhere they looked, it was withered and yellow. Some areas were covered in thick white snow. Thump! Wang Hai's backpack fell straight to the ground. He said woefully, Deputy Commander, what kind of place is this we've come to? Even birds are too lazy to shit here, because their butts would freeze. Nonsense. Su Chan pointed to a flock of birds in the distance. Aren't they flying over there? Go and see if they can drop one. Ma Xian scratched his head. You said would look around the base's surroundings, but from here you can see everything at a glance. There aren't even any hills. What's there to see? Yeah. Jia Peng nodded. I think from now on, if we have exercises with other units, we'll only be able to use a one-line frontal push tactic. Deputy Commander, your old tricks won't work here. Su Chin scanned them. Look at you all acting like cowards. Are these the soldiers I trained? You go limp at the first sight of a woman, and you'll stay flaccid for life. The 4 were speechless. The deputy commander was getting more and more outrageous. Su Chan said coldly, back in the mountains, others didn't think we could do it either. But we created our own conditions. Just because we've changed locations, are you already giving up? If war breaks out in the future, you might be sent to snowy mountains, deserts, plateaus, or even swamps. Are you going to tell the enemy that the terrain isn't suitable and ask them to fight somewhere you're familiar with? The 4 nodded silently. War won't adapt to you, you have to adapt to war. A good soldier is a good soldier, no matter where you put him. Su Chin pointed at them. Since you've come with me, throw that cowardly attitude far away. We're here to win battles. Yes, Deputy Commander. The 4 saluted in unison. Su Chin nodded in satisfaction. Let's go, we'll take you around to get familiar with the terrain. Several hours later, in an unremarkable small county town, the 5 of them in civilian clothes wandered aimlessly down the street. Wang Hai stretched comfortably. Deputy Commander, you're truly farsighted. Hair wash, bath, even a massage. We've practically blended in with the locals. Zhao Xiaodong chuckled. It's the bond between the army and the people, you have to immerse yourself among them. The Deputy Commander is brilliant. How about we hit a nightclub or something so I can get to know them even better? Su Chin shot him a glare. Hey, the places I took you were where we could gather information. What do you want to go to a nightclub for? To save fallen women. That's not out of the question. Jia Peng said seriously, they meet all kinds of people and know a lot. If we treat them right, we might learn everything happening in the surrounding villages. Su Chun was speechless. Jia Peng, I never realized you were such a wolf in sheep's clothing. Jia Peng chuckled. I'm just voicing everyone's thoughts. Enough. Su Chin pointed to a shop ahead. Anhui beef noodles. Let's go grab some local flavor after that bath. The 5 entered the small shop, and Su Chun called out, Boss, 5 bowls of noodles. Coming right up. The plump boss warmly greeted them to sit down. Before long, 5 steaming bowls of noodles were brought to the table. Ma Xian asked curiously while eating, I'm really curious why is a boss with a Hebei accent running an authentic Anhui beef noodle shop out here on the grassland? Young man, don't ask so many questions. Suchin tapped his bowl, just eat. They all laughed and slurped down their noodles. Admittedly, the hot bath had used up quite a bit of energy. But for Suchun, it was fruitful. At least he learned that within a 200-kilometer radius, there were only 2 county towns. The total population of both towns plus the surrounding villages didn't exceed 300,000. It was truly a sparsely populated area. Moreover, the terrain nearby wasn't as flat as it seemed. The bath attendant had mentioned in casual conversation that the grassland was full of dips and hollows with some areas having very steep undulations. In some places, even though 2 people were only a few dozen meters apart, they couldn't see each other standing up. This intelligence was still useful to Suchun. After all, for a long time to come, he would be welcoming various units here. Without understanding the terrain, how could he win battles? Hurry up and eat. Suchun wiped his mouth. It's getting late. We'll need to find a couple of tricycles to take us to the base later. The others nodded. Boom. Just then a thunderous roar suddenly erupted, and the ground shook violently. The 5 of them jumped up instinctively. What's happening? Boom. Just then a thunderous roar suddenly erupted, and the ground shook violently. The 5 of them jumped up instinctively. What's happening? Suchun dashed outward with a swift stride, the other 4 following closely behind. The narrow street was already teeming with people. Everyone was gazing toward the southern edge of the county town, where a plume of black smoke shot straight into the azure sky. An explosion. Suchun frowned slightly. Let's go check it out. Jia Peng and the other 3 hesitated not a moment, bolting after him toward the south of the town. Bound by the mission and duty of a soldier, they would always step forward without a second thought when the people's property was threatened. This instinct was etched into their very bones. Fortunately, the county town was small. The 5 of them charged to the southern district in a flurry and immediately saw a 2-story building surrounded by a dense crowd. Suchun tried to push through, but the throng was too thick. He couldn't budge an inch. Brother, what's going on inside? He asked, grabbing a middle-aged man. The man shot him a glare. Who are you calling brother? You trying to insult me? I'm only 17. Suchin's jaw nearly dropped. The fellow had dark weathered skin and wrinkles on his forehead, as deep as if pressed by a rolling pin. Suchin would have believed him to be the same age as his own elder brother. Thankfully, the young man didn't dwell on it. Pointing at the building, he said, a robbery. Cops have him cornered, and he's taken hostages inside. A robbery? Suchin was taken aback. Is this a bank? The young man rolled his eyes. Better than a bank. It's a video parlor, the busiest spot in the whole county. Suchun was speechless. The term video parlor felt like an antique in his mind. Hailing from a developed region, he had seen even CD-based video lounges become obsolete, let alone these relics. In big cities, everyone went to cinemas now. Only in such remote areas did these old-fashioned places still exist. Move aside, everyone clear the way. Just then a squad of police officers sprinted over. The crowd parted immediately. Fall back, barked the leading officer. Don't you know the bastard has explosives? You all want to die? Back off, all of you. The other officers joined in shouting, and the crowd retreated. But they didn't go far, instead more people gathered. Cultural entertainment was scarce in this remote county town, so an incident like this was far more thrilling than any cop movie. Many vendors even abandoned their stalls just to watch the excitement. Soon several police cars arrived, and more officers jumped out. They began setting up a cordon, completely sealing off the building from the crowd. Buddy, the crook has bombs. Suchin asked curiously. The young man chuckled. Bombs my ass, just homemade thunderclaps. Look over there, didn't even blow it to pieces. Suchun followed his gaze. A stall was billowing black smoke, but its wooden frame remained intact, indicating the explosive's power was indeed limited. Not bad, kid. You know your stuff? Suchin gave a thumbs up. The young man puffed up with pride. We've got tons of mines around here, plenty of folks know explosives. Nothing special. Suchin sighed inwardly. No wonder the guy looked so haggard. Aside from the strong ultraviolet rays here, it probably had a lot to do with hard labor. Just then something like a firecracker was hurled out from the main door. Every officer dove for cover in an instant. Boom. A thunderous roar shook the surrounding buildings, and a thick cloud of black smoke surged skyward. Yet the onlookers showed no fear, some even pressed forward eager for a better view. Suchin marveled again. No wonder the Great Wall was built centuries ago. These people were truly fierce. Listen up, cops. A coarse voice bellowed from inside. I only grabbed a few $100. I don't want to die. Clear out, and get me a motorcycle to leave. Otherwise I'll blow this place to kingdom come. I've got over 100 sticks of dynamite ready to turn this into rubble. The officers tensed up. Some began negotiating to calm the criminal, while others held their ground, encircling the building completely. Even the rooftops nearby were crowded with people. Suchin shook his head. All this for a few $100. I say let him out, then blast him on the grassland. Saves time and effort. Everyone turned to stare at him. Su Chun chuckled awkwardly, suddenly realizing he no longer had tanks and cannons at his disposal. Deputy Commander, looks like they're planning a frontal assault. Jia Peng stroked his chin, intrigued. But they don't seem to have SWAT. Charging through the main door like that looks pretty dangerous. Ma Xian clasped his hands behind his back like an old sage and nodded. These cops definitely lack tactics. If it were me, I'd split into 4 teams of 4 men each. One team charges from the front as a diversion, while the other 3 simultaneously breach from the rooftop and windows. Of course, marksmanship must be flawless. 1 shot, 1 kill. Su Chun shot them a glare. Shut up, you two. You think this is a show? Do you really believe every officer in this small county is a highly trained soldier? Exactly. Wang Hai agreed. From their movements, they're just regular cops. Fearless and commendable, but if they barge in like that, casualties are inevitable. Jia Peng caught Su Chin's intense gaze and asked hesitantly, Deputy Commander, you're not thinking of getting involved, are you? How did you get so smart? Su Chin grinned. We can't miss this rare chance for real combat. Jia Peng nearly wept. Deputy Commander, don't mess around. We're just 5 men without a single gun. Let's leave it to the professionals. Aren't we professionals? Su Chin glared. Don't forget, we've successfully rescued hostages before. Here we go again. Jia Peng was speechless. Don't you remember how dangerous that rescue was? We almost got ourselves killed. Follow me. Su Chin had made up his mind. When the people's property is threatened, we soldiers have an unshirkable duty to step in. With that, he forcefully pushed forward. Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong immediately helped clear a path through the crowd. Jia Peng was exasperated. He knew Su Chun was just using noble words to mask his eagerness for a real fight. But since Su Chun had already moved, Jia Peng and Ma Xian had no choice but to follow. Hey, what's your rush? An officer blocked them. Don't you know it's dangerous here? Trying to get yourselves killed. Su Chun flashed his military ID. Comrade, I'm a lieutenant colonel and deputy commander stationed nearby. I can help. The officer froze, then immediately pulled back the cordon to let him in. As Su Chun suspected, the local officers lacked rigorous training. They could handle ordinary criminals, but when faced with a professional hostage crisis, even they were uncertain. Comrades, please follow me. The officer excitedly led them toward the building. Chief, I've brought in some experts. He saluted a middle-aged police chief. Experts. The chief looked at Su Chun and his men in surprise, then snapped at the officer, nonsense. These are just civilians. Su Chun showed his ID again. Chief, we're stationed troops. We happened to be here and thought we could lend a hand. The chief leaned in to examine it, and his face lit up with excitement. He grabbed Su Chin's hand. Excellent. With the military's help, I can breathe easier. You have no idea, we've never dealt with this before. We just reported it to the city bureau, but they won't be here for an hour. Su Chin smiled. No need for that. They'll have it wrapped up in 5 minutes. The chief was overjoyed. Comrades, are you special forces? Su Chin paused, then chuckled. Yes, that's right. Jia Peng and the other 3's faces fell instantly. Since when were you special forces? Jia Peng and the other 3's faces fell instantly. Since when were you special forces? Excellent. The director's face crinkled into a smile as he vigorously shook Su Chin's hand. Comrade, I'll leave them to you. You absolutely must rescue the hostage. Su Chin firmly clasped his hand in return, beaming. Rest assured, Director. I have experience. Last time a man covered in explosives had already pulled the pin, but we still subdued him. Jia Peng and the other 3 collectively rolled their eyes. If the director had witnessed that previous incident, he wouldn't be smiling. Comrade, the director exclaimed excitedly. Whatever you say, well do. We're all under your command. He had already regarded Su Chun as their great savior. It couldn't be helped the officers in this small town couldn't handle the situation, so they had to turn to Su Chun. Su Chun chuckled. No need. The 5 of us are enough. Too many people would be inconvenient. The director was taken aback, but quickly nodded. Understood. Would only be a burden, haha. Can't hinder your rescue. If you need anything else, just tell me. Su Chin gave a light laugh. I need some explosives. High-grade ones. Huh. The director was stunned. So you're fighting fire with fire. What is there a problem? The director quickly shook his head. No problem. This area has many mines, we're never short on explosives. He'll arrange it immediately. 10 minutes. With that, he turned and left to make arrangements. Jia Peng hastily pulled Su Chin aside and lowered his voice. Deputy Commander, since when did we become special forces? I'm just a political officer. I can reason with criminals, but... Ma Xian also nodded. Deputy Commander, you're being a bit reckless. Of the 5 of us, only you and I count as real fighters, the others don't count. Hey, Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong glared at him. Company Commander Ma, why are you insulting us? Ma Xian gave an awkward smile. I mean, we're capable soldiers, you're not. You're still insulting us. The 2 fumed, glaring at him. Enough. Su Chun waved his hand. I've already observed this building. The structure isn't sturdy and the interior space isn't large. There's only 1 criminal. As long as we act quickly, subduing him won't be a problem. Suchin smiled. Most importantly, he's very nervous right now. If we startle him, a nervous person is more likely to lose focus than a calm one. That moment of distraction is all we need. The group exchanged glances, feeling something was off. What if his nervousness makes him detonate the bomb? Wouldn't going in mean certain death? They'd be sent home in urns before even reaching their new posts. Suchin glared at them. The arrow is already on the string. Don't be cowards. I'm telling you, when we get to the new unit, there will be plenty of challenges. If we seize this opportunity and make an impression right from the start, it'll save us a lot of trouble. Suchin knew that the rumors spread by his father would cause him no small amount of trouble. To face less hostility upon arrival, this hostage rescue was a golden opportunity. But Jia Peng and the others frowned, fearing they'd be killed before they could make an impression on the new unit. Suchin couldn't be bothered to dwell on them. He found an officer and asked to see the building's interior layout. He took a pen and quickly marked several points on the blueprint. The officer took the chance to report the positions of the hostage and the criminal. By the time Suchin had studied it enough, the director came bustling back with someone. Comrade Su, the explosives you wanted are here. Suchin glanced at them. Indeed, they were mining explosives. Unlike military-grade explosives, these were less stable, but for professionals like them, they were actually easier to handle. Suchin immediately took Ma Xian and Wang Hai grabbed the explosives and began setting them up around the building. The placement points were exactly where he had marked on the diagram. Suchin had carefully calculated that even if these points were detonated, the building's support would remain intact, preventing collapse. However, it would certainly give the criminal inside a tremendous fright. That would be the perfect moment to rescue the hostage. Director, an officer whispered doubtfully. I feel like they're not here to rescue anyone, but to blow up both the criminal and the hostage. The smile on the director's face instantly froze as realization dawned. Now that you mention it, the director's mouth fell open. Yeah, aren't they supposed to be rescuing someone? Why blow up the building? Should we stop them? The officer asked. If something goes wrong, we'll be the ones taking the blame. The director hesitated for a moment, but finally shook his head. No, they're special forces. We can't fathom their thinking. They're professionals. The officer said bitterly, but I've never heard of any special forces in this area. I haven't even heard of any stationed troops. The director's mouth fell open again. Right. But could they be here on leave? The officer was speechless. On leave in a place like this? Director. Suchin suddenly ran over. Lend me 2 guns. The director's mouth twitched. Guns were their lifeline tied to their badge. How could he just lend them out? Hurry, there's no time. Suchin's gaze was sharp. The criminal's emotional state is very unstable. The director hesitated for a moment, then suddenly turned. You 2 give your guns to Comrade Su. Director. The 2 officers looked aggrieved. Why us? No arguments. Saving lives is the priority. The director glared at them. Once the hostage is rescued, he'll put you in for commendations too. Helpless, the 2 handed over their guns. Suchin took them and sprinted back, keeping one and giving the other to Ma Xian. Listen up. Suchin said coldly. Jia Peng will enter from the front to draw the criminal's attention. The rest of you detonate the explosives on my command. Then Ma Xian and I will rescue the hostage. Wait, Jia Peng said with a mournful face. Deputy Commander, why me? I'm a political officer, basically a desk job. But you're also a soldier, my subordinate. Suchin glared at him. Obey orders. Jia Peng was speechless. Deputy Commander, following you is really dangerous. Suchin patted him cheerfully. Old Jia, don't worry. The criminal doesn't have a gun, he can't hurt you. If he throws a bomb at you, just run. If you can't escape, the bomb won't kill you. At worst, you'll be crippled. They'll put you in for a first-class merit. You'll bring glory to your ancestors. Jia Peng looked miserable. He didn't want to bring glory to his ancestors, he wanted to have descendants. Is everyone clear? Suchin asked. Clear, everyone nodded. Suchin checked his watch. 2 minutes. We must finish this. Remember, ensure the hostage's safety. Yes. Old Jia, go. Suchin waved. Use your silver tongue to convince him. Jia Peng, his face full of grievance, walked toward the door like a warrior heading to his death. Jia Peng, his face full of grievance, walked toward the door like a warrior heading to his death. Jia Peng, his face full of grievance, walked toward the door like a warrior heading to his death. Jia Peng moved to the doorway, his steps noticeably slower. The surrounding officers were all on high alert, their eyes fixed on him. They all yearned to know how the special forces would rescue the hostage. Watch closely, this is a rare experience, the chief said tensely. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, you might not see this again. Everyone nodded silently. Jia Peng looked at the door, his mouth twitching as he instinctively glanced back at Suchin. But all he saw was Suchin's clenched fist. Jia Peng sighed helplessly. Death it is then. He took a deep breath and strode through the doorway. Stop right there. Who said you could come in? The bandit yelled frantically from behind a table. Stop, I swear I'll detonate the bomb. Jia Peng halted instantly and said with a smile, Easy there, buddy. I'm here to negotiate. Negotiate my ass, the bandit roared. I want out. Get me a motorcycle now. A motorcycle? Jiapeng laughed heartily. I've got a jeep for you with a full tank of gas. It'll be here soon. The bandit froze, then bellowed. I said a motorcycle. I don't know how to drive a car. Jiapeng's mouth twitched. No problem. They'll find you a big motorcycle. It'll be here shortly. Then why aren't you moving? The bandit screeched. I want my motorcycle. Just then Su Chun waved his hand vigorously. Ma Xian and the other two detonated the explosives simultaneously before taking cover by the wall. Their technique was precise. All 4 bombs were set for controlled demolition. A thunderous roar erupted. For massive blasts tore through the walls of the small building, leaving gaping holes. Debris rained down like a storm, hurtling toward the center from all directions. Holy crap! The chief and officers outside stared in shock. So this was how special forces rescued people. Inside, before the bandit could react, a torrent of rocks pummeled him from every side, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Screw you all. We're going together, the bandit screamed hysterically as he came to. But just then 2 gunshots rang out. 2 bullets struck the bandit's arms with pinpoint accuracy from either side. He let out a pained shriek, and the rope he was holding fell to the ground. With a thud, Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong pounced on him like tigers descending a mountain. We got him! We got him! Wang Hai shouted excitedly. Su Chun holstered his gun and said smugly to Jiapeng, Old Jia, I told you it would be easy. Jiapeng, drenched in sweat, trudged toward them with a grimace. That was too close. If you'd been a second slower, he would have. Suddenly, he stepped on the rope the bandit had dropped. The rope tugged, pulling the fuse attached to the hostage. Damn it, they all yelled in unison. The bandit screamed, even louder, tears streaming down his face. Throw it away. Get rid of it. I don't want to die for a few $100. Su Chun lunged forward, snatching the explosive from the hostage. He sprinted toward the door, shouting, Everyone outside, clear out. I'm throwing the bomb. Move. Everyone move. The chief outside was terrified. Clear the area. It's going to blow. Get out of the way if you want to live. All the onlookers scrambled back in panic, chaos erupting outside. Su Chun stared at the explosive in his hands and yelled, Is everyone clear? I'm throwing it. With that, he hurled it with all his might and immediately dropped to the ground. A deafening blast shook the earth, the entire building trembling violently. Su Chun brushed the dust off his clothes and stood up with a long sigh. Old Jia, you nearly got us killed, he grumbled. Lucky that wasn't military grade, or we'd be dead. Jiapeng winced. I told you I'm just a desk jockey. I have no experience. Su Chun rolled his eyes. He wouldn't have sent Jiapeng in if it weren't an emergency. But it was clear that training was needed from now on. In his unit, there would be no desk jobs. Everyone would be a warrior. All right, take the bandit out. Get up. Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong hauled the bandit to his feet. The bandit was a mess of tears and snot. Thank you for saving me. I was so scared. Ma Xian and Jiapeng quickly escorted the terrified hostage out as well. Who knew if the place would collapse? Su Chun walked out cheerfully. Chief, the bandit's caught, and the hostage is safe. Mission accomplished. Suddenly, a group of soot-blackened figures approached, startling him. Wait. You look familiar. The chief opened his mouth, exhaling a puff of smoke, and glared at Su Chun. Comrade, were you aiming at me when you threw that? Su Chun was taken aback. Whoa, how did you end up like this? I told you to evacuate. The bomb was about to go off, so I had no choice. There should have been enough time. The chief shot him an exasperated look. We were busy evacuating civilians. They got away, but we didn't get far enough. You threw it way too fast. Do we look like well-trained soldiers who can run that fast? Another officer fumed. Good thing that explosive didn't have shrapnel, or we'd all be dead. Is this how your special forces rescue people? Su Chun gave an awkward smile. Sorry about that. It was just too urgent. If I hadn't thrown it, everyone inside would have died. But we're all guardians of the people. We should be ready to make sacrifices. Besides, I knew what I was doing. That was a civilian bomb, not that powerful. I had it under control. The chief snatched the gun from his hand in fury. If not for the successful rescue, he would have slapped Su Chun. Su Chun laughed heartily. Well, I'll leave the rest to you. We're pulling out. With that, he quickly led his team away. Those bastards are way too reckless. The chief fumed, his eyes blazing. By dusk, Su Chun and his 4 men arrived at the new camp on the grassland. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but the camp for dozens of kilometers. Halt! The guard at the gate stopped them. This is a restricted military area. Turn back. We're here to report in. Su Chun said with a smile, pulling out his ID. The others quickly did the same. The guard glanced at it and handed it to the platoon leader on duty. Su Chun, the platoon leader, looked up in surprise. The same Su Chun who blew up the chief's place in Zaga County. Holy crap! Su Chun's jaw dropped. Word travels that fast. The platoon leader chuckled, returned the IDs, and saluted. Comrade Lieutenant Colonel, Zaga County contacted our superiors and called ahead to report your rescue operation. Get inside. The brigade commander ordered that you report to him immediately upon arrival. Suchin rolled his eyes. Damn. I meant to do a good deed, but I messed up. This is going to be trouble. I meant to do a good deed, but I messed up. This is going to be trouble. The duty platoon leader dispatched a guard to escort Suchun and his men to report to the brigade commander. As they entered the military camp, they were immediately awestruck by the sight before them. Row upon row of the newest tanks stood like steel behemoths lined up in formation. Opposite them, a fleet of brand-new infantry fighting vehicles stared down the tanks with fierce intensity. Gazing across the field, the formation of steel torrents embodied a quintessentially masculine romance. The rugged contours and the gun barrels brimming with explosive power stirred an urgent desire to command these machines across the battlefield. Suchun and his team were overjoyed. Deputy Commander, we've truly come to the right place with you. Jia Peng wiped the drool from his mouth. This is absolutely a soldier's paradise. Ma Xian exclaimed excitedly. Every single infantry fighting vehicle here is the 86 model. They're far superior to our outdated relics. And the tanks are all 85s and 90s. Wang Hai said enthusiastically. Especially the 90 tank, renowned as the most powerful in the world. Look at that gun barrel, a 125mm smoothbore. I've heard one shot can take out a tank, a guaranteed kill. You seem to know quite a lot. The guard chuckled. Wang Hai lifted his chin proudly. Of course. Before we came, our deputy commander made us study numerous books. We can recite the parameters and performance of various weapons by heart. All we lack is practical experience. The guard shot a surprised glance at Suchun. Although Suchun had yet to arrive, thanks to Suja, his reputation had already spread throughout the base. From the brigade commander down to the lowest soldier, everyone knew that a deputy commander named Suchun was coming, and that he had secured his position through connections. For most here who relied on merit and had no backing, Suchun was synonymous with disgrace. In fact, many in the 1st Brigade had already agreed to expel this incompetent nepotistic trash as soon as possible. Yet the guard was puzzled. How could someone who got in through connections train such skilled subordinates? This didn't match the rumors at all. Suchun paid no attention to his expression. Seeing so many tanks and infantry fighting vehicles had already stirred his excitement. He laughed cheerfully. Did I bring you to a shabby place? But don't get too cocky. You need to familiarize yourselves with this new equipment as quickly as possible. I want us to become the best here in the shortest time. Yes, they chuckled. With you leading us, this is a piece of cake. The guard nearly choked. Damn, I'm still here. Can't you tone down the boasting? Is this extreme confidence or sheer stupidity? Everyone here is elite, far superior to you. You think you can be the best in the brigade? The guard rolled his eyes. It seemed the rumors were true. Suchun was an incompetent nepotistic hire, otherwise how could he be so ignorantly overconfident? And his soldiers seemed just as eccentric. We're here. The guard stopped in front of a 2-story building. This is the brigade headquarters. Suchun's jaw dropped. Isn't it too shabby? Even the despised 9th Brigade's headquarters was an impressive 10-story building. But this so-called world's best 1st Brigade headquarters looked like a fertilizer factory dormitory, the oldest kind. It hardly seemed like the world's best. The guard said irritably, Deputy Commander Su, our brigade is newly formed, and the camp hasn't been planned yet. This is just temporary. Oh, I see. Suchun laughed heartily. You scared me. I thought we were that poor. What if we can't pay salaries later? Exactly, that's a big issue. The others nodded in agreement. The guard was utterly speechless. These guys were definitely the strangest bunch. Everyone else here came for honor, but you're the first to think about salaries. Hurry in, the brigade commander is waiting. The guard pointed to an office on the 2nd floor. Suchun nodded and said to Jia Peng and the others, wait here for me. He'll be right back. Deputy Commander. Jia Peng quickly said, let's go together. That incident was a joint effort. If there's blame, we'll share it. The others nodded in agreement. Suchun shot them a look. Are you qualified to meet the brigade commander? Reporting the mission is my job as deputy commander. The 4 were speechless, but Suchun added, besides, if there's blame, I won't forget you. You want to take the fall. He'll make sure you carry the heaviest part of this burden. Don't worry. He laughed and ran inside. Jia Peng's eye twitched in frustration. Did I just say something unnecessary? The other 3 nodded emphatically. You really did. Report. Suchun shouted at the brigade commander's office door. Suchun reporting for duty. Come in. A voice filled with anger responded. Suchun stuck out his tongue and obediently pushed the door open. A stern-faced, dark-skinned senior colonel was leaning against his desk, glaring at Suchun. Suchun quickly saluted. Greetings, brigade commander. Suchun reporting for duty. Su Fei snorted coldly. You finally showed up. If you'd been any later, the 1st Brigade might have been disbanded before it was even formed. All because of you. Suchun chuckled dryly. Brigade commander, you know about my good deeds. That's just what a soldier should do. It's nothing really. Please don't give me any awards. Su Fei slammed his hand on the desk in rage. Awards, hey? You still want awards? He stormed up to Su Chun. Who told you not to report immediately upon arrival? Su Chun replied matter-of-factly, my reporting deadline is tomorrow noon. So I took them in to survey the surrounding terrain for future training. Su Fei nodded angrily. Fine, I'll let that slide. But who authorized you to rescue the hostages on your own? And impersonating special forces. The 1st Brigade has no special forces. When they called to ask, I was embarrassed to answer. How can you be so shameless? Su Chun said solemnly. Report when civilians' lives are threatened. Our primary duty as soldiers is to rescue them. That's our tradition, and it's what we must remember. That's why I resolutely went to save them. Besides, I once annihilated a special forces unit in an exercise. I'm better than them and more courageous. So calling me special forces isn't wrong. Su Fei's mouth hung open, speechless for a long time. He had imagined Su Chen's various reactions, self-blame, admitting fault, begging for mercy. But he never expected such a well-reasoned rebuttal. And damn it actually made sense, leaving him unable to scold him properly. After a long pause, Su Fei roared, Fine, you saved people. But why did you blow up their building? Do you know that Video Hall was the only entertainment center in Jiaga County, like a CBD in a big city? You destroyed it. How will they entertain themselves now? Su Fei sprayed spittle as he shouted. Don't people work hard every day? Is it wrong to want a place to relax? Did you have to blow up the whole building? Su Chen chuckled. Brigade Commander, I analyzed the situation, and my plan was the best option. We rescued all the hostages safely, didn't we? And we caught the criminals. Besides, I only blasted 4 holes. The building is still standing. But you still blew it up. Su Fei pointed at him furiously. And you blew up the police chief. What were you thinking, causing such a big mess as soon as you arrived? Are you deliberately trying to sabotage the formation of the 1st Brigade? Su Fei was genuinely angry. He had been a deputy brigade commander for years and finally had a chance to form the world's best unit, only for Su Chen to stir up trouble. This was a sure way to get him sent back. Brigade commander. Su Chen tried to explain, but Su Fei cut him off. Enough. Pack your things and go back where you came from. Su Fei glared at him. The 1st Brigade doesn't welcome those who got in through connections, nor those who caused trouble. Su Chun was stunned. He had thought that a scolding would be the worst of it. Yet to his surprise, Su Fei was playing it big and had directly told him to leave. It seems my father's propaganda was indeed effective and very convincing. Su Chen coughed dryly. Brigadier, regardless of how you perceive me, I am here under orders from my superiors. You need not worry about that. Su Fei stared at him coldly. The vehicle is ready for you. Just leave. I will report to the higher-ups. Su Chen stared at him. I want to hear it directly from the higher-ups after all. Su Chun. Su Fei glared at him icily. I am the brigadier here. Everything here is under my command. I say you go and you obey the order promptly. As a soldier, don't you understand even this much? Su Chen stared at him for a long moment, and Su Fei glared back without flinching. Suja had spread the rumors through Su Fei's superiors, so Su Fei was utterly convinced that Su Chun had used connections to get in. Even before Su Chen arrived, he had been plotting ways to get rid of him. Su Chen's recent stunt had conveniently played right into his hands. All right. Su Chen knew he couldn't fight the higher authority and could only nod in agreement. After all, he was merely a deputy regiment commander. Openly defying orders would give Su Fei the right to arrest him. But Comrade Brigadier, I must warn you. It's easy for me to leave, but getting me back won't be so simple. Su Chen smiled. Su Fei snorted coldly. Rest assured, our 1st Brigade only wants elites and talents, not those who rely on connections. I'd burn incense to the heavens if you left. With that said, Su Chun had nothing more to add. He saluted and turned to leave. Downstairs, Jia Peng and the others immediately surrounded him. Deputy Commander, how did it go? Did he give you an earful? Before Su Chen could speak, a military vehicle roared towards them. It screeched to a halt just 3 meters away, startling everyone. What kind of driving is that? Can you drive or not? If not, go back to driving school. Are you trying to kill someone? Don't you know this is the deputy commander? Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong shouted in anger. A head popped out from the driver's seat. The driver chuckled. Sorry about that, folks. I'm under the brigadier's orders to take you to the airport. Don't worry, the tickets are on us. Jia Peng and the others looked at Su Chun in shock. Deputy Commander, what? What does he mean? Su Chen shrugged. They think I got in through the back door and don't want me. I'm being sent packing. What? The 4 of them were so stunned their eyes nearly popped out. Are you kidding me? Ma Xian said angrily. You defeated that advanced combined brigade with just 1 battalion. If that's called using connections, then everyone else here must have begged on their knees to get in. Wang Hai was furious. This is too much. They're bullying the new guys looking down on us from the southeast. Zhao Xiaodong was indignant. We just saved someone. With such a great achievement, who here can compare to us? Jia Peng rolled up his sleeves. Deputy Commander, we can't leave, so humiliated. We should report them. Su Chun waved his hand with a smile. Forget it. Actually, I never wanted to come here in the first place. Since he wants me gone, I'm happy to go back to the southeast. He looked at them. Don't you want to return to the 9th Brigade? The four exchanged glances, smiles spreading across their faces. You have a point. The 9th Brigade is our home. They don't want us here, but the 9th Brigade will welcome us back. Exactly, the 9th Brigade is about to be restructured, and there will be plenty of new equipment. With your connections, Deputy Commander, our gear will definitely be just as good as theirs. Deputy Commander, let's go back and not take their crap. Su Chun glanced back at Su Fei's office, a relaxed smile on his face. Let's go home. Home. The others cheered and ran towards the off-road vehicle. The driver was speechless. They were being sent away, and they were this happy. What a bunch of weirdos. Su Fei stood by the window watching the military vehicle leave the camp, a relaxed smile also spreading across his face. Finally got rid of that guy with connections. He stretched comfortably. Brigadier. Deputy Brigadier Qin Tian frowned. Isn't this a bit too hasty? He was specially approved by the higher-ups. Letting him go like this, could it? Su Fei waved his hand with a smile. Old Qin, don't worry. That kid caused a huge mess in Jiaga County, and they've already filed a complaint with me. For such a big incident, even a major demerit would be justified. I'm just sending him away, which is perfectly reasonable. He said with a grin, I'll report to the higher-ups. I'm sure they'll have nothing to say. Qin Tian grimaced. But his father is a commander. I'm worried you've stirred up a hornet's nest that could harm your career. Su Fei waved dismissively. I joined the army for the country and the people, not to kowtow to anyone. Even if this is my last stop, as long as I can make the 1st Brigade truly the best in the world, what does it matter? Qin Tian sighed. Having worked with him for half a month, he knew Su Fei's character well. He knew further persuasion was futile. Su Fei patted his shoulder. All right, stop overthinking. I've been the deputy brigadier for years anyway. The worst they can do is demote me. But getting rid of that rotten apple is my contribution to the 1st Brigade. Don't forget, we're called Dragon's Fang. As its leaders, we have to live up to that name. All right. Qin Tian nodded. I support you unconditionally. Su Fei smiled. Could go get some rest early. The last batch of personnel arrives tomorrow, and we need to start the integration training. We have to build combat effectiveness next. There's a lot to do. Understood. Qin Tian saluted. The next morning, Su Fei rose early. Although not everyone had arrived, the 1st Brigade's training schedule was fully in place. From morning drills to evening exercises, Su Fei had packed the timetable. After a quick wash, he heard the resonant shouts of the morning exercises outside. Dressing himself, he headed to the office to finalize the training plan. Once everyone arrived today, he could assign the tasks after the mobilization meeting. Just as he stepped out, he nearly collided with his adjutant. What's the rush? Su Fei glared at him impatiently. The adjutant immediately saluted. Brigadier, there's a crowd of people at the camp gate. Su Fei was taken aback. Who? The adjutant replied. It's the leaders from Jiaga County and Hulun City. Su Fei frowned. Damn it, that bastard Su Chun leaves, and I have to clean up his mess. He took a deep breath. Call the deputy brigadier. We'll go apologize together. Brigadier. The adjutant said awkwardly. I think you've misunderstood. They're not here to start trouble. They've come to present a pennant, and to specifically thank Su Chun. What? Su Fei was completely stunned. Su Chun bombed them, and they're here to thank him. Su Fei swiftly led Qin Tian and his group to the entrance of the camp. A crowd was immediately taken aback. Why are there so many people? Su Fei observed the throng outside, which numbered at least 200. Qin Tian chuckled bitterly. Commander, you might have misjudged Su Chun. How is that possible? Su Fei twitched his lips. He blew them up. It's that simple. How could I misunderstand? He took a deep breath and strode towards the crowd. Everyone, this is our commander, Su. The duty squad leader at the entrance quickly introduced as Su Fei approached. Commander Su. A middle-aged man came over with a smile and shook Su Fei's hand. I am Lei Lichuan, the vice mayor of Hulun City. Welcome to our garrison. To be honest, I only found out yesterday that you all were coming here. It was my negligence. Su Fei politely replied, You're too kind. We are here on a special mission, so we need to keep a low profile. Right, I won't pry, ha ha. Lei Lichuan laughed heartily. However, I still need to thank you all. If it weren't for your comrades, Jiaga County would have suffered greatly yesterday. Su Fei's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Oh, were they really here to express gratitude? On behalf of Hulun City and the people of Jiaga County, I'm here to express our gratitude to you and Comrade Su. Come. Lei Lichuan waved. The director of Jiaga immediately brought a banner, smiling as he approached. Commander Su, where is Comrade Su? I want to present it to him personally. The director said enthusiastically. He is our benefactor in Jiaga County. Oh, please bring him here. Su Fei looked at the 4 large characters People's Guardian written on the banner and felt utterly lost. He awkwardly smiled. Su Chun has something to attend to and can't make it for now. What a pity. The director sighed, nodding towards the residents behind him. These are all residents living near the video hall. They came to thank Comrade Su. If they can't see him, they will be disappointed. Alas, Lei Lichuan said, the army has its own matters, we shouldn't force it. Yes. The director nodded. Saying this, he handed the banner to Su Fei. Please give this to Comrade Su on our behalf and inform him that we in Jiaka County will award him. He is a hero of ours. Su Fei was utterly dazed, holding the banner, unsure whether to thank them or not. He could only smile wryly and ask, Comrades, may I ask? Didn't you all say yesterday that Su Chun was reckless, damaging residents' property and even injured you? How come today? The director laughed heartily. Commander Su, you must have misunderstood. Yesterday, I made the call. Oh, I was just stating the facts. He sighed. To be honest, I was a bit angry yesterday. Who would be happy being blown up? However, he said gratefully, last night we studied it thoroughly. If the explosives that the bandit was tied to had detonated, not only would the entire video hall have been destroyed, but all 17 hostages inside would have perished as well. Additionally, the nearby residential houses were very close. There was even a gas station nearby. If it had exploded, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Comrade Su's actions at that moment were indeed the most correct. He saved the lives of at least 300 people, and we have no way of estimating the property loss. Lei Lichuan added, the captured bandit had severe manic symptoms. To put it plainly, he was insane. If Comrade Su hadn't handled it in time, by the time our reinforcements arrived, who knows what would have happened. He chuckled. In any case, Comrade Su has made a great contribution this time. To show our gratitude, our city has specially allocated 300,000 as a consolation fund. He took a check from his secretary and handed it to Su Fei. Commander Su, we are poor here. I don't think it's too little. Su Fei was dumbfounded, holding the check with his head buzzing. Right now his mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts. Su Chen had performed well. Why didn't they mention it earlier? Why did they use such a tone yesterday? Qin Tian noticed Su Fei's grim expression and hurriedly said, Vice Mayor Lei, don't be so polite. Saving lives is what we should do. Plus, didn't Su Chun damage public property? This money. The director quickly waved his hand. That's all minor. It was just 4 holes. We can turn them into windows. The residents are quite happy. They couldn't smoke inside before, but now with the 4 new holes they can smoke freely. Ha! Su Fei nearly spat out blood. Oh, what the hell was this? Back at the brigade headquarters, Su Fei collapsed onto the sofa. Qin Tian awkwardly asked while holding the banner, Commander, should we hang this? Su Fei looked at the banner with disdain. Just find a place to hang it up. Sighed. Qin Tian nodded and then asked, what about Su Chun? Forget it. Su Fei said helplessly, he's gone or it's too late to chase him now. I'll report to the higher-ups later. Just then the phone suddenly rang. Su Fei quickly answered, hello, I am Su Fei. Su Fei, now that you are a commander, do you think having power has changed your temper? A furious voice came from the other end. You dare to let someone from the headquarters, specially dispatched from the southeast, turn back? Do you want to go to heaven? Su Fei's head buzzed. He hadn't expected things to reach Luo Bing so quickly. If I had known that Jiaka County had this attitude towards Su Chun, I would never have let Su Chun go yesterday. Leader, I didn't clarify things at the time, so. Shut up, Luo Bing said impatiently. Do you know how difficult it was for me to bring him here? This kid Su Chun is a tactical talent and a genius in psychology. I had to withstand a lot of pressure to get him. And you, as soon as the talent arrives, you let him leave. Are you trying to make me lose face, or are you trying to form your own little clique? This was a serious accusation. Of forming cliques was strictly forbidden in the military, and it was a major taboo. Su Fei hurriedly said, Leader, you misunderstand. I heard that this kid came in through connections, so. What do you think? Luo Bing snorted coldly. Do you not know the nature of the 1st Brigade? The headquarters has high hopes for it, and do you think they wouldn't vet the people they send? Su Fei's face turned crimson, and he couldn't say a word. Su Fei, I'm telling you, find that person back for me immediately. Luo Bing roared. If he returns to his old unit, I might not even be able to get him back. At that time, you'll be packing your things, and leaving. The army doesn't need a commander who disobeys orders, and the 1st Brigade certainly doesn't need one. Yes. After hanging up, Qin Tian hurriedly asked, what did the leader say? Su Fei grimaced. Don't ask. Let's hurry and see where Su Chen went. Qin Tian stammered. He should still be at the airport. There are few flights here, only 2 at 10 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon. Immediately notify the airport, don't let him fly. Su Fei shouted urgently. Also contact the police and stop Su Chun. After saying that, he grabbed his clothes and ran outside. Commander, where are you going? Qin Tian shouted. Where am I going? To pick someone up. Oh, where else can I go? Su Fei replied irritably. If I can't bring him back, I'll really have to leave. After saying that, Su Fei dashed downstairs. Qin Tian stood there dazed. If I had known it would come to this, why bother back then? What the hell is this? After saying that, Su Fei dashed downstairs. Qin Tian stood there dazed. If I had known it would come to this, why bother back then? What the hell is this? After saying that, Su Fei dashed downstairs. Qin Tian stood there dazed. If I had known it would come to this, why bother back then? What the hell is this? At the airport security checkpoint, Su Chun and his group were stopped by a group of police officers. Why aren't you letting us board? Jia Peng said irritably. Is it the tickets or our IDs that are wrong? Exactly, you're being utterly unreasonable. Ma Xian said coldly. We have urgent tasks. If you delay us, can you bear the responsibility? The lead officer gave an awkward, bitter smile. My apologies, comrades. I don't want to stop you either, but I've received orders. I have no choice. Please rest in the lounge for a while. We've prepared tea. This way, please, the officer said, politely gesturing. Su Chun, observing their demeanor, had already guessed what was happening. They didn't want him to leave again. He smiled faintly. Officer, I'm sorry, but you have your orders, and I have mine. According to regulations, you cannot detain us without an official order. Otherwise, you'll face serious consequences. Even if your superior comes, they can't bear that responsibility. The officer looked on the verge of tears. His superiors had ordered him to find a way to keep them there, but Su Chun was correct. Forcibly detaining them would be no joke. He might even lose his badge. He clasped his hands together. Comrade, I'm begging you. Just stay for 15 minutes, or even 10. At least it shows I tried and my superiors won't blame me. Please, I beg you. I'm not having it easy either. You're not having it easy. Do you think we are? Wang Hai said, fuming. Move aside now. Don't hinder our return to duty. The plane won't wait. The plane has been delayed, specifically waiting for you, the officer said with a grin. Everything's fine. Jia Peng and the others immediately looked at Su Chun. Su Chun took a deep breath. Comrade, you've already held us for 10 minutes. Your mission is accomplished. I've given you plenty of face. If you don't let us go now, we'll have to report this. Then you'll definitely be in serious trouble. The officer grabbed his hand. Comrade, just another 10 minutes, just 10. Just as Su Chun was about to shake off his hand, a shout came from behind. Su Chun, Su Chun. The officer saw several soldiers rushing over and was overjoyed. All right, my task is done. Comrade, you're out of my hands now. He quickly waved and led his men away. This was no joke. He still had his career to think about. Without turning around, Su Chun recognized the voice as Su Fei's. He snorted coldly and strode inside. Jia Peng and the others also lifted their chins proudly and followed closely behind. Su Fei sprinted over at full speed, vaulting over the railing to block Su Chun. Hey, you punk. Can't you hear me calling you? Su Fei panted heavily. Oh, isn't this Brigade Commander Su? Su Chun chuckled. What did you come to see me off specially? I, a backdoor recruit, don't deserve such an honor. Su Fei's mouth twitched. This kid was deliberately rubbing salt in the wound. He slapped Su Chun on the shoulder, trying to steady his breath. Su Chun, I didn't have the full picture yesterday. Su Fei forced a smile. I wronged you. I apologize. Come on, head back with me. The last batch of people arrived today. You're the only ones missing. He reached for Su Chun's bag, but Su Chun stepped back and Su Fei grabbed nothing. What's wrong? Su Fei laughed awkwardly. Still angry. We're grown men, don't be so petty. Su Chun smiled. Brigade Commander Su, I wouldn't dare be angry with you. But I must follow your orders. You told me to go back. I've already bought my tickets and notified my old unit. My former commander has prepared a welcome banquet. I can't delay any longer. Su Fei's hands trembled with anger. He knew Su Chun was deliberately being difficult, but there was no help for it. He was the one who had driven the man away. Su Chun, let bygones be bygones. I've already apologized. Su Fei said seriously. Higher command assigned you to the 1st Brigade. How can you just leave? Come back with me now. Su Chun looked surprised. But you're the brigade commander. You issued a new order which overrides the previous one. As a soldier, I must obey. That's what you said. Su Fei was left speechless. Jia Peng and the others struggled to suppress their laughter. They all knew Su Chun. Even the commander dared to argue with him, and he always had reason on his side. It's easier to send a god away than to invite one. Su Chun wouldn't compromise so easily. Su Fei's mouth twitched. If it were anyone else, he would have lost his temper long ago. But Luo Bing had given him strict orders, and he had finally gotten this opportunity. He couldn't give up. He smiled bitterly. Now I revoke that order. Is that all right? Come back with me quickly. There are so many people watching. Su Chun took another step back, his expression serious. An order can't be revoked just like that. Changing orders at a whim is a major taboo. Su Fei was again at a loss for words. Moreover, since your order has taken effect, I am no longer your subordinate. Su Chun said with an easy smile. If you want to give me another order, you'll need higher command to issue it. Only then can I obey a new directive. Su Fei's head was spinning from Su Chun's clever reasoning. He regretted it deeply. Why had he been so hasty and loose-lipped last night? If he had known this would happen, he should have reported to his superiors first before making a decision. Brigade Commander Su, if there's nothing else, I need to catch my flight. Su Chun said, smiling as he moved forward. Su Fei quickly blocked him, his face flushed with frustration. In all his years as deputy brigade commander, he had never felt so humiliated. Su Chun, my deputy regiment commander Su. Su Fei grabbed him with a bitter smile. I came here sincerely to apologize. The 1st Brigade truly needs a talent like you. Tell me, what conditions do you want to stay? He'll agree to all of them. Really? Su Chun grinned at him. Brigade commander, a gentleman's word is his bond. You can't go back on it. Su Fei was stunned. So this bastard had never intended to leave, he was just waiting for this moment. But the words were already out, and he couldn't take them back. Besides, Luo Bing had given strict orders to keep Su Chun. Su Fei took a deep breath and nodded in frustration. Name them. Su Chun chuckled. Since the brigade commander is so considerate, I want stand on ceremony. Su Fei was so angry he could curse. As if your attitude showed any intention of being polite. First, the 4 men I brought cannot be separated from me. Su Chun said with a smile. I'm used to working with them. They're convenient. Su Fei glanced at Jiao Peng and the others, who immediately puffed out their chests. Fine, no problem. Su Fei nodded. Second, Su Chun continued. I will arrange their positions. That won't do. Su Fei straightened up. Position assignments must. Then I'll leave, Su Chun said, looking at him. Su Fei swallowed the rest of his words and helplessly raised his hand for him to continue. Su Chun smiled. I won't make any unreasonable demands. He pointed at Jiao Peng. This man was my political instructor. It's not too much to make him a battalion commander, is it? And this one? He pointed at Ma Xian. He was my reconnaissance company commander. He's excellent at his job. Giving him the reconnaissance company is a normal transfer. As for these 2, he pointed at Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong. They distinguished themselves last time and are highly skilled. I've already applied to higher command for their promotion. Can they temporarily serve as platoon leaders? Wang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong lifted their heads excitedly. If they were still in the 9th Brigade, they would have to remain as squad leaders. It was good to follow Su Chun. They were already enjoying platoon leader treatment ahead of time. Su Chun looked at Su Fei, whose face had darkened. Also, I'm good at unconventional tactics. So during exercises, I need a certain degree of autonomy. You must agree to this, or it will limit my abilities, and staying here would be meaningless. Su Fei nearly spat blood. From the sound of it, this deputy regiment commander wanted to replace the regiment commander himself. This guy was rebellious to the core. Brigade commander, if this is difficult for you, then I'll take my leave. Su Chun sighed. It seems we are not fated. After I return, I will report truthfully to my superiors. It is because you are too upright and dislike backdoor dealings that you sent me away. You have no selfish motives. As he spoke, Su Chun reached for his luggage again. Su Fei slammed a hand down in fury. Can't you stay still? Did I say anything? He was nearly exploding with rage. If Su Chun reported that way, he would be finished for sure. Luo Bing had said that Su Chun wasn't using connections, but relying on his own abilities, though Su Fei didn't believe it. But now there was no way he could let him leave. Su Chun blinked at him. Su Fei suppressed the fire in his heart, forcing a smile onto his face. His voice dropped an octave as he spoke gently. Xiao Su, I find your request quite reasonable. No problem, I'll give you a chance. Our brigade's next task is an exercise. If you perform outstandingly, I'll agree to all the conditions you just raised. Su Chun chuckled. This guy had 1,000 schemes in his belly. He was still trying to outmaneuver him, not willing to commit without seeing results. Su Chun smiled and nodded. Good. Thank you, Brigade Commander, for the opportunity. Just as Su Fei was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Su Chun spoke again. However, my conditions must be implemented first. My. Su Fei's eyes widened again. Su Chun quickly added, if I perform poorly in the upcoming exercise, you can revoke all my requests at any time, and I will have no complaints. Su Fei took a few deep breaths. The priority now was to get Su Chun back. As for later, there would be plenty of opportunities. All right, deal. Su Fei nodded. What are you standing around for? Su Chun turned. Thank you, Brigade Commander. Jiao Peng and the other 3 quickly saluted. Thank you, Brigade Commander. Su Fei's mouth twitched. In this first confrontation with Su Chun, he had suffered a crushing defeat. He must find a way to save face later, or he would truly be controlled by a subordinate. He let go of the luggage in exasperation. Go, let's head back. Yes. Su Chun saluted cheerfully. In the northeast, the wind howled coldly over a land of ice and snow. A Mengshi vehicle fitted with snow chains crunched over the frozen ground, coming to a steady halt before a Gothic-style building. Su Ming jumped out and dashed quickly into the building, where a warm current enveloped him. Hey, Division Commander Su, why aren't you wearing your coat? The adjutant laughed. It must be minus 26 degrees out there. Don't catch a cold. Su Ming waved a hand. It's fine. My troops are on an emergency field exercise. I ran 30 kilometers with them, so I'm still warm. By the way, where's the old man? Right here. Suja walked out carrying 2 cups of tea. Su Ming immediately went over and saluted. Commander. Suja nodded, looking him over with satisfaction. You're starting to look like me when I was young. But how many times have I told you don't call me commander at home? Yes, Dad. Su Ming cheerfully took the tea. It's just a habit. I'm afraid if I slip up you'll hit me. Suja glared at him. Am I that fierce? Your mother says I'm very gentle. Su Ming rolled his eyes thinking you have no idea what you're really like. How can you take that nonsense seriously? He cleared his throat. Dad, why did you suddenly call for me? My troops are still in the field. Suja waved a hand. You're this busy just after becoming a division commander. What will happen when you're a corps commander? Don't you even have time to eat? Neither of us has come home for dinner in half a month. Su Ming gave an awkward smile. Having just been promoted, he wanted to familiarize himself with the work. Looking at Suja's white hair, he sighed softly. This was a military family. Their hearts were all with the troops, neglecting their closest family. This was their shared pain. By the way, Suja crossed his legs. Find a deputy regimental position in your unit. In a while Xiao Chun will be coming over. Su Ming was taken aback. What? Wasn't Xiao Chun transferred to the 1st Brigade? Suja chuckled. I used some methods. That boy won't last long there, they'll make him leave. Then you'll take him in and train him well. Su Ming was speechless. He knew his father's methods all too well. They were absolutely despicable. It's really tough being your son, Su Ming lamented. Suja sat up straight. What is being my son a grievance to you? Su Ming quickly waved his hands in fright. No. I mean we have to be exceptional or we'll embarrass you. It's too exhausting. Exhaustion is right. Suja snorted. Comfort is reserved for the dead. Our Su family is born for the military and the people. None of you will have an easy life. When Xiao Chen arrives, don't show any favoritism. Train him hard. Suja huffed. That boy inherited some of my cunning, but he relies on it too much. If it's not corrected in time, it will cause trouble later. I'm entrusting this task to you. You must complete it satisfactorily. Su Ming nodded with a bitter smile, sighing inwardly. Xiao Chen, the old man still loves you too much. The more he loves you, the more unlucky you'll be. Your brother feels sorry for you. Brigade Commander, I protest, I won't accept this. In the brigade headquarters, Regiment Commander Wang Changjiang slammed the table in anger. This is openly bowing to the powerful and helping Su Chun through the back door. Why does he get a position arranged in advance when no one else does? Why does he have to come under me and take away my authority? Which regiment commander has to endure such humiliation? Wang Changjiang shouted furiously, I won't accept it. I will never bow to someone who uses connections. Bang! Su Fei slammed his hand on the table, startling Wang Changjiang. You're humiliated. I'm even more humiliated than you. Su Fei panted heavily. He had never agreed to such unreasonable conditions in his life. But he had made the promise first, and even his scheming couldn't back out. Now he was angrier than anyone. Wang Changjiang muttered, if you don't agree, just say so. No need to shout so scarily. Su Fei glared at him in irritation. Qin Tian quickly stepped in to mediate. Regiment Commander Wang, please say no more. The brigade commander is more troubled than anyone right now. Wang Changjiang grew more agitated. Can't we just get rid of this connection? Qin Tian smiled bitterly. The brigade commander tried his best. He had already driven him away, but then a call from higher-ups forced him to invite him back. There's no way around it. Wang Changjiang clicked his tongue. Such a big background. Qin Tian sighed. The leadership said he's a talent, so they wanted him back. Talent my foot. Wang Changjiang was unconvinced. How old is he to be a deputy regiment commander? Some of the company commanders here are older than him. If he's not using connections, then who is he? Wang Changjiang huffed. I've asked around. Everyone here went through strict screening and has years of experience to be selected. But him, he comes through connections. How unfair is that to us? Su Fei said in exasperation. How much do you know about him? To be honest, I don't know much about any of you either. You're all from different theaters bound by confidentiality. I have no idea what any of you have done. So stop complaining about your deputy regiment commander. What I need is unity, not infighting. Wang Changjiang had nothing left to say. Su Fei took a few deep breaths, then stood up. All right, no more talk about Su Chun. I've made an agreement with him. If he can't deliver later, they'll kick him out. But for now, this is a crucial period for our brigade's growth. If the 1st Brigade can't develop as headquarters demands, well, I'll be out. Understand? Yes. Wang Changjiang nodded solemnly. Su Fei clenched his fists tightly. Although the 1st Brigade had been established, it was only temporary for now. In essence, they were a pilot unit. If it didn't work out, they could be disbanded at any time. Headquarters wouldn't waste money on an ineffective unit. So there was still a long road ahead. Let's go meeting. Su Fei strode out. Upon receiving the order, Su Chun immediately followed the guard and dashed toward the meeting room. The so-called meeting room was nothing more than the dining hall of the canteen. After all, the 1st Brigade had just been established, lacking everything, with only the dining area being somewhat spacious. By the time Su Chun arrived, nearly all officers at the company level and above were present. Most of them cast cold glances at him before quickly averting their eyes. Su Chun rolled his eyes. It seemed the entire brigade had bought into his father's rumor. He truly felt like suing his own father for such defamation. Deputy Commander over here. Zhao Peng waved cheerfully. Su Chun tried to squeeze through the crowd, but unexpectedly everyone parted ways as if avoiding a plague clearing a path for him. A few even deliberately displayed looks of disgust. Su Chun, unbothered, clasped his hands behind his back, slowed his pace, and grinned at the crowd. Comrades, you've worked hard. Not bad at all. Those who made way were fuming, their eyes blazing with anger. Did he think he was some high-ranking official? Su Chun walked to a corner where Ma Xian immediately prepared a folding stool for him. Deputy Commander, bear with it. This is the treatment we get, Zhao Peng said with a bitter smile. I've asked around. There's a rumor that you got in through connections, that you're incompetent and especially fond of seizing power and giving reckless orders. So nobody wants anything to do with you. Ma Xian grimaced. Even we're seen as your cronies and no one talks to us. Su Chen's mouth twitched. Dad, oh dad, you're ruthless, setting me up for a fall. It suddenly dawned on him that his demand for authority from Su Fei had only proven the rumor true. No wonder Su Fei grew angrier every time he looked at him. Fine dad, you win. Su Chen fumed. Holding me back, are you? Just wait. Don't let me run into you, or I'll show you who's the boss. Attention! A loud shout rang out, and everyone sprang to their feet. Su Fei, with a stern face, strode in briskly, accompanied by Qin Tian and the chief of staff. He saluted everyone and said, at ease. With a whoosh, they all sat down in perfect unison. Su Chun nodded inwardly. It seemed what Luo Bing had told him was true. Those assigned to the 1st Brigade were indeed elites. These were all officers, not ordinary soldiers, who had their discipline monitored daily. To achieve such uniformity meant they held themselves to high standards. Looks like I've come to the right place. Su Chen smiled faintly. This is where it gets interesting. As a supreme master, mingling with second-rate talents would have been dull. Only among elites could his abilities truly shine. Su Fei lowered his arm, but remained standing. His sharp gaze swept over the crowd as he spoke steadily. Welcome to the 1st Brigade. Allow me to introduce myself. I am your brigade commander, Su Fei. This is Deputy Commander Qin Tian, and this is Chief of Staff, Zhao Tianhe. Qin Tian and Zhao Tianhe immediately rose and saluted. Su Fei gestured for them to sit, and continued, I know that each of you here is an elite from various theaters. Moreover, you've spent the past few years studying Western combat models and have achieved results, which is why headquarters sent you here. Su Chen glanced around, mildly surprised. So these were officers with progressive ideas. His interest in the 1st Brigade grew. Su Fei said gravely, though you're elites, that's nothing special. I can tell you responsibly that the 1st Brigade, including all of us, is only temporarily here. Headquarters' goal is for us to forge this brigade into the Army's whetstone. If we fail, there's no need for us to stay. Then we'll all have to return to our original posts. A glint of determination flashed in everyone's eyes. Before arriving, they were the pride of their old units, sent off with envious gazes. To slink back in defeat would shatter their pride and honor. Only Su Chun felt differently, basking in elation. Being the Army's whetstone meant a chance to teach his father a lesson. The thought thrilled him. Su Fei's gaze landed on Su Chun, noticing the smirk on his face. It took all his restraint not to lose his temper. How could anyone find humor in such a grave, daunting situation? He took a deep breath and looked away to calm himself. So our task is heavy. Headquarters has given us only 3 months for integration. After that, we'll face an assessment. If we perform well, proving we deserve to be the whetstone, the 1st Brigade will be officially established and we'll receive a designated area to build our base. We'll become the Army's first blue force. Fierce battle intent blazed on every face. In martial arts, there's no second place. Soldiers live for combat, and no one backs down from a fight. Su Fei nodded in satisfaction. 3 months is short. Though headquarters has provided us with ample equipment, we still lag behind some ace units. They have Type 96 tanks, and some even have the latest upgraded versions. Their infantry fighting vehicles are more advanced too. So, I need everyone to pool their wisdom, leverage your expertise, and propose good ideas. Let's become the true best in the world in 3 months, living up to the codename Dragon Fong that headquarters has given us. Do you have confidence? Yes, they roared in unison. Excellent. Su Fei finally cracked a smile. I served as deputy commander for 7 years and haven't been home in 7 years. My own child doesn't recognize me now. I know many of you are in the same boat, having given everything to the military. He said sternly, so endure 3 more months. Deliver a satisfactory report to headquarters and the people. At least that way we won't have wasted our youth. Su Chen's expression shifted slightly. When he first met Su Fei, he found him overly dogmatic and somewhat cold. But now he saw a truly pure soldier. The purer the soldier, the less tolerance for flaws. His impression of Su Fei improved considerably. Yet his own image in others' eyes would likely remain tarnished for a while. Su Fei declared, Dragon Fong is the nation's sharp blade, the people's guardian sword. I won't say much else, just the practical. The harder we fight, the faster other units improve. The more we win, the more funding we get, and the quicker our equipment upgrades. Dragon Fong must be the best in the world. Everyone rose in unison. Best in the world. Best in the world. Su Fei nodded approvingly, but his gaze fell on Su Chen again. Seeing the man's serious expression, he felt a twinge of unease. I hope this rotten apple shows its flaws soon and leaves before spoiling the whole barrel. The meeting ended and the crowd dispersed in small groups. Su Fei's words had injected a dose of adrenaline, igniting everyone's fervor. Some were already eagerly discussing the future. Deputy Commander. Jia Peng hesitated. Things are going to be tough for us. Ma Xian nodded. They're so united, clearly leaving us out. What should we do? Su Chen smiled. Don't worry. Your deputy commander never plays by the rules. If they want to include us, we'll do our own thing. Once the exercise begins, he'll find a way for us to make a big move. The two men broke into knowing grins. We believe you. You're full of tricks. Su Chen. Suddenly a cold voice rang out. Su Chen turned to see a graying colonel approaching with a grim face. He was a thoroughbred soldier, and the purer the soldier, the less tolerance for flaws. But his own image in others' eyes would likely remain tarnished for a while. Su Fei declared, Dragon Fong is the nation's sharp blade, the people's guardian sword. Su Fei declared, Dragon Fong is the nation's sharp blade, the people's guardian sword. Su Fei declared, Dragon Fong is the nation's sharp blade, the people's guardian sword. The colonel walked up to Su Chen and cut straight to the point. I am Wang Changjiang, commander of the 1st Regiment, and your superior. Greetings, Commander. Su Chen quickly saluted. I've been assigned under your command. I'll need your guidance in the future. Wang Changjiang frowned slightly. The tone struck him as somewhat unprofessional. Guidance is hardly the word. Let's coordinate our work and make the 1st Regiment better. Wang Changjiang said coldly. Su Chen offered a faint smile. Well said, Commander. Enhancing our regiment's combat effectiveness and ensuring the troops are mobile and battle-ready. That's the top priority. Wang Changjiang was slightly taken aback. Su Chen's words resonated with him. Introduce yourself. Wang Changjiang said. I served as deputy commander of a tank regiment in the Central Theater Command for 3 years, then as commander for another 3. This is a lateral transfer, and I specialize in armored warfare. Su Chen also straightened his expression. I graduated from the National Defense University's Strategic Studies Department and have been with the Army for a year. I've served as company commander and battalion commander. I've participated in numerous exercises and specialize in combined arms operations. Wang Changjiang's jaw dropped in astonishment. You're a top graduate from the National Defense University. He looked Su Chen up and down in surprise, a flicker of wonder in his eyes. The National Defense University was the highest institution for military talent in the Army system. Every graduate from there was an outstanding young elite. Wang Changjiang himself had risen from the ranks of enlisted soldiers and had only attended the Army University for 3 years. But compared to the prestige of the National Defense University, it fell far short. Its faculty resources, funding, and academic focus were beyond what the Army University could offer. Su Chen smiled faintly. I wouldn't call myself a top graduate, but I've absorbed plenty of theoretical knowledge. As Master Wang Yangming said, knowledge and action must be united. After a year at the grassroots level, I've managed to integrate it all quite well. Wang Changjiang began to see Su Chen in a new light. No one who graduated from the National Defense University could be a fool. But why did they say he got in through connections? That doesn't add up. Wang Changjiang was puzzled, though his expression had softened from its earlier sternness. Xiao Su, to be honest, in all my years of service, I've never seen a deputy commander as young as you. Wang Changjiang said. Truth be told, when the brigade commander assigned you as my deputy, I was quite resistant. Because I thought you were here through connections. Su Chen looked awkward. He didn't know how to respond to such bluntness. But he appreciated Wang Changjiang's straightforward, no-nonsense personality. It was fitting for a soldier. Commander, I know the rumors about me in the brigade, and I don't want to explain myself too much. Su Chen said seriously. Whether I'm a horse or a mule, a walk will tell. Whether I have real skill or got here through connections, 3 months will reveal the truth. Could I like that? Wang Changjiang laughed heartily. Like Su Fei, he was a soldier through and through, pure and simple. He appreciated Su Chen's character. Since we've cleared the air, I won't hold back. Wang Changjiang fixed his gaze on Su Chen. Even though you're a top graduate from the National Defense University, I'm not convinced of your abilities yet. Jia Peng and the others exchanged glances, thinking this was an immediate show of authority. Su Chen smiled faintly. I understand. But let me state my position. No matter what others think of me, I will do what I must. The higher-ups trusted me enough to send me here, and I won't betray that trust. Wang Changjiang laughed heartily. This attitude suited his temperament. How about this? Wang Changjiang said. I'll put the 1st Battalion and the Reconnaissance Company under your command. You can train them separately. First, it won't interfere with my training of the rest of the regiment. Second ITLL, let me see if you're truly qualified to be deputy commander. I obey the order. Su Chen saluted. This was exactly what he needed. Rather than being constrained by others, he preferred to train his own unit. It wasn't that he looked down on Wang Changjiang. Wang Changjiang must have had his merits to be posted here. But Su Chen understood the current state of the military. Most officers still clung to outdated combat doctrines. Even with some breakthroughs, limited equipment made significant progress difficult. If he had to train alongside Wang Changjiang, he feared the commander might hold him back. Wang Changjiang patted him cheerfully. I hope you're truly capable. I don't want a useless partner. With that, he walked away with his hands behind his back, smiling. Su Chen watched his retreating figure with a wry smile. This guy was far too blunt. If someone with a short temper had been in his place, they'd have started a quarrel on the spot. Deputy Commander Jia Peng and the other three approached, their expressions grim. We're done for now. The commander has made his prejudice against you clear. It's going to be tough to get any work done. Ma Xin sighed as well. He talks a good game, giving us a battalion and a company. But he didn't mention anything else. What about logistical support? Without proper logistics, we can't train worth a damn. The others nodded in agreement. In their last battle in the southeast, though they only had a single battalion, they'd received an entire brigade's worth of supplies for a whole year. But now they had almost nothing except the troops. Forging a good fighting force would be an uphill battle. Su Chen smiled and patted them. Enough, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Life is just one hurdle after another. You jump over them. If you can't jump over them, you flatten them. He smiled, put his hands behind his back, and walked in the same direction as Wang Changjiang. Jia Peng and the others exchanged glances, shaking their heads helplessly. Easier said than done. The reality was far more daunting. On the second floor of the brigade headquarters, Qin Tian watched Su Chen's confident back and smiled faintly. Looks like old Wang and Su Chen hit it off pretty well. Su Fei, sitting on the sofa, snorted coldly. Old Wang is straightforward. Maybe that kid sweet-talked him into being fooled for now. But time will tell. He'll show his true colors soon enough. Qin Tian turned around and placed Su Chen's file in front of him. But I've looked into it. This kid graduated first in his class from the National Defense University that year and received commendation from the school. After he went to the southeast, he won 2 consecutive exercises where he was outnumbered. Could it be that we've misjudged him? Su Fei paused, but immediately recalled how Su Chen had embarrassed him multiple times. He said irritably, nothing comes from nowhere. Why don't others have such rumors? Only he does. Qin Tian smiled bitterly. Forget it. We'll just have to see how he performs from now on. Old Wang is notoriously strict. You assigned Su Chen under him precisely to find out what kind of person he really is, didn't you? Su Fei was caught off guard but feigned indifference. I don't want to waste a talent, nor do I want to keep a piece of trash. If he's truly talented, I'll make good use of him. But if he's, as the rumors say, he won't even need an exercise, they'll find a way to kick him out. As dawn broke, the assembly whistle echoed throughout the camp. A large group of soldiers swiftly emerged from their temporary quarters, quickly forming squares on the playground. However, unlike in the past, the troops had already been divided, so they gathered as units at this moment. With the resounding rallying cries, the immovable morning exercises began. Half an hour later, the morning exercises concluded, and each regiment dispersed. Wang Changjiang stood at the front with his hands behind his back, stating, "Today our regiment is officially established. However, I have an announcement to make." He pointed at Su Chen behind him. Deputy Commander Su Chen will lead the 1st Battalion and the Reconnaissance Company in separate training. The rest will be organized for unified training by me. As soon as this was said, a buzzing sound arose from the crowd. Almost everyone in the 1st Battalion had turned into a bitter melon face, while others pointed and whispered at them. They wore expressions of schadenfreude. Everyone, don't overthink it. Wang Changjiang said coldly, we only have 3 months of time. After 3 months, we will have to accept the inspection from our brother units. Therefore, to enhance our regiment's combat effectiveness, I discussed with Deputy Commander Su to train separately. By employing 2 different modes, we can improve combat effectiveness while also enhancing the survivability of our regiment. All right, Wang Changjiang shouted, all companies are dismissed, and the 1st Battalion and Reconnaissance Company will follow Deputy Commander Su's orders. Dismissed. The company commanders roared, and each company immediately left under the guidance of their leaders. Wang Changjiang nodded at Su Chen, casting a meaningful glance before swaggering away with his hands behind his back. Old fox. Su Chen rolled his eyes. Such matters of division and training should be discussed privately. Yet Wang Changjiang brought it up publicly, putting pressure on him. The entire brigade knew the rumors about him, and now he was given a unit for separate training. This clearly indicated that their commander did not trust Su Chen. Su Chen sighed and strode to the front of the line. As he scanned the crowd, he found everyone's eyes bizarrely fixed upon him. Su Chen smiled slightly. It seems everyone has quite a few opinions, huh? No one spoke, but everyone's eyes already answered Su Chen's question. Su Chen nodded, So you don't agree with me leading your separate training, right? Report, Deputy Commander, a captain shouted. We are not objecting to you, we just don't want to create a distinction. A regiment is a whole. How can we train separately? Another captain also shouted. Report, I believe the first company commander is right. We come from all corners of the country and are not familiar with each other. The most critical thing now is to develop rapport. Training separately will surely hinder our combat effectiveness. Right. Another captain nodded. Moreover, we are not that weak. Whatever strength the other battalions have, we also possess, and we do not need to be treated differently. Jia Peng looked at Su Chun awkwardly. After all, he was the commander of the 1st Battalion. If everyone was already questioning the deputy commander, how could they accept him as their battalion leader? Su Chun, however, was not angry. He smiled and nodded. I understand everyone wants me to talk to the commander so that you can continue training with the whole regiment. Yes, everyone shouted in unison. Ma Xian turned around, and even his reconnaissance team joined in the shout, showing no consideration for him. Su Chun smiled faintly. These people were being quite blatant, clearly looking down on him. However, thinking about it, even Brigade Commander Su Fei considered him someone who got in through the back door, let alone these ordinary soldiers. They were assigned to Su Chun by Wang Changjiang, which surely implied that in Wang Changjiang's eyes they were weaklings. Thus they needed a big weakling like Su Chun to lead them. Everyone was elite, and certainly felt unbalanced inside. Well, Su Chun said with a smile, I respect the thoughts of the soldiers the most. If you want to train together with everyone, I have no objections. Jia Peng and the others were taken aback. If Su Chun went to find Wang Changjiang, it would be equivalent to admitting a lack of ability in advance. Then how could he establish himself here? Would he truly end up leaving in disgrace? Just as everyone was excited, Su Chun suddenly said, however, you must prove that you are qualified to train with the other battalions. My. Everyone was stunned. Oh, what did that mean? Were they not qualified to train with the other battalions? Su Chun smilingly said, don't be upset. Why did the commander assign you to me? Don't you wonder about the reason? Everyone was bewildered, confusion evident in their eyes. Who knows why you were assigned to this weakling? Not far away, Wang Changjiang had not gone far, but was quietly watching behind a wall. What tricks is this kid playing? Wang Changjiang looked on with curiosity. He knew these soldiers were no pushovers, they would not easily submit. If Su Chun found it hard to win over the crowd, there would be no need to continue training. Seeing no one speaking, Su Chun laughed heartily. Can't figure it out. Then let me tell you, it's because you are too weak, far inferior to the soldiers in other battalions. In an instant, from the officers to the soldiers, everyone's eyes flared with anger. Jia Peng and the others were particularly anxious. You were supposed to win over the crowd. Why are you adding fuel to the fire here? Wang Changjiang was also shocked, his eyes wide open. What is this kid doing? Is he provoking everyone? You clearly don't want to lead them. Su Chun stood with his hands behind his back, wearing a face that seemed to ask for a beating. You all know that our time is tight, and our tasks are heavy. If we mix you weaklings in with the elites from the other battalions, it would drag them down. The entire regiment's combat effectiveness would suffer because of you. He sighed earnestly. Therefore the commander found me, hoping I can do my utmost to lead you weaklings. Once you improve your level a bit, he'll let you train together with the main force. He said with a wronged expression. I can't help it, I'm just soft-hearted. I can't bear to see the commander troubled, or see you harm our regiment. So I reluctantly agreed to the commander to properly lead you weaklings. He looked at everyone. Now do you understand the good intentions of the commander and my willingness to face difficulties? Damn! Wang Changjiang nearly dropped his jaw to the ground. This kid is too good at insulting people. Even I want to hit him now. Indeed, he saw that all the soldiers' eyes were blazing with anger. If it weren't for Su Chun's status as deputy commander, he would likely have already been beaten up. After all, in everyone's eyes, Su Chun was the recognized weakling. How could a big weakling come and mock them as useless? Deputy commander, a captain shouted angrily. I don't believe the commander would say such things about us. Right, I want the commander to speak to us personally. Another captain shouted. We are all elites selected from various units. We were all outstanding soldiers and officers in our old units. The commander would never say such things about us. Deputy commander, please bring the commander here, so he can speak to us himself. Su Chun laughed heartily and provocatively said, you all don't even have the qualifications to meet the commander now. The commander said he doesn't want to see you weaklings. Unless you get stronger, you would dirty his eyes. Damn it, when did I say that? Wang Changjiang was furious, stomping mad. You are sowing discord between me and the soldiers. This is slander. At this moment, all the soldiers were seething, and some were even itching to move. They were on the verge of losing control of their impulse to beat up Su Chun. Jia Peng glanced at everyone, frightened, wanting to take a step back. My deputy commander, what are you trying to do? Provoking the crowd can get you killed. Report, a captain bellowed at the top of his lungs. Su Chun looked over and could clearly see the fury etched across his face. Speak. Su Chen nodded. The captain stared at him intently. I think something must be wrong. We are all elites from our respective units. Not quite war kings, but definitely among the best. We came here carrying the pride and honor of our old units, and we refuse to be misunderstood like this. So I request that the regimental commander personally come to test us and see if we are truly cowards. I agree. I agree. In an instant, everyone shouted hoarsely. Su Chen's words had deeply wounded their pride. They had arrived with the blessings of their old units only to be dismissed as weaklings. Soldiers, especially good ones, had an intense competitive spirit. This they could not tolerate. Not far away, Wang Changjiang chuckled. See what happens when you provoke them. Let's see how you handle this. He had no intention of stepping in unless Su Chen truly begged him. But if Su Chen did come begging, it would only prove he was useless. Su Chen clasped his hands behind his back and said with a smile, I told you the commander doesn't want to see a bunch of weaklings like you. Why can't you show some shame? As everyone was about to erupt, Jia Peng and the other three felt a chill of fear. They silently begged Su Chen to stop. Weren't you afraid of getting beaten up? However, Su Chen sighed, I'm too soft-hearted. Unlike the commander, I care for and look after my own soldiers the most. Wang Changjiang's liver ached with anger. You little rascal, always trying to drive a wedge between me and the troops. Su Chen announced loudly, so I'll give you a chance. If you can beat me, then you're good soldiers, and I'll go get the commander. The whole scene fell into dead silence, everyone staring at Su Chen in disbelief. Su Chen's words shocked them even more than the commander calling them weaklings. What scared? Su Chen shrugged. It's good to be afraid. After all, I'm this formidable. So just accept being weaklings and obediently follow the training arrangements. Damn. Everyone's eyes blazed with fury. Would we be afraid of a backdoor entering old weakling like you? Deputy Commander, I accept your offer. Deputy Commander, I accept too. Bring on the storm. We can handle it. In that moment, fierce fighting spirit blazed in everyone's eyes. Not far away, Wang Changjiang was grinning ear to ear. You little rascal, you're just asking for trouble. These soldiers are all elites, some even war kings. Challenging them is pure masochism. I thought you had a clever way to tame them, but this is just a lousy idea. He suddenly felt bored. It seemed Su Chen was just as the rumors said, a backdoor entry. Sharp tongue, but he almost fooled me. Wang Changjiang sighed, turned, and walked away with his hands behind his back. Commander, aren't you watching? The guard asked. Wang Changjiang rolled his eyes, watching a weakling get beaten. A waste of my time. Stay here and report to me when he loses. Yes. Wang Changjiang hurried back to the main force. He had training to do. Seeing everyone brimming with fighting spirit, Su Chen couldn't stop smiling either. Hooked. Every last one of them had taken the bait. Good. Su Chen, afraid they might back out, quickly shouted, since you're so brave, I'll gladly satisfy you. He announced loudly. Our brigade is an armored combined arms brigade. But first, we are soldiers. Running is the foundation of physical fitness passed down in our military, a skill every soldier must master. He said with a grin, since you're elites and war kings, running should be easy. So race against your battalion commander and the reconnaissance company commander. They're both my men. If you can outrun them, it proves your fitness is solid. Then I'll invite the commander over and let you rejoin the main force for training. Deputy Commander, a captain roared, we want to race you. Yes, we want to race you, the others echoed. Jia Peng and the other three exchanged odd glances. They had been with Su Chen for a while and knew his capabilities inside out. In the southeastern mountains, Su Chen could run 30 kilometers with full gear, outpacing even a dog. These guys wanted to race him. Su Chen quickly waved his hands. No, just race them. I'm afraid I'll bully you. The captain laughed. Deputy Commander, your men must be good, so racing them is boring. We want to race you. If you can beat us, we'll have nothing to say. Well, follow your orders from now on. But if you lose, please ask the commander to reassign us. We don't want to be trained by you. Yes, we want to race you. Deputy Commander, don't chicken out. Are you game? If you've got the skill, show it. Even catching our tails counts as your win. They were arrogantly defiant, looking at Su Chen with scorn. Su Chen sighed. Fine, since you insist on being bullied, I'll oblige. He pointed outside the camp. Around the camp, it's about 3 kilometers per lap. Well, run 5 laps, deal. Deal, everyone roared. Su Chen smiled slightly, everyone right face. Swish, swish. Everyone turned right in unison. Su Chen suddenly bellowed, run. At the command, hundreds of soldiers charged out of the camp. Jia Peng and the others running in the formation secretly gave Su Chen a thumbs up. The deputy commander was full of cunning tricks. After the troops had run some distance, Su Chen pushed off his right foot and swiftly followed. Though the system mostly gave him hardcore knowledge, it was subtly improving his physique every day. Otherwise, he couldn't have led the troops back and forth through the mountains, driving the enemy to despair. Su Chen didn't know exactly how strong he was now, but outrunning these so-called war kings was effortless. The group soon burst out of the camp. Leading the pack were Jiao Peng Ma Xianwang Hai and Zhao Xiaodong. The four ran calmly with long, fast strides. Though the grassland outside was uneven compared to the mountains they trained in, this was a smooth highway. The others chased closely behind, but after nearly a kilometer, still lagged slightly. These four are indeed formidable. Good thing we didn't agree to race them, a captain said thankfully. Another captain nodded. That guy's a backdoor entry, so he's connected. His men are here to protect him. They can't be weak. A sergeant chuckled. Captain 1 is clever. If we beat him, we rejoin the main force. Looking at the four figures ahead, everyone felt relieved. All they had to do was leave Su Chen far behind. Whoosh. Just then a dark shadow shot past the formation. Some soldiers felt a blur before their eyes. The next second they saw Su Chen striding toward the front. Damn, how is he so fast? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. In an instant, Su Chen sprinted to the front at a 100-meter dash pace. Not only that, he even turned around and ran backward. While running, he clapped, "Speed up, take bigger strides. I told you you're weaklings. I'm faster, even running backward." Everyone felt as if they'd been slapped hard, utterly humiliated. The captains exchanged glances and then accelerated in unison. The others caught the fever and charged ahead with heads down. In an instant, everyone's speed nearly doubled, kicking up dust outside the camp. But no matter how fast they ran, Su Chen still led the pack, running backward. Faster, even faster. At this pace, you couldn't even escape an enemy. Run, weaklings, catch me. Everyone was furious enough to spit blood. They were meant to win battles, not flee. How dare he insult them like this? Fight him. A captain roared, summoning every ounce of strength. The others, enraged by Su Chen, charged forward like madmen. Su Chen chuckled, run faster. You'll get a stitch soon enough. On the second floor of the camp, Su Fei stared in astonishment at the scene outside. Qin Tian walked over curiously. Old Su, what are you looking at? When he reached the window, he froze. Which regiment's soldiers are those? What are they doing sprinting like that? Su Fei's mouth twitched. Old Qin, look at the front. Isn't that Su Chen? Qin Tian tiptoed to look. Seconds later, his face changed dramatically. Damn, it really is him. That kid sprinting backward.